Chapter 2151. 2 years after the announcement of the Soul Inheritance Array, year 755 after the coronation. Young Sector 99, Nihari, Southern Region. Noise, Ed, E. One of the children tried to jump as high as he possibly could, straining every muscle in his small body as he pushed himself upward again and again, desperately trying to catch even the smallest glimpse of what was happening beyond the sea of heads around him, but it was completely useless. The boy was surrounded by rows upon rows of children around his age, an overwhelming mass of young bodies packed tightly together, kids roughly between 8 and 12 years old, all pressing, shifting, and murmuring without pause. Every time he turned behind him, no matter how he tried to look forward or stretch his neck upward, he saw nothing but endless lines of those his age, but not of his kind. Children from every race of the great empire were gathered here, humans, half-humans, mutants, and countless other bloodlines that blurred the boundaries between species. In fact, the number of pure humans among them was noticeably small, almost lost within the diversity. The voices of the children, their laughter, their constant side conversations, were not merely the harmless sounds of youth, but something far heavier, something dense and overwhelming, like the rising hum of a battlefield before the clash. To the boy, it felt less like a gathering and more like standing in the midst of an army, surrounded on all sides by a restless tide of life. Silence. At that moment, a powerful voice echoed directly into the ears of every child present, a command so sharp and forceful that it instantly cut through all the noise, freezing conversations mid-sentence and planting a sudden, instinctive fear deep within their small hearts. All of them began looking around like frightened little birds, their bodies stiff, their movements hesitant. But just as quickly as the fear came, it faded, and within moments they returned to talking again, the noise rising back to its previous level as if nothing had happened. None of them truly understood why they were here. They had all been brought without explanation, their parents simply telling them to make them proud, offering no further answers before pushing them forward and leaving them behind. So naturally, making a few friends to pass the time, sharing small conversations and laughter, felt like the only reasonable thing to do while they waited for whatever was coming. Ugh! Far above them, standing atop a hill that overlooked the massive gathering, was a figure dressed entirely in black, a dark hood covering his head and casting shadows over his face. The man let out a tired sigh and shook his head slowly before speaking in a calm, controlled voice. Your Highness, I have some experience dealing with children, at least more than most. I would rather not have you become overwhelmed or start making involuntary reactions like they did to me earlier. Please, go for now, and I will send you a detailed report of everything I observe. The one standing beside him, Theo, cast his gaze downward without answering immediately, his eyes silently scanning the scene below. Even he, whose eyes had witnessed countless horrors and wonders across dozens of sectors, who had stood in the presence of death and chaos more times than he could remember, found himself slightly stunned by what he was seeing now. Below the hill stretched a sight that defied expectation, no fewer than 100 million children, gathered together in a single place. The Shadow Swords were already engaged in war across multiple sectors, fighting endlessly, struggling each day simply to survive while searching for replacements to fill the gaps left by the fallen, and at the same time delivering precise and lethal strikes against anyone who dared to interfere with them. It was not merely war, but a complete system of intimidation, fear woven into every action they took. Yes, their numbers had grown into the millions, but even that was a pitiful figure when compared to the sheer scale of the sectors they operated in, sectors that contained billions upon billions of planets. What could a few million Shadow Swords truly accomplish within such vastness? Even if one were to erase 100 planets entirely, there was a high chance they would not encounter a single Shadow Sword among them. And yet, despite this overwhelming imbalance, things had been progressing in their favor. Both sides of the war suffered losses, but the Shadow Swords had managed to maintain a position of strength, largely due to the updated instant transfer array that allowed rapid movement across nearby planets, enabling them to strike and disappear before retaliation could arrive. An array whose existence remained hidden, known only to the highest leaders of the Shadow Swords, a secret advantage that had carried them through countless battles. But 2 years ago, everything changed. Lord Human Robin revealed the Soul Legacy Array to the universe, and with that single act, he ignited a raging fire within the minds and hearts of every member of that syndicate. From the highest authority to the lowest subordinate, all of them burned with fury, their anger growing uncontrollably as the implications of that array became clear. And that fury did not remain contained. It spilled outward, spreading into every corner of the conflict. The war itself began to shift, its intensity rising, its nature changing, as the syndicate redirected its efforts, and the fragile balance that once existed between the two sides was violently disrupted. That syndicate was no longer content with merely inciting local forces against the Shadow Swords or stirring unrest from the shadows. To make matters significantly worse, they escalated the situation by supplying those same forces with highly sensitive and dangerously precise intelligence regarding the Shadow Swords themselves. They provided detailed information about Shadow Sword locations, their hidden bases, their allies and the extent of their proximity, their expected upcoming strikes, and even patterns in their movements. In some cases, they went as far as deploying mercenaries on behalf of local forces if those forces lacked the military capability to confront them directly, effectively turning scattered resistance into coordinated threats. This development plunged the Shadow Swords into an immediate and devastating crisis, a catastrophe unlike anything they had experienced before, not even during the height of the war when the behemoth of relativity had openly declared hostility against them. Within the first year alone, approximately 15% of all active Shadow Sword agents were killed, their losses mounting at an alarming rate, while a similar portion was forced to retreat beyond their zones of influence, many of them severely wounded and barely clinging to life as they withdrew. Yet, that same period did not bring only disaster. Amidst the chaos, Lord Human Robin sent Theo an extremely brief message. A message so simple, yet so absolute, that it changed everything. Theo, who had only moments before received a separate message from his father asking him to leave behind a few billion so he would not fall back into absolute poverty, did not even consider questioning how or from where the budget had suddenly become limitless. He understood the reason perfectly well. The same factor that had driven the syndicate into such relentless aggression was also the very reason the Shadow Swords had become obscenely wealthy in such a short period of time, and now, that wealth was no longer meant to sit idle. It was meant to be unleashed. The volume of planetary-grade equipment Theo began purchasing was nothing short of terrifying, entire shipments moving across sectors in rapid succession. This time, however, none of it was stored away in secure warehouses as reserves. Instead, it was distributed immediately across all Shadow Sword outposts and operational bases. Because this war had fundamentally changed. It was no longer a battle of information networks, hidden movements, and calculated intimidation. It had become a direct confrontation, brutal and unavoidable, where every Shadow Sword operative was now expected to fight for survival. And Theo intended to ensure that each one of them had the means to do exactly that, even if they found themselves surrounded in hostile territory with no allies in sight. The blood of the Shadow Swords was not cheap, and it would not be spilled without cost. However, another problem soon surfaced, one that could not be solved by wealth alone. The Shadow Swords had suffered heavy losses, and their already limited numbers had been reduced further. In response, Theo issued orders for a massive, wide-scale recruitment campaign, one unlike anything attempted before. It was the only viable solution to replenish their ranks and sustain the war effort. But executing such a plan was far from simple. Any attempt to gather large numbers in a single location for recruitment would immediately attract attention, and that location would be targeted and destroyed without hesitation. Even if it were a planet under the crumbled Dreams Empire or the True Beginning Empire, or even one under the domain of the temporal behemoth Archyle, the Syndicate's reach and fury were not something that could be ignored or underestimated. Thus, Nihiri Galaxy, hidden within a concealed region, was selected as the staging ground, a place difficult to track, yet still capable of supporting such an operation. A call was broadcast across thousands of planets within the galaxy, announcing that enlistment into the second most respected organization in the Empire had been fully opened, and that this time, there would be no bias toward humans. Every intelligent being, regardless of origin, would have an equal opportunity to join. The response was immediate and overwhelming. By the very next day, waves of young candidates began pouring toward Nihiri, and within the span of a single month, the number of children arriving for evaluation reached 100 million, with the flow showing no signs of slowing down. Managing such an influx proved to be a logistical nightmare. Providing sufficient food, clean water, sanitation systems, and breathable air for that many children alone placed immense strain on the headquarters' resources and planning capabilities. With this number of volunteers, we will undoubtedly be able to multiply the size of the Shadow Swords within the next 2 decades. The person standing beside Theo laughed with visible excitement. The issue of numbers will soon become irrelevant. Theo continued to stare downward in silence, his gaze fixed on the vast sea of children below. After all the support His Majesty has provided us, if we fail to eliminate every internal weakness within the Shadow Sword organization, along with all external threats, then the fault will lie entirely with us. Ding! Theo glanced at his interplanetary communication ring as it activated, his expression shifting slightly. My father is calling for me. Chapter 2152. Mid-Sector 96, Sand of Time Galaxy. This is no longer acceptable. Lord Sar raised his voice slightly. Although his expression remained composed, almost unnaturally calm, and his refined stance, with one hand placed neatly behind his back, reflected discipline and control, it was clear to anyone present that he was far from satisfied. Beneath that calm exterior, there was unmistakable displeasure, a restrained pressure that hinted at deeper frustration. Your personal issues have dragged on for far too long. The place where Lord Sar stood was a vast hall bathed in a faint yellow hue resembling endless desert sands, yet it was far from ordinary. Strange temporal phenomena unfolded around them, moments stretching and contracting, grains of light drifting like suspended time itself, creating an atmosphere that felt both ancient and unstable. Despite the grandeur of the hall, only a handful of individuals were present. Seated directly beside him was his father, the temporal behemoth Archyle, resting upon his throne in complete silence. His mouth remained closed, his expression unreadable, his gaze lowered slightly as though observing something beyond the present moment, yet his mere presence filled the hall with overwhelming pressure. Standing before them were only 2 individuals. Ahaha, indeed, Your Highness, you are absolutely correct in every word. We are truly torn apart inside at the thought of falling short of our commitments. Ryan Burton spoke with an exaggeratedly wide smile, one that did not quite match the tension in the room, but Your Highness is well aware of the circumstances we are facing. Ryan was one of the few survivors of the Jura massacre, a man who had endured events that would have broken most. Because of his experience, he had been appointed to lead the trade delegation responsible for dealings with the Nihiri Union clan. Over time, that experience accumulated steadily, shaping him into something far greater than a mere merchant. Recently, Ryan Burton had surpassed the role of overseeing the commercial branch of the True Beginning Empire. He was no longer just a negotiator of profitable deals with external factions. His authority had expanded significantly, positioning him as the Empire's official representative in all matters concerning economics and large-scale exchanges. Whether it involved resolving a catastrophic economic crisis or addressing a minor transactional issue, as long as it revolved around resources, trade, or value, Ryan Burton had become the man people turned to without hesitation. Until when? Sar frowned, his tone sharpening slightly. Are difficult circumstances exclusive to you, while we live in comfort? Then he pointed directly toward Ryan, his gesture precise and firm. Do you even understand what we are facing because of you? What had originally begun for the Sand of Time Galaxy as a calculated alliance with Robin to pressure Zargal? The agreement had been excellent, almost too good to ignore. They would eliminate the closest behemoth, the one they despised the most. They would receive the support of the Shadow Swords in achieving this objective, and on top of that, they would benefit from Robin's resources, strategies, and backing. At the time, it had seemed like a perfect arrangement. But of course, things had not remained that simple. If not for the intervention of the temporal behemoth, who extended his protection over the Shadow Swords, establishing clear boundaries and limiting their pursuit within the neighboring mid-sector 95, even deploying forces there as a warning, and going so far as to threaten the behemoth of gravity with open war should he approach, the Shadow Swords would have been driven back entirely to mid-sector 99. And even that had not been the true end of it. If the situation had only involved confronting the behemoth of gravity and redirecting a portion of his forces toward mid-sector 95, it would have remained within manageable limits. The real danger lay elsewhere. The Syndicate itself had begun to actively manipulate the board, moving pieces in the shadows against the forces of Robin Burton as a whole, and the Shadow Swords in particular. Their interference was no longer subtle or indirect, it had become deliberate and coordinated, especially over the past 2 years, where their actions had grown increasingly aggressive, calculated, and impossible to ignore, turning what was once a strategic alliance into a pressure point that threatened to spiral out of control. Lord Sar, your words are not fair. Ryan Burton spoke with his wide smile. Of course, we recognize and appreciate your efforts and your additional contributions, but have you not benefited from this relationship as well? Then he raised his hand slightly in mild disbelief. Let us speak only of His Majesty's innovations that were delivered to you, the ones that raised the profits of the Sand of Time Galaxy to 650% compared to its past. Is that alone not enough to cover all your contributions and more? The deal that Robin initially proposed, which included the assault on mid-sector 97, involved providing a number of ready-made innovations centered around the core path of time. These innovations pushed the products of the Sand of Time Galaxy far beyond the limits of the time chamber by an overwhelming margin, to the point that the time chamber itself was no longer even among their top 10 best-selling products. Although the temporal behemoth Archile never directly received pearls from Robin, those innovations had effectively funded the entire war from beginning to end, and they continued to generate even more profit. How had no one within the Sand of Time Galaxy thought of such innovations before him? Robin had not provided them with any technology that contained pure time path laws. Instead, he had integrated laws from the body path, earth, metals, energy, and hundreds of other laws, making the engravings of those innovations impossible to decipher, let alone replicate. If anyone within the Sand of Time Galaxy wished to modify or further develop any of those technologies, they would most likely need to return to Robin first for the next several thousand years, at least until they could fully understand them. Those gifts from Lord Human Robin were for the war against Zargal the Sorcerer. They have nothing to do with everything that happened afterward. Sar frowned. Your Highness, please do not forget that the war against Zargal the Sorcerer was not fought from your side alone. Ryan gestured lightly beside him with a smile. I believe you will be better than me at explaining this point, Sword Kiri. Beside him, a girl who appeared to be half human, half cat, dressed fully in the attire of the Shadow Swords, nodded lightly and spoke. We have been heavily involved in the war in mid-sector 97. All local forces have been assisting us with intelligence and weaponry. Our arrays and epic golden weapons have filled the sector since the war began. She then continued with a hint of sharpness in her tone. The forces of the Sand of Time Galaxy are nearly equal to those of the Spell Galaxy in terms of equipment and numbers. Without our contribution, and of course the contribution of Martial Arrow, Zargal the Sorcerer would not have been driven out of mid-sector 97 last year, leaving the field open for you. What does that have to do with our discussion? Sar frowned. Even your own war, you were unwilling to fully commit to? Now merely providing intelligence and weapons is considered a major contribution. We do not mean it that way, Your Highness, but it was you who called for this complaint meeting, not us. Increasing your profits sixfold permanently, supporting you with nearly all local forces of mid-sector 97, and even clearing it entirely for your sake through Martial Arrow's maneuver, were those not sufficient contributions from our side? Ryan Burton smiled. Lord Sar is truly difficult to satisfy. Chapter 2153. Everything you mentioned is part of the old agreement. Sar's irritation became more visible as he spoke, and he hesitated slightly before continuing, as if choosing his words carefully. We are discussing the developments of the current situation, not what was agreed upon in the past. Was Martial Arrow drawing the Sorcerer Behemoth's forces back into his own sector and effectively handing you mid-sector 97 on a silver platter also part of that old agreement? Ryan's smile widened, carrying a faint hint of mockery. Your Highness, battlefields do not remain static. They evolve constantly, and all sides must adapt to that evolution. If every party were to stop at every shift and renegotiate terms from the beginning, then no war would ever progress, and no alliance would ever move forward. That is precisely why we took the initiative to provide such a significant form of assistance without consulting you beforehand or demanding additional compensation in return. Ryan, deep inside, let out a silent breath of relief when thinking about Martial Arrow's maneuver. It had been recklessness taken to the extreme, a move that had cost the Empire dearly in both resources and stability, and one that had been executed without approval from any authority. Yet despite all of that, without that single bold action, Ryan would not have been able to stand here now with even a fragment of confidence in his position. And what about our protection of the Shadow Swords in mid-sector 95? Saar pressed sharply, his voice rising. Will that effort simply go unacknowledged? Will it pass without compensation? I will address that. Carrie raised her hand in front of Ryan, gently halting him before speaking. Her voice remained calm, but there was an undeniable sharpness beneath it. Thanks to martial arrow, you were able to free your fleets in mid-sector 97. At this moment, they remain stationed there with minimal engagement, their engines practically idle, on the verge of rusting from disuse. Instead of allowing that stagnation, you can advance into mid-sector 98 and support martial arrow's operations directly. That would eliminate the nearby threat from its roots rather than prolonging this exchange of words. She paused briefly, then continued with measured precision. Or, if you prefer a more controlled approach, you could withdraw the majority of your forces and redirect them toward mid-sector 95. You could justify this movement by citing the growing proximity of the behemoth of gravity and the need to secure your borders. In doing so, not only would the wider universe accept your deployment of large forces into that sector, but more importantly, the inhabitants of the sector themselves would welcome it, especially after witnessing the devastation caused by the behemoth of relativity and the behemoth of gravity in neighboring regions. Then she gestured lightly, clarifying her stance. Mid-sector 97 is already under your military control. What remains is the subjugation of local powers, and the shadow swords can assist in achieving that with minimal bloodshed. She continued without pause. Mid-sector 98 is currently in a state of chaos. It presents an opportunity for you to seize a significant portion of it with relative ease and trap the sorcerer within his own territory. Her gaze sharpened slightly as she added, and mid-sector 95, it is practically waiting to be claimed. You could occupy it without firing a single shot if you move at the right moment. And all of this comes alongside a six-fold increase in your galaxy's profits. Carrie herself seemed momentarily taken aback by the sheer scale of what she was outlining. Forgive me if my question seems abrupt, but since the founding of the Sand of Time galaxy until now, when have you ever held such a combination of advantages at once? Your question has gone beyond surprise and entered the realm of insolence. Saar's anger surfaced clearly now, his composure cracking under the pressure. Hee, my friend here did not intend any disrespect, Ryan intervened smoothly, his wide smile returning as if to diffuse the tension. We are merely. Before he could finish his sentence, Ryan noticed the temporal behemoth Archyle slowly raising his hand. The motion was subtle, but its weight was absolute. Ryan immediately fell silent, swallowing the rest of his words without hesitation. He was not alone in his reaction. Carrie lowered her gaze instantly, her posture tightening, while Saar himself went silent and straightened, showing clear respect. Only then did the temporal behemoth speak, his voice deep, heavy, and filled with quiet authority. What are the limits of your authority in these negotiations? Robin Burton would not send you here to discuss compensation for the syndicate's harassment without presenting a proper offer. I will hear it. Your Excellency has misunderstood us. We are merely here to listen to the complaints and nothing more, aha. Ryan's laugh faltered midway under Arkyle's gaze, and he quickly composed himself. Understood. His tone shifted completely as he continued, now serious and focused. Then please listen carefully, because what I am about to say represents the full extent of our authority. There is nothing beyond it. Saar's frown deepened further, his thoughts tightening. If they had indeed come with an offer, then why all this resistance when speaking with him directly? Why bypass him entirely and address his father instead? The more he thought about it, the clearer it became. Whatever they were about to present was not meant for him to negotiate. It was meant to be decided. Ryan continued, his tone steady and confident. The offer is to facilitate your complete control over mid-sector 97, and to grant you mid-sector 95 as well. The Shadow Swords will handle the groundwork alongside the local forces, ensuring that resistance is broken before it even forms. And it will not merely be political influence or surface-level authority. The three sectors will become your exclusive domain in every sense, just like mid-sector 96 itself, and all of this will take place in the near future. Saar's brows tightened in disbelief, the reaction instinctive. To establish military presence in a neighboring sector was one thing, something achievable through time, persistence, and pressure. But to completely dominate it, to reshape its internal structure and bind it fully under one rule, was something entirely different. Every behemoth in existence had struggled for tens of thousands, sometimes even hundreds of thousands of years to fully subjugate the sector they inhabited, fighting countless wars and crushing endless rebellions. Yet this man stood here, calmly promising the submission of 2 additional sectors, and doing so in the near future? It sounded absurd, almost insulting. And how exactly do you intend to accomplish something like that? Arkyle's voice descended, heavy and measured, carrying the weight of someone who had witnessed countless ages unfold. All we need to do is deal with the forces within those sectors, correct? Ryan replied without hesitation, his smile never wavering. When it comes to major powers, there are only 3 effective ways to handle them. He raised 3 fingers slowly, making sure every word carried its full meaning. First, through intimidation, blackmail through secrets, economic suffocation, silent eliminations, and calculated assassinations. This aspect will be handled entirely by the Shadow Swords. They are already embedded across these sectors, and their reach extends further than most are willing to admit. Saar's expression tightened once more. Was this entire structure of control truly going to rely so heavily on the Shadow Swords alone? Second, through incentive, Ryan lowered one finger, his tone shifting slightly. There are many forces that will submit willingly once they are shown the rewards, wealth, stability, economic growth, and a comfortable existence without constant conflict. He gestured toward himself with quiet pride. That responsibility falls to us. His Majesty possesses more than enough wealth and resources to bring any force that can be persuaded under control, and not just barely, but completely. Saar felt irritation rise again. The confidence in Ryan's words bordered on arrogance, yet it was backed by undeniable results. Ryan lowered the final finger. And finally, there are those who will refuse everything, those who cling to pride, stubbornness, or outdated loyalties. Those individuals, we leave to you. He paused slightly before continuing. By the time we reach that stage, their numbers will have already been reduced, their influence weakened, and their alliances broken. What remains will be fragmented resistance, something your fleets can eliminate with ease. But for this sequence to succeed, Ryan added, his tone growing more deliberate, Your Excellency must adopt a governing model similar to that of Lady Kaylee's in Mid-Sector 101. Local powers will govern themselves internally, maintaining stability, while you stand above them, enforcing your laws, collecting your taxes, and ensuring absolute loyalty. Then he patted his large belly with both hands, smiling as if presenting a finished masterpiece. Well, what do you think? He suddenly raised a finger, as if recalling something crucial. I nearly forgot to emphasize an important condition. Ryan leaned forward slightly, his smile turning more meaningful. All of this is contingent upon a public declaration of partnership between you and His Majesty, announced across the largest platforms within the Soul Society, in a way that leaves no room for ambiguity. He then showed a smile that seemed almost appreciative. So that His Majesty may share in your eternal glory once you establish complete control over 3 sectors, as the first behemoth in history to achieve such a feat. The temporal behemoth Archyle allowed a faint smile to appear, one so slight it was almost imperceptible. Share in my glory, or send a message to that syndicate so clear that there is no doubt he and I stand as one, inseparable. The benefits of such a declaration are indeed numerous, Your Excellency. Ryan rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming faintly. So, what is your decision? Archyle lifted his gaze upward for a few moments, as though observing something beyond the visible realm, weighing not just the offer, but the consequences that would ripple across the universe. I have always believed that one day, someone would have to stand against that syndicate, someone would have to be the first to say no. His voice carried a quiet weight as he spoke. I simply never imagined that I would be among those who would take that step. Then, slowly, he lowered his gaze and looked directly into Ryan's bright pupils, his decision now clear. Prepare the announcement. Chapter 2154. Mid-Sector 98. Rumble. Rumble. The cannons of dozens of Note of Supremacy 4 vessels began to shine like stars on the verge of explosion, their muzzles releasing multicolored lightning that shook the surrounding space. Every asteroid and small celestial body within hundreds of miles was destroyed by the vibrations alone, shattered into dust before the true attack had even begun. Then a voice echoed inside every ship, so powerful it shook them to their core, a command that allowed no hesitation. Fire. KIR. The terrifying lights within the muzzles pulled inward slightly, as if they were about to collapse and destroy the vessels themselves, gathering power in a way that made even seasoned operators hold their breath, and then, boom! Devastating beams burst forth from all the vessels at once. One shot looked like hellish magma, thick and consuming. Another was like lightning that split the sky itself, blinding and absolute. Another was like a frozen cloud carrying the stillness of death, and many more followed in a terrifying harmony. Every 5 shots targeted a single planet. More precisely, a specific point on that planet's surface. In sequence, the flame shot descended first, erasing all signs of life within a region spanning hundreds of miles, flattening the land and turning it into glass. Forests, oceans, cities, and entire civilizations vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Then a freezing shot struck the intensely heated area, causing a massive explosion, one that shattered a portion of the planet and knocked it off its trajectory, destabilizing its orbit and tearing apart its internal balance. Next, a concentrated lightning strike hit the same point, piercing thousands of miles downward like a bottomless abyss, ripping through layers of crust and mantle without resistance, followed by a dense laser beam that expanded and deepened that abyss, deepening it relentlessly until it reached the planet's core. Then came the final shot, descending like a purple cloud, calm and almost gentle in appearance, moving freely within the abyss until it reached the heart of the planet, where it fulfilled its purpose. The law of corrosion took effect, spreading silently and irreversibly. At this point, the planet had already been sentenced to death. A planet within a mid-sector, a massive world filled with life and resources, a planet located in the outer ring of a galaxy, once considered stable and untouched, crumbled. It shattered. From within one of the command platforms aboard a Note of Supremacy 4 vessel, Marshal Arrow watched as 10 planets collapsed, turning into dust and fragments pulled into the void after once being complete worlds, each one carrying countless stories that would now never be told. He saw tens of billions of intelligent beings and trillions of creatures drawing their final breaths, their lives extinguished in a fraction of a moment, their existence reduced to nothingness. His heart tightened, his mood darkened, and it felt as though the world itself dimmed before him. The weight pressing down on him was not physical, yet it was overwhelming. The amount of negative karma he had just accumulated had surpassed even the threshold of horror, something that would crush ordinary beings instantly. But this was nothing unfamiliar to him, nothing that would prevent him from issuing the correct order, at least not this time. Arrow filled his lungs with air and shouted once more, forcing his voice to remain steady despite everything. Retreat. Immediately, all the vessels moved. Each one turned sharply and took a different trajectory, their movements precise and pre-planned. Their engines ignited fiercely, burning with terrifying intensity as they prepared to launch using multiple arrays designed to distort space itself, making it nearly impossible to intercept them once they accelerated. But at that moment, bam! You won't escape this time, Arrow. A figure emerged violently from a tear in space, his presence distorting everything around him, and immediately attacked the nearest node of Supremacy 4 vessel, destroying it from the middle with overwhelming force. Upon seeing the destruction around him, he attacked again with bloodshot eyes, his voice filled with rage. "Ah, you shameless bastard." Boom! Another figure appeared beside the farthest vessel and struck it as well, tearing through its defenses as if they were nothing. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. The area became filled with law dominators and royal soulmasters of 7 stars and above, their auras colliding and distorting the battlefield, turning the surrounding space into a chaotic storm of power. But this was not something that had gone unaccounted for. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The engines roared to life at full capacity, tearing at the fabric of space as the vessels surged forward. One ship exploded under the force of an attack, then another, their destruction lighting up the void like brief flashes of dying stars. Inside them, thousands of elite operators perished instantly, individuals trained for decades, each one irreplaceable in their own right. Yet the remaining vessels pushed forward without hesitation, slipping through the tightening net of enemies with calculated precision, their escape not a matter of chance, but of design. And at the center of it all, Arrow's vessel moved unseen, hidden within the shifting patterns of the fleet, neither leading nor trailing, but existing where no one thought to look. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The engines of the vessels surged forward with immense force, roaring like beasts finally unleashed, their flames stretching into the void as space itself warped around their acceleration. 3 of them were destroyed, torn apart in violent explosions, and inside them thousands of expert soldiers were killed, individuals carefully selected and trained to operate the elemental cannons. They were good people, disciplined and loyal, each with families waiting for them, unaware that their loved ones had just vanished in an instant. As for the remaining vessels, they managed to evade the incoming powerful attacks and escape, slipping through the storm of destruction with calculated precision, especially Marshal Arrow's ship, whose position had been completely unnoticeable. He had not placed it at the front of the fleet, nor at the rear, nor even at a fixed point within formation. Instead, it had moved like a shadow among shadows, blending into the shifting structure of the fleet in a way that made tracking it nearly impossible. He simply activated external soul amplifiers once his ship's engines ignited, his voice echoing across the battlefield with mocking clarity. "Ahahaha, chew on that and wait for another visit. Arrow." Whoosh. The smile on Arrow's face vanished the moment the vessel entered a temporal tunnel and distanced itself from the battlefield. The chaotic sounds of war were cut off instantly, replaced by an eerie silence as the ship tore through distorted layers of time. Immediately, his expression darkened further, as if he had dropped a mask he had been forcing himself to wear. The confidence, the madness, the mockery, all of it disappeared in an instant. Then, thud. He collapsed to the ground in pain. He writhed violently, his body twisting uncontrollably as if 1,000 bones had shattered at once, as if something inside him was being torn apart piece by piece. The array, quickly. Several people in the command cabin rushed toward Arrow without hesitation, their faces filled with urgency. They lifted him carefully, yet quickly, and ran with him toward a specific chamber within the vessel, a chamber he had come to rely on far too often in recent times. It was a chamber containing an extremely powerful purification array, one that perhaps did not even exist in the possession of the purity behemoth Kayles. Shush. Arrow was placed at the center of the pristine white chamber, its surface smooth and flawless, almost unreal in its purity. The doors sealed shut behind him, isolating him completely from the outside world. Then glowing particles began to approach him gently, floating in the air like grains of light. They moved with an almost soothing rhythm, entering his body without resistance, their radiance pure and mesmerizing. But when they emerged from the other side, they were no longer the same. They came out stained and darkened, as if they had been soaked in thick black tar, carrying with them something heavy, something unseen, before breaking apart and dissolving into the floor of the array. Again and again, the process repeated. Light entered, darkness left. The chamber itself seemed to breathe with the rhythm of purification, as if it were struggling to cleanse something far beyond its limits. Only after nearly an hour did Arrow's pain begin to subside, his violent trembling slowing little by little, until his body finally gave in to exhaustion and he fell into a deep, heavy sleep. Outside, the officer in charge of the chamber observed the situation through the monitoring interface, her expression growing darker with every passing moment. "The Marshal has been coming to me far too often," she said quietly, her voice carrying a weight of concern that she could no longer hide. "He spends more time inside the array than he does outside. I fear he won't withstand 2 more visits like this. You need to do something." One of the generals frowned deeply, his tone firm and impatient. "We are in hostile territory and rely on the Marshal for everything to survive. He must continue leading, no matter what." "Strange," another general muttered, confusion evident in his eyes. "Why is this happening to him now? Not long ago, he could give orders to destroy several planets without any problem, without even showing the slightest reaction. What do you think this array actually is?" The officer in charge of the purification array raised her voice slightly, frustration finally surfacing as she pointed toward the sealed chamber where the Marshal lay. "This is not a magic wand." Her gaze hardened as she continued, each word sharper than the last. "Every one of those sessions brings him closer to his end." She paused briefly, then added in a lower voice, almost to herself, "And the more he does what he just did, the faster that end will come." Chapter 2155. The The past few years had not been easy on Marshal Arrow and his fleet, and they were certainly not easy on the sorcerer behemoth and his followers. Trillions of creatures had been wiped out, entire civilizations erased without a trace, hundreds of planets had fallen one after another, and vast regions of space had been turned into graveyards. The fleet itself had been pushed to the brink of annihilation more than once, and even law dominators, beings who had stood unshaken for millions of years, had suffered injuries severe enough to leave them bedridden. All of this because of a single, reckless, unilateral decision made by the Mad Bull, Arrow. Exactly 5 years ago, the entire universe was shaken when the fleet that Arrow had been holding at the borders of Mid-Sector 98 broke through the boundary and entered the buffer zone directly. It was a move so bold, so irrational, that even his allies were stunned into silence. Everyone understood the implication immediately. Once that line was crossed, there was no turning back. He would emerge on the other side within a few years at most, and he would emerge in the very sector that had been ruled by the sorcerer behemoth for millions upon millions of years. This also meant that Marshal Arrow would remain sealed inside his vessels with his followers for the entire duration of the journey, cut off from external support, isolated within a moving battlefield of his own making. Supplies, morale, internal conflicts, everything would be tested during that time. In that strange situation and even stranger decision, everyone observing the unfolding events found themselves waiting for the reactions of two key sides. The first was the response of the forces within Mid-Sector 99 itself, especially the Millennial Empire of Vast Ice and the Millennial Empire of Endless Chaos. After all, the Marshal who had spent years tormenting them, besieging them, and restricting their expansion had suddenly left their borders. Not only that, but his absence was guaranteed for at least 3 full years, with no possibility of issuing commands or interfering, as he had taken with him a massive fleet composed of 200 Note 4 warships. Such an opportunity was unprecedented. Would this not be the perfect moment for revenge? An opportunity to strike back, to dismantle the crumbled Tomb Empire piece by piece, to erase its influence before Arrow could return? Or even more boldly, to uproot it entirely from existence? Many believed that if those powers truly acted together, the crumbled Tomb Empire would not survive long enough to see Arrow's return. The second awaited reaction, of course, belonged to the sorcerer behemoth Zargal himself, who was already in a position that could only be described as disastrous. Before the news of Arrow's movement toward Mid-Sector 98 had even fully spread, another report had already circulated. The sorcerer behemoth had withdrawn what remained of his core forces and his sons toward Mid-Sector 96. The goal had been clear. He wanted to halt the advance of the temporal behemoth and the local forces, to demonstrate overwhelming strength, to stabilize the situation in one region before it spiraled completely out of control. But that decision came at a cost. It meant that his main forces were now traveling between mid-sectors 97 and 98, stretched across vast distances of space, completely unaware of the danger now heading directly toward their heartlands, toward their families, toward everything they had built over millions of years. The sorcerer behemoth had been confident, perhaps even arrogant, in his judgment. He believed that Arrow would never dare to take any real action against him. To him, Arrow was nothing more than a loud, reckless figure, a clown whose role was to create pressure, to delay, to interfere, but never to truly threaten him. And that belief was not without reason. The Grave Empire did not possess law dominators, nor royal soul masters of 7 stars or above who could directly challenge a behemoth-level force. Moreover, the Empire had only recently declared war on the Millennial Empire of Vast Ice, placing itself in a precarious position already. Logically speaking, connecting these facts together, it should have been impossible for Arrow to make any significant move. He should have been restrained by circumstance, bound by the limits of his own strength and resources. But Arrow had never been a man bound by logic. For him, the impossible was merely a suggestion, and reason itself was something to be discarded if it stood in his way. And so, it happened. The sorcerer behemoth was struck with a level of fear that defied imagination when the news finally reached him. Not fear of Arrow's strength alone, but fear of what kind of madness he was truly facing. And there was a very clear reason for that fear. The reinforcements that had been dispatched to support him could not simply turn back. Even if they immediately changed course, it would take them roughly 3 years to complete their current trajectory, and another 3 years to return to their original position. 6 years in total. 6 years during which Arrow would be free to roam, free to destroy, free to tear apart everything within reach. By the time those reinforcements could arrive, there might be nothing left worth saving. With no better options, the sorcerer behemoth was forced to rely on the forces he still had within Mid-Sector 97. Forces that were already under pressure. Forces that were already losing ground, being pushed back step by step, as local powers had aligned themselves with the temporal behemoth's forces, turning the battlefield into a relentless struggle. Sending them away would weaken his position further, yet leaving them where they were would mean abandoning his core territories to Arrow's rampage. It was a dilemma with no correct answer. And just as he was about to make his decision, another piece of information reached him. A piece of information so devastating, so unexpected, that for the first time in countless ages, even the sorcerer behemoth felt his mind tremble. There were 30 royal soul masters ranging from 1 to 3 stars, accompanied by 30 Nexus state experts, who appeared within Mid-Sector 98, his sector, and they had already begun attacking his interests there. They did not approach the galaxy itself, nor did they recklessly challenge its core defenses, but instead moved with calculated precision, striking every planet of value to him beyond its borders. Every planetary or spatial outpost outside the artificial galaxy's limits was targeted without hesitation, and any families or minor factions that strongly supported Zargal were systematically hunted down and eliminated. It soon became clear, beyond any doubt, that Arrow had sent these Soul Masters through a massive space portal ahead of time, deploying them as vanguards to prepare the battlefield before his own arrival. They were not here to win, they were here to weaken, to destabilize, to ensure that when he came, there would be nothing left in a stable state. Once this truth surfaced, there was no longer any room for prolonged deliberation. If Zargal withdrew only part of his forces, the remaining ones would be heavily struck by the local powers and the temporal behemoth, who were already pressuring them relentlessly. And if he chose to keep all his forces in place while he and his sons alone returned to defend the galaxy, the same disaster would unfold, with his scattered armies isolated and crushed one by one. There was no winning move, only the choice of which loss to accept. Zargal immediately ordered the complete withdrawal of all his forces toward Mid-Sector 98, fully abandoning Mid-Sector 97 and the war there. He did not formally declare surrender, but there was no need to. His retreat alone was a silent admission of defeat on that front. As for him and his sons, they used a massive space portal to return directly toward Mid-Sector 97, driven by fury, humiliation, and an unwillingness to let their territories fall without resistance. However, the interstellar communication network between Nexus state experts and Royal Soul Masters allowed for rapid coordination and movement, making evasion far easier than before. This was further strengthened by the presence of a large number of shadow swords, secretly deployed from young Sector 98, who acted as unseen guides and disruptors across the battlefield. Thus, Zargal's return with his sons did not bring the decisive reversal he had hoped for. They failed to capture anyone, their enemies slipping through their grasp again and again. But at the very least, they managed to reduce the daily damage being inflicted upon their forces and territories. Afterward, Zargal sat upon his throne, consumed by rage and hatred, his mind racing with countless scenarios, yet every path led to the same conclusion. He had no immediate solution. So he waited. In just under 3 years, the forces of that damned bull would arrive, and shortly after, his own reinforcements traveling from Mid-Sector 98 would finally reach him. 3 years. 3 years of waiting, of enduring, of watching his domain be chipped away piece by piece. It was a suffocating weight, a humiliating weight, a weight that no being burning with such rage could endure calmly. Zargal suddenly rose from his throne, his decision made in an instant, and sent one of his sons through a massive space portal toward Mid-Sector 99, specifically toward the Millennial Empire of Vast Ice. He carried a message. Arrow is no longer present, his forces have been cut in half, strike the crumbled Tomb Empire and destroy it. We will provide all the talismans and spells you may need. We will supply enough pearls to sustain your fleets and enough resources to compensate for any losses you may suffer in the war. Zargal's hatred made him forget his usual caution and stinginess. For a being like him, who guarded his resources with obsessive care, this was nothing short of madness. His anger blinded him to the point that he willingly sacrificed a portion of his treasury, opening reserves that had remained untouched for ages. And indeed, the Millennial Empire of Vast Ice accepted. Their fleets began mobilizing almost immediately, vast armadas moving with clear hostile intent, their preparations visible even from distant observation points. At the same time, the remaining fleets of the crumbled Tomb Empire began to gather, their wings aligning themselves for what seemed to be an inevitable clash, yet there was hesitation, a visible unease in their movements, a lack of confidence in the absence of their marshal. Spatial rings and storage artifacts began streaming endlessly from Zargal's Sorcerer Galaxy toward the Empire of Vast Ice, forming a continuous convoy that operated without pause through the massive space portal. The sight alone was enough to unsettle the entire region. All forces paying attention to the unfolding situation watched these movements with growing fear, analyzing every shipment, every fluctuation, every sign of escalation. Everyone reached the same conclusion. This sheer volume of spells, pearls, and resources was more than enough for the Empire of Vast Ice to conquer the entire sector without doubt, especially with Marshal Arrow and his top commanders absent. The balance of power had clearly shifted. And so, the entire sector held its breath. They waited for the war to erupt. They waited for the first strike. They waited for the inevitable collapse. Yet, strangely, despite all the tension, despite all the preparation, despite the overwhelming signs pointing toward conflict, the expected war never came. Days passed, then weeks, then months. The convoys continued, the resources kept flowing, the armies remained mobilized, but no attack was launched. Confusion began to spread. Speculation turned into unease, and unease into silent dread. Something was wrong. Something unseen was happening beneath the surface. Then, after several months of continuous aid shipments, the Millennial Empire of Vast Ice made an announcement that shook the entire region. It had become a wing of the Grave Empire. Chapter 2156. The shock that struck the entire universe that day was beyond anything that could be measured, beyond anything that could be easily understood or even rationalized by the countless observers who followed the shifting tides of power across the sectors. A millennial empire, an existence that had stood for millions of years, with roots sunk deep into its sector and influence spreading across countless systems, becoming subordinate to another empire without a war? And not just any empire, but the Grave Empire, one that had only come into existence a few short centuries ago? An empire that, on the surface, did not even possess a proper, officially recognized ruler, but instead was led by nothing more than a Nexus state figure known as the Silent Emperor? The absurdity of it all made it feel like a rumor at first, like some poorly crafted lie meant to shake the balance of power. Of course, the major powers were not ignorant. They were fully aware that the Grave Empire had ties to Lord Robin, the coming Great Truth Chosen, a figure whose name had already begun to carve itself into the foundation of the universe itself. But even so, was that truly enough reason for a millennial empire to bow its head? Was that enough to abandon pride, history, and sovereignty without even drawing a blade? It is worth remembering that even a single millennial empire, such as the crumbled Dreams Empire, had brought two behemoths to their knees, inflicting upon them a level of suffering that will echo for ages, and denying them any chance of conquering its sector. Such was the weight of a millennial empire. And yet, one had simply submitted. The news was undeniably shocking, shaking the structure of countless alliances and calculations. No one knew the real reason behind it, nor the hidden terms of the agreement, nor the true intent behind such a move, but naturally, no one received it the way the sorcerer behemoth himself did. Because for him, this was not just news. It was the final piece of a puzzle. Now, the full picture had become clear before his eyes. Arrow had made a secret deal with the Empire of Vast Ice while declaring war openly. The declaration of war itself had been nothing more than bait that forced the sorcerer behemoth to withdraw his remaining forces from mid-sector 98 and throw them into the conflict in mid-sector 97, stretching his defenses into nothing. And at that exact moment, Arrow struck. He seized the opportunity without hesitation and launched his attack on mid-sector 98, targeting the exposed heart of Zargal's influence. Then, as if that were not enough, he tightened the trap further. He left instructions for the Empire of Vast Ice to continue playing their role, to manipulate the sorcerer behemoth, to draw from him as many resources as possible, to bleed him dry while keeping him distracted, while keeping him uncertain, while stealing from him something far more valuable than resources: time. Precious, irreplaceable time. From the very beginning, Zargal had not been reacting to events. He had been guided by them. No, more accurately, he had been dancing to the rhythm of Arrow's schemes, step by step, unknowingly following a path that had already been laid out before him. And that realization burned. It burned deeper than any battlefield loss, deeper than any destruction of fleets or planets. Because it was not just defeat, it was humiliation. And it came at a price. Nearly 15 billion pearls, lost in support of the millennial empire of Vast Ice. A fortune that could sustain wars for ages, wasted in a single miscalculation. The universe laughed. And Zargal heard it. He roared in fury that day, his rage shaking the very foundations of his domain. For the first time in a long while, he abandoned calculation, abandoned caution, abandoned the cold, strategic thinking that had kept him at the top for so long. He did not consider supporting the empire of continuous chaos. He did not consider proxy warfare. He did not consider balance or consequence. He chose destruction. Zargal issued direct orders to his son stationed in mid-sector 99 to destroy both the Empire of Vast Ice and the Grave Empire, and within the same message, he promised him to find ways to resolve the negative karma that would inevitably accumulate from such reckless slaughter. It was a desperate promise, and a hollow one. His son knew it. He was fully aware that Hedrick and Kayleigh were allied, both supported by Lord Robin, and no one can help him to that level except for Kayleigh and her science. There was no real confidence in that order, no belief in its success. But obedience did not require belief, so he moved to attack. And Zargal did not stop there. He sent more of his sons, one after another, reinforcing the strike, building a force that could crush resistance through sheer overwhelming power. At the peak of his rage, he nearly dispatched all of his sons and generals, ready to gamble everything in a single, catastrophic move. But reality intervened. The presence of the temporal behemoth Arkyle, stationed with his army and most of his sons at the borders of mid-sector 98, forced Zargal to restrain himself. He feared that if he emptied his defenses and committed fully against the Grave Empire, Arkyle would mirror the move, using a major space portal and striking directly into his galaxy. And that would be the end. Thus, he limited himself. 4 sons were sent. 4, added to the one already there, made 5 royal soul masters in total. Each one a monster in their own right. The weakest among them possessed 7 purple stars. The strongest stood at the edge of 9th. A force like this was not meant for war. It was meant for annihilation. By the end of the first year since Arrow's entry into the buffer zone with his fleet, the 5 brothers moved as one. Their attack was precise. Their timing was perfect. They struck the capital of the Grave Empire and the capital of the Empire of Vast Ice at the exact same moment, a synchronized blow meant to shatter both powers before they could react, to end it all in a single day. But Arrow had never been a man who left such things to chance. The 5 brothers were met with multiple layers of ancient arrays that had once been used by the ancients during the anti-life wars to defend themselves against space beasts and the Blue Plague. These were not ordinary defensive formations, but relics of an era when survival itself required overwhelming measures. Each one of them was valued at billions, irreplaceable, unavailable in any market, and no longer reproducible in the current age no matter how advanced a civilization might be. Nicopolis and Zirajan, the capitals of the Grave Empire and the Empire of Vast Ice, each possessed 5 of these arrays, stacked in dense, overlapping layers, forming a defensive system that resembled an impenetrable shell rather than a conventional barrier. On that day, 3 of the brothers attacked the planet Zirajan, while the other 2 targeted Nicopolis, coordinating their assault with precision, intending to break both capitals at once and cripple the 2 empires beyond recovery. They encountered no direct resistance. No fleets came out to meet them, no generals stood in their way, no desperate counterattacks were launched to slow them down. At first, it felt like victory had already been handed to them, but what followed shattered that illusion completely. Every time they broke through one of the 5 layers, they were immediately forced to deal with the remaining layers beneath it. And every time they spent time working through those layers, pouring their power into dismantling the defenses, the first layer they had destroyed would already be repaired and restored to full operation. The cycle repeated. Break one, fight through the rest, and the first returns. Again, and again, and again. For soul masters who considered attrition their greatest enemy, who measured battles in terms of efficiency and sustainability, this was nothing short of a nightmare, an endless drain on their strength, their focus, and even their will. And worse, it was controlled, deliberate. They realized quickly that if they continued, they would not break the capitals, they would exhaust themselves instead. So they withdrew, reluctantly, and turned their fury outward. Within 3 months, they annihilated the populations of 7 planets, reducing thriving worlds into silent husks, and destroyed 3 more entirely, shattering them beyond recovery. Yet even in their destruction, they felt no satisfaction, only frustration. Every meaningful target they sought was protected by layers upon layers of those ancient arrays, defenses so absurdly resilient that even beings of their level felt as if they were clawing at something immovable. It drove them closer to madness. Where had the Grave Empire obtained such a stockpile? How could an empire so young possess defenses that even ancient powers would struggle to gather? But as they continued their assaults, repeating the same pattern across different worlds, they began to notice something strange, something that unsettled them far more than the arrays themselves. On one particular planet, there was only a single defensive layer. The Royal Soulmaster attacking it pressed forward confidently, believing he had finally found a weak point. Within an hour, he was already close to breaking through. And then, another layer appeared. A second array activated out of nowhere. This time, however, he saw it. He saw soldiers of the Grave Empire moving across the planet at incredible speed, installing components of that array in multiple locations simultaneously, linking them together with terrifying coordination. In less than an hour, an ancient array had been rebuilt and activated. These were not small formations or temporary defenses. These were massive ancient arrays, relics that had once taken decades to relocate in the ancient era, anchored to worlds and stars themselves. And yet here, they were being dismantled, transported, and reassembled with terrifying ease. The implications were horrifying. The Grave Empire did not possess countless ancient arrays, they likely had only a handful, perhaps 10 at most. But they did not need more. They were rotating them, constantly, predicting targets, anticipating attacks, reinforcing key locations just in time, creating the illusion of an endless supply. This realization hit like a blow. The brother who witnessed it immediately abandoned his assault and rushed to inform the others, understanding that this changed everything. This was not a defensive system, it was a strategy. And it meant something far worse. Had they, until now, destroyed nothing but worthless planets? Had they been wasting their strength, their time, and accumulating massive amounts of negative karma, all for targets the enemy did not even value? Were the Grave Empire and the Empire of Vast Ice simply letting them burn themselves out on meaningless victories? The thought alone was enough to shake even beings of their level. As the 4 brothers gathered, trying to process this revelation, attempting to track the movement of the arrays, to predict where they would appear next, to regain even a fragment of control over the situation, another piece of shocking news arrived. The Nexus State experts and Royal Soulmasters that Arrow had previously deployed into Mid-Sector 98 had returned to appear. They did not regroup. They did not concentrate their forces. Instead, they struck everywhere. 60 different locations across the entire sector were attacked at the exact same moment, each strike precise, each target carefully chosen to disrupt, destabilize, and confuse. Supply lines were hit. Communication nodes were destroyed. Key strongholds were shaken. And before any meaningful response could be organized, once again, they vanished. Chapter 2157. The locations that were struck were productive military sites, carefully selected nodes within the infrastructure that sustained Zargal's presence across the sector. No planets were destroyed this time, and no unnecessary massacres were carried out, but the nature of the 60 strikes made them far more effective than simple destruction ever could have been. Each strike was precise. Each strike was deliberate. Each strike was painful. Factories were crippled. Supply chains were disrupted. Strategic hubs were shaken to their core. Although most of the attackers were unable to fully complete their missions, as 1 or 2 Nexus State experts appeared at several sites, or reinforcements arrived through space portals forcing them to retreat prematurely, the damage was still significant enough to make the sorcerer behemoth feel a sharp, suffocating pain in his chest. It was not the scale of the damage that mattered, it was the message. More importantly, it served as a clear reminder to him and to his 5 sons stationed in Mid-Sector 99, that just as they threatened the Grave Empire, there was a force out there that could threaten them just as easily, just as unpredictably. The following year passed in relative calm, but it was not true calm. It was the stillness before a storm, the heavy silence of warriors watching each other from across a battlefield, waiting for the first sign of weakness. The 5 Royal Soulmasters continued their observation of the double centennial Grave Empire, but the more they watched, the more confused they became. The Empire's scale was absurd. Its planets were scattered across vast distances, its structure constantly shifting, its movements impossible to fully track. Mapping it had become an increasingly futile task, as if the Empire itself refused to be understood. All they truly wanted was one thing, to determine how many ancient planetary defense arrays it possessed, and how it managed to distribute and deploy them with such terrifying speed and efficiency. Yet answers never came easily. At the same time, something far stranger was unfolding on the opposite side. Whenever one of the five attempted to test the situation by attacking a planet, even lightly, even as a probe, Arrow's followers would immediately respond. 60 targets, struck across mid-sector 98. Every time, without fail. It was as if their movements were being watched in real time, as if every decision they made triggered a countermeasure that had already been prepared. The pattern repeated over and over, tightening around them like an invisible net. But no balance holds forever. No one escapes unscathed. Over time, some of those attackers began to fall. Losses accumulated, small at first, then noticeable, then unavoidable. In that moment, all eyes turned toward the temporal behemoth. Everyone expected him to move, to take advantage of the situation, to strike mid-sector 98 while Zargal's attention was divided. And Zargal felt it too. He felt relief. A dangerous kind of relief. Believing that the pressure had shifted elsewhere, he began sending more of his sons away, extending his reach once more, attempting to regain control of the battlefield. But the temporal behemoth did nothing. He did not move his forces beyond the barrier. He did not launch an attack. He did not even send a single sun through the major space portal. He simply watched. This fragile balance continued, stretching on, tightening, until two massive events occurred almost at the same time. The first was the emergence of Marshal Arrow and his fleet from the buffer zone between sectors. The moment he appeared, he did not regroup his forces, nor did he gather strength for a decisive strike. Instead, he did the opposite. He dismantled the fleet formation entirely. He spread his ships across the entire sector, issuing strict and uncompromising orders that no two vessels were to remain in the same location under any circumstance. It was chaos, but controlled chaos. Then came the second event. Lord Robin announced the Soul Inheritance Array, a formation that allowed its user to produce emerald units, a creation that would not only change the balance of power, but redefine the economy of the entire Soul Society. And as if that were not enough, then came the unlimited budget for the Shadow Swords. No limits, no restrictions, no hesitation. Naturally, the Shadow Swords would never leave Arrow in such a vulnerable, fragmented state without support. These two events shattered Zargal's calculations completely, especially the second. He had already known he was facing an enemy with deep reserves of wealth, someone capable of sustaining prolonged conflict without breaking, but this was different. The announcement of the Soul Inheritance Array made his eyes spin within their sockets from pure, uncontrollable rage. It was not just wealth anymore. It was an endless source of it. And then came the voices, the whispers, the laughter. Within the Soul Society, comments began to spread, comments that were far from kind. Mockery, ridicule, amusement at his failures. His name, once feared across sectors, was now being spoken with laughter. Every recent defeat, every misstep, every lost resource was being remembered, repeated, exaggerated. And now, with Lord Robin's wealth confirmed beyond doubt, those voices grew louder, unbearably loud. Zargal could endure defeat. He could endure loss, but he could not endure humiliation. And so, he responded by sending 5 more of his sons to mid-sector 99. He had to eliminate that troublesome empire before those vast amounts of wealth could be translated into real, tangible power that could no longer be contained. Almost immediately after reaching that conclusion, 10 of the sorcerer behemoth Zargal's sons launched coordinated assaults on the planets of the Grave Empire, moving with speed and precision that reflected their shared intent to crush everything before it could stabilize. Within a short span of time, they destroyed 5 planets outright, one of which was protected by a planetary defense array that was obliterated along with the planet itself, leaving behind nothing but shattered fragments drifting in space. But they did not stop there. In a second wave of strikes, more aggressive and more reckless, they targeted 3 of the Grave Empire's wings, along with positions belonging to the Empire of Vast Ice, unleashing destruction across a wider range of targets. 15 additional planets were destroyed. Entire regions were left in ruin. Yet even as the flames of destruction spread, something felt off. Once again, the temporal behemoth did not move. His forces remained stationed at the borders of the sector, unmoving, silent, watching. He did not attempt to subjugate local powers, did not intervene, did not even shift his formations in response to the escalating chaos. And at the same time, neither the Shadow Swords nor Arrow made any direct request for his support. It was as if both sides had reached an unspoken understanding, or were waiting for something far greater. In response to the offensive, Arrow reacted in the only way that had become synonymous with his name. He gave the order. A massacre. The 200 fleets that had been scattered across mid-sector 98 gathered once more, converging with eerie precision around the Spell Galaxy. And then, they opened fire. Simultaneously, dozens of planets were struck by indiscriminate bombardment, their surfaces torn apart by waves of destructive energy. Entire ecosystems vanished in moments, countless inhabitants, intelligent and otherwise, erased without even understanding what had happened. 10 planets lost their atmospheric layers entirely, their skies ripped away, leaving them barren and uninhabitable. 2 more were reduced to nothing but drifting debris almost instantly. The scale of destruction was staggering. Thousands of Zargal's fleets, which had recently returned from mid-sector 97, attempted to retaliate, targeting the Node of Supremacy 4 vessels with everything they had. But it was too late. By the time the first round of bombardment ended, those fleets had already begun to retreat, breaking formation, scattering in disarray, driven by instinct rather than command. Still, the cost was not one-sided. Under such overwhelming firepower, hundreds of noted Deluge 4 vessels were destroyed, torn apart in explosive bursts of energy. 2 Note of Destruction 4 ships were severely damaged, their structures barely holding together as they struggled to withdraw. And yet, the majority survived. they slipped away, once again disappearing into the vastness of mid-sector 98, blending into its countless systems and hidden routes as if they had never been there at all. To an outside observer, it might have seemed chaotic, even meaningless. But it was anything but that. No matter how much Lord Robin's emerald-producing array had become the central topic of discussion across the universe, no matter how individuals and powers alike were consumed by the possibilities it offered, the wars of behemoths still held a unique gravity. And this war was different. It was strange, unpredictable, difficult to define. An ancient superpower was locked in conflict with what appeared to be a leaderless faction, and yet, everyone knew that the true leader of that faction was connected to Lord Robin, and that alone made the situation far more dangerous than it appeared. While the eyes of the universe remained fixed on mid-sector 98 and mid-sector 99, analyzing every movement, every strike, every rumor, something else happened. Quietly, in mid-sector 97, the reinforcements that Zargal had summoned years ago, 700 full fleets, led by 5 of his sons, finally arrived. They came with confidence, with expectation, believing that the sorcerer behemoth was still holding his ground, still waiting for them, still engaged in a war they could help turn in his favor. They believed they were arriving at a battlefield. They believed they were joining a war. They believed they would make a difference. But they were wrong, because what awaited them was not Zargal. It was the temporal behemoth, standing there, waiting, with his full force assembled. Nearly 5,000 fleets, 41st and 2nd row scions, every single one of them positioned at the exact point of arrival, fully armed, fully prepared, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. There was no warning, no negotiation, no hesitation. The moment Zargal's reinforcements emerged in Sector 97, the guns opened fire. 700 fleets, 5 suns, each possessing the strength of a royal soulmaster of 7 stars or higher, caught completely off guard, surrounded, overwhelmed, and within that single, devastating moment, they were erased. Chapter 2158. It is said that the sorcerer behemoth Zargal did not stop screaming that day, not for a moment, not even for a breath. Anger, bitterness, anxiety, and sorrow, in that single day, and in truth, over the past few years, the behemoth experienced emotions he had forgotten for millions of years, emotions that had no place in the heart of someone who had stood at the peak for so long. The problem was that this time, he no longer knew where to direct that anger, toward Arrow and the Grave Empire, who had dealt him the heaviest and most humiliating blow since the war began, or toward the temporal behemoth who was closing in on him from the other side, tearing apart his forces, dismantling his lines, and killing a number of his most promising sons as if they were nothing. And in that suffocating mixture of bitterness and furious silence that lasted for days, when even his closest followers dared not speak in his presence, another piece of information reached him. After the number of shadow swords in mid-sector 98 increased dramatically, and it became clear they had come from the young sector below, the Spell Galaxy initiated a full investigation into what was happening there, and what they uncovered was not merely a problem. It was a catastrophe unfolding in silence. The true beginning empire had already acted. They had sent massive legions into the young sector, crushing and occupying every force aligned with Zargal, systematically dismantling any structure that could support him. No reinforcements of equipment, no shipments of raw materials, no hidden reserves were allowed to pass through. Every route was cut, every connection severed. At the same time, they had opened the gates for the Shadow Swords. The Shadow Swords moved freely across the young sector, as if it were their own domain, entering planets without resistance, traversing space lanes without obstruction. They were not intruders there. It turned out many of them were born in the young belt itself, moving with familiarity and confidence that no outsider could replicate. And worse, far worse, the information they extracted through interrogations there gave them something priceless. They now knew the exact locations where resources, weapons, and supplies were being gathered and transferred. They knew the routes. They knew the timing. They knew the weak points. And it was this information that guided their strikes in the mid-sector. Young Sector 98, at that time, was no longer a battlefield. It was chaos. It was like a piece of sugar swarming with ants, countless movements, countless clashes, forces appearing and disappearing, fighting, fleeing, colliding without any clear order. And the worst part, the number of hostile fleets there was increasing. They were not gathered in one place, they could not be counted, they did not move as a single army, but the reports were clear. The simultaneous attacks alone proved it. They were many, far too many. In that moment, Zargal understood something that made his entire being tremble with fury. He was surrounded, not metaphorically, not gradually, completely, from every direction. Arrow had not merely besieged him. He had brought the siege into his own home, turned his territory into a battlefield, turned his foundations into targets. There was only one thing left to complete the picture. If forces from the ancient belt joined the assault, then there would be no direction left for him to escape. He would be crushed from all sides. This was no longer pressure, no longer negotiation, no longer a calculated siege meant to force him into accepting a new reality, nor economic strangulation meant to weaken him. This was extermination, total, deliberate extermination. When that realization settled in his mind, when the sorcerer finally understood that careful movements, defensive play, and calculated losses would lead him nowhere, something inside him snapped. He abandoned restraint. He abandoned calculation. He abandoned patience. And he chose chaos. He chose destruction. He chose to open the gates of hell. He ordered his sons in mid-sector 99 to launch unrestricted attacks, to strike without planning, without coordination, without hesitation, to destroy anything they encountered, regardless of cost. And to ensure that destruction, he sent them 1,000 fleets. Within 3 years, mid-sector 99 would be wiped clean under their command. Then he escalated further. 3,000 additional fleets were dispatched, led by 10 more of his sons, supported by intelligence networks, enforcement units, and even local families under his influence. Their mission was clear: locate every note vessel within his sector, hunt them down, and destroy them without exception. And he did not stop there. Another 1,000 fleets were sent to young Sector 98, tasked with eliminating the growing threat below, the very threat that was undermining his foundations and cutting into his greatest source of raw resources. Zargal no longer intended to leave any room for maneuvering. No more games. And those orders did not pass quietly. They ignited a chain of blood and destruction that spread across sectors. Zargal's 10 sons began launching chaotic assaults across the vast, sprawling centennial grave empire, spreading themselves like a storm with no center and no pattern. Each of them struck from a different point, tearing through space itself, emerging elsewhere to attack anything they encountered without hesitation or coordination, moving as if the concept of strategy itself had been discarded. They did not care about targets, did not distinguish between important and trivial, did not even pause to assess the battlefield, they simply attacked. The forces that had reached the young sector scattered as well, breaking into countless smaller fronts, engaging in massive, exhausting battles against the armies of the true beginning empire, which had been steadily devouring the sector piece by piece with terrifying efficiency. Their advance, which once seemed unstoppable, came to a complete halt, locked in place by endless clashes that consumed time, resources, and lives. As for the 3,000 fleets and the 10 sons leading them, they began actively hunting down note vessels. They relied on layered tracking spells, detection arrays, and destructive enchantments, sweeping entire regions to locate their targets. Once found, they did not hesitate, they erased them. Their efficiency was terrifying. Within a single year, they managed to eliminate more than a quarter of the swarm, a number that would have been unimaginable under normal circumstances. In response to all of this, Arrow made a strange announcement. He declared, in a tone that carried both mockery and warning, that if the sorcerer did not put an end to his madness and listen to the terms of surrender, he would reward him with madness. In truth, the announcement itself was madness. And of course, it was rejected without hesitation. But Arrow proved that he truly was the mad bull everyone thinks he is. He did not wait. He did not negotiate further. He began launching a series of attacks directly on the spell galaxy itself. These attacks were no longer random strikes meant to harass or distract. They became focused, deliberate, systematic, aimed entirely at planetary destruction. World after world was targeted. This did not only weaken the morale of Zargal and his forces, nor simply terrorize them, it began to erode the very spirit of the spell galaxy. Planets were not just destroyed, they were stripped away, piece by piece, day after day. As if a living being was having its skin torn off, layer by layer, unable to resist, unable to heal fast enough to keep up with the damage. The psychological impact alone was devastating. Even those far from the battlefield could feel it. Present time. Marshal Arrow let out a piercing, broken scream, his voice cracking under the weight of something far beyond physical pain. His eyes rolled rapidly between black and white, flickering uncontrollably, while his body twisted violently, muscles spasming as if something inside him was clawing its way out. "Damn it," one of the generals muttered, his voice low, filled with unease. He looked at Arrow with a mixture of fear and pity, then turned sharply toward the purification chamber officer. "The marshal needs to return to us as soon as possible." "Is this a joke?" the officer snapped, her patience gone, her hand cutting through the air in frustration. What happened today was the 17th wave against the spell galaxy. 17 times he destroyed planets carrying trillions of life forms. Do you even understand what that means? Karma has already classified him as a threat comparable to anti-life entities, or worse. Her voice grew sharper, more intense, as she pointed toward the writhing figure of the marshal. "Thanks to this remarkable invention from His Majesty, we have been able to purify him, yes, but do not forget what he is." She took a step forward, her gaze hard. "He is just a martial emperor." Her voice lowered, but the weight behind it grew heavier. Someone like him should be on the battlefield as an ordinary soldier, struggling to kill a single opponent, not carrying this overwhelming mass of negative karma all at once. She clenched her fist slightly. This amount alone could break the back of a monarch, let alone a martial emperor. "What do you mean by that?" another general burst out, his composure breaking as his eyes widened in shock. "Are we going to lose the marshal?" Silence. The entire hall fell into it. Not the calm silence of discipline, but the suffocating silence of uncertainty. A silence filled with fear. The marshal's methods were twisted, ruthless, even dirty, but the results he delivered were absolute, undeniable. He was one of the most successful military marshals of the current era. Not just effective, exceptional. In terms of achievements alone, very few in history could stand beside him, let alone surpass him. Marshal Arrow was not just a commander. He was a pillar. A national treasure, one that could be placed on one side of a scale, with the rest of the army on the other. "I didn't say that," the officer finally spoke again, raising both hands slightly, trying to calm the rising tension. "Just give him some time. Leave him in the array for a while. Let it do its work." She exhaled quietly. "Consider it a vacation." Then her gaze returned to the marshal, who was still trembling faintly, his breathing uneven, his body not yet fully at rest. "He has earned it." Chapter 2159. Mid-Sector 99, Planet Zirigan. In what appeared to be a small hall, a place closer to a sealed chamber than a reception room, there were only two people present, no third. The silence inside was thick, almost tangible, pressing against the walls as though even sound itself had been ordered to remain still. The faint glow reflecting off the crystalline surfaces of the chamber gave everything a cold, distant feel, as if this place existed outside the passage of time. The first was a man seated with composure upon a luxurious chair. His posture was straight, unmoving, exuding an authority that did not need to announce itself. His skin shimmered between white and blue, gleaming and radiant as if it were a fragment of an ancient ice masterpiece forged millions of years ago, something untouched by decay or time. Above his head rested a small crown of the same substance, as though it were not an accessory, but a natural extension of his being, grown rather than worn. His face was smooth, flawless to an almost unnatural degree, his features suggesting a man who had not yet passed his 30s. Yet the atmosphere surrounding him told a very different story. It carried a weight that no youthful face could justify, a pressure that hinted at centuries, perhaps far more. It spoke of age far beyond appearance, and of power far greater than what the eye could perceive. Standing before him was the second man, his hands placed respectfully before his abdomen, his posture disciplined yet relaxed in a way that only someone confident in his own strength could afford. His skin was dark, his eyes a sharp, piercing yellow, their pupils elongated like those of a starving predator watching its prey. There was something unsettling in the way he stood, calm, yet coiled, as though he could strike at any moment if needed. It was Ranther. A strange smile spread across his face as he finally spoke, breaking the stillness with a voice that carried both politeness and subtle provocation. "May I know the reason for summoning me today, Lord Glathian?" Glathian, Emperor of the vast Icewing, did not respond immediately. For a brief moment, he simply looked at Ranther, his gaze heavy, assessing, as if measuring not the words spoken, but the intent behind them. Then he spoke in a calm, weighty tone. "Is that truly a question, Ranther?" A faint smile appeared on his lips, cold and restrained. "Don't you think this has gone on long enough? Are you asking whether the war against a behemoth's galaxy has dragged on?" Ranther's strange smile widened, his tone light, almost amused. "Has conflict against behemoths become this boring to you, Lord Glathian?" "Boring," Glathian echoed, his expression shifting just enough to mirror Ranther's, though without the warmth of humor. "It seems you have inherited your master's taste for foolish humor." "I am not sure how you expect me to respond, Lord Glathian." Ranther shook his head slightly, though the smile did not leave his face. "How can you even describe a war against a behemoth as too long? What, would you have us march in and take the head of Zargal the sorcerer just to satisfy you?" He tilted his head slightly, his voice lowering. "That is not how this works." Bang! The sound echoed sharply through the chamber as Glathian struck the armrest of his chair, the impact sending a faint ripple through the surrounding air, as though even space reacted to his displeasure. "And what about fulfilling what you promised?" he demanded, his voice rising, though still controlled. "What about protecting my planets? Was not that your master's promise when he came and pleaded with me to make that despicable move against the sorcerer behemoth?" His gaze hardened. "Look at them now, focusing their attacks on my worlds as if they were the only targets that mattered." First of all, Ranther raised a finger calmly, interrupting without hesitation. "Please stop referring to Marshal Arrow as my master." His tone remained polite, but the firmness behind it was unmistakable. "You and I are wing lords of equal standing. If he is my master, then he is yours as well." The reaction from Glathian was immediate, his brows tightening, though he did not interrupt. "Second," Ranther continued, his expression turning slightly more serious, "the Marshal did not beg you to join us. I will not say he threatened you either, though that would be closer to the truth." A faint pause. "Let us call it what it was, a mutually beneficial agreement." He gestured lightly with his hand. "And you were the one who took all the resources that came from Zargal. The Marshal did not take any, and neither did we. All of it was yours." His brows furrowed just a little. "So I find it rather strange that you would summon me just to complain about the war, as if you were an outsider to it." Ranther. Glathian's voice rose, sharper this time, the restraint in it cracking slightly. "Are you trying to be clever? Were not you there 10 years ago when he promised me he had a plan to stop the sorcerer's rampage and protect my holdings if I agreed to that filthy maneuver? And has not he done exactly that?" Ranther replied without hesitation, his tone steady. "Right now, he is fighting at the heart of the enemy's lair on behalf of everyone." His eyes narrowed slightly, the amusement fading into something colder. He asked for nothing more than a handful of Nexus states from each wing, and even then, most gave less than what they could afford. Ranther let out a quiet breath. Yet he still went alone. A brief pause followed, heavier than before. Accompanied only by a full unit of soulmasters from the Burton family, fighting on the very front lines, where even behemoths hesitate to tread. He glanced at Glathian directly now, the smile gone. "The Marshal may be cunning, shameless, and unfit to be called a friend." His voice sharpened slightly. "But he is not a coward, and he is certainly not a liar when it comes to agreements. Oh my joy, he is fighting." Glathian said coldly, his voice carrying a bitter edge as he turned his gaze away, as if even looking at Ranther would further irritate him. "I have already lost 17 planets, and 15 fleets have been destroyed in ambushes set by those 10 bastards." His tone was not one of mere complaint, it was frustration compressed over time, forced down until it began to leak through his words. 17 planets, and 15 fleets. Ranther repeated slowly, baring his teeth in a faint, almost mocking smile, as if weighing those numbers in his mind and finding them lacking. "Lord Glathian, why do not we speak honestly?" He took a small step forward, his posture still relaxed. "What do you really want? What is it that is pressing on your nerves to this extent? These numbers are trivial in a behemoth war." A brief pause followed, deliberate. "I am certain you expected far greater losses when you agreed to this," he continued calmly, and the Marshal compensated you in advance for anything that might happen, and more. You were not dragged into this blind. Then his voice lowered just a little. So what changed? The syndicate. Glathian did not turn back. His gaze remained fixed somewhere far ahead, distant, as if the word itself carried weight he did not wish to face directly. They contacted me. A faint pause. And the contents were not pleasant. That syndicate. Ranther's expression shifted immediately. The smile that had lingered on his face vanished, replaced by a more serious, measured look. Did they threaten you to break our alliance? A lot was said. Glathian replied, a thin smile forming, one that carried no humor at all. It seems Lord Robin has truly angered them with the Soul Inheritance Array. What exactly did they say, Lord Glathian? Ranther asked, this time without much patience, his tone sharpening slightly. Anything related to the syndicate had always been sensitive, dangerous, and deeply rooted in the foundations of power since ancient times. But now, that truth had become sharper, clearer, and far more pressing. The syndicate had begun interfering in everything connected to His Majesty and his followers. It had started quietly, almost subtly, long ago with the Shadow Swords. Pressure was applied, movements were restricted, and their presence was erased from newly developing sectors. But after the announcement of the Soul Inheritance Array, everything escalated. The Grave Empire found itself under an immediate blockade, unable to purchase essential resources freely. Potential wings were targeted, threatened, even abducted, ensuring that none would dare consider joining or even associating. Farms were sabotaged, markets destabilized, wells poisoned, mines destroyed. Every layer of infrastructure faced disruption. Even places of worship belonging to the new faith Robin had unintentionally sparked during his conversation with Pythor centuries ago were not spared. Incidents, collapses, and orchestrated disturbances spread across them, attempts to fracture belief and scatter its followers, especially as that faith had begun gaining alarming traction across mid-sector 99 and 100. They said we are bound to lose. Glathian finally spoke again, his fingers moving slightly against the armrest, betraying the tension he otherwise concealed. They said they would make sure of it. A brief pause. And that I still have a chance to withdraw. For the first time, his composure slipped, just slightly. His lips trembled. That bastard arrow. He had tricked him from the very beginning. On that day, during the agreement, he had taken out a strange metallic tablet, an object Glathian had never seen before, and without hesitation, he had sworn upon it. He swore that he would fulfill every term they agreed upon. He swore he would never abandon him for personal gain. And then, he passed the same tablet to Glathian, and with that wide, unsettling smile, he asked him to repeat the same oath. Faced with that gesture, faced with that stupid smile, there had been no room to refuse. Refusal would have cast doubt upon his intentions, his resolve, even his honor. And that was unacceptable. Not when weighed against the immense benefits he had already received. Not when everything had seemed perfectly calculated, perfectly advantageous. But now those benefits felt hollow. All of it, every resource, every gain, every advantage, seemed utterly worthless in the face of one thing, angering the syndicate. Chapter 2160. Ranther frowned for a few moments, his gaze drifting far into the distance, then finally he drew in a slow breath, returned his focus forward, and gestured lightly toward a nearby seat. Lord Glathian, may I sit? Do as you please. Glathian waved his hand with visible irritation, not even bothering to mask the tension in his posture. I'll speak to you honestly, Ranther said as he lowered himself into the seat with calm dignity, resting one arm on the armrest as if he were settling into a long conversation. None of the wing leaders are happy with what's happening. We've been dragged by the neck from one war to another since the moment we joined, and not just any wars, but massive ones, chaotic ones, wars that reshape sectors. Wars we haven't been involved in anything like for tens of thousands or even millions of years. Glathian gave a slow nod. It had indeed been an unimaginably long time since he had entered a war and truly felt danger pressing against him. His forces had spent ages expanding freely across unclaimed worlds, spreading their influence across empty planets without resistance, without losses worth mentioning. We've lost several planets during the wars over the Spectre Blood Starfield and the Broken Sword Starfield, Ranther continued, his tone steady but heavy. Then we lost more in the war against the Holva Empire, and now we're losing even more in a direct conflict against a behemoth. He exhaled deeply, shaking his head slightly. And that's without even counting the losses in pearls, soldiers, equipment, fleets, world cataclysm experts, and even brothers at the Nexus state level falling one after another. Once again, Glathian nodded, though this time his expression tightened slightly. And what is the solution, in your opinion? This was precisely why he had summoned Ranther. Among all the wings, Ranther's faction had joined the Grave Empire earlier than most, had endured more of these wars, had adapted to this madness. He would understand. Perhaps he had even found a loophole, a hidden path through the constraints of their oath, and was simply keeping it to himself. A solution to what, exactly? Ranther replied slowly, tilting his head slightly as if genuinely puzzled. Thanks to the wing system, everything I've lost has been returned to me and more. For example, when I joined as a wing, I had 870 planets. I lost 40 of them, but I conquered 150 in return. Then he revealed a wide grin, his teeth flashing slightly. Every pearl I spent on war and artillery came back to me with profit. My vaults are fuller than ever, my reserves deeper than before. My people adore me because they've become part of something far greater than themselves, something vast, something unstoppable. And my army? My fleets? They've grown, not just in number, but in quality, in refinement, in sheer destructive capability. Are you saying you approve of what's happening? Glathian's voice rose slightly, his patience thinning. Of your planets and fleets collapsing day after day under enemy fire. Of course, Ranter answered without hesitation, his tone unwavering. I'm absolutely certain I'll be compensated greatly. I've seen it happen again and again. When dealing with the Grave Empire, losses are simply seeds that return as forests. And what about the Syndicate's harassment? Glathian pressed, leaning forward slightly, his gaze sharpening. That would have been a serious issue before the announcement of the Cosmic Elder, Ranter replied, his smile fading into calm indifference, but not anymore. As long as they're afraid to strike us directly, then I don't see a real problem. He continued, counting casually on his fingers. What can they do? Cut off our resources? That problem has already been solved by His Majesty's exclusive network, something that doesn't exist anywhere else in the entire universe. Intimidate empires so they won't join us? That's fine, we'll conquer them instead. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if amused by the thought. Destroy our public facilities and mines? His Majesty has enough wealth to rebuild everything millions of times over. Honestly, we could even consider the Syndicate as helping us reduce unemployment. Unemployment. Glathian raised an eyebrow in disbelief, his expression stiffening as irritation crept deeper into his face. Then he waved his hand sharply, cutting the air. It seems today's discussion has reached a dead end. You may leave. He had summoned Ranter because he was the one overseeing Imperial operations in the absence of Marshal Arrow. He had hoped to extract some strategic advantage, some hidden benefit after the recent crises, but now that the conversation had devolved into fighting unemployment, what possible value remained? Every additional word felt like a waste of time. I only meant to demonstrate the Empire's strength in a light-hearted way, Lord Glathian. Please don't be upset, Ranter said, showing his fangs in a relaxed smile. His Majesty, I've met him once before. He's an extraordinary individual, and now we're all witnessing that with our own eyes. Glathian raised an eyebrow again, though this time with a hint of curiosity breaking through his annoyance. You've met Lord Robin personally? Yes, I've heard something about that. I met him, Ranter nodded slowly, his voice carrying a weight that didn't match his usual light demeanor. He is a truly imposing man, the kind of person whose presence alone reshapes the atmosphere around him. Then his gaze drifted into the distance once more, as if the present had faded away and only that memory remained vivid. Back then, he didn't have even a fraction of the fame he holds today. He was barely known as Lord Human, and the Grave Empire was still nothing more than an ordinary centennial empire, insignificant in the eyes of most powers. He paused for a moment, as if carefully choosing his next words, then continued. And yet, despite all that, we all sat before him like students. Not because we were forced to, but because it simply felt natural to do so. Even then, there was something about him that made resistance feel meaningless. Ranter's lips curved slightly. With a single word, he handed over the file of the Eternal Turtle Millennial Empire to the Imperial Guard, and they were destroyed. Just like that. At the time, we didn't even understand what had really happened. We didn't know that the 900 Black Wasps were merely the first wave, a simple opening move, and that there were far more waiting in the shadows, ready to descend when needed. He leaned back slightly, still staring into the distance. That man spoke to us as if he could already see the future unfolding before him, as if every path had already been walked in his mind, and he prepared for that future as if it were already the present. There was no hesitation in him, no wasted movement. Every step he took was steady and deliberate, building an empire with roots so deep that no force could ever uproot it. Then he turned his head back toward Glathian, his eyes now gleaming with a faint intensity. An empire that stands against multiple behemoths at once, and above them, challenges that syndicate, yet continues to expand, to grow, to solidify itself as if nothing can slow it down. Glathian's heart pounded heavily in his chest when he heard those words. For a brief moment, something flickered deep within him, unease, perhaps even a trace of anticipation. But outwardly, his face remained perfectly still, devoid of any visible emotion. I see. You are very confident in what is to come. I am, Ranter replied without hesitation, nodding firmly. I'm confident that what we're witnessing now isn't chaos or coincidence. It's part of a plan that was laid long ago. Everything happening at this moment was already accounted for. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. And right now, he's preparing for the next stage. A new phase, a new rise, a new glory that will surpass everything that came before. Then he locked eyes with Glathian, his expression sharpening. A glory I want to be a part of. I understand. Glathian nodded slowly. Although he hadn't obtained the answer he originally sought, he had gained something else, an understanding of how one of the Empire's most influential figures truly thought. That man was driven by glory and power with an intensity that bordered on obsession. A creature that chased ascension without hesitation, not much different from that mad bull, Arrow. I'm not entirely sure what you think you've understood, Ranter said, a strange smile forming on his face once more, but since we've reached the end of this conversation, shall we move on to the serious matter? Glathian's brows furrowed slightly as he waited. The shift in Ranter's tone was unmistakable. Whatever came next would not be casual talk. We've received new orders, Ranter said, his voice turning firm and direct. A counteroffensive will begin soon, and you will serve as the spearhead. Me. Glathian pointed at himself, his composure cracking for the first time. Yes, Ranter nodded without the slightest hesitation. Those 5 have grown far too comfortable. They've been roaming freely, striking at will, believing themselves untouchable. That ends now. He continued, his tone carrying quiet authority. You will be supplied with a substantial amount of planetary-grade equipment, ancient weapons recovered from old battlefields, and extremely powerful soul borrowings capable of turning the tide in critical moments. In addition to that, you'll receive curses, talismans, phantom shadow vessels for misdirection, a modified instant space portal, and various layered defensive measures to ensure your survival. They split up some time ago and began attacking randomly, but we already know their locations, Ranter added. They've relaxed for far too long. They won't expect a coordinated counterstrike at this moment. Glathian's expression darkened. Fighting Royal Soul Masters with 7 to 8 stars was not part of my agreement with Arrow. Our apologies, Lord Glathian. Ranter's eyes glinted faintly, though his smile remained calm, but circumstances evolve, and so must we. He leaned slightly forward, his voice dropping just enough to carry weight without raising volume. Until the note of sovereignty is completed, you'll have to endure a little more with us. Chapter 2161. Mid-Sector 101 on a remote planet. Atop a towering mountain covered in a breathtaking layer of fiery red grass that swayed like waves under unseen winds, and beneath a sky that looked as though it had been forged from countless radiant gemstones, colors shifting, glimmering, and intertwining in a silent celestial dance, sat a young man who did not appear to have reached his 20s yet. He had a generally human-like appearance, with skin that leaned toward a soft pink hue, smooth and unblemished, and most importantly, he carried a gentle, optimistic smile on his face, the kind that seemed untouched by the cruelty of the wider universe. All right. The boy muttered under his breath, his voice low and uneven. He was seated in a meditative posture, legs crossed and back straight, his eyes tightly shut. Yet everything else about him betrayed his lack of calm. His legs trembled slightly with suppressed anxiety, his hands resting on his knees moved up and down in small, restless motions, and his aura fluctuated in a strangely controlled chaos, expanding and contracting in irregular pulses. Every now and then, he whispered to himself, as if holding an internal debate, or more accurately, trying to reassure himself that everything was going according to plan. Whoosh! Something strange was happening right in front of him. A transparent green-yellow crystal, shining with a brilliance similar to an emerald yet purer, floated steadily in the air. Around it, a chaotic vortex of soul force swirled endlessly, strands of energy colliding, twisting, and collapsing into one another before being drawn inward again. That emerald, no larger than a grain of rice, suddenly absorbed the surrounding energy in a single, silent surge, and grew ever so slightly, by an amount too small for the naked eye to perceive, yet unmistakable to someone focused on it. Ha ha! The young man leapt to his feet as if a spring had been released within him, his eyes snapping open wide with excitement and relief. He reached forward quickly, grabbed the emerald from the air before it could drift away, and pulled it tightly against his chest, hugging it with both arms as if it were something precious beyond measure. My precious, the first 100 units I have earned with the sweat of my own brow. A thin layer of tears began to gather in his eyes, blurring his vision slightly as his lips trembled with emotion. He was Bleer, son of Hamin, the most talented young man in his village when it came to soul force. Among all his peers, he alone had shown the kind of sensitivity and control that marked true potential. So when Lord Robin announced the Soul Inheritance Array, the people of his village did not hesitate. They gathered together, pooling their savings, their hidden reserves, even selling off personal belongings just to raise enough, and they bought one. And they gave it to him. They gave it to him so he could grow stronger for their sake. So he could become wealthier for their sake. So he could rise as a great soul master for their sake, someone who would lift them all from obscurity. At that moment, when the array was placed in his hands, the young man understood what the name Soul Inheritance really meant. His village had entrusted him with their wealth, their hopes, and their will, and in return, he would work tirelessly to pass down his own wealth and power back to them. Or at least, that was how he understood it. And so he began his journey, repaying the cost of the array to every single person who had contributed to it, 1 unit at a time, with no shortcuts. The array cost 1,000 pearls. That number alone had forced many villagers to empty their life savings. Some had even sold cherished possessions, family heirlooms, pieces of their own history. So he had to repay them, quickly, completely, without fail. In 1,000 days, he had to gather 1,000 units and settle every debt before anything else. That was the promise he made to himself. After that, he would dedicate another 1,000 days to cultivation and breakthrough, refining his soul until he could ascend to become a soul master with a silver soul. Then he would spend yet another 1,000 days gathering units again, this time not for survival or repayment, but to purchase high-quality soul techniques that would secure his future. Only then would he truly become a soul master. At that point, he could take on missions, join wars, or even sell soul borrowings to others. Or perhaps, he could choose a quieter path, rest, live off his accumulated units, and bring prosperity back to his village, lifting everyone alongside him. Bleer's expression softened into a dreamy smile as he lifted his gaze toward the shimmering sky. He thought about his aging parents waiting in the village at the foot of the mountain, and wondered if he should buy them a better house, something sturdy, something worthy of them. He thought about how incredible this array was, how it had completely changed his life, turning a simple village youth into someone with a path, a future, a purpose. He thought about The young man's brows furrowed slightly, his thoughts abruptly interrupted. At that moment, he noticed 2 streaks of light descending rapidly toward the planet, cutting through the sky with terrifying speed. No, his eyes narrowed as his instincts sharpened. Those were not meteors. They moved with intention. They looked like people. Whoosh! The one in the back suddenly unleashed something toward the one ahead, a burst of power that tore through the air like a ripping storm. But the one in front twisted at the last possible moment, narrowly dodging the attack, letting it pass by him, and straight toward the planet below. Ha! Bleer blinked in confusion, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. The attack was descending near him. Yet, before fear could even take shape, before his thoughts could fully catch up, he felt nothing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Helen, one of the two figures, roared through the void, his voice echoing across space itself, the backdrop behind him a shattered, dying planet riddled with holes and collapsing into itself. Do you really think a little negative karma will keep us away from you? You are delusional. Completely delusional. The woman ahead of him, Helen, did not respond immediately. Instead, her speed surged even further, her figure blurring into streaks of motion that tore through space. At this moment, it was almost impossible to clearly identify her. Even beneath her mask, faint glimpses of her face revealed strands of dark, vein-like threads crawling across her skin. Her eyes, those eyes, were leaking a blackened substance, as if something within them was rotting and spilling outward. Lower down, her hands, hidden beneath tight gloves, trembled uncontrollably. Especially her right hand. That hand hung stiffly, barely responding, as if it had already lost its connection to her body. Whoosh! Another powerful soul attack came from the side, tearing through the void like a raging storm. Helen twisted at the last possible moment, her body bending unnaturally as she narrowly avoided the strike. Then another. Then another. Then another. Within mere moments, Helen found herself surrounded by at least 7 soul masters, each one radiating terrifying pressure, each one unleashing relentless attacks and curses that layered over one another like a suffocating net. And this was not new to her. Ever since she killed Demir, the son of the behemoth of curses, the entire sector had turned upside down. Demir's brothers had descended into madness, chasing her across planets, across systems, across empty space. Some hunted her out of brotherly grief, unwilling to accept his death. Others pursued her out of wounded pride. For their eldest brother to fall at the hands of the young offspring of another behemoth was a humiliation too great to bear, an insult that demanded blood in return. And beyond all of them, the behemoth of curses himself had declared mourning. He had publicly demanded Helen's head, openly and without restraint, completely unconcerned with how Helmer might react. And Helmer, in turn, gave no response at all. Neither approval, nor objection. The 6 great powers also remained silent. In a situation where 29 royal soul masters of the 7th tier and above had been stirred into uncontrollable fury, there was nothing to mediate, nothing to restrain. And Helen herself had not sought anyone's opinion before committing her act, nor had she asked for help afterward. So they stayed silent. And in that silence, they simply enjoyed the brief, fragile ceasefire. As for Helen, at the very moment Demir died, she had been struck by an unknown curse. A curse that ate away at her from the inside, gnawing through her body, tearing at her soul. A curse that inflicted endless agony, moment after moment, never allowing rest. A curse so severe that it made her forget even how to fight at times, as if her own instincts were being stripped away piece by piece. And so, she had no choice but to run. Years had passed like this. She would escape, be found, and escape again. Again and again, an endless cycle with no end in sight. No one knew what it truly took to flee from such a number of soul masters. No one could imagine the strain, the exhaustion, the sheer will required to survive even a single encounter like this, let alone years of it. And still, she endured. Until something new happened. Whoosh! A sudden attack cut across her path, forcing her to halt for a brief instant before she shattered through it and continued forward in a straight line, refusing to change direction, refusing to hesitate. Wait, Helen, a newly arrived figure shouted, his voice carrying urgency. How long will this go on? Stop running and admit your mistakes. Perhaps Father will forgive you. Never. At last, Helen answered, her voice rough, hoarse, carrying both exhaustion and unyielding resolve. They wanted her to return, to bow her head before Darvian, to apologize for killing his son? She would rather kill him too, and accept whatever curse followed. Yes, Darvian had returned to mid-sector 101. He was out there somewhere. Chapter 2162. Demir's death was a thunderous shock that swept across the entire field, a violent ripple that struck every corner without exception. The news spread like a detonation that did not distinguish between friend and foe, between those who wished for his fall and those who had once stood beneath his banner. Some viewed it from a colder, more analytical angle, believing this was the first individual of such immense standing to fall in modern wars. Even in the brutal chronicles of ancient conflicts, figures of this caliber did not collapse so easily, nor did they simply vanish from the stage in a single confrontation. Not even the devastating internal war of the Destra family, a conflict that tore through its own bloodline with merciless intensity, had resulted in the death of the first son, Hedrick. Others turned their gaze with quiet dread toward mid-sector 101, not at what had happened, but at what was about to unfold there, anticipating the inevitable reaction that would come from Darvian. They did not fear the past, they feared the next move. And some looked with a strange, almost hollow pity toward the soul path itself. For a royal soul master bearing 9 stars, a peak existence, fully armed with 3 world arrays charged to their limits, to fall at the hands of a monarch wielding a minor law, one who had only just stepped into that realm, was not merely defeat. It was an upheaval of hierarchy. Demir had died, leaving behind not just a corpse, but a massive humiliation pressed down upon the shoulders of every royal soul master in existence. Of course, that humiliation, along with the growing sense of inferiority when compared to the energy path, was only one side of the scale. Meanwhile, the humiliation and fury that ignited within Darvian stood on an entirely different level, a far heavier, far more dangerous side that threatened to tilt everything. Darvian did not step forward with declarations. He did not issue threats, nor did he attempt to justify or explain. Instead, he remained silent, unnaturally and oppressively silent, until the forces of the savage galaxy had fully passed through his sector. Only then did he move. During that time, he unleashed his sons across mid-sector 101, sending them out not with orders of conquest or strategy, but with a far simpler directive: destruction first, and the hunt for Helen second. Everything else was secondary. The moment the last soldier departed from the sector, Darvian returned to mid-sector 101 once again. This time, there was no illusion left. He was not there to salvage remnants, nor to reorganize forces or reclaim what had been lost. No, he had accepted the truth of his situation. Years ago, after the assault of the destroyer armada, only around 400 fleets of the cursed galaxy had remained. Those remnants scattered rapidly, fragmenting themselves across space in an attempt to make targeting them nearly impossible. But the Note Gen 4 fleets did not relent. They hunted patiently and relentlessly, finding those scattered fragments one by one and erasing them over the course of years, until what remained could barely be called an army. Now, the cursed behemoth no longer possessed any true military presence within mid-sector 101, aside from his sons. Within his own galaxy, only a few hundred fleets remained, mere shadows of what once was. From a purely military perspective, Darvian had fallen to a state worse than that of a standard millennial empire. Even a newly crowned behemoth, inexperienced and untested, would stand in a far stronger position than him. Thus, Demir's death became the final straw, the breaking point that forced Darvian himself back onto the battlefield. No one knew where he was within mid-sector 101. No one could pinpoint his movements. All that was known was that he was there, watching, acting, and releasing his sons like hunting hounds upon anything that moved, anything that resisted, or anything that simply existed within his reach. Even more dangerously, he had opened the vaults of the cursed galaxy without restraint. He began withdrawing vast quantities of emeralds, enough to sustain the extreme consumption of his sons as they waged continuous, unrelenting warfare. The destruction of planets was not symbolic. It required units, constant expenditure, and fuel for annihilation. At the same time, he began pulling out pearls in staggering amounts, using them to purchase entire fleets to compensate for his catastrophic losses. These were not elite fleets. Most were primitive, and many were used and worn down by previous conflicts and long journeys. They would not arrive immediately. They would take decades of travel across sectors, before reaching mid-sector 102, their new designated ground. By the time they arrived, that journey alone would have exhausted them further. But Darvian had no choice. Quantity had become a necessity. Quality could wait. Militarily, financially, strategically, psychologically, and even in terms of prestige and standing, Darvian had fallen in a terrifying, undeniable manner. It was a collapse not of a single aspect, but of an entire structure. No one wished to witness his current state. No one wished to stand before him and test the weight of that fury. Not even Helen wished to face him now. Demir had afflicted her with a curse of the body, a vicious, invasive curse that gnawed relentlessly at her bones until they hollowed out from within, burrowing through her lungs until they were riddled with invisible punctures. Every passing second was agony, a drawn-out torment that refused to dull. The relentless pressure of flight, of forcing her body beyond its limits, only accelerated the damage, deepening the ruin spreading through her. If not for the fact that she maintained the minor ashification law upon her body day and night, without rest or pause, forcing it to burn away the corruption again and again, and if not for the fact that the ashification law favored her almost indulgently, responding to her as though she were its chosen vessel, she would have died long ago, reduced to nothing before this pursuit had even reached its peak. Helen closed her mouth, sealing away any sign of weakness, somehow preserving an expression untouched by pain, and continued surging forward through the void. She could not stop. She could not turn. She could not even spare the effort to counterattack. "You are only delaying the inevitable," one of the royal soulmasters shouted, his voice cutting through space as he drew forth a miserable world array. With practiced precision, he began shaping a spear from the dense, compressed energy contained within it, layers upon layers of power folding into a single point, before releasing it in a violent burst. Whoosh! Helen pressed forward, yet her heart trembled within her chest. She understood. There was no avoiding that attack. Not something of that scale, and not something carrying that much concentrated force. She would have to destroy it. But to do so, she would have to slow down. To slow down meant to open her defenses. And to open her defenses was to offer her life willingly. 7 royal soul masters were pursuing her. 7. If she blocked one, the others would strike. If she hesitated once, it would end. But thinking further would not change anything. She had already made her decision. She would not fall alone. Helen came to an abrupt halt, her figure suspended in the void, and raised her pitch-black eyes toward the incoming strike, the spear that fractured into countless projectiles mid-flight, multiplying endlessly until it resembled a storm of millions of arrows closing in from every direction. Her lips moved. Final throne of ash. No. The one who had launched the attack froze instantly. Instead of pressing the advantage, instead of capitalizing on her pause, instinct took over. He pulled back, retreating behind his array, shifting entirely into defense. The rest of his brothers reacted the same way, retreating even further and widening the distance between them and her as if fleeing from a natural disaster. Final throne of ash. Her strongest technique. The very same technique that had torn through Demir's defenses, shattered his protections, and ended his life. And she had chosen to unleash it now, in this state. Rumble. Rumble. The incoming arrows dissolved the instant they touched the expanding field, reduced to ash before they could even graze her. Space itself began to warp, to soften, then fracture, as though reality was losing cohesion under the weight of the technique, until it too began to scatter like ash in a storm. Crack! The miserable world array trembled violently, fractures racing across its surface before it collapsed inward, disintegrating into nothingness. The wave did not stop. It pressed forward, spilling beyond the broken array, reaching the third sun. No. In that instant, the third son of Darvian made a decision born of survival. He abandoned the array he had spent centuries charging, casting it aside without hesitation, and turned to flee. Too late. The edge of the ash throne had already touched him. His arm vanished, consumed and erased, leaving behind nothing but a torn absence. Arg! His scream echoed as he retreated, clutching the void where his limb had once been. Only after several seconds, long and suffocating seconds, did the brothers finally stop their retreat. They turned. The expansion had ceased. The storm had ended. And what remained? Their eyes burned. Their hearts boiled with fury, rage rising like a tidal wave that demanded release. Helen! Every single one of them looked ready to tear her apart with their bare hands, to devour her alive if they could. The fact that she had escaped them once more, after everything, was unbearable. But this time, it was different. There was no empty space waiting for them. No absence. No illusion of escape. Helen was still there, floating upright, silent, unmoving. Yet, there was nothing left within her. No fluctuation. No presence. No sign of life. Chapter 2163. You bitch, the third son roared, his voice cracking with fury as he grabbed what remained of his arm, what little was left of it, most of it already reduced to drifting ash that slipped through his fingers like something that had never truly existed. His scream carried both rage and disbelief, a refusal to accept what had just been taken from him. For cultivators of their level, the loss of a limb was never a trivial matter. Regeneration was possible, yes, but never equal. That arm had not merely been flesh and bone. It had been years upon years of training, refinement, muscle memory etched into its very fibers, real strengthening forged through battle and pain. It had grown alongside his power, adapted to his techniques, and become an extension of his will. Replacing it was not the same. Even if he were to regrow the limb through rare resources or forbidden methods, the new arm would lack that history, that depth. It would be weaker, unstable, and empty, like the limbs of ordinary mortals, devoid of true foundation. But the third son's rage did not last. Even his scream faded abruptly, cut short the moment his gaze shifted and locked onto Helen's figure, floating in the void in complete stillness. Is she dead? It seems activating Final Throne of Ash was the final straw. One of his brothers approached slowly, his movements cautious, his face pale beneath the weight of what he had just witnessed. Final Throne of Ash. The moment it had been unleashed, something deep within their very beings had screamed, a primal warning, a certainty that death was within reach, that a single misstep would have erased them just as it had erased so much around them. Father will be furious with us. Another son stepped forward, his voice tight. He wanted to torture her for at least a few millennia, not let her end like this. We didn't kill her. She technically killed herself. Another arrived, speaking quickly, as if already preparing an excuse, already bracing for what would come next. I'll see what I can do with father, the third son said, his tone laced with irritation, but beneath it, unease. Even if he punishes us, it won't be severe. At least she didn't escape this time, and, His voice faltered. He stopped mid-sentence, eyes narrowing as he stared more closely at Helen's unmoving form. By the way, why hasn't the final farewell appeared yet? Isn't she a monarch? The others immediately turned toward her as well, their attention sharpening, their senses extending outward as they began examining her condition with far greater focus. Strange, one muttered. Her heart has stopped. Her life vein has already dried out completely, yet her soul domain is still resisting collapse. Does that mean she's dead or not? Another snapped, frustration creeping into his voice. I'd say, half and half. Has anyone ever heard of something like this before? This situation reminds me of them, the fifth son spoke slowly, frowning deeply. But Helen never walked their path. She shouldn't be capable of this. His gaze darkened. What exactly is happening? Bang! And they dare say heavenly laws cannot distinguish between anyone, the third son suddenly barked, his expression twisting as realization struck him. Focus on the outer layer of her soul domain. The remaining four followed his instruction, narrowing their senses and directing them with precision. And then their expressions changed. What is that power? I've never seen anything like this. I can feel the aura of the ashification law from that layer. Is this a technique? Some kind of formation. The ashification aura here, it's even stronger than Final Throne of Ash. It's not a technique, the third son said quietly, though his voice carried a strange edge, envy, disbelief, something darker. It's the ashification law itself. Silence fell. The law refuses to let her die peacefully, he continued, his eyes fixed on her. So it forced her into this state, suspended between life and death. Something like this can actually happen, one of the brothers whispered, unable to hide the shock in his voice. I've never heard of anything like this in recorded history. A heavenly law directly intervening to preserve someone's life. We know heavenly laws possess awareness, but not to this degree, right? Another said, uncertainty creeping into his tone. No, a different brother muttered, his expression turning tense. Their interference should not reach this level. If this is true, then everything we know about heavenly laws is incomplete. He paused, then turned sharply toward the eldest among them. We need to inform father. Immediately. Of course, the third son nodded, though his gaze lingered on Helen. This secret might be enough to calm his anger over her death. Then, as if remembering something, he looked around, scanning the surroundings. Where are brothers 11 and 13? He asked slowly. They've taken far too long to return. Final Throne of Ash was no joke, one of the others said with a hollow laugh. Maybe they're still running for their lives. Ha ha. Crack. The laughter died instantly. Space itself tore open with a violent fracture, a jagged rift spreading outward as if reality had been forced apart. From within that darkness, a figure stepped through calmly, his hands clasped behind his back as though entering a quiet room rather than a battlefield. "Oh, you won't have to worry about your 11th and 13th brothers anymore. Senrish." The third son's expression hardened instantly, hostility flaring in his eyes. "Where did you get the nerve to show yourself before us, here?" This man was one of the Big Six, a ruler among rulers, one of the sovereign figures governing the millennial empires of Mid-Sector 101. Then his brows tightened further, suspicion rising. "And what exactly do you mean, that we won't have to worry about our brothers anymore?" Crack! Another violent fracture ripped through space, jagged edges spreading outward as reality itself seemed to crack under pressure, and a second guardian of the Big Six stepped out calmly from within the rift, as though emerging from a doorway rather than a battlefield. "It means they've been transferred to a more suitable place," he said, his voice low, almost amused. "Hell. What did you say?" One of the cursed behemoth's sons roared, his composure shattering instantly as his aura surged outward in a violent wave, distorting the surrounding space. "There's no way crippled weaklings like you could harm our brothers, not in such a short time." Crack! A third tear opened, smaller but no less sharp, and another figure stepped through, brushing non-existent dust from his sleeve as if mildly inconvenienced. Though it's an insult, you're not entirely wrong," he replied evenly. "We didn't have to do much. Final Throne of Ash did most of the work." He tilted his head slightly. "They simply failed to escape in time, fortunate for us. We only helped ease their pain at the end." Silence fell for a fraction of a second, heavy and suffocating, before it shattered under the weight of rising fury. The rage in the five brothers' eyes became unmistakable. Their expressions twisted, veins tightening beneath the skin, as hostility and killing intent began to condense into raw spiritual pressure. It gathered around them like a storm, thick and oppressive, bending the very space in anticipation of violence. "How strange," the third son muttered, something unsettling flickering in his gaze. He raised his hand sharply, stopping his brothers mid-motion before they could lash out. "The three of you killed our brothers, who were, by your own admission, already weakened. Then you choose to show yourselves before us willingly." His eyes narrowed, his voice dropping into something colder. "Did you suddenly grow some false courage after preying on them, or is this some kind of death wish?" He took a slow step forward. "Or perhaps." His aura sharpened, cutting through space like a blade. "You wish to join the other three on their deathbeds." Among the Big Six, 3 had been gravely wounded in scattered confrontations, limbs severed, internal organs shattered. They were supposed to be barely alive, clinging to existence somewhere in hiding, unseen for decades. 1 against 1, the Big Six had never managed to inflict meaningful damage upon the first-row scions of Darvian. If anything, the outcome had always been humiliating, defeat after defeat, retreat after retreat. More than once, they had come dangerously close to death. If not for the overwhelming soul borrowings they had obtained, granted by the hand of an unknown 7-star royal soul, they would never have dared stand before them again. Not alone, not even within the protection of their own armies. And yet now, 3 had appeared. 3 against 5. Absurd. Reckless. Wrong. Crack. 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 Space shattered again, 3 more fractures opening simultaneously, their edges vibrating with raw force. From within them, 3 additional figures stepped forward, their presence stabilizing the fractures as though space itself recognized them. One of them laughed loudly, the sound echoing unnaturally in the vacuum. "Ha ha, who exactly are you calling the ones on their deathbeds?" The third son's expression froze, then shifted into pure, unfiltered shock. "How?" These were the remaining members of the Big Six, the ones who were supposed to be half dead, the ones who should not have been able to stand, let alone fight. "What can we say?" One of the 3 spoke, a faint smile curling at the edge of his lips. "It turns out we have a very good partner." The third son's brows tightened further, suspicion flashing in his eyes. They were not referring to Hedrick. That fool had nothing but brute strength and reckless impulses, hardly the mind behind something like this. No, there was only one possibility. Lord Human. Robin. "And who exactly convinced you?" the third son said slowly, his voice now edged with something dangerous, "that 6 of you could stand against 5 of us?" He raised his intact left arm. A miserable world array manifested above it instantly, its structure forming with terrifying speed, layers of compressed energy folding into one another, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. "Careful," one of the 6 said, raising both hands in a placating gesture, though there was no real submission in his posture. His gaze shifted slightly as he pointed in a specific direction. "We're not here for a fight, unless you insist." His finger remained steady. "We want her. That's all." The third son followed the direction of his gesture, his eyes landing on Helen's unmoving form, still suspended in that unnatural state between life and death. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he turned back toward them, a cold, furious smile slowly spreading across his face. "You want to take the corpse?" His aura flared violently, the surrounding space trembling under its weight. "From under our noses." The smile sharpened, becoming something closer to a snarl. "Have you lost your goddamn minds?" Chapter 2164. "Hey, we have no intention of starting a fight here." One of the Big Six raised both hands in a calm, almost disarming gesture, his posture relaxed as if he truly had no desire to escalate the situation. "What happened between you and Helen is over. The matter has already reached its conclusion. We are just here to take her body so she can have a proper burial, that is all. Nothing more, nothing less." Is that bastard seriously pretending they didn't just kill two of our brothers? One of Darvian's sons snapped, his voice rising with fury as he pointed directly at the speaker, his gaze then shifting sharply toward his third brother as if demanding validation for his anger. The third son of Darvian remained silent for a brief moment, his expression tightening as he carefully observed the six figures before him. There was something off, something that didn't align with logic. What exactly are you doing here? He finally asked, his tone low but filled with suspicion. Didn't we already say? One of the six replied, his voice now laced with irritation as he lifted it slightly. We want Helen. Do we have to repeat ourselves again? Not that, the third son said, his gaze sweeping across all six of them slowly, analyzing every movement, every breath. We have been chasing Helen for days without pause. We crossed distances equal to entire starfields during the pursuit, he continued, before his eyes locked onto the one who had spoken last. So how is it possible that you appeared this easily, as if you simply stepped into existence? There is no way you were watching the fight the whole time. One of us would have sensed you without fail. The rest of Darvian's sons frowned one after another as the realization began to sink in, their earlier rage now mixing with confusion and unease. We were lucky. One of the six lifted his chin slightly, answering in a calm, almost indifferent tone, as if the explanation required no further elaboration. You are surrounded, yet instead of thinking about survival, you are worrying about how we were watching you or how we got here, one of the big six said with a faint shake of his head, amusement flickering across his face. No wonder Helen managed to take your right arm, hee hee. You, the seventh son roared, his aura flaring violently as he stepped forward, ready to explode. But the third son raised his hand sharply, stopping him mid-motion. His dark eyes fixed on the speaker, and when he spoke, his voice came out thin and eerily soft, almost like a woman's whisper. We won't step back. I want to see exactly what you are capable of. Hee, we will do plenty, one of the six responded eagerly as he pulled a planetary-grade weapon from his ring, the weapon humming faintly as it adjusted to his grip. KSSH. KRRR. The other five followed immediately, each drawing out different weapons, their presence shifting as the battlefield tension thickened. Fools who don't even understand their own good, the five brothers responded in unison, summoning their weapons and activating their arrays, their foreheads beginning to glow with strange, intricate sigils that pulsed with power as they prepared for a large-scale confrontation. No matter how experienced they were, no matter how overwhelming their strength, and even if they possessed superior defensive capabilities, facing six law dominators at once would never be an easy battle under any circumstances. The aura of all 11 individuals surged outward at the same time, colliding and compressing the surrounding space until it felt unbearably heavy, suffocating to the point that even the void itself seemed strained. Each side was already calculating, strategies forming and shifting in real time, some communicating silently through mental channels, others watching every subtle movement, searching for the slightest opening. The entire situation resembled a fragile bubble drifting between branches, trembling under invisible pressure, fated to burst at any moment without warning. Then suddenly, whoosh! A faint, nearly imperceptible ripple passed through space around the battlefield, subtle yet unnatural enough to draw attention. Several of Darvian's sons reacted instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! What's happening? One of them muttered as he turned his head sharply, scanning the surroundings. Something doesn't feel right, something's off. Hee, don't extend your soul sense too far, one of the big six said as he casually began stepping forward, weapon in hand. A danger nearby might just bite you if you are careless. The third son, however, did not hesitate. He extended his soul sense outward in a controlled but far-reaching sweep. Then his eyes widened instantly, shock flashing across his face. Phantom Shadow Crafts. What? The rest of the brothers raised their voices slightly, not out of fear, but out of anger and humiliation. Phantom Shadow Crafts were widely known as the signature vessels of the Shadow Swords, infamous across the universe for their extreme speed and near-perfect concealment. However, they were never designed for direct combat. In large-scale battles, their role was limited to misdirection, interference, and drawing attention away from real threats. And yet, the Big Six actually brought several Phantom Shadow Crafts into a confrontation of this scale. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crafts continued to emit faint, ghost-like sounds as they moved closer, still completely invisible to the naked eye, positioning themselves carefully. They were ready to activate their cannons at the perfect moment, either to create chaos and distraction or to strike directly if completely ignored. This is an incredibly dirty tactic, the third son said coldly as his gaze continued scanning the invisible perimeter. Even for you. Unfortunately, we don't have access to miserable world arrays or rows of planetary weapons to conveniently pick from depending on the situation, one of the six replied with a light smile. We simply make do with what we have available. You shall have nothing then, one of Darvian's sons said as he began expanding his array outward, clearly intending to wipe out every Phantom Shadow craft within range in a single sweeping attack. No, my dear, one of the six interrupted as he stepped closer, his tone turning slightly mocking. Should I explain what will happen if you actually try to attack those crafts right in front of us? Then his gaze shifted toward the third son. Teach your brother how to fight properly, unless you are prepared to lose another one. You. The third son's brows furrowed deeply. That man had just deliberately let go of a perfect opportunity. At that exact moment, his brother would have been fully focused on targeting the Phantom Shadow crafts. If the six had launched their attack then, the battlefield would have instantly shifted into a 6 versus 4 scenario. That kind of imbalance was deadly. 3 of them would engage 3 brothers directly, locking them in place, while the remaining 3 would converge on the fourth, overwhelming him with sheer force, injuring him severely or even killing him within the first few exchanges. Of course, the cost of such a maneuver would have been the complete destruction of all Phantom Shadow crafts in the area. But it didn't seem like that was their goal at all. Yes, phantom shadow crafts were expensive, extremely expensive. The ones currently surrounding them were worth several billions combined, but could that possibly outweigh the death of a 7-star royal soul lord? Then why bring them? And more importantly, how did they even arrive here in the first place? That question lingered heavily. Something about this entire situation felt fundamentally wrong. Whether it was the positioning of the Big Six, standing in deliberate formation, or the hidden phantom shadow crafts circling unseen, it was impossible to determine who was covering whom, or who was creating openings for whom. It was as if neither side was the true focus. As if both of them were merely setting the stage, creating an opening for something else entirely. At that exact moment, the third son's instinct screamed, and he snapped his head sharply toward Helen, his movements abrupt and filled with urgency, as if some invisible thread had suddenly tightened around his awareness. If his intuition was even remotely correct, then, shum. In the next instant, an immense shadow materialized from absolute nothingness, swallowing the starlight and plunging the entire area into a suffocating dimness. A colossal black spacecraft revealed itself, its sheer size so overwhelming that it dwarfed everyone present, reducing even these powerful beings into something insignificant beneath its presence, as if they had all been blind to it until this very moment, as if it had always been there, yet not. Vroom! Before a single thought could fully form in anyone's mind, before shock could even translate into action, the gigantic vessel unleashed a tightly condensed beam of white and blue energy directly toward Helen. The instant it fired, everyone felt it. A terrifying, oppressive force surged through space, carrying destructive power easily capable of annihilating entire cities in one strike. Yet what made it truly unsettling was the strange spatial energy embedded within it, as if the beam itself distorted the very fabric of space as it traveled. No! The five suns exploded into motion, their voices tearing through the battlefield with raw desperation and fury. Helen's corpse was not just a body. It was mystery. It was their offering to their father. It was a key that might unlock a hidden truth, a secret that could elevate them all toward an entirely new level of existence and glory. They could not, would not allow it to be destroyed. Not today. The Big Six reacted instantly, their movements sharp and coordinated, launching attacks not with lethal intent, but with precise control, aiming only to intercept and delay the five brothers. Bam! Bam! At the same time, the phantom shadow crafts erupted into action, releasing a dense and chaotic barrage of fire, their previously hidden presence now fully contributing to the unfolding chaos. In the span of a single heartbeat, the once still and heavy void transformed completely. The suffocating silence shattered. Energy clashed violently. Light exploded in all directions. The battlefield turned into a raging inferno, as if a fragment of a star had been forcibly dragged into existence, burning and tearing everything apart. The overlapping attacks generated violent spatial distortions, ripples that twisted and compressed the surrounding void, forcing the five brothers to halt for just a single second. And that single second was everything. BZZZT. The beam struck Helen directly. The moment it connected, it erupted into violent spatial tremors, the explosion not simply destructive, but destabilizing, as if space itself was being folded and shattered at the point of impact. Without hesitation, the massive black spacecraft surged forward, its engines roaring as it plunged straight into the heart of the explosion, disappearing into the chaos it had just created. Damn it, all of you will. One of Darvian's sons managed to force himself free from the interference, turning back toward where his enemies had been, his rage boiling over. But the sight that met him froze his words in place. The massive ship was gone. The Big Six were gone. The phantom shadow crafts were silent, invisible once more, leaving no trace behind. The battlefield, moments ago a blazing storm of destruction, now stood eerily still. As if nothing had ever happened. As if everything they had just witnessed had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion, a mirage conjured by their own minds. What just happened? One of the brothers muttered, his voice uncertain as he slowly lowered his array, his earlier confidence now replaced by confusion. His focus had been entirely consumed by the imminent clash and the retrieval of Helen's body, to the point that everything else had slipped past his perception unnoticed. It was something like a space portal, the third son spoke, his brows tightly drawn together, his mind racing to reconstruct what he had sensed. That strange black spacecraft, it wasn't just a weapon platform. It has something capable of generating instantaneous space portals, portals large enough for a structure of that scale to pass through without delay. His gaze darkened further. So that's how those six appeared and disappeared. That's how they were watching us all along without leaving a single trace. Something like that hasn't even been released by the tyrant Antares yet, one of the brothers said quietly, his voice carrying disbelief. It doesn't exist on the market, not even in rumors. Then does Antares himself possess it? Another asked, the question heavy with implication. Silence lingered for a moment, thick and contemplative. I think the tyrant would be very interested in knowing about this, the third son finally said, a slow, calculating smile forming on his lips. Perhaps today wasn't a complete loss after all. His smile deepened slightly, his thoughts aligning as the pieces began to fall into place. We have Helen dead. The secret behind excessive law interference. And now, a mysterious spacecraft with capabilities that defy current knowledge. He let out a quiet breath, satisfaction creeping into his tone. Not bad at all. Chapter 2165. Midsector 101, Bright Galaxy. Upon her radiant throne, within a throne hall that seemed as though it had been sculpted from pure light and absolute clarity itself, where every surface shimmered with a soft, sacred glow that erased shadows before they could even form, Kaylee sat with an air of quiet composure. Her posture was relaxed, almost effortless, as if the weight of the universe itself had no authority over her. Her eyes, once capable of shaking the hearts of even the bravest warriors and bringing them to their knees with nothing but a glance, were no longer the same. Though they remained closed, faint dark circles lingered beneath them, subtle yet unmistakable. A few fallen lashes rested against her pale skin, betraying the exhaustion she could no longer conceal. Her once vibrant cheeks, which always carried a natural flush of life, had now sunk inward, hollow and lifeless, resembling those of a corpse drained of vitality. Her lips, which had always resembled fresh cherries full of color and allure, now appeared dry and faded, closer to decay than life. Even her pure and sacred aura, once flawless and untouchable, now trembled with instability, flickering like a fragile spider web stretched too thin, ready to collapse under the slightest pressure. Yet despite all of this visible deterioration, anyone who truly understood Kaylee's, anyone who had witnessed her presence before, would still recognize her instantly. They would know. They would understand that it was the accumulation of negative karma that had carved the state into her, that such damage did not come from battle wounds or external harm, but from something far deeper, far more insidious. And more importantly, they would know that this current state was an improvement, and that she had been in a far worse condition the moment she returned from her assault on Darvian that day. Silence lingered in the hall, heavy yet respectful, stretching for several long minutes as no one dared to disturb her thoughts. Then finally, Kaylee slowly opened her eyes. Within them, beneath the fatigue, a trace of disbelief surfaced. So, it was real. Of course, Your Majesty, a masked shadow sword spoke immediately, his tone filled with respect, his posture straight and unmoving. How could I ever dare to lie to you? Arkyle has truly declared an official partnership with Lord Robin. Standing beside the throne, Orion raised his voice, unable to contain his shock. But why? He had come here with a clear purpose, which was to stop his mother from making any decisions while under the influence of her accumulated negative karma. He had prepared himself for resistance, for tension, even for conflict. But not for this. Arkyle himself might be known as relatively peaceful, someone who rarely involved himself in wars of conquest or domination. He had little interest in wealth and had long been considered one of the poorest among the behemoths. But that did not matter, because the path of time itself was terrifying. No one willingly chose to fight someone who wielded it, and no one dared to stand against someone who specialized in it. Wait, Orion's thoughts began to race as realization slowly crept in. He turned his gaze around the hall, as if trying to piece together fragments of a puzzle that had been hidden in plain sight. Recently, Arkyle the temporal behemoth has begun invading nearby sectors, and he even threatened the gravity behemoth, he continued, his voice lowering slightly as the implications deepened. His number of products has multiplied significantly, and with it, his profits have surged. He has already escaped the circle of poverty among behemoths. His eyes returned to his mother, now filled with a different kind of realization. Are you saying he has been orbiting around Lord Robin for quite some time now? Kaylee's gave a slow, deliberate nod, her expression calm despite the weight of the conclusion. Blood and wealth, war and prosperity, she spoke softly, yet every word carried undeniable certainty. These are the shared traits of all those whose names become tied to his. That is the future of anyone who chooses to align themselves with Lord Robin. Then, without warning, her gaze shifted sharply toward the shadow sword before her. It was a subtle change, yet enough to make the air grow colder. That leads me to wonder, she continued, her voice now quieter, more deliberate. Why have I only received the blood in the war? The shadow sword did not hesitate. The principle of balance and necessity plays a role as well, Your Majesty, he replied with unwavering respect, his tone steady. And beyond that, everything has its proper time. Is that so? Kaylee's murmured. Her lips curved slightly, forming a faint, unreadable smile. Are you implying that there is no balance between us? Her voice remained soft, yet each word pressed down with invisible weight. That you have no need to offer me anything in return. She gave another small nod. That you do not require me, and therefore do not see me as worthy of support in weapons and wealth? How interesting. Kaylee's had already been given more than enough time to carefully evaluate her position, to dissect every angle of it with the clarity of someone who had lived long enough to understand how cruel balance could truly be. It was a terrible position, one that exposed weakness, one that invited pressure, and one that practically begged others to exploit her, to reduce her standing piece by piece during negotiations, to push her into unfavorable terms while masking it under the illusion of cooperation. This was not something limited to Robin alone. Anyone with ambition, anyone with the slightest hunger for advantage, would see her current state as an opportunity. She knew that well, because she had already lived through it. She had met countless swords and envoys of various empires over the years, faced them across negotiation tables, and listened to their polished words that hid sharpened intent beneath them. Through all those encounters, she had come to understand one unchanging truth. They did not care about softening reality. They did not care about preserving dignity. They did not care about feelings, status, or the image one held in the eyes of others. Truth, in their world, was not dressed up. It was delivered as it was. And she had tasted from that bitter cup more times than she could count. As for Orion, he was not as composed. Not yet. The calm that Kaylee's carried did not exist within him, at least not in this moment. His anger was clear, written across his face without restraint, his expression sharp, his presence tense as if ready to erupt at any second. Shadow Sword, he spoke, his voice carrying restrained fury. What exactly brought you here today? To insult us? To belittle us? To stand here and remind us of our position? His eyes narrowed. Just because Arkyle has become an ally to your master, we suddenly have no value left. He raised his hand, pointing directly at the envoy. And secondly, the First Sword no longer even finds the time to contact us through the interstellar network, so now he sends envoys of lesser standing. His Highness was urgently summoned by His Majesty, the Shadow Sword replied without hesitation, his tone respectful yet steady, completely unaffected by the hostility directed at him. Unfortunately, he is not available at the moment for anyone. A brief pause followed before he continued. And secondly, I intended no insult. His voice did not rise. His posture did not change. But his words carried weight. He slowly opened his hands, as if presenting an unavoidable reality. What I meant is simple. There is no balance between the bright galaxy and its enemies. No matter how much we supply you with weapons or pearls, it will not alter the outcome in any meaningful way. He let that sink in before continuing. Bright galaxy is, by nature, a peaceful domain. We understand that, and we respect it. But from a military perspective, from the standpoint of war, it requires a complete and fundamental transformation. His tone grew firmer, more precise. It needs the construction of an entirely new army. Not reinforcement, but reconstruction. An army capable of securing control over its own sector before even considering confronting Darvian. A brief silence passed. That is why we chose to direct our support elsewhere, toward the Big Six, and toward Lord Hedrick. And regarding necessity, the Shadow Sword continued, his gaze steady. We do not require you to stand on the front lines, nor to lead invasions across sectors. He tilted his head slightly. And you yourselves do not seek such a path. So why would we force you onto a road that was never yours to begin with? He shook his head once, calmly. All we have ever wanted was for you to remain alive, free, and untouched by the chaos consuming the rest of the sectors. His voice softened, just slightly. And I believe we were a good help in achieving that to a significant degree. Orion exhaled slowly, some of the tension in his expression easing, though not entirely gone. He gave a slight nod. It seems the First Sword chose his envoy more carefully this time. Kaylee straightened ever so slightly upon her throne, her presence shifting. Things have changed, the Shadow Sword replied immediately. The Pure Heart family is no longer what it once was. His tone carried a quiet certainty. They are no longer peaceful individuals incapable of wielding weapons. They have experienced war firsthand. They have endured loss, and survived it. His eyes did not waver. They have trained under experts. They have taken control of warships. They have defended their homeland with their own hands. He paused briefly before continuing. And their numbers have increased significantly as well, thanks to the expansion policies we actively promoted. Now his gaze settled fully on Kaylee's. They are no longer observers of conflict. They are participants. They are prepared for what comes next. Then his voice shifted, carrying a more decisive tone. You no longer need to wait for the wedding. You no longer need to delay for the wedding. He took a small step forward. Declare an official partnership with Lord Robin, just as Arkyle has already done. A faint smile appeared on his face. After that, our support will change accordingly. Wealth, weapons, training, intelligence, administrative systems. Everything required to elevate you will be provided without reservation. His smile deepened slightly. We will reshape you into a true behemoth galaxy. Then, with calm confidence, he delivered his final words. The light of dawn has finally arrived. Then he opened his arms with a smile. Rejoice. Chapter 2166. Orion's mood shifted in an instant, but not in a simple way. It twisted, layered, moved through several states so quickly that even he struggled to keep up with his own thoughts. What began as irritation toward the Shadow Sword's presence turned into surprise, then into a deep, unsettled confusion over how he was even supposed to respond to what he had just heard. That damned Shadow Sword was telling them to rejoice. Rejoice, because they were being allowed to form a partnership with Lord Robin. As if he were speaking to children who had just been granted permission to play. The sheer tone of it rubbed against Orion's pride, against everything he believed his mother's position represented. And yet, at the same time, he could not deny the reality behind those words. It truly was enormous news. News that would shake their standing. News that would change everything. They were already, in truth, under Lord Robin's influence, whether they admitted it or not. The web had been woven long ago, thread by thread, decision by decision. If all that was required now was a formal declaration in exchange for gaining an actual, functioning army of their own, how could anyone not feel something at that? Relief, excitement, even anticipation. Secondly, the nature of the announcement itself carried no direct humiliation. It was a partnership, nothing more. And more importantly, it came after Arkyle's own declaration. There was no lowering of status here. If anything, it was the opposite. To be mentioned in the same breath as Arkyle and Lord Robin would elevate their name to heights they had not reached before. It would reshape perception, rewrite their image across the sectors. It was far, far better than before, when their name had been tied to the cursed Darvian. Without hesitation, Orion turned toward his mother, his eyes sharp, searching, waiting for her judgment. Ready to support her if she accepted. Ready to stop her if something within her, if that lingering negative karma, pushed her toward a decision that did not align with reason. The change you mentioned. Kaylee spoke softly, her voice calm, controlled, but carrying a depth that made the entire hall feel quieter. Is it truly the transformation of the Pure Heart family's descendants, or is this simply a step Lord Robin finds useful for what lies ahead? Mother. Orion tensed immediately, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. Was she hesitating? Was she truly considering rejection? Shush. Kaylee's lifted her hand slightly, silencing him without even looking his way. Her gaze remained fixed on the Shadow Sword, unwavering. Let him answer. I believe you are overthinking this, my lady behemoth of purity, the Shadow Sword replied, a faint, controlled smile forming on his lips. His composure did not break, not even for a moment. All that is required of you is to consider whether this benefits you or not. What is the real change? Kaylee's pressed, her tone unchanged, yet heavier. Is it pressure from the Syndicate? Do you seek to gather allies to stand against the organization that has dominated the universe since its master's rise? Orion's brows tightened further, tension building within him, while the Shadow Sword remained as calm as ever, as if none of this was unexpected. That would make sense in Arkyl's case, Kaylee's continued, her voice lowering slightly, fatigue slipping through the cracks of her control. He possesses the strength to support you. Then her gaze sharpened. But me. A pause. I am a burden, am I not? Her words were not emotional. They were factual. Cold. You, Shadow Swords, have told me that before. More than once. You pushed me toward accepting reality, toward passing on my position, my galaxy, even my daughter. She slowly lifted her head, her presence shifting, growing heavier despite her weakened state. So why me now? A brief silence followed. Why grant me such a position at this exact moment? Mother. Orion muttered, concern now evident, his voice lower, uncertain. But Kaylee's did not stop. No, Lord Robin does not need allies to oppose the Syndicate. Her tone became firmer, more analytical. In terms of armies, there is no ground force more efficient than the Golden and Blue armies. In terms of intelligence, he has the Shadow Swords. In terms of special operations, he commands the Black Wasps. In terms of vessels, he possesses the legendary Note 4. And in terms of upper-tier strength, he has a number of Royal Soul Lords. She paused briefly, then added, and when it comes to wealth and resources, there is no need to even list them. Her brow lifted slightly. And for absolute protection, he has the Cosmic Elder standing behind him. Another second passed. A quiet one. So tell me. Her gaze locked onto the Shadow Sword. Why would he need partners at all? The question lingered. Orion swallowed unconsciously as each point settled into place within his mind. When laid out like this, when broken down so cleanly, Lord Robin was no longer simply powerful. He had reached a level of overwhelming presence that surpassed what one would normally expect even from a behemoth. A level that made the concept of needing help feel almost absurd. Slowly, Orion opened his mouth, his voice quieter now, more cautious. Perhaps. He hesitated for a fraction of a moment. Perhaps Lord Robin intends to gather individuals at the law domination level to form a specialized force, one capable of directly confronting the Syndicate. Lack of law dominators didn't stop the Mad Bull Arrow from declaring war on the sorcerer behemoth, and even now, he is not the one losing. Kaylee's leaned forward slightly from her throne, her previously weakened presence sharpening for a brief moment, her gaze locking firmly onto the Shadow Sword as if trying to pierce through him. So tell me, why does he need these official partnership declarations? Your Majesty is filled with wisdom and grace, the Shadow Sword replied calmly, lifting a hand in a respectful gesture toward her. His expression carried a faint, controlled smile. What do you believe is the reason? Kaylee's held his gaze without blinking, her eyes searching, calculating, stripping away layers of possibility one by one. Establishing presence. The Shadow Sword's brows furrowed ever so slightly, not in disagreement, but in interest. Kaylee's continued, her voice steady, measured, her thoughts unfolding with deliberate clarity. Arkyl stands in mid-sector 96, and I stand in mid-sector 101, yet he holds influence across every sector that lies between us. She leaned a little further, the faint instability in her aura momentarily overshadowed by the sharpness of her mind. Is he trying to impose a domain of control across those sectors? To draw invisible boundaries across the universe and declare that this territory belongs to him and his faction alone? A brief silence followed. To send a message. She added quietly, that no one else should even consider stepping into it. Her brows tightened further as another line of thought emerged. Or perhaps, this is not about territory at all. Her tone shifted. Perhaps he wants the universe to accept him, not as a hidden force, not as a mere researcher, not as a silent financier operating behind the curtains. Her gaze sharpened. But as an equal. As a partner to behemoths. She lifted her chin slightly. His connections with the behemoths of sectors 96 and 101 grant him legitimacy over sector 99, and over sector 100, where he has already driven in the nails of the cradle and the grave. Her voice grew quieter, yet heavier. By doing this, we are, in essence, declaring to the entire universe that we recognize Lord Robin as a ruler equal in standing over these sectors. Clap, clap. The sound echoed softly through the luminous hall. The Shadow Sword applauded slowly, his expression unchanged, yet his eyes carrying a subtle glimmer of approval. Magnificent, truly magnificent, my lady, he said smoothly. I should have expected that negative karma would not cloud the clarity of the Lady of Purity for long. He folded his hands calmly before him. Now you have several possible interpretations. Perhaps he is gathering strength against the Syndicate, perhaps he is establishing a sphere of control, perhaps he is securing legitimacy and recognition. He spread his arms slightly, his smile faint but unwavering. Will any of that truly influence your decision? Kaylee stared into his eyes for several long seconds. At first, her gaze held seriousness. Then, a flicker of restrained anger. Because beneath the respect in his words, there was something else. A subtle mockery that suggested he already knew her answer. And that she had no real choice. Slowly, that anger was suppressed by a faint, controlled smile. No, it won't. Her voice was calm again. She leaned back fully into her throne, her posture relaxing once more, as if the decision had already been made long before this conversation even began. You may leave. We will announce the partnership today. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. The shadow sword bowed with flawless etiquette, the faint smile still present as he turned and walked away without hesitation. Creak! The heavy doors closed behind him, and with that, the tension in the hall shifted. Phew! Orion let out a long breath he had not realized he was holding, his shoulders easing as he allowed himself a small smile. I'll inform Serene about the new agreement. She's going to be extremely happy about this. Inform everyone, but do not celebrate. Kaylee's voice cut through the moment. She exhaled slowly. I have already agreed to hand over the galaxy to Serene as a wedding gift. Her gaze drifted slightly, unfocused. Everything that comes after that decision is merely arrangement built upon it. A pause. Do not misunderstand. This partnership changes nothing. Her tone grew colder. It does not elevate us. If anything, it tightens the chains further. She glanced toward the door the shadow sword had exited through. He is exploiting us even more. But as he said, she continued quietly, no matter what I understand, no matter how clearly I see through it. Her fingers tightened slightly against the armrest of her throne. I cannot refuse. She then turned her gaze toward Orion. For the first time, her expression showed weakness without concealment. This is the fate of the weak, the fate of those who place their decisions in the hands of others. The fate of those who rise through the strength of others, not their own. She took a slow breath. I will endure. For the sake of correcting the path of this galaxy. For the sake of what comes after me. Her eyes dimmed slightly. All of these humiliations, all of these compromises, will be tied to my name. A brief pause. Then she lowered her gaze. Just. Her voice softened, yet carried a quiet, unyielding seriousness. Do not repeat my mistake. Chapter 2167. Young Sector 99, Nihiri, Central Governing Region. Since the coronation ceremony that took place centuries ago, every official within the True Beginning Empire had already accepted a single, undeniable truth: Nihiri would one day become their permanent home. Not as a possibility, but as an inevitability. Its vast, almost boundless expanse, its overwhelming reserves of energy, the fact that it was the very seat of the galaxy itself, and the countless developments that followed all combined to solidify its position as the true capital of the New World. Thus, even though governance continued for a time on Jura, the shift had already begun. Slowly, silently, every few years, one or two key headquarters would be transferred to Nihiri. What began as a gradual transition eventually became a full migration of authority, until the balance of power tilted completely. The northern region was the first to undergo total transformation. It was reshaped into a military-industrial core, specializing in both heavy and light weapon production. A region spanning the equivalent of 10 medium-sized planets was entirely devoted to the creation of instruments of war. Not just factories, but a unified system. Each facility was designed to complement the others, forming a seamless chain of production that wasted no time, no effort, and no potential. Warships. The metals required to forge their frames were refined there. The specialized coatings and energy-resistant paints, produced on-site. Cannon molds, embedded arrays, and structural components, all integrated within the same network. Even the internal equipment used by the crew, their talismans, their personal weapons, and their survival systems, everything was manufactured within that single region. The northern zone no longer required anything except raw materials to sustain its output. The so-called Strange Region, named for its countless rivers of energy essence and natural springs, was assigned a completely different purpose. It became the center for replenishing depleted pearls. Within its boundaries, massive medical facilities were constructed to treat wounded soldiers, while vast burial grounds were established for those who had fallen in battle. Most of those graves, however, were empty. Symbolic. A silent acknowledgement of the countless bodies lost beyond recovery. Parts of the western region were designated for experimentation, weapons testing, communication systems, unstable technologies. Anything that required isolation from civilian areas found its place there. At the same time, large sections of that region were transformed into museums, filled with relics gathered from conquered or discovered worlds. These were not ordinary exhibitions. They were monuments, displays that immortalized moments of destruction and creation alike. Statues of His Majesty and his allies stood tall, depicting them as they crushed threats and reshaped reality itself into the new world. In addition, temporary refuge zones were constructed for entire populations fleeing planetary invasions. These were not small shelters. They were massive residential sectors, capable of housing billions at any given moment. And recently, they had been used more often than anyone would have preferred. In truth, the Strange Region, spanning 8 planetary scale zones, had become a place without permanent residents. Only those passing through remained. Visitors, refugees, the wounded, experimental subjects. All of them entered under the supervision of the Light Swords, and left once their purpose had been fulfilled. The southern and eastern regions, in contrast, became the heart of civilian life. The primary residential zones. All previous cities had been wiped out during the war against the Great Serpent Empire. Billions perished. Tens of millions were displaced. The True Beginning Empire had no choice but to rebuild from nothing. And they did not rebuild modestly. The imperial vaults were opened without restriction. Resources flowed endlessly. And even now, new cities continue to rise every single day. Massive, advanced, constructed with entirely new philosophies, designed for future generations, protected with layers of defense that rivaled, and in some cases surpassed, the ancient cities of the behemoths themselves. And this was only the residential aspect. The southern and eastern regions also became home to monumental landmarks, symbols of history, symbols of power. For example, in the southern region stood a colossal statue of Marshal Sakar, immortalized in the moment he stood alone against multiple enemy fleets, wielding the chrysanthemums of the underworld, a reminder of defiance, of sacrifice, of absolute will. And in the eastern region lay the site known as the Lava Sea, within the Desert of Death, a place etched into history, where His Majesty, while still within the Saint Realm, faced an opponent in the Nexus State, and won, protecting not only the planet, but the future of the Empire itself. At that very location, suspended high in the air, was a sight no one could ignore, a heart, still intact, still visible, the heart of Pythor, the tyrant who had sought to extinguish the Empire's flame before it could even be born, now displayed for all to see, a warning, a message to every enemy who would dare rise against His Majesty. As for the central region, it became the counterpart of its equivalent on Jura, a military administrative corps, the true center of command. Here, armies gathered before deployment. Here, fleets aligned in perfect formation before moving across the sectors. Here, every branch of governance converged. At its heart stood the imperial palace, surrounded by grand halls where decisions were made, decisions that shaped the fate of the entire empire. Inside one of the grand halls, bang, the heavy doors of the hall were kicked open with force, the sound echoing sharply across the chamber. Kristen stepped in without hesitation, his right leg still slightly raised from the kick, his expression filled with irritation as he barked, "What the hell is it this time?" His voice carried across the entire hall, cutting through the quiet like a blade. Inside, seated with composed posture at one of the central positions along the long table, Emily slowly lifted her gaze toward him, her brows already drawn together in clear displeasure. "I've never heard of a prime minister who spends most of his time on a private planet surrounded by a handful of beasts." Emily's eyes narrowed slightly. "And then acts offended when he's called in to actually do his job." She paused for a brief second, letting her words settle, before her tone hardened further. "Do you want me to submit a request to His Majesty to have you replaced? Do you think I chose this position?" Kristen snapped immediately, his patience already gone as he pointed directly at her, his voice rising with frustration. "Take the damned position yourselves." Without waiting for a reply, he turned sharply, clearly intending to walk out just as abruptly as he had entered. But he didn't get far. "If you give up the position," Emily's voice came from behind him, calm, steady, and completely unhurried, "you'll lose authority over that planet." Kristen's step slowed. "And you'll return all the beast-taming equipment currently in your possession." He stopped, "Including the 4th-grade equipment you acquired recently." Silence. Kristen did not move for a moment. He hadn't received a salary despite holding one of the highest-ranking positions in the Empire. Instead, he had made a personal request to accumulate his yearly compensation and convert it entirely into resources for beast taming. And thanks to the Empire's exceptional internal stability and precise administrative system, the headquarters had approved a special reward for him after opening the budget, a 4th-grade beast-taming planetary artifact. Since the day he obtained it, Kristen had practically disappeared. He rarely left his assigned world, and when he did, it was only to move between grave worlds across the mid-sector, visiting the beast kings under his control. Reports even suggested that he had begun organizing an entire personal domain, an ecosystem tailored for himself and those beast kings. A kingdom of beasts. Kristen stood frozen for a few seconds, then slowly turned his head, and without another word of protest, he walked back and dropped into one of the chairs, his posture relaxed but his expression still annoyed. "So, what do we have today?" he asked, his tone noticeably more subdued. "We'll wait until everyone arrives," Emily replied calmly, as if the earlier exchange had never happened. "Everyone," Kristen repeated, raising a brow as he finally took a proper look around. Only then did it fully register. This hall was packed. It was not just a meeting between him and Emily. Not even close. There were at least 50 individuals seated around the massive table, all of them silent during the earlier exchange, none daring to interrupt. Not because they were insignificant, but because none of them held a rank high enough to speak over the two. And yet, every single one of them carried immense weight. The official responsible for equipping the soldiers sat to the left. Across from him was the director of fleet production. Nearby sat the officer in charge of large-scale army coordination. Further down the table was the liaison to the royal soul lords of the Burton family, the head of interplanetary military communications, the coordinator assigned to work directly with the Shadow Swords, and many others, high-ranking officers, senior ministers, individuals whose decisions shaped the structure of entire sectors. Every single one of them was perpetually busy, their schedules packed to the point that even gathering 3 of them in the same place was considered rare. And yet today, they were all here, together, silent, waiting. Kristen's expression shifted slightly, confusion creeping in. "Who else are we waiting for?" he asked, leaning back in his chair, one brow still raised. "What is this supposed to be? A reunion? You planning to reintroduce everyone to each other?" His tone grew more sarcastic. "Or what, are you declaring war on the entire young belt?" "The latter," Emily replied with a quiet sigh. The room remained still. Then, as if sensing something, Emily's eyes shifted toward the entrance. Her expression softened just slightly. "Oh." She straightened a little. "Her Highness has arrived." Chapter 2168. Knock, knock. Everyone present immediately rose to their feet, one after another, as soon as they caught sight of the new arrival. Chairs shifted softly against the polished floor, and every gaze turned toward the entrance with instinctive discipline. Without exception, they bowed their heads with deep respect, their voices uniting in a single tone. "We greet your Highness. No need for formalities. Please, sit." Zara stepped inside with a faint, composed smile resting on her lips, her movements calm and unhurried as if she carried a quiet authority that needed no display. She wore a beautiful white and green dress that flowed gently with each step, its colors blending in a way that reflected both purity and vitality. Her short hair shimmered under the hall light like a cascading golden waterfall, catching every flicker of brightness, while her radiant face seemed almost unreal, a dream sculpted into reality for every man within the empire. Yet her eyes told a different story. Beneath that gentle smile, something far heavier lingered, exhaustion etched faintly into her gaze. Even if she relied on the path of life to cleanse any visible physical fatigue, smoothing her skin and restoring her posture, she could not conceal what weighed upon her soul. That quiet strain remained, hidden only from those who did not dare to truly look. Sister Zara. Emily rose as well, her expression softening into a polite smile as she greeted the daughter of His Majesty. With a subtle gesture, she guided her toward the main seat at the head of the table, ensuring her place was acknowledged without disrupting the atmosphere. Has something major happened, Sister Emily? Zara asked the moment she settled into her seat, her tone calm but carrying a trace of curiosity. I don't think I'll be of much use in military meetings like this. For centuries, Zara had devoted herself entirely to sky-opening city within the Young Belt. She oversaw everything within its bounds, managing countless individuals and systems, while dedicating her energy to refining and developing the crucibles of greed she had painstakingly created over time. Her focus had always been inward, centered on growth, refinement, and control within her domain. Her presence and relentless effort had, without question, shaped the empire as it stood today. The stability, the expansion, the prosperity, all of it bore her mark in one form or another. Yet if one were to ask her about the current state of social dynamics, political movements, or even military developments across the empire, she would find herself at a loss for words. It was not ignorance, but specialization. This simply was not her domain. She fulfilled her responsibilities with precision and left the rest to those entrusted with them. This was His Majesty's way, her father's way, a system where every piece moved according to its role without interference, which was precisely why the invitation she had received today felt so unusual. To be called into such a high-level meeting, one dominated by military discussion and strategic planning, it was not something that happened without reason. You bookworm, Kristen, who had yet to shift his gaze away from Emily, suddenly spoke, his voice laced with disbelief and irritation. Aren't you going to explain what you said earlier? Tisk. Emily clicked her tongue softly, casting him a brief look filled with clear disdain before turning her attention away as if he were hardly worth the effort. Then she straightened her posture and addressed the entire hall, her voice steady and authoritative. In truth, new orders have arrived from His Highness, the First Sword. Urgent orders, delivered to him directly from His Majesty himself. The atmosphere tightened almost instantly. Brows furrowed, shoulders stiffened, and yet no one interrupted. They simply waited. His Majesty was not one to interfere lightly. He rarely issued commands, rarely involved himself directly in the Empire's daily operations. But when he did, it was never something small. His words carried weight enough to shift the course of entire sectors. According to these new orders, Emily continued, her tone growing heavier with each word, His Majesty demands the complete subjugation of all the young sectors 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, and 103 within the coming century. Silence fell. Not the ordinary kind that fills a room between sentences, but something deeper, heavier, as though even the air itself had frozen in place. No one moved, no one spoke, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if time had simply stopped. Even Zara, who had maintained her composure throughout, could not hide the shock that flickered across her face. Control 7 young sectors within 100 years? Kristen let out a low laugh, baring his teeth in a grin that bordered on disbelief, his eyes sweeping across the room as if searching for someone to share the absurdity with. And you all call me the mad one. Watch your tongue, Emily responded sharply, her disgust no longer concealed, before turning back to the others as though dismissing him entirely. Does anyone have questions? Yes, I have a question. One of the attendees slowly raised his hand, his expression tense as he sought permission to speak. After a brief pause, he voiced the single thought weighing on everyone's mind. How? You're asking me. Emily pointed directly at him, her gaze firm and unyielding. Then why did I gather all of you here in the first place? Her voice carried a subtle edge as she continued. Aren't you the one responsible for army distribution? You should be the one presenting answers, not asking for them. Go on, give us your opinion. There is nothing to say. That man, the assistant to His Highness Caesar who had been assigned to headquarters, shook his head slowly in clear resignation, his voice carrying the weight of countless failed projections and calculations. We have not even fully secured sectors 99 and 100 yet. The number of planets in each sector alone exceeds what we could realistically bring under control in thousands of years, let alone compress that into a single century. And now we are speaking of 7 entire sectors instead of just 2. We were already forced to send a significant portion of the 1st and 3rd armies to mid-sector 98 based on direct orders from the Shadow Swords, another officer added, his tone strained as if repeating the matter had become exhausting. And that alone crippled our operational capacity here in 99 and 100. Our mobility has dropped drastically. On top of that, the forces we still have deployed are facing relentless attacks from the followers of the sorcerer behemoth, and judging by the intensity of those clashes, it does not seem likely that many of them will return intact, if at all. We already require decades just to recover the losses from the troops that were redirected to Young Sector 98, a third voice joined, shaking his head with visible frustration. And the ongoing wars from mid-98 to mid-Sector 101 demand a continuous stream of reinforcements, more fleets, more weapons, more supply lines. It has pushed us into a permanent state of shortage. We are no longer operating from strength, but from deficit. We have reached the point where we are no longer even deploying fleets in planetary scale battles within the Young Sector. The communications officer spoke next, his eyes scanning the room as if seeking agreement. The marshals have completely downgraded the importance of our front. They barely allocate fleets to us anymore. We are left with scraps. We have actually regressed to relying on space portals. The root of this shift was clear. With the recent decline in the number of newly subjugated planets, caused by both the severe shortage of war vessels and Kristen's repeated failure to locate any new high-value planets worthy of integration into the Empire, a drastic solution had been introduced. Kristen had presented an idea to the army, one that aligned disturbingly well with the Empire's already ruthless system. Recently, Star Scout vessels had been tasked with gathering precise coordinates and environmental data on potential target planets. Once a planet was deemed viable, military headquarters would dispatch a unit of no more than 1,000 soldiers through a space portal, aiming to minimize large-scale losses while maintaining expansion momentum. The journey itself could take days, sometimes even weeks depending on the distance and stability of the route. And once they arrived, that small force would be expected to engage an entire planet, establish a functioning portal on site, and defend it against all resistance until a stable connection for reinforcements and supply lines could be secured. From a strategic standpoint, the approach had its brilliance. Each unit was led by a young planetary general undergoing real battlefield training, forcing rapid growth under extreme pressure. It allowed the Empire to project its influence across hundreds of planets simultaneously, stretching its reach farther than ever before. The First and Third Armies, though fragmented, had returned to active engagement on a massive scale, successfully subjugating a number of weaker planets through this method. For stronger, resource-rich worlds, available fleets were redirected as reinforcement when possible. In other cases, additional units would be deployed through the established portals, tightening control and accelerating the conquest process. Yet despite these advantages, the cost was undeniable. It was a strategy that traded cohesion for reach and safety for speed. No matter how advanced the Empire's soldiers were, no matter how refined their training, their equipment, their talismans, their arrays, their ground combat systems, even if each of them stood as a walking fortress capable of surviving conditions that would crush ordinary beings, 1,000 soldiers facing a population of millions would always bleed. Losses were not a possibility. They were a certainty. Our armies no longer have sufficient equipment, another officer spoke, his voice carrying a mixture of disbelief and concern. And what remains has already been scattered across hundreds of planets. We do not possess a unified, large-scale army anymore as we once did. What we have now are fragmented forces, closer to militias than structured armies, inserted into hostile worlds and left there to fight and endure until an outcome emerges. He paused for a moment, then continued, his confusion turning into a direct challenge. So what exactly are we supposed to do with them? Pull them back and consolidate, and in doing so abandon the open battlefields in Young Sectors 99 and 100. Chapter 2169. Let us set aside, for the moment, the issue of dispersing the First and Third Armies. One of the attendees, a senior military advisor, raised his hand slightly and made a deliberate gesture as he spoke. His tone was measured, yet it carried a clear underlying frustration. This entire problem only emerged because of the repeated and overlapping interventions of the marshals. Every time we manage to gather even a modest number of fleets or elite units, they are immediately redirected toward the mid-sectors. We are left rebuilding from fragments over and over again. He paused briefly, scanning the faces around him before continuing, his voice gaining a bit more weight. At the very least, we still retain the Second Army, the Demon Army, at its full strength. He extended his hand toward one of the attendees, indicating the second representative of the demons, who also happened to be the strongest individual present in the hall, and we are in dire need of their power. Frankly, it is a blessing that Marshal Sakar does not repeatedly demand the withdrawal of this army every few years, unlike Marshals Caesar and Arrow. We are ready for anything the Lord commands. The demon spoke in a deep, rough voice that seemed to vibrate through the room before he returned to complete silence, his expression unmoving. Amon had given him clear instructions to speak only those words, and nothing more. Are you suggesting that the demon army supports deploying independently to engage in battles across the neighboring sectors? One of the military experts leaned forward, speaking quickly. He was unable to hide the urgency in his voice as he tried to confirm what he had just heard. We are ready for anything the Lord commands. A brief wave of astonishment spread across the room. The sheer decisiveness in the demon's response, combined with the implicit confidence behind it, left many momentarily speechless. They exchanged glances, subtle nods passing between them as silent conclusions began to form. Then it seems the matter has been decided. What exactly has been decided? The head of military intelligence suddenly spoke, his voice cutting through the air with restrained irritation. The Second Army is the only defensive wall we have against the constant harassment coming from the Syndicate and their affiliated forces. Do I really need to remind all of you of something so fundamental? Silence fell once more, heavier than before. The pressure exerted by that syndicate had not been limited to the mid-belt. Their influence had spread outward, tightening like an unseen net, until they had nearly encircled the Empire even within the young belt itself. The Third Armies had already crushed several empires across sectors 99 and 100, wiping them from existence with overwhelming force. One of those conflicts had ended in a massive trade agreement that ultimately benefited their supreme lord. However, the rest had not been so fortunate. Every empire that had once participated in the Grand Coalition against the true beginning empire, and had neither entered into trade agreements nor submitted to strict allegiance, had been utterly annihilated. Not a single millennial empire remained standing within those two young sectors. Every centennial empire had either been erased or rendered incapable of meaningful resistance. This reality was one of the primary reasons behind the dismantling of the First and Third Armies into scattered operational units and the shift toward simultaneous planetary assaults across hundreds of worlds. It served multiple purposes. First, as a method to rapidly train emerging commanders under real combat conditions. Second, as a necessity driven by the severe shortage of resources. And third, because there were simply no longer enemies worthy of confronting a unified army in direct engagement. Yet something had changed. An incident within the Mid-Belt had triggered a direct, though indirect in execution, conflict with that syndicate. For reasons that remained unclear, the syndicate had shifted its stance entirely. They no longer sought balance or containment. They sought destruction. But instead of attacking openly, they moved from the shadows. They began funneling vast amounts of resources into the remaining centennial and multisystem empires. They reached out to isolated civilizations that had long remained neutral, offering them weapons, technology, and incentives. Slowly but steadily, they began linking these disparate forces together, weaving them into a single, growing alliance. The powers of Mid-Sector 99, once fragmented and disconnected, were now being unified with a single purpose: to stand against the true beginning empire. This time, the alliance that was forming did not aim to negotiate, nor to reclaim lost autonomy, nor even to gain political leverage. It had only one objective: total eradication. They intended to erase the true beginning empire completely, leaving behind nothing but absence. Fortunately, the Shadow Swords had uncovered these developments before they could fully mature. And perhaps even more fortunately, the demon army had long grown restless, its warriors eager for conflict after a prolonged period of relative inactivity. The demon army had already swept through multiple empires, annihilating them with overwhelming force, and it continued to advance relentlessly, crushing resistance wherever it emerged, its momentum showing no signs of slowing. Their reaction was violent and completely unexpected, escalating far beyond any prior projections. It reached a point where several masked figures at the level of World Cataclysm and even in the Nexus state emerged from the shadows and stepped directly into the ranks of the growing alliance, standing as guardians to shield them and deter the attackers clad in full crimson armor. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the balance might tilt, but that illusion did not last. They were cut down without mercy. No hesitation, no negotiation, no retreat. Even those masked figures, beings who had stood at the peak of power, could not comprehend what they were facing. They could not understand why the members of the Crimson Army possessed such overwhelming strength, such savage, unrestrained brutality that ignored all conventional limits. Yet instead of instilling fear, those incidents ignited something far more dangerous. They provoked a reaction. More masked figures began to appear, drawn into the conflict as if answering an unspoken call. At the same time, an alarming increase in planetary displacement gear surfaced among enemy forces, allowing them to evacuate and preserve their core planets at the first sign of danger. Entire worlds began vanishing at critical moments, slipping away before they could be fully subjugated. And alongside this came fleets. Fleets that had never existed before began to emerge in large numbers, as if conjured out of nothing, reinforcing the growing resistance with unprecedented speed. The syndicate had fully committed. It was pouring unimaginable amounts of resources, technology, and influence into the hands of the locals, strengthening them beyond their natural limits, all for a singular purpose: to crush the true beginning empire, to shatter the barrier surrounding the fortified region, and to uncover whatever secret lay hidden within, to tear out the true roots of Lord Robin. The demon army is our first and last line of defense against the syndicate and its forces. The military advisor raised his voice sharply, his words carrying urgency that could no longer be concealed. Without them, we are completely exposed. Our defenses will collapse, and our throats will be laid bare for the strike. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze hardening as he continued. If you are to grant permission for their deployment, then several kings must remain behind as a permanent defensive force. And more importantly, you must prohibit the other marshals from withdrawing even a single soldier or a single piece of equipment from the First and Third Armies starting from this very moment. Deploy them where exactly? Another advisor responded instantly, his voice rising as tension built. We are already pushing them to their limits in the war here. Now you want to scatter them across 7 entire sectors instead of 2? What happens if their identity is exposed in any way? His tone sharpened further, unable to hold back. Even the new generation among our people has no knowledge that they are the Crimson Plague. The older generations have had that truth buried deep within them through years of conditioning. We have spent vast amounts of pearls and conducted extensive research just to ensure that this secret remains confined to a select elite, and now you intend to throw them into a war of this magnitude. Emily lowered her gaze, her fingers resting lightly against the surface of the table as silence settled around her. For a few moments, she said nothing, as if weighing every word that had been spoken. Then slowly, she lifted her head and turned toward the demon clad in full armor, her voice carrying a trace of hesitation. What is your opinion on what has been said? We are ready for anything the Lord commands. Phew. Emily exhaled deeply, the sound cutting through the stillness. The demon was right. From a rational standpoint, His Majesty's decision appeared rushed, perhaps even reckless, lacking the gradual preparation such an undertaking would normally require. Yet none of them could claim to see further than he did. He understood what he wanted. He understood what kind of empire he intended to shape. In the end, everything belonged to him. Whether the outcome was triumph or collapse, whether it brought prosperity or devastation, it would all return to him alone. And among everyone present, the demon's stance was perhaps the clearest. What His Majesty desired did not require endless debate, but still, the weight of the decision pressed heavily on the room. Let's do it. Kristen's voice suddenly cut through the silence like a sharpened blade, decisive and unwavering. Mobilizing the Second Army is the most rational course of action at this point. And what about the siege tightening day by day in mid-Sector 99? One of the advisors pressed immediately, unwilling to let the matter pass. The Syndicate is pouring enormous amounts of resources and power into that sector every single day. It is only a matter of time before they establish fully developed millennial empires right under our noses. Ugh. Kristen Burton rubbed his forehead, irritation flashing across his expression for a brief moment before it faded into focus. Leave that to me. He straightened slightly, his tone turning firm, leaving no room for doubt. I want an open budget, along with unrestricted access to space portals. That is all I need. He waved his hand as if dismissing the complexity of the situation. The First and Third Armies will continue hunting for valuable planets as they have been doing. The Second Army will leave a number of kings behind as a final defensive measure before moving out. The rest is simple. What do you mean simple? One of the advisors nearly snapped, barely restraining himself from crossing the line. Simple means simple. Kristen rose to his feet without hesitation, his decision already finalized, his presence carrying an unspoken authority that silenced further objections. He then pointed directly toward the representative of the Shadow Swords and the representative of the Star Scout fleets, his gaze sharp and focused. You, and you, come with me. Chapter 2170. Creak. Kristen grabbed the two officials by the hand and walked out, his pace steady and unquestioning, while neither of them understood what was happening yet, their minds still trying to catch up with his sudden decision. Did he just say he would handle the young Sector 99 war by himself? Did Prime Minister Kristen reach the Nexus state without us knowing? Even if he were a law dominator, he wouldn't be able to take on this war alone like he claims. His mental health has become extremely troubling. This isn't something anyone can just shoulder alone. Leave him to do as he wishes, Zara finally spoke, her calm voice cutting through the rising noise and drawing all attention toward her at once. But, my lady. Almost everyone spoke at once, their voices overlapping in urgency, still unable to take his words seriously even now. Uncle Kristen did not obtain his position by luck. He was directly appointed by His Majesty, Zara spoke calmly, her expression composed, and he has proven time and time again that he is worthy of the responsibility placed upon him. Uncle Kristen can solve the Empire's problems with ease, so be patient with him in this matter as well. As you command, Your Highness, everyone responded, their faces filled with unease and restrained doubt. Even though Kristen had indeed proven himself many times in the past, his reckless and unpredictable style always pushed their trust in him dangerously close to zero. Good then, Zara spoke again, her voice softer now, carrying a faint trace of fatigue. Since the problem has been resolved, I will take my leave. In truth, Zara was hiding it well, but she felt a deep irritation stirring inside her. She had come today for nothing, having not needed to say a single word throughout the entire meeting. Her projects had been paused for a while without any real reason, and that alone was enough to frustrate her. Sister Zara, please wait a moment. Emily stood up first and respectfully gestured for Zara to remain in her place, then sat down again with a composed expression. There is something we need you to clarify for everyone here. And that is. Zara settled back into her seat, her gaze steady as she looked at Emily. Emily continued calmly and seriously, her tone turning more focused. The progress of the sovereignty note. All attendees slightly frowned at once and turned toward Zara, their expressions tightening with expectation. The Sovereignty Note project had been open for development for several centuries, consuming an enormous amount of resources, manpower, and attention, even with the greed crucibles that Zara was working on and the vast number of researchers dedicating themselves to it day and night without rest. As for the Crucible projects, the Empire had managed to secure enough resources to create several new ones thanks to its private trade network, and they were currently being constructed without pause. Within a few years, or even months if progress continued smoothly, the total number would reach 15 first-generation greed crucibles. There was also an ambitious parallel project aimed at creating crucibles using fewer resources and cheaper materials, a direction that demanded constant experimentation, and this project alone was draining a massive amount of funds and materials through continuous daily trials and failures. The Greed Crucible projects were undeniably among the most ambitious ever attempted, and if they were to become known across the cosmos, they would undoubtedly spark wars against countless factions. Yet despite all of that, they were neither the largest nor the most demanding in terms of funding, protection, and secrecy. Not even the New Generation Warlords project that Jabba and Klein had already begun could compare, nor the large-scale initiatives focused on mass-producing talismans and paper curses with industrial efficiency. The Sovereignty Note project stood above them all. If she had a Sovereignty Note-type vessel, we wouldn't have needed this meeting today, Emily said calmly while locking eyes with Zara. According to the vessel's schematics, we could use just one to conquer all those sectors without issue, without even slowing down. That is true, Zara nodded slightly, her expression unchanged, but do not place your hopes on it anytime soon. We still need decades before it can even begin to fly, let alone operate at full capacity. But why? Emily asked, her brows drawing together. Didn't His Majesty resolve all its major issues? Is there something else still blocking the path forward? Then Emily gestured around her at everyone present. Is there anything we can do to assist Sky Opening City in accelerating the process? Everyone nodded firmly, their expressions filled with determination, clearly ready to contribute whatever was required. If Her Highness Zara were to request anything for the sake of the sovereignty note, they would secure it no matter the cost, without hesitation and without even considering the consequences. Zara nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. She now fully understood why Emily had insisted on her attendance. It was not merely for information, but to lift the spirits of the senior officials, to give them a clear direction, a goal to move toward, hope to hold on to, because the current situation demanded hope more than anything else. So she opened her mouth and began, her tone steady. The sovereignty note was once an illogical, fleeting idea, something that would have been dismissed outright in any rational discussion. The concept was a vessel that would act as the leader of an armada, a vessel capable of withstanding direct attacks from someone at the law domination realm, a vessel that could dominate an entire sector on its own without relying on external support. But of course, there were countless obstacles, she continued, her voice growing heavier. The most important among them were the materials capable of resisting a law dominator's attacks, and the energy source powerful enough to move such an enormous vessel, sustain its operation, power its defensive arrays, and at the very least fire cannons capable of threatening individuals at the peak of the Nexus state. For centuries, we failed to find a complete solution to these problems, Zara said, pausing briefly, but we did achieve progress, slow and costly as it was. She continued, for instance, regarding materials, construction of the prototype has already begun at a classified site within Mid-Sector 99, where we can take full advantage of all available resources within the Mid-Belt, along with every piece of planetary-grade equipment available for forging and reinforcing the structure. This effort is part of a joint project with Sky Opening City, under the supervision of Brother Shaddad. We significantly increased the scale of the vessel, she went on, and designed massive storage systems for pearls and emeralds, systems that alone occupy nearly 3/4 of the vessel's total volume. Alongside that, we developed specialized arrays to ensure efficient energy consumption and controlled output. These storage systems and arrays are capable of holding up to 10 billion pearls with ease, and can sustain combat conditions against a law dominator and multiple Nexus state experts for a full 10 minutes without collapse. Wow! Several advisors and generals could not contain their reaction, their mouths opening in disbelief and excitement, some even exchanging stunned glances. A vessel capable of enduring a law dominator and multiple Nexus state fighters for several minutes, such a concept had never been realized before. Such vessels would normally only exist in the possession of behemoths who had ruled their sectors for millions upon millions of years. Even the issue of weaponry has seen remarkable advancement, Zara continued, not giving them time to fully process. We managed to expand the energy extraction arrays that draw power from soldiers, refining them to a scale that allows us to house 1 million soldiers within the sovereignty note. Their energy can be continuously extracted and channeled, while simultaneously infusing the cannons with law power, resulting in a combined destructive force sufficient to injure a half-step law dominator and force them into retreat. The room grew even quieter as her words sank in, the weight of such power becoming increasingly clear. After all of that, she said, her tone lowering slightly, we sent the designs to my father so he could review them and leave his final mark, perhaps provide a last refinement that would complete the project. She slowed down as she noticed the shining, expectant eyes around her, then revealed a faint, tired smile, one that carried both pride and exhaustion. But he said it was far too weak to be called the sovereignty note, and he cancelled everything we had achieved. Everything. The entire room reacted at once, eyes widening, disbelief written across every face. Almost everything, Zara corrected calmly, nodding once, and in its place, he gave us a completely new set of ideas, recommendations, and even direct requirements that must be implemented into what he designated as Prototype Model 0. Does that mean the sovereignty note project has returned to zero? Emily asked, her voice noticeably weaker than before, as if the ground beneath her expectations had been pulled away. It was no wonder that Sky Opening City had isolated itself for years, consuming an unimaginable amount of resources, far exceeding even the already massive demands of the greed crucibles by several times over. Almost, Zara replied, her voice steady once more, but there is a bright side to this situation. She paused briefly, allowing the tension to settle, before continuing, while giving his revisions and requirements, my father unintentionally gave birth to an entirely new concept, the foundation of what we now classify as the 5th generation of note-class vessels. Then she smiled, a faint but meaningful smile. And when we complete everything, when all of this reaches its final form, we will not simply possess a single new vessel. Her gaze swept across the room, meeting the eyes of every listener. We will possess an entirely new army. Chapter 2171, Mid-Sector 99, Planet Dunera. Theo opened his eyes gently, as if returning from a deep layer of thought, then turned back to face the glass house and spoke in a calm yet clear voice that carried across the quiet surroundings. Mission complete. Oh. Sitting at a small table in front of the glass house, casually playing cards by himself as if nothing in the universe could disturb his rhythm, Robin opened his mouth with a relaxed smile. Which one exactly? All of them. Theo stepped forward toward the table with steady strides and stopped directly before his father, placing his hands behind his back in a posture of respect and discipline. Consider every task completed without exception. Then he continued in the same composed tone, elaborating further. The planet chosen by the tyrant interest to construct a major space gate in any sector is never random. It is always a massive world, carefully selected, filled with extravagant hotels and luxurious establishments designed for hosting, temporary comfort, and controlled security. On such planets, even if enemies encounter one another, they are unable to act. They can do nothing but observe each other from a distance under strict rules. He paused briefly before adding, that is why major gate planets are always peaceful on the surface, yet beneath that calm lies a different reality. They are a breeding ground for intelligence agencies, information brokers, and news networks, and of course, we maintain our own presence among them. I always position several shadow swords within the major spacegate planets across nearby sectors, Theo explained further, his voice steady and precise, first for surveillance, to track every movement, to know who arrives and who departs, and second to execute immediate orders the moment they are issued. For example, he added, just now, I used the interstellar communication network to reach our operatives stationed there and assign them different tasks simultaneously. Each one moved in a separate direction, carrying out their orders without delay. That is reassuring. Robin nodded lightly, his attention still divided between the conversation and the cards in his hands. He drew another card and placed it on the table with a soft motion before gesturing toward it. Does this card look strange to you? Theo tilted his head slightly to the side, examining the card with a thoughtful gaze. The card depicted a figure wearing a crown, standing in an unnatural posture, balancing while jumping on one leg, as if caught between motion and stillness. Theo looked back at his father. The jumping king card. How did you know? Robin raised a brow, clearly amused, then glanced at the card again as if reconsidering it. Just a guess. Theo allowed himself a faint smile before returning his focus to the real issue. Anyway, may I ask, why? Which one are you asking about? Robin chuckled, clearly enjoying the exchange. All of them. Theo's brows tightened, his tone gaining a sharper edge. None of your orders seem logical to me, not a single one aligns with any standard line of reasoning. Why? Robin continued to manipulate the cards with practiced ease, a faint smile still on his face. They all seem perfectly logical to me. What is logical about ordering Helen's rescue? Theo pressed, his confusion turning more pronounced. I dispatched a shadow sword with urgent authority, mobilizing the Big Six themselves, along with a rapid intervention vessel to extract her, but why? He narrowed his eyes further, his voice lowering slightly. Is revealing rapid intervention vessels in front of the sons of the cursed behemoth a wise decision? And for whose sake? Helen. Robin paused for a moment, the cards in his hand going still. Well, that particular request is indeed not logical, at least not by conventional standards. He leaned back slightly before continuing. But in my defense, the truth omen gave me a glimpse about her. It was not a direct life or death warning, nothing that demanded immediate action, but I chose not to take risks when it comes to the future. He tapped the table lightly with a finger as he spoke. It seems her survival will play a role in what is coming. For some reason, her existence intersects with future developments in a way that is beneficial. Then he added calmly, so allowing her to die during this years-long pursuit would have been, at the very least, an unnecessary loss. A glimpse. Theo repeated, his expression tightening slightly, clearly caught on the choice of words. Explaining what I saw would be easier. Robin let out a slow sigh, his gaze drifting slightly as if recalling something distant. It was a dream, a very vivid one. I saw Helen running along a beach at sunset, the sky dyed in deep orange and fading crimson, and behind her were beasts chasing her relentlessly. Her eyes were completely white, empty of any light, and her skin was pale like that of a corpse, almost lifeless. Robin continued staring ahead, as though the vision was unfolding right in front of him once more. And as she ran, she passed by Caesar, who was sitting calmly with one foot dipped into the sea, unmoving despite everything around him. He turned toward her, his expression filled with a strange, quiet sorrow, then slowly looked forward again, as if accepting something inevitable. And while he remained there, she and her pursuers faded into the horizon until they vanished completely. Theo remained silent for several long moments, processing the scene. That sounds like a very beautiful dream from my perspective. Don't let your hatred for Helen blind you to the fact that your brother looked saddened by her fate. Robin sighed again, his tone carrying a faint reproach. Theo turned his gaze away, his expression indifferent. He is most likely sad because he is not the one chasing her. Ha! Robin burst into laughter, clearly amused. So even you have learned sarcasm? Looks like Halak's disease is spreading faster than I expected. Well. Then he waved his hand dismissively, still smiling. Anyway, I don't like taking unnecessary risks. Anything that shows even the slightest sign of going wrong with you siblings, I try to correct it before it grows, that is all. Even if you are right, then let him be the one to kill her himself so he does not carry that regret. And what about revealing the rapid intervention vessel? Theo's tone sharpened slightly, a trace of frustration surfacing. It is one of our greatest trump cards, one of our most guarded secrets, a secret that is no less important than the secret of the demons themselves. A vessel capable of moving freely anywhere within a sector without restriction, carrying hundreds of Imperial guards ready for immediate deployment, was not merely a trump card. It was a blade hidden in the shadows, a dagger that could be driven into the heart of any enemy at any moment without warning, and exposing such a weapon to the world was anything but wise. And worse still, if news were to spread among the great powers about the existence of a vessel capable of instantaneous movement, especially if it reached the ears of the behemoth Antares, it would undoubtedly place them in complications they had no need to face at this stage. Everything has its day to be revealed, that is the nature of secrets. Robin sighed, his voice calm and unconcerned. As long as you and your siblings remain safe, everything else can be rebuilt, replaced, or recreated. He casually placed another card on the table, as if the discussion itself carried no real weight. And besides, I am not particularly worried about Interas. Father, we are not at that level yet. We are far from being able to ignore someone like him. Theo's brows furrowed deeply, confusion and disbelief evident. Well, all I am saying is that we have already crossed many of his red lines, both in secrecy and openly, yet he has not made a move against us, Robin replied with a faint smile. And more importantly, we are profitable to him, very profitable. We pay him billions of pearls every year simply by using space gates across the sectors. The mere act of utilizing major space gates generates immense revenue for him. I would even wager that the Shadow Swords alone are using them more than all the major powers of the universe combined at this point. Theo had already deployed multiple Shadow Swords across several sectors, and even a single coordinated movement like that had consumed millions of pearls. When scaled to their daily operations, the cost became staggering. They were effectively pouring a fortune into those gates every single day without pause. Are you saying we are too valuable for him to act against us? Theo asked, still trying to follow the logic. More valuable than the temptation posed by a rapid intervention vessel. Just accept it. Robin raised both hands lightly in a relaxed gesture. All I am saying is that, so far, the threat we represent and the temptation of destroying us have not yet outweighed the benefits of ignoring us. Interest will continue to turn a blind eye until those two factors balance out, or until the idea of destroying us becomes too irresistible to ignore. He paused briefly, then added with a faint grin, especially with the Cosmic Elder standing on our side, which complicates matters even further for him. Then, as if remembering something trivial, Robin suddenly chuckled. Ah, right. That old man has been inside the gate for more than 2 weeks this time. He leaned back slightly, still smiling to himself. Hee, I should prepare a cake for him when he returns. It would be a shame to welcome him back empty-handed after all that. Chapter 2172. And we still haven't reached a level of temptation that would make him want to destroy us. Theo wondered, brushing aside his father's remark about the Cosmic Elder's cake as if it held no real weight in the current discussion. He knitted his brows tightly while a faint tension settled over his expression. I find that a bit hard to believe, honestly. And why do you think he hasn't made a move against us yet? Robin asked in a calm, unhurried tone, his gaze steady as though he were testing the depth of Theo's reasoning rather than merely asking a question. Because our greatest secrets are still preserved, Theo replied with absolute confidence, his voice carrying a firmness that left no room for doubt. Everything that could make the behemoth's stone mouth water, everything that could truly push him to act without hesitation, is still kept hidden, sealed away from sight until this very moment. Perhaps. Robin smiled faintly, the corners of his lips lifting with a quiet understanding. I know the Shadow Swords are working tirelessly to conceal our interplanetary instant transfer arrays, our rapid support vessels, and the rest of our exclusive innovations from prying eyes. I know the effort that goes into maintaining that veil. He paused briefly, then added with a softer but more grounded tone, but my little friend, those things are used in hostile zones, in environments where eyes are always watching and minds are always calculating. No matter how careful you are, no matter how tight your control seems, they are bound to be exposed to some extent, even if only in fragments. You cannot bet on the stupidity of all your enemies, and certainly not for centuries without a single slip. Then he gestured lightly with his hand, as if smoothing out the weight of the conversation. I support you on the point that you are doing everything you can, truly. But let us assume the worst for a moment. Let us push our thinking to its limit. Let us say Inter has discovered that we are using the fifth stage of space to build out note fleets, the very level he has forbidden to everyone without exception, and that he also learned about the mobile, miniaturized gate we have developed for the rapid support vessels. Would he attack us then? After a few brief seconds of silence that stretched just enough to emphasize the gravity of the question, he continued, does Interas have the power to attack us? Of course he does. Without the slightest doubt. In fact, if he truly wished for it, he could wipe us out completely, erase us without leaving anything behind. His voice remained steady, almost matter of fact. But even so, we have two shields. The Cosmic Elder is one of them, Theo said, following the line of thought quickly despite the weight of the implications. What is the other? Indeed, Robin nodded slowly. Even though the Cosmic Elder stated clearly, in front of everyone, that he would not interfere in a personal war involving me, the behemoths would still take him into account before making any major move, not out of obligation, but out of calculation. They would consider the possibility of his reaction, the possibility of his displeasure, the possibility of the grief he might feel over someone he calls a friend. A faint smile appeared on Robin's face as he reflected on that moment. Despite how sly and self-serving the Cosmic Elder had been in that announcement, it had not harmed him entirely. In fact, it had left behind a subtle layer of protection. As for the second, it is the Soul Society. Theo's expression shifted, confusion and doubt mixing together. Do you not think you are relying too much on your relationship with them, father? It sounds unstable. I know they are not allies. There are no formal agreements between us, no contracts binding their actions to mine, Robin nodded, acknowledging the point without hesitation. But I have been following a certain system with them for quite some time now, a system that gradually positioned me in a place where I became an inseparable part of their structure, something that cannot be easily removed without consequence. He let out a quiet breath before continuing, I abandoned the idea of competing with them or separating from them long ago. I hate to admit it, but trying to ignore, rival, or replace the Soul Society is nothing short of fantasy, at least for now, in the current state of the universe. So the Soul Society would defend you against the behemoth Interas, then? Theo asked, his skepticism now clearer than before, as if he were trying to find a flaw in his father's logic. Not exactly, Robin replied calmly, his tone steady and free of illusions. I am not betting that they will come rushing to protect me out of loyalty or goodwill. That would be naive. What I am betting on is something far simpler and far more reliable. He tilted his head slightly. I am betting that Interas will take their retaliation into account if he cuts off a major source of their income, if he disrupts a flow that benefits them greatly. They might not fight for me directly, but they could respond in ways that inconvenience him. They might halt sales for a time, restrict certain exchanges, or create pressure in their own way. He. You are hoping for a lot, father. Theo kept staring at his father from the side, his gaze lingering as if trying to measure just how much of this was calculated strategy, and how much of it was a gamble resting on uncertain ground. I console myself with whatever I have. Robin chuckled, a low, almost careless sound escaping him as if he had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. When you are weak, my son, when you want to hide from the wind yet have no shelter to call your own, you gather whatever scraps you can find, leaves scattered by chance, fragile threads of a spider's web clinging to the air, anything at all, and you piece them together into a cover, no matter how thin it is, no matter how easily it could be torn apart by the slightest force. Then he turned to his son with a clear, almost reassuring smile that carried a strange calm. Do not worry, we will not remain weak for long. He gestured lightly in front of him, as if inviting him into something inevitable. Sit. Theo stepped forward after a slight hesitation, the weight of the moment pressing faintly on his shoulders, and took a seat in the Cosmic Elder's chair, aware of its significance yet choosing not to comment on it. If you truly believe we are as weak as leaves and spider threads, he said after settling, then why did you insist on carrying out the rest of those orders? Robin remained silent for a brief moment, as though arranging his thoughts like pieces on a board, then played a card between his fingers with a subtle flick before speaking. How much time remains before the Syndicate's 200-year deadline ends, before they breach the Forbidden Zone? 95 years, Theo replied, his tone steady but carrying a trace of quiet anger beneath it, as the memory of that humiliating day still lingered vividly in his mind, refusing to fade no matter how much time passed. There is your answer. Robin chuckled again, softer this time. Do you think the Syndicate would renew the pact if we simply paid them more? Right now, when they have practically declared hostility toward us, when their stance is already leaning toward open confrontation, and Sivar wants me dead. He shook his head faintly. It is already a miracle that they are still honoring their promise not to approach the Forbidden Zone. Theo frowned deeply, his brows tightening further. Then what exactly do you intend to do during the remaining years? Before the year 850 of the coronation, Robin raised his gaze and looked directly into Theo's eyes, his voice turning firm and resolute as he declared, the Nihari galaxy will honor the mid-sector with its presence. What? Theo jolted upright, unable to contain his shock, his reaction immediate and unfiltered. Did you not say the timing would be at the end of the millennium? What changed? Then his expression shifted as realization began to settle in. The Syndicate entering the Forbidden Zone? That is what is pushing you to accelerate the ascension. Of course, Robin resumed shuffling the cards in a deliberate, almost rhythmic motion, as if every movement carried intent. Revealing the galaxy means revealing all our cards. It means selling information, exposing what we have built piece by piece. It means constant visitors, individuals at the Nexus state or beyond, surrounding the galaxy, scanning our planets with their soul sense until nothing remains hidden and we stand exposed before everyone. Or worse, they may choose not to observe, but to act, to directly attack the planets themselves. He paused slightly, letting the implication settle. And that is not even considering the wormhole over there, which could complicate matters even further. Will any of that change once we enter the mid-sector? Theo clenched his fists tightly, tension visible in the slight movement of his arms. This was one of the problems that weighed heavily on his mind. The galaxy was safe for now in the young belt, shielded from the attention of greater forces, but once it stepped out into the vast ocean among true giants, among beings who could decide its fate with a thought, nothing could be predicted with certainty. Of course it will make a difference. Robin laughed, this time with a hint of excitement underlying his tone. The army will finally have the chance to break from the martial emperor realm and step into a world cataclysm at last. We have given them an enormous amount of time to solidify their foundations, to gain vast field experience through countless wars, and we have granted them pure bodies free of any impurities thanks to arrays and near-perfect techniques. On top of that, they have had access to resources that most factions could only dream of, resources without meaningful limitation. Then he continued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, almost reflecting a vision only he could fully see. I am expecting many breakthroughs, and fast ones. If that does not happen, then all my work would be meaningless. His voice dropped slightly, then rose again with quiet confidence. Within just a few years after the ascension, no, within months, we will have an invincible army of world cataclysms, a true army, one forged not just in power but in stability and control, an army that will allow me to press my finger into the eye of even the fattest behemoth out there, hee. Chapter 2173. Ahem, Robin shook his head, forcing himself out of his drifting daydream, as though pulling his thoughts back from a distant horizon he had wandered too far into. As for the wormhole, it will be safe as well. The moment the galaxy emerges in mid-sector 99, everyone will realize we had been hiding it all along, and once the truth settles, they will naturally shift their focus elsewhere and end up ignoring the area entirely, treating it as something already uncovered and no longer worth scrutiny. On top of that, we will withdraw all patrols from the region completely, he continued, his tone steady and deliberate. No unnecessary movement, no visible presence that might attract suspicion. We will only leave behind a number of arrays around the wormhole, carefully positioned arrays designed for soul sense distortion and layered illusion, anything that bends perception and keeps attention away from it. He paused for a moment, as if visualizing the setup. The seal we placed to prevent random travel by outsiders will also be reinforced, tightened to a degree that makes any unauthorized attempt nearly impossible. His lips curved slightly. At that point, the wormhole will remain our little secret. No one will know about it, not even the syndicate, no matter how deep they dig. Theo leaned back into his chair, letting his body relax while his mind remained active, processing every detail, saying nothing for a few seconds as the implications unfolded one after another. Your plan relies on a large number of breakthroughs into the world cataclysm realm to protect the galaxy. That is right. Robin gathered the cards in front of him calmly, aligning them with careful precision as if reflecting the structure of his thoughts. I am not blind to the fact that most of our cards will be exposed once the galaxy appears in the midsector. Those who do not know about it now, and there are many who do not, will step into it the moment they do, drawn by curiosity, ambition, or sheer greed. He tapped the cards lightly. Many of our assets, like the crucible of greed and the research centers, will be placed under thousands of watchful eyes. A good portion of those eyes will be filled with hunger, the kind that devours without hesitation, and an even larger portion will completely disregard the Cosmic Elder as if his existence is nothing more than a distant rumor. The fear of angering the Cosmic Elder might restrain individuals like Interas or the Dreamer, Robin went on, his tone lowering slightly, people who have seen him before, who understand at least a fraction of what he represents, and who may one day stand in opposition to him. Truly powerful figures who could face him directly and still hesitate, still calculate, still fear provoking an unfavorable reaction. He paused briefly, then his expression hardened just a touch. But most behemoths will not think that far. They will focus on a simpler truth, that the Cosmic Elder has pledged not to interfere in my personal affairs, and for many of them, that will be enough to justify a direct attack. Based on the timeline Hedrick showed me back then, Robin said, his gaze drifting for an instant as he recalled that distant moment in the Soul Society, we may only have a few months before the galaxy is completely lost, swallowed by forces far beyond our control. That narrow window, that fragile stretch of time, is all we have. He leaned back slightly. That is the period in which we must defend it with everything we possess, our current army, our authority, our wealth, our intelligence network, even our planets themselves if it comes to that. His voice grew quieter, heavier. And within that same period, we must build a complete army of world cataclysms at any cost, no hesitation, no restraint. Otherwise, everything I have built, every layer of preparation, every risk I have taken, will collapse into nothing. Are you still trying to deny the idea that the Behemoth and the Dreamer will attack you even after your secrets are exposed? Theo asked, a hint of irritation slipping into his tone, his patience clearly thinning. Let me hope, will you? Robin laughed loudly, the sound echoing with a strange mix of confidence and defiance, as if hope itself was another weapon he refused to abandon. Theo let out a slow breath, his shoulders easing slightly. Let us return to the main point. Your plan depends on a large number of breakthroughs into the world cataclysm realm, he said, then fixed his gaze on his father once more, sharper this time. How is that going to happen? Robin placed a hand over his chest with exaggerated seriousness, as though delivering a grand declaration. With perseverance, talent, and proper preparation, of course. Father. Theo frowned, his brows tightening again, a faint edge of frustration creeping into his voice. You know that is not what I am asking. Robin shrugged lightly with a quiet laugh, his expression relaxed, waiting patiently as if inviting Theo to dig deeper, to ask the question he truly wanted answered. Really now? Theo asked in clear surprise, his voice carrying a mix of disbelief and curiosity, then he let out a slow breath as if trying to steady his thoughts. Father, I do not even know how you intend to force Neri to break through in the first place. You are supposed to achieve a breakthrough using either physical strength or internal energy, and both are completely suppressed under the restrictions of the young belt. Those limits are not something you can simply bypass with willpower. Then he looked straight into his father's eyes, his tone softening slightly. But I never questioned it before, because I believe in you. I believe that if you say something, you will make it happen, no matter how impossible it sounds at first. You have carved that belief deep into our bones, layer after layer, through everything we have gone through together. Robin smiled, clearly pleased by those words, a faint warmth appearing in his expression. But, Theo continued, not letting that warmth distract him from the core issue, even if we assume you manage to reach world cataclysm and pull the Nihiri galaxy into the mid-sector, how will our people break through within just a few months after that? His brows tightened slightly as he leaned forward a little. Humans cannot become world cataclysms, as you know, and relying on the third path for breakthroughs would result in an enormous failure rate, a level of risk that borders on self-destruction. Even those who succeed would end up weak, hollow, lacking the foundation to stand against true power. The only ones we can rely on, even a little, are the members of the third army of mutants and demi-humans, he went on, choosing his words carefully. But even with them, you cannot expect a large number to break into the world cataclysm realm within a few months like you are hoping. He shook his head slowly, emphasizing the point. Breakthroughs in the second path are bound by the limits of the beast blood flowing through their veins, and since they are all within the young range, you will not find a single one among them with beast blood at the world cataclysm level or higher, not even close. Even if their breakthrough somehow opens a new door for them, or grants them access to a higher threshold, Theo added, thinking through every possibility, maybe a few individuals might break through purely through exceptional talent, through sheer force of will or rare compatibility, but numbers large enough to form an army. He exhaled lightly. I do not think so. I do not think even Marshal Arrow himself could break through relying solely on the Thunderbolt blood flowing in his veins, no matter how gifted he is. Robin's smile gradually faded, and he raised a brow, his expression shifting into one of mild consideration. I have not really thought much about Arrow and the Third Army, he admitted casually, as if it were a minor detail. Oh, father. Theo sighed, a trace of frustration slipping into his voice. The only ones you could truly rely on to break through are the mutated ones, like the giants of Nihiri, the dwarves, and other humans who do not carry beast blood within them. Those are the ones with real potential for stable advancement to the world cataclysm realm. He paused briefly. But unfortunately, we do not have many of those in our forces, and we have never focused on developing techniques tailored specifically to their kind, never invested enough into their growth. Then he exhaled again, this time heavier, the fatigue more apparent. If your plan is truly to create an army of world cataclysms, you should have developed specialized techniques for them from the beginning, nurtured them carefully, refined their paths step by step. They are your only real treasure in this scenario, the only reliable foundation you could have built upon. Forget it. Robin waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away the entire line of reasoning. I named myself Lord Human, and you expect me to rely on mutants to protect me? A faint smirk appeared. My pride would not allow it, not even for a moment. Ha! Theo raised his head in confusion, clearly thrown off by that answer. Then who were you relying on? Then he straightened in his seat abruptly, a sudden realization flashing across his face as the earlier words echoed back in his mind. Wait. His eyes widened slightly. A moment ago, you said you had not thought about the Third Army. Robin chuckled, the sound light yet carrying a hidden meaning, then waved his hand casually. Poof, a small booklet appeared out of thin air and dropped onto the table in front of Theo with a soft sound. Take this, he said, almost playfully, and spread it among your dear ones. Ha! Theo blinked, still trying to piece things together. Hee, go on. Robin leaned back slightly, clearly enjoying the moment. Pick it up and take a look. And as you open it, I want you to kiss its pages one by one and say, welcome to the sixth path, hee. Chapter 2174. And say hello to the sixth cultivation path, hee. Theo slowly opened his eyes, the motion almost reluctant, as if his mind itself resisted what it was about to face. Then, in the very next instant, he jolted upright and took 2 hurried steps back. This. His gaze snapped onto the small booklet, fingers tightening around it unconsciously, his heart hammering violently against his chest before skipping a beat entirely, as if even it hesitated, fearing what acknowledging this might mean. Then, almost stiffly, he raised his eyes to meet his father's, confusion and raw disbelief clashing with a faint trace of fear. This. Too many questions won't change the answer. Robin chuckled, the sound carrying unmistakable pride, almost teasing in nature. What you are holding is the sixth cultivation path, or more simply, it is a way to solve humanity's internal energy problem. How? Theo's voice came out lower this time, strained, as though forcing the word through a tightening throat. He knew his father had been researching this for a long time, had heard fragments of it here and there, but he had always dismissed it as nothing more than a dead end. No matter how absolute and unshakable his trust in his father was, this was not something that could be accepted on faith alone. If his father told him he was about to march out and fight the behemoth of destruction head-on and somehow emerge victorious, Theo would not even hesitate. He would believe him, stand beside him, and lend everything he had. But solving humanity's internal energy problem? That was something else entirely. How many millions of years had passed with no answer? 5 great truth chosen had risen and fallen across history, their names etched into eternity, and alongside them, countless millions of peerless researchers had devoted their lives, their minds, their very souls to this exact problem. Yet not one of them had even scratched its surface, not one had left behind anything meaningful that could be built upon. And his father had started from nothing, from absolute zero, and somehow reached a solution before even crossing the threshold of 1,000 years of age. What would happen if the 5 great truth chosen heard of this achievement? How would it make them appear before the masses who revered them? Before themselves, standing in the shadow of something that should have been impossible? How? Theo asked again, louder this time, the disbelief breaking through. Which one of your approaches actually worked? Creation, balance and causality? Or was it that insane theory you mentioned once, using spacetime as a medium to transfer energy directly into the skin? Naturally, Theo was not completely in the dark about what his father worked on day after day. It was not espionage, not even close, it was simple curiosity. He wanted to understand what his father was building, what new force would soon emerge to strengthen the empire, and in return, his father often just wanted someone to listen, someone to hear the endless trials, the failures, the absurd ideas that came and went. Even so, talk about the sixth path had always been peripheral, a side thread compared to his father's truly monumental research. Theo had long treated it as trivial, background noise at best, like idle conversation about the weather or passing family news. None of them. Robin let out a soft sigh, though the faint curve of his lips betrayed amusement more than frustration. I spent far too long searching in distant places, complicating things far beyond what was necessary, didn't I? Then he let out a quiet chuckle. Just imagine having to teach a small child how to use a spacetime construct or a balanced causality framework every single time they wanted to launch a simple energy attack. He shook his head slowly. The more obsessed I became with the problem, the more wild, impractical, and detached from reality the solutions grew. I don't understand. Theo frowned deeply, his grip on the booklet tightening slightly. Then what did you actually do? I received a rather harsh remark from a friend, Robin said, his gaze drifting off for a brief moment as if recalling that exact instant, before he turned back, a light laugh escaping him as he met Theo's eyes again. And it turns out that rebuilding my solid foundations every once in a while has far greater value than I gave it credit for, Ha! Theo blinked, clearly thrown off. the answer only deepening the mystery rather than resolving it. Read the booklet. Robin gestured for him to sit with a calm motion of his hand, his tone carrying a quiet certainty. And while you are reading, I want you to drink any purification elixir you have, to cleanse your body from the lingering effects of the affinity elixir. Theo frowned, a crease forming between his brows as confusion flickered across his face, but he did not question it further. He simply nodded after a brief pause, reached into his storage, and pulled out a small bottle filled with a transparent, almost glass-like liquid, then tilted his head back and drank it in a single motion without hesitation. That liquid would return his physical body to a pristine state, as if he had just been born into the world. Whether toxins, residual drugs, or any foreign substances lingering within his circulatory system, everything would be forcibly expelled, evaporating out through his skin over the next few minutes in a faint, almost invisible mist. That bottle was strictly forbidden to use during battle. Even if struck by a lethal poison that promised certain death, it was considered wiser to fall than to drink it. The moment it was consumed, every enhancement, every amplification, every external advantage granted by elixirs would vanish completely, leaving the user as vulnerable as a defenseless creature in the middle of a battlefield. And for an army like that of the true beginning empire, which relied almost entirely on layered elixir enhancements, such a moment of weakness was equivalent to suicide. After finishing the bottle, Theo exhaled slowly, then dropped down to sit without wasting another second. He opened the booklet and began reading, his focus sharp, his mind already racing ahead. The booklet was barely the size of his palm, thin and unimpressive at first glance, containing only a handful of pages. Most of those pages were filled with diagrams, simple yet precise illustrations of the lower abdominal region and the pathways through which energy was meant to flow. This thing was supposed to solve the greatest dilemma that had plagued humans, mutants, and evolvers alike for tens of millions of years. Yet it looked no more impressive than a cheap pamphlet explaining the location of a restroom in a public park. Theo continued reading in silence, his eyes narrowing slightly as he examined each line, each symbol, each carefully drawn stroke of the diagrams, as if trying to force hidden meaning out of them. When he reached the final page, he paused, then slowly lifted his gaze to meet his father's calm, confident smile. Then he lowered his head again and started from the beginning. A third time, a fourth, a fifth. Each time, his reading grew slower, more deliberate, as though repetition alone might reveal something concealed between the lines. But there was nothing that stood out. Nothing that felt groundbreaking, nothing that even hinted at the magnitude of the claim attached to it. The booklet simply explained the process of constructing the 11th foundation using a heavenly law. Its tone, its structure, even its simplicity, you could hand it to a 10-year-old child and they would not be able to distinguish it from the most basic instructional manuals. There was almost no difference whatsoever. Theo stole another glance at his father, his expression tightening just slightly. Was it possible that his father's obsession with the sixth path had finally crossed a line? That he had begun to see patterns and truths that simply did not exist to anyone else? That perhaps he had. No. Theo's jaw tightened faintly. He refused that thought immediately. His father would not fall that far. Hey! Even Robin seemed to grow mildly irritated, his voice cutting through the silence. The contents of the book won't change no matter how many times you read it. I'm trying to make sure you're not joking with me. Theo shot back instantly, almost reflexively, then dropped his gaze once more and flipped back to the first page, stubbornness flashing across his features. Fine, maybe I missed something, maybe there's a detail I overlooked, I'll read it again. You've read enough. Robin waved his hand dismissively, though his eyes remained sharp, observant. Tell me, what's the one difference you noticed? Theo finally stopped. He closed the booklet slowly, his fingers lingering on its cover for a moment before he spoke. Almost nothing. There's barely anything here, except one thing. He lifted his head and locked eyes with his father. You interfered with how law patterns are distributed onto the foundation. He paused briefly, organizing his thoughts before continuing. Normally, during foundation construction, the cultivator injects their understanding of the law into the energy. The energy itself then translates that understanding into patterns and integrates them into the foundation in the most optimal structure possible, a structure chosen naturally by the law itself. And because of that, the deeper the user's understanding of the law before beginning construction, the better the resulting pattern distribution, and the more stable and promising the future growth becomes. This is considered one of the greatest miracles of the internal cultivation system. His brows furrowed deeper. But what you're doing here, you're tampering with that fundamental principle. You're not introducing a new mechanism, you're overriding an existing one. You're forcing the law patterns into a specific arrangement instead of letting them form organically. You're stripping the law of its autonomy, and imposing your own structure over it. Then he leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharpening. That's not innovation, that's going against nature. A brief silence followed. Then Theo spoke again, his tone carrying a trace of disbelief mixed with reluctant acknowledgement. Right now, you're like someone who saw water spill and spread into an irregular shape, and decided, no, I'll force it to form a perfect star, no matter what. Exactly. Robin nodded immediately, without the slightest hesitation, his expression brightening with unmistakable satisfaction. That's precisely it. Then his smile widened just a fraction. Because I am more knowledgeable than the heavenly laws themselves, and correcting their mistakes is my responsibility. Chapter 2175. Because I know more than the heavenly laws themselves. Theo frowned deeply, his brows knitting together as he held his gaze on his father's face for a long, unbroken moment, as if trying to peel apart the layers of confidence and see what truly lay beneath. Father, you know I don't have a problem with your arrogance. If anything, it's the opposite. It gives me strength, it gives me direction. Every time you declare something impossible with that same pride, I push myself harder, I commit everything I have to help you make it real, but. He paused, drawing in a slow breath that seemed heavier than it should have been. Don't you feel like you've crossed into dangerous territory? What do you mean dangerous territory, boy? Are you saying I've lost my mind? Robin raised a single brow, the faint amusement in his expression sharpening into something more pointed. Do you really think I would joke about something like this? Or exaggerate for the sake of pride? What do you expect me to think when you're claiming you understand the heavenly laws better than the heavenly laws themselves? Theo shot back immediately, the disbelief in his voice no longer concealed. Did I actually say that? Robin shook his head, his expression shifting into one of mock grievance, almost as if he had been unfairly accused. I understand their relationship with humans better than they do. That's all. That's barely any different, Theo muttered under his breath, clearly struggling to reconcile what he was hearing. There's a difference, a very important one. Robin raised a finger, his tone steadying as he leaned slightly forward. The heavenly laws are nothing more than tools. Tools that were programmed to regulate and preserve the universe after the master laws were used to bring it into existence. He paused briefly, letting the idea settle, before continuing in a slower, more deliberate cadence. When it comes to maintaining the structure of the universe itself, or utilizing the full spectrum of the 7 tiers of laws, I am nowhere near the level required to claim understanding, let alone superiority. His brows then drew together, his gaze sharpening. But when the matter concerns how those laws are embedded into energy foundations, that is where everything changes. The heavenly laws do not place patterns in the correct positions, nor do they arrange them in the correct sequence. And this isn't randomness either. You won't stumble upon the correct configuration even once in a million attempts. The proper arrangement of patterns is effectively non-existent if you leave it to chance, almost as if it were deliberately avoided. You're saying the heavenly laws intentionally create flawed pattern arrangements? Theo repeated slowly, his voice dropping, the weight of the implication pressing down on him. This is the core problem humanity has faced since the very beginning. Exactly. And don't underestimate just how severe that is. Robin gestured toward Theo's arm, his expression turning more serious. Tell me, what would happen if your liver were placed where your arm is, and your big toe were positioned where your head should be? Would you still be Theo? Would you even qualify as human at that point? He leaned back slightly, resting his arm casually, yet his eyes remained sharp. Humans require a specific structural arrangement to be considered human. In the same way, law patterns require a precise structure to function as intended. He continued, his tone gaining a subtle edge. From what I've observed, the natural arrangement produced by the laws is only just sufficient to prevent total collapse. It's the bare minimum required to keep the foundation from falling apart, just enough to deceive you into believing it is correct. And as your understanding of the law deepens, the foundation naturally becomes stronger and more stable, reinforcing that illusion, making you believe you're progressing along the correct path. Robin's gaze drifted away for a brief moment, his eyes darkening with restrained frustration. Everyone who came before me tried to solve the problem from the same direction. They all focused on how to force energy through the human body, treating it as weak, as flawed, as something that needed to be compensated for. His voice lowered slightly. But not a single one of them stopped to ask the more fundamental question. He turned back, his eyes locking forward again. Why is the human body weak to begin with? Why is it that a single dose of contaminated beast blood can enhance it so drastically? He exhaled slowly. Even I fell into that same trap for a time. I accepted the premise without questioning it. I followed that path, just like everyone else, and in doing so, I wasted years of my life chasing a problem that was never meant to be solved that way. Are the heavenly laws deliberately suppressing humans in this way? Theo frowned deeply, the muscles around his eyes tightening as unease crept into his voice. But, why would they do something like that? I don't know the reason. Robin shook his head slowly, his tone calm yet layered with thought. But now I understand what Azramad meant when he said it was a seal. The heavenly laws didn't gather one day and decide to inconvenience humanity, that much is obvious. This feels closer to a seal, or perhaps a curse. Something deliberately placed, like a crude game designed to restrain us, to narrow our potential and keep human growth within certain limits. He let out a slow breath, his gaze drifting momentarily as if revisiting the moment of realization. To be honest, ever since I used that method and uncovered what's really happening, my mood has been split between two extremes. He paused briefly, then continued. Good, because the solution itself isn't complex, not in the way we imagined. Even children can grasp it with proper guidance. Good, because modifying an already built system using this approach is entirely possible. Good, because if this discovery spreads, my name will be etched into history without question. And good, because I managed to reach it before Nihari's ascension window. His brows slowly drew together again. But at the same time, my mood is foul, because of how absurd this entire situation is. Because of the existence of someone, or something, that thought it was acceptable to impose this kind of game on humanity. Theo fell silent, his thoughts spiraling as he tried to process the scale of what was being suggested. The idea that some unknown entity could influence heavenly laws themselves pressed heavily on his mind, tightening his chest with every passing second. Could it just be coincidence? Maybe this system was always meant to be discovered by us eventually, but we simply failed to reach it? Maybe the heavenly laws were trying to guide us towards stronger foundations, but it resulted in the opposite effect instead. Will that explanation help you sleep better when you lay your head on your pillow at night? Robin let out a soft chuckle, the faintest hint of amusement coloring his tone. There's one small flaw in your interpretation. What about exceptional humans like Raiden? Why are they capable of using the laws so efficiently? Theo froze for a brief moment, caught off guard, then spoke more cautiously. You mean, they naturally possess proper pattern arrangements within their foundations? But doesn't that contradict what you've been saying? Not at all. Robin shook his head without hesitation. You're asking the wrong question. The real question is, how does an exceptional human come into existence in the first place? He paused, letting the thought settle before continuing. There are two primary paths. The first is selection. A human is randomly chosen by the planet's spirit and marked with a seal that only the law itself can interpret. From that moment, they are born with an extraordinary body, one perfectly aligned with a specific law. When they begin building their foundations, the patterns don't struggle to find their place, they fall naturally into what is effectively the optimal arrangement, or rather, the optimal arrangement relative to their affinity, whether that affinity stands at 91% or reaches perfection at 100%. Even within that range, the ordering of patterns still plays a decisive role. And the second path? Robin raised a slight brow, continuing seamlessly. A human might be exposed to a specific law under extreme conditions, or experience a rare, almost impossible coincidence, allowing them to gain the law's favor in an exceptional way, like what happened to the father of the Destra family before he was even born, while still in his mother's womb. He shook his head lightly. But you won't find an ordinary human like you or me simply cultivating and having the correct pattern arrangement form naturally. That simply does not happen. Then his fingers began tapping rhythmically against the arm of his seat, his gaze drifting toward the distant spacetime corridor, his expression shifting into something more contemplative. But there was one thing that kept bothering me for a long time. What is it? Theo asked immediately, leaning forward slightly, his focus sharpening. The depth of this conversation had already surpassed anything he had anticipated when he first arrived. Even his father's earlier remarks about achieving advancement within less than a century now felt trivial, almost childish, compared to what was being discussed. Why is it that exceptional humans tend to produce exceptional descendants? Robin murmured, almost to himself. Take the Mazer family as an example. He gestured toward Pisu, who was roasting something massive in the distance. How many of them now possess perfect affinity to sound? 20, 30 individuals? And all of that originates from a single ancestor who achieved that alignment first. It used to bother you. Theo nearly followed the line of reasoning instinctively, but then caught onto the phrasing, his eyes narrowing slightly. Did you find the answer? Almost. Robin turned his head back toward Theo, a quiet laugh escaping him, his eyes glinting with restrained excitement. It appears to be a loophole in the seal. Chapter 2176. A loophole. Theo was deeply startled, his voice carrying clear disbelief as his brows tightened. Are you saying that whoever activated the seal, or curse, or whatever it is, actually left behind a loophole like this? This cannot be it, right? That is exactly it. Robin Burton nodded firmly, a faint smile forming as if amused by the absurdity of it all. A loophole that led to the emergence of the behemoths and all the great human families across the universe. They truly failed miserably, huh? He. Then he leaned forward toward the table, resting slightly as his gaze turned distant, as if drifting through countless possibilities. Thinking about it more carefully, why has not this loophole been sealed until now? He raised one eyebrow, clearly analyzing. I can think of three possibilities. First, the one who placed the seal did it intentionally from the very beginning. Second, they no longer possess enough power to modify or correct it. Or, he paused, his tone lowering slightly, they do not even know about the loophole yet. Theo remained silent for several moments, clearly digesting the implications, his thoughts turning heavy. I still think it is just a coincidence, nothing more. Do not worry about it. That is my problem to deal with. Robin shrugged casually and leaned back into his chair, completely at ease. As for you, it does not really matter whether it is a coincidence or not. It is like a mortal who spends most of his life struggling just to earn a living. It would not change anything in his life whether the planet he stands on is round or flat, so talking about it is fruitless. I feel a bit insulted right now. Theo frowned slightly, though his tone remained controlled. And why is that? It is the role of researchers to chase after the truth and uncover it piece by piece. Robin waved his hand twice dismissively, yet confidently. And your role is to help me implement and apply whatever I manage to discover. Fair enough. Theo nodded after a brief pause, accepting the logic, then pointed toward the booklet in front of him. So, what exactly is required? This booklet explains the method of distributing the runes and patterns of the major law of darkness in precise detail, Robin replied, his tone turning more serious. Then he continued after a slight pause, making sure his words were clear. It is not difficult for a child forming their pillars for the very first time. In fact, they do not even need to carve the runes themselves. All they need to do is guide those runes toward their correct positions as they begin forming above their still unhardened foundations. He continued, leaning slightly forward again as if emphasizing the importance. Once the arrangement is done correctly for the first time, theoretically, the heavenly law will start recognizing the person as a special human. From that point onward, it will continue carving the runes of the next levels in a perfectly aligned manner, fully consistent with what was established in the 11th solid foundation. You could say it is like preparing a perfect ground where puzzle pieces naturally fall into their correct places without resistance. He added, building solid foundations in this way ensures that the heavenly law intervenes more deeply in reshaping the body itself, increasing its affinity significantly. It will also form instantaneous runes that allow energy to flow freely and efficiently. In simple terms, anyone who uses this method will become a distinguished human in terms of their ability to utilize laws and achieve breakthroughs through them. The entire army will be special humans. Theo's eyes gleamed intensely, a spark of excitement flashing within them. In his mind, an image quickly formed, hundreds of thousands of Raidens charging forward across the battlefield in perfect coordination, each one wielding power far beyond ordinary limits. The ground trembling beneath them, the air itself distorted by their presence. Just imagining such a scene alone was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Hey, Robin Burton snapped his fingers sharply in front of Theo's eyes, pulling him back from the depths of his wandering thoughts. Do not let your imagination drift too far ahead of reality. I never said this method would grant us an endless supply of behemoths. Was not that literally what you said? Theo raised his voice slightly, his tone carrying both disbelief and restrained excitement. No, Robin shook his head with calm certainty, his expression steady. I said the user would be able to interact with the law and use it to achieve breakthroughs. But that outrageous level of affinity you are imagining? That is not an open path for everyone. He paused for a brief moment, then continued more deliberately, in other words. He stopped again, clearly organizing his thoughts to present a precise example. Let us assume there is someone born with a 20% affinity for the law of darkness. What do you think would happen if they used this technique? Theo listened intently, his attention completely focused now. That percentage was the norm among most individuals who dared to step into the energy cultivation system. Someone with a 70% affinity toward a law? That was already considered extraordinary, the kind of person who could rise to the level of a general without much doubt. Once someone like that follows the sixth path and correctly places the runes where they belong, the heavenly law will begin adjusting their energy core and their network of veins to harmonize with it. Robin continued, his voice measured and analytical. This adjustment alone would raise the body's baseline affinity to around 50%. That affinity is not static either. It can gradually increase over time through training, enhancement doses, and natural progression. However, the user will absolutely not jump straight to a perfect 100% affinity. Then he shrugged lightly, as if acknowledging both the breakthrough and its limitations. I have found a way to bypass the seal. A sixth path user can now freely utilize their energy within the martial emperor realm and continue progressing all the way into the dominion realm without facing the usual barriers. But I have not found a method to replicate something like imprinting planetary souls or elevating physical affinity to those absurd, near-mythical levels. Someone born with high natural affinity will always retain a clear advantage when it comes to law usage and the speed of breakthroughs. Theo nodded several times, absorbing each word with growing clarity. As long as the army's problem gets solved, that is what truly matters. The Golden Army will receive a tremendous boost once this path is implemented across the ranks, even if they do not reach the world cataclysm stage. He paused briefly before continuing. Big Brother Caesar has been frustrated for a long time because he cannot keep up with the Third Army. This will definitely lift his spirits, even if he ends up waiting for the next generation to fully benefit from it. Wait, Theo suddenly cut himself off, his eyes lifting sharply toward his father as a realization struck him. In your example, the natural affinity increased by 30%. Does not that mean someone with a natural 70% affinity could potentially reach 100% through this method? He. Robin revealed his teeth in a confident, almost mischievous grin, clearly pleased with the conclusion Theo reached. Exactly. Then he continued, maintaining that same self-assured tone. I cannot guarantee a perfect 100%, but anyone with a natural 70% affinity will undoubtedly leap forward and begin competing with the special humans without question. Theo's dark eyes gleamed intensely, a sharp light of ambition flickering within them. A 70% affinity was not common, but it certainly was not rare either. Every high-ranking officer possessed an affinity level hovering around that mark. Even he himself, his affinity toward darkness was dangerously close to that threshold. But, Theo exhaled slowly, a faint trace of regret slipping into his voice. What a shame. I really wish I could use this for myself. Then use it. What exactly is stopping you? Robin raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by the hesitation. How? Theo shook his head firmly, his tone turning serious again. Time is far too critical right now for me to destroy all my foundations and start over from nothing. That is assuming I even survived the process of tearing them down in the first place. Then he looked off into the distance, his thoughts drifting toward the future. But a 95-year window is not bad at all. I will do everything I can to cultivate a strong new generation during that time. Then a faint smile appeared on his face as his gaze settled on the horizon, his thoughts returning to the 100 million individuals he had observed just days ago within the Young Belt. If all of them were to follow the sixth path, the scale of that transformation alone was almost impossible to comprehend. Start from scratch. Robin suddenly raised both eyebrows in visible surprise, his tone shifting slightly as if amused by what he just heard. What are you even talking about? Do I look like I am out here selling potatoes? Chapter 2177. What are you even talking about? Theo asked, even more confused than before, his brows knitting tightly as his mind raced to keep up. The modifications his father had described required stripping away everything that made the foundations in the first place. Every rune, every line, every structural layer that held them together. This went far beyond the scope of conventional foundation adjustment techniques that only altered minor aspects with extreme precision and control. That was without even accounting for the overwhelming, almost unbearable pain that anyone attempting such a process would inevitably experience. If he actually tried it, how many foundations could he realistically adjust before collapsing under the strain of pain and the violent interference between engravings? 2, 3 at best? If he truly intended to apply this method, then logically, he would have no choice but to destroy everything and rebuild from absolute zero. That was the only conclusion that made sense, and it was simply impossible for him. He did not have the luxury of time for such a gamble. He was one of the Empire's most essential pillars, someone whose absence would immediately be felt across multiple fronts. And it was not just him. The idea itself was not realistic for anyone else either. No one could endure that level of destruction and still expect to recover from it. Even if someone somehow possessed both the time and the endurance required, the collapse of even a single foundation during the process would lead to immediate death, or, in a slightly better scenario, total disability that would force reliance on something like a second-chance array just to survive. In the end, the solution of this new path seemed, unfortunately, restricted to children who had not yet reached the 11th foundation, those who still had the flexibility to shape their path from the beginning. Was not your attention on anything I said, boy? Robin Burton raised an eyebrow, his tone calm yet faintly mocking. Once the base is properly aligned, everything above it will begin correcting itself automatically. Yes, you were talking about children who are just starting their path, right? Theo frowned deeper, still unconvinced, his voice carrying a hint of resistance as he tried to reconcile the idea. I am talking about anyone. Robin waved his hand casually, as if dismissing the very premise of Theo's doubt. Theoretically, this applies to you and to anyone willing to modify their 11th foundation as well. Then he continued, a faint, confident smile forming on his lips. All your followers need is an extended leave during which they adjust their 11th foundation using the method described. A small portion of that leave will be spent on the actual modification itself, and the rest will naturally be consumed by the process of the remaining foundations adjusting on their own. During that period, they will feel weakened and unstable, and they will not be able to use the law at all, not even with the help of elixirs. I understand this will cause a shortage in your workforce, Robin added with a light shrug, as if acknowledging a minor inconvenience rather than a serious issue, but I have not found a way around that limitation. During their leave, you can assign them to train recruits or handle administrative responsibilities such as mission intake, coordination, and negotiations. They will only experience fatigue and temporary weakness, there will not be any real suffering or torment involved. Did you even find a solution for how to use the shadow swords during their recovery period? Theo asked, disbelief evident in his tone before he let out a short, dry laugh and shook his head. Then he lifted his gaze and looked directly into his father's eyes, his expression steady and resolute. Thank you, I will use this technique for your sake. Even the current swords of shadow, veterans with immense experience and refined control, could become distinguished humans under this method? For the price of a few years of leave, a temporary withdrawal from the battlefield, that was hardly a cost at all. Once those years passed, the already fearsome swords of shadow would not merely return stronger. They would return as something entirely different, something far beyond what they once were, a force that could reshape the balance of power wherever it stepped. What do you mean, use it? Robin Burton shook his head quickly, almost as if cutting the idea down before it could even take root. This booklet explains the arrangement of engravings specifically for users of the major law of darkness. Using the same arrangement for another law, even if it is only a secondary branch of darkness, would result in permanent disability, or, in the worst case, death. Then he fixed his gaze directly on Theo, his expression growing serious and far heavier than before. This arrangement did not come by coincidence. I was not just sitting there and suddenly thought the issue was the order, then casually invented the correct one. His tone deepened further. I used the 4 embodied truth runes I have to uncover the true, ideal distribution of the law of darkness. He leaned forward slightly, closing the distance, his eyes locking onto Theo's with unmistakable intensity. Son, even if the 5 great truth chosen who came before me had gathered together and devoted themselves to finding the proper distribution for the law of darkness, they still would not have succeeded, even if you give them all the time in the world. Embodied truth runes. It had all started when Robin began rebuilding his foundations after they were drained in nearly every battle he fought. Each reconstruction sharpened something within him. Each time, he felt like he could perceive the truth engravings a little more clearly than before, then a little more, then more still. Driven by a growing curiosity that bordered on obsession, he began deliberately exhausting his own foundations just to push that clarity further, just to deepen that fleeting glimpse. Until, eventually, he reached a point where he could fully perceive several engravings in their entirety. And then, he did something no one had ever done before. He brought them into reality. He drew 4 of them out into existence. For the first time since the very first star had ever flickered into being, a truth engraving manifested in the open world. And yet, no one could truly see it. There was no glow, no radiance, no visible trace for the eyes to grasp. Only Robin could perceive them. To everyone else, they were nothing. Invisible. Non-existent. At first, he treated them like a personal curiosity, almost like a private hobby. Something that quietly fed his pride, something that whispered to him that he had achieved what no one else ever had. But after hearing the words of the Cosmic Elder, he decided to take it further. He decided to test them, to use them, and what he discovered was something truly profound. The other heavenly laws could perceive these engravings as well. They recognized them. They responded to them. They feared them. Simply directing one of these runes toward a target would reveal its truth, reveal what it should be, what its perfect state truly was beneath all distortions. And that was exactly what happened when he applied them to the main law of darkness and the 11th foundation. Even the seal that had plagued humans and humanoid beings since ancient times, the very limitation that had bound their potential for generations, it could not withstand them for long. Theo remained silent, staring into his father's serious eyes, the weight of everything he had just heard settling deep within him. Understood. I will carefully select the shadow swords who will use it. Do not worry. Then he showed a faint, almost pleading smile. But I will wait for the day you tackle my space darkness merged law as well, all right. Of course, Theo was gently closing the topic, expecting his father to brush it off, to tell him he was dreaming too big, or something along those lines, expecting them to share a laugh over it. After all, if something had been impossible even for 5 great truth chosen, how could it suddenly become easy? The fact that his father had chosen the law of darkness as his starting point was already an honor, a clear acknowledgement of the importance of the swords of shadow, of everything Theo had built and protected. Perhaps his next target would be time, or space, for the Imperial Guard. But fused laws? Those likely would not be seen anytime soon, perhaps not within their lifetimes. Kid, hee. Robin let out a light sigh, shaking his head as if amused by Theo's assumptions. I told you all that just to make sure no one ends up using the wrong booklet. That is all. Not because I do not have others. Then, with a simple, casual wave of his hand, bam, dozens upon dozens of booklets materialized out of thin air, stacking rapidly across the table until it tilted slightly under their sheer number and weight. The sight alone was overwhelming, a quiet testament to just how far his research had gone. Then he laughed out loud, his tone filled with unmistakable pride. Here, you will find all the most commonly used heavenly laws within the Empire, including the merged laws tailored for you, your brothers, and even the special units. He leaned back in his chair, placing both hands behind his head in a relaxed, confident posture. I will prepare another batch covering the less commonly used laws later on, but for now, make do with what is here. He paused for a brief moment, then added with a careless grin, yeah, I know what you are thinking. I am being lazy, Chapter 2178. I know it is laziness on my part. Theo stared into his father's eyes with a mix of confusion and disbelief for several long seconds, as if trying to confirm whether he had truly heard that correctly, then finally let out a soft breath and showed a gentle smile. You have earned the right to brag today however you like. I will not say a thing. Haha, me? Bragging? Not at all. Robin Burton shook his head repeatedly, clearly entertained, though the faint curve of his lips betrayed his satisfaction. Anyway, once my consciousness is free again, I will use it to complete the rest of the minor laws the Empire possesses and hand them over to you. Theo nodded, his expression settling into seriousness again. What are your orders now? Should my brothers and I, along with the rest of the first row leaders, begin modifying our foundations starting today, or should we wait a bit longer before taking action? I will leave that decision to you. Robin waved his hand casually, as if the matter was minor. Based on my overall estimates, after modifying the 11th foundation, the one above it will take around a month or slightly less to adjust automatically, then the next will adapt to match it, and so on. He lifted his head slightly, his tone turning more precise, until you reach the 41st foundation, where the process becomes significantly heavier. Each one of those will take between 3 to 6 months to fully transform and stabilize. Then he waved his hand twice, dismissing any rigidity in the numbers. These are only rough estimates, but you understand the idea. A complete transformation for someone at level 50 would take, on average, between 5 to 10 years. Since we have 95 years before Nihari's promotion, you can plan the timing based on that window. Theo nodded again, his brows drawing together slightly as calculations began forming in his mind. He would need to create a precise schedule, rotating each major leader's leave carefully so that no battlefield weakened all at once. Even a small imbalance could ripple across multiple fronts. Take this as well. Cling. Theo snapped out of his deep concentration at the sound of his father's voice, followed by the faint metallic impact on the table. What is this? His eyes caught sight of a small metal plate resting beside the growing tower of booklets. Without hesitation, he reached out, picked it up, and immediately sent his soul sense into it. At first, his expression tightened in confusion. Then his brows slowly lifted. Moments passed, then more. A few minutes later, his eyes opened wide, his breathing subtly disturbed as he turned to look at his father. Is this even possible? What do you think? Robin casually gestured toward the plate, watching him with quiet amusement. Theo tried to steady his breathing, his voice lowering as the implications sank in. Of course, I know that some of the sons of behemoths and the most promising heirs of rulers of Millennium Empires sometimes use nascent space beast crystals to break through to world cataclysm, but the success rate has never been high. Only the absolute elite among them are even granted the chance to attempt it. Then his gaze dropped back to the plate, as if it held something dangerous. With this array, will my brothers and I all be able to succeed in breaking through using a nascent space beast crystal? What if one of us fails? The backlash from the crystal would be catastrophic. It could destroy the body and soul entirely. Robin looked genuinely puzzled for a brief moment, clearly not expecting that line of thought. Then, without warning, he pushed his chair back, stood up in one smooth motion, and extended his hand forward. Bam! He struck Theo lightly on the side of the head before returning to his seat as if nothing had happened. Why did you do that? Theo asked, stunned, his hand instinctively rising to the spot, still processing what had just occurred. What about showing a little confidence here? Robin raised his voice slightly, his gaze sharp. What more do I have to present before you raise your expectations of me even a little? This has nothing to do with confidence, Theo exhaled slowly, shaking his head as he tried to compose himself. You are the one playing with the constants. You are damn right. And as long as there is still breath left in this body, I will keep playing with them until I forge my own constants, Robin Burton said, lifting his head with a quiet yet overwhelming confidence, as if the very idea of limits did not apply to him. Let me tell you something. Not all sons of behemoths use nascent space beast crystals to break through, and there are two main reasons for that. The first, of course, is that they are extremely rare, to the point where even overwhelming wealth cannot guarantee obtaining one. Then he gestured toward the far side of the planet with a casual motion. As for that problem, we have already solved it here. Theo nodded slowly, fully understanding what that implied. After all these years of opening the gate and hunting nascent space beasts, they had accumulated a massive stockpile of their crystals. The number had quietly risen into the hundreds without most of the Empire even realizing it. Hundreds of nascent space beast cores. Just that alone was enough to enrich the true beginning Empire's treasury for millions upon millions of years, and yet, despite their unimaginable value, it was clear his father had no intention of selling even a single one of them. And the second reason is the method. Robin raised two fingers, his tone becoming more instructive. Trying to use something this chaotic is nothing short of a nightmare. It requires a very specific approach, a refined method built on countless failures. That is why every behemoth, every centennial emperor, every major organization, each one possesses their own inherited technique, passed down through generations of trial and error, and never shared with outsiders under any circumstances. Then he lowered his fingers and spoke with clear seriousness, his eyes sharpening. The only one who truly mastered and perfected this method is the savage Zavaros. That is why all his descendants succeeded in breaking through using nascent space beast crystals. It is also why they possess the strength to fight individuals like Hedrick, even though, in the end, they remain nothing more than a lineage of beasts. Then he pointed again toward Theo's hand, emphasizing the object he held. What you are holding is a design for an array where the crystal is placed at the center. The array absorbs the chaotic, violent energy and cycles it internally at extreme speeds until it stabilizes into something usable. During that time, the user safely refines the empty crystal without exposing themselves to direct backlash. Once that process is complete, they begin absorbing the now stabilized energy slowly, carefully, like drinking from an ocean through a narrow straw. He continued, his tone carrying unmistakable certainty. I dare say this method is safer than even using those trivial elemental pearls as stabilizers, and its success rate is significantly higher. Then he waved his hand lightly, as if brushing aside any doubt. Of course, that is assuming the array is constructed properly and the user follows every instruction without deviation. Theo could not help but smile faintly at that last remark. His father's confidence in the array bordered on absolute certainty, to the point where any potential failure would never be blamed on the design itself, but rather on poor construction or the incompetence of the one using it. And how much would an array capable of cycling the energy of a nascent space beast crystal actually cost? Theo asked with a light, almost amused chuckle. Robin had just declared his creation unmatched, but something told him the price would be just as extraordinary. I do not know the exact figure, but a lot, obviously. Robin shrugged, completely unfazed. The core component alone requires 5 additional nascent crystals acting as cores for the array, each one pulling and redistributing the energy from the central crystal. Fortunately, we have plenty of those. As for the remaining materials, I would estimate around 30 billion pearl per array, give or take. It is fairly cheap. Cheap indeed. Theo let out a relaxed laugh, though there was a trace of disbelief hidden within it. 30 billion for a single array. Then he placed the metal plate carefully aside and lifted his gaze, looking directly into his father's eyes with a deeper expression this time. You have just handed me things that the entire universe has struggled to achieve for decades, maybe even longer, father. Methods that countless forces failed to perfect. So tell me honestly, where do you even find the time to do all of this? Chapter 2179. Where do you even find all this time? Theo asked sincerely, his voice carrying a weight of genuine confusion rather than simple curiosity. He, as someone who managed a vast underground organization, one that possessed information capable of turning entire sector powers against one another and flipping the heavens onto the earth, often felt as though time itself was his greatest enemy. Most days, it felt like he did not have enough hours to even complete the essentials. It was as if he needed 100 versions of himself, all thinking and acting in perfect coordination, just to keep up with the endless flow of events, reports, conflicts, and decisions that demanded his attention. And yet his father. Perhaps he was not leading a sprawling organization or dealing directly with countless allies and enemies at once, but what he was doing was far more unsettling. He was dismantling concepts that had been embedded in the minds of the universe for ages, truths that no one had ever dared to question, let alone break. Every innovation his father produced was enough to immortalize his name for eternity, enough to place him among the absolute geniuses of the universe without dispute. And yet, he produced those innovations one after another, as if they were nothing more than casual thoughts, like poems written idly after a meal. Oh, my dear, even I ask myself that sometimes. Robin Burton chuckled lightly, then tilted his head toward the glass house with a subtle motion. Theo followed his gaze, and the moment he did, silence swallowed him completely. On the first floor, he saw Seraphim drawing something in midair, incomprehensible patterns that resembled symbols deliberately designed to defy understanding, as if their very purpose was to resist interpretation. The pen would compress whatever was written, condensing it into a compact form, then place it aside, suspended in the air, before continuing with a new segment as if the previous one no longer existed. Nearby, another figure sat on the ground in a meditative posture. His eyes were open, calm yet focused, while his hand held a feather pen. He leaned forward slightly to write something onto a carefully positioned board fixed upon a wooden table, then straightened his back once more, pausing as if contemplating the next stroke, the next idea, the next calculation. Theo recognized him instantly. It was Arcalon, the renowned soul scholar whose death had remained a mystery for millions of years, now reduced, or perhaps elevated, into a soul creature serving under his father. That same individual whose influence could be traced through nearly every invention Robin had released that bore any relation to the soul. Even the personal soul inheritance array used to compress emeralds, Arcalon's imprint on it was undeniable. But that still was not everything happening inside. Theo's gaze shifted slightly, and he noticed another soul creature dressed in the white and gold robes of the Soul Society. It stood before a massive wooden board occupying an entire corner of the glass house, holding a mid-sector epic pen in its hand. Its posture was steady, its attention completely absorbed in a colossal diagram it had drawn, its mind clearly working through countless possibilities, searching for the next precise step. That soul creature bore a striking resemblance to Robin. No, not just resemblance. It was him. Theo's gaze lifted higher. On the second floor, there were 3 more versions of Robin, each one fully immersed in its own task. One was writing a book relentlessly, line after line flowing without pause. Another stood at the center of a massive construct formed entirely from soul energy, adjusting its structure with careful precision. The third was repeatedly slamming his head against one of the glass walls, as if trying to force an idea into existence through sheer persistence. And beyond all those Robins, there was an open gate, silently yet continuously pulling vast quantities of emeralds from beneath the structure of the house itself. The flow was constant, relentless, feeding everything within. The cost of sustaining such a system, of maintaining all those soul constructs for extended periods of time, was something that defied calculation entirely. Your use of surplus consciousness has advanced tremendously. Theo murmured quietly, his voice almost lost in the magnitude of what he was witnessing, before turning his gaze back toward his father. This time, he could not look at him the same way as before. All those processes taking place within the glass house were exhausting, that much was obvious, but they were not everything. They were only part of the picture. Because beyond all of that, it was easy to sense that his father was still drawing in energy from the pearls tied around his waist, absorbing them steadily, using that power to rebuild his foundations again and again, perhaps for the 100th time, or even beyond that. As if exhaustion itself had long since ceased to apply to him. I think I have become somewhat good at handling them. Robin Burton shrugged lightly as he watched his copies working inside, his tone relaxed despite the sheer complexity of what was happening. A small idea came to me, something I picked up from Huffy, and Arcalon helped me refine it a little. Huffy? Theo asked, his curiosity immediately sparked. He is the father tree, Hovenheim, Robin said with a faint, knowing smile. Huffy copied the soul of a human named Amisoy and used it to replicate sprouts. You remember all that, right? Robin chuckled as fragments of the past surfaced in his mind. I took that replication method from him when I devoured his soul, but back then I did not see many practical uses for it until recently. I started thinking about creating copies of soul creatures, then planting fragments of my consciousness inside them so I could extend myself outward. Did I explain that properly? I get what you mean. Theo nodded several times, his expression thoughtful before a small smile formed. But where are the rest? Based on what he knew about the number of royal stars his father possessed, there should have been far more manifestations than what he was currently seeing. They each have their own tasks. Bringing them out right now would not add anything meaningful, so do not worry about it. Robin waved his hand dismissively, then his gaze sharpened as he looked directly into Theo's eyes. By the way, I have a small remark, actually, 2 remarks. Something you said earlier caught my attention, and I need to correct it. Go ahead, Theo replied calmly, his tone steady. In most situations, his mind was under constant tension, racing through countless responsibilities at once, burdened by decisions that could shape entire sectors. But whenever he sat like this with his father, that pressure seemed to fade away. For a brief moment, he felt like he had returned to a simpler time, like a teenager again, sheltered under someone who carried the weight of the world for him. It is about what you said regarding you and your brothers using nascent space beast crystals. I will not allow that. Robin spoke without hesitation, his tone leaving no room for argument. Then, noticing the surprise spreading across Theo's face, he continued, nascent space beast crystals will be reserved for third-tier leaders, the valiant generals and high-ranking special forces officers who have already proven themselves in countless battles. What? Theo's confusion deepened, his brows tightening further. Could you explain that more clearly? With pleasure, Robin chuckled, clearly enjoying the reaction. Second-tier leaders, planetary generals, admirals, and martial aides, those, I will provide with young space beast crystals. They are far more appropriate for their level of authority and responsibility. Theo leaned forward slightly, his brows nearly merging from shock. What are you even saying? His voice dropped, more serious now. Young crystals? The same ones used by the savage Zavaros, the ones no one else has ever successfully utilized. You are planning to give those to martial aides and generals in charge of planetary campaigns. Robin nodded firmly, completely unfazed. I am currently working on modifying the array. He casually gestured toward one of his copies, the one still repeatedly slamming its head against the glass wall. He is being a bit dramatic, but within 10 years at most, the design will be finalized. Then he leaned back, resting his arms behind him as if discussing something trivial. And honestly, I do not see anything wrong with that. Over those 10 years, the Empire will have already prepared several arrays for nascent beast crystals and accumulated enough experience to handle the next level without unnecessary risks. Gulp. Theo swallowed subconsciously, his gaze locked onto his father's eyes, trying to fully grasp the scale of what was being proposed. If what he was saying was true, then the entire structure of power within the Empire was about to shift in ways no one could predict. Then, what about the first-tier leaders? Theo finally asked, his voice lower now, carrying a mixture of anticipation and unease. Chapter 2180. What about the first-row leaders? Theo swallowed, his throat tightening slightly as unease crept into his voice. Hee, you already know. Robin Burton chuckled, his shoulders shaking lightly, as if the answer itself was obvious. You are joking, right? Theo forced out a strained laugh, though a hint of genuine fear lingered beneath it. If third-tier leaders get nascent crystals, and second-tier leaders get young crystals, then we. He paused, his thoughts catching up to the implication, then his eyes widened. We get mature crystals. Exactly. Robin clapped once, clearly satisfied by the realization. In fact, from the very beginning, I have been working toward a way to use mature space beast crystals as stabilizers. Along that journey, I designed the array for nascent crystals and came up with a preliminary framework for young ones. Then his gaze shifted toward one of his copies standing amidst the runes on the upper floor, still locked in relentless effort. But the core issue is still unresolved. I am close, very close, but it is still there. Then he shrugged lightly and looked back at Theo. All I can promise is that I will find a solution before the promotion of Niyahari. If necessary, I will use the 4 truth runes again. At that thought, something tightened faintly in Robin's chest. Each of those runes had taken decades to fully form, painstakingly shaped through effort and sacrifice. Using them on the internal training seal had already consumed nearly half of their stored power, and uncovering the correct arrangements for so many laws had drained even more. If he used them again on something of that magnitude, they would disappear entirely, and rebuilding them from scratch was not something he currently had the luxury of time for. You are confident you will find a way to let us use mature space beast crystals as stabilizers? Theo's mind blanked momentarily as the scale of it all overwhelmed him. Is that even possible? Even behemoths themselves cannot kill one. His voice rose slightly, unable to remain calm. There are records in history of one of those crystals detonating during a massive battle against the Cosmic Elder, creating a colossal black hole that swallowed an entire galaxy. Then he pointed toward himself, disbelief written all over his face. And you are planning to put something like that inside us? It is a simple matter. Do not be a coward. Robin waved dismissively, as if the concern itself was exaggerated. Theo held back the flood of questions that surged within him and leaned back into his chair, forcing himself into silence for a few moments. He needed time to process the mixture of shock, fear, and excitement building within him. You said there were 2 things you wanted to correct. What is the second? The amount of information he had been exposed to today alone was enough to occupy him for years. The number of arrangements, decisions, and operations he would have to manage had already reached an absurd level. He had more than enough to deal with already. It is about your choices regarding who will receive the 6th path, the law of darkness. Robin's tone turned serious, cutting through Theo's thoughts. I want you to give it only to the regular members of the Shadow Swords, the ones working in the streets gathering information or stationed inside headquarters. Stay away from the leaders and elite members. What? Theo was caught completely off guard, interrupting instinctively. Do you mean the opposite? I mean exactly what I said. Robin continued, his brows slightly furrowed, then he let out a low sigh and looked toward the distant horizon. Heh, I know things have been difficult for you lately. The Swords of Shadow are our extended arm. They are always the first to enter any sector I set my eyes on, and they are also the arm our enemies constantly try to sever. That cannot continue. He turned his gaze back to Theo, his eyes steady and resolute. The Shadow Sword should not remain just a tool for intelligence gathering, sabotage, and assassination. That might have been enough when your operations stayed within the range of my armies, where you had indirect protection. But as long as you operate beyond that, you need real power to defend yourselves. Theo was visibly shaken, unsure how to respond to such a shift in doctrine. Do you want us to build an army? And why not? Robin waved his hand casually, as if dismissing any hesitation. The Shadow Swords have always been the driving force behind the Empire's movements. Leaving you without a protective force in hostile territory was reckless from the start, especially considering what you have been facing recently. Then he straightened slightly and gave his command, his tone carrying unmistakable authority. Theo, I want you to establish a military branch within the Swords of Shadow. Their role will be simple: protect other members when needed, and strike enemies directly when they overstep. No more hiding behind shadows when force is required. He paused briefly, then added with a faint, confident smile, and this military branch will operate using the merged law of space darkness. Theo's eyes widened to their limits, the shock striking him without warning. All of them. His voice rose, this time far more serious, carrying a clear weight of concern. Father, you do remember the power of the merged law of space darkness, right? You are talking about building an entire military branch based on it? Are you not worried about the eyes that will turn toward us because of this? Even I avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Anyone who has a problem can go smash their head against a wall. Robin Burton frowned deeply, his expression hardening, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The Imperial Guard exists to defend my assets. The Shadow Swords exist to expand those assets and stabilize my external interests. That will never happen while you are being hunted and attacked from every direction like this. Then he fixed his gaze directly on his son, his eyes sharp and unwavering. Theo, the shadow swords must begin infiltrating behemoth galaxies. Buying information from the syndicate is no longer viable. You have already realized that, have you not? Theo's expression slowly shifted. The initial shock faded, replaced by a calm, cold focus. Understood. Infiltrating an artificial galaxy meant bypassing unimaginable defensive systems and evading the perception of the galaxy's own soul itself, something that could never be achieved through the major law of darkness alone. And just like that, his already overwhelming responsibilities gained one more addition, one as heavy as all the others combined. He would now have to distribute space darkness among all commanders and numbered members of the Swords of Shadow, while carefully organizing structured periods of leave for each of them to dismantle and rebuild their foundations without destabilizing their operational network. At the same time, he would have to cultivate an entirely new generation of shadow swords specifically trained as a dedicated military force, one capable of direct assault, capture operations, and destructive missions deep within enemy strongholds, even if those strongholds were entire behemoth galaxies. Rebuilding the foundations of hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of existing members using space darkness was not realistic. That meant this new force would have to be built from the ground up, from younger recruits. And standard Swords of Shadow training would not be enough. He would need to coordinate with the Imperial Guard, requesting them to provide direct combat training, transferring their vast battlefield experience to this new branch. And beyond that, he would also have to. Hey! Theo lifted his head once more when he heard his father's voice cut through his thoughts. Yes, father. Robin watched him quietly for a moment, his gaze softer now, almost contemplative. Are you not upset that I gave space darkness to others instead of keeping it for you? Why would I be? Theo replied calmly, his tone steady and sincere, without the slightest hesitation. It is yours. You can do with it as you see fit. In fact, I think it is an incredibly bold and ambitious move. I have wanted for a long time to infiltrate a behemoth galaxy of curses myself, but I never had the time to attempt it. Now, I finally have options. You are a good son, Theo. Robin's voice lowered slightly, his expression shifting in a rare moment of quiet acknowledgement. You have never complained, never demanded anything for yourself. You have built my empire in silence, without seeking recognition. He held his son's gaze for a brief moment, something deeper passing through his eyes. And good sons deserve a proper reward. Clang. With a casual motion, Robin gestured toward the table. A much bigger metal plate materialized instantly, its weight settling with a heavy, resonant sound. This, he said, his tone returning to its usual confidence, is for you. Chapter 2181. Good sons deserve a good reward. Cling. Theo froze for a brief moment, his gaze locking onto the metal plate as if his mind had momentarily stopped processing. Then, slowly, almost mechanically, he lifted his eyes to meet his father's gaze, only to return them back to the plate once more. His heartbeat grew louder in his ears, steady at first, then accelerating. Is this? He swallowed, gathering what little courage remained within him. What is this? Theo chose to ask instead of guessing, because guessing required courage he simply didn't possess at that moment. Hee, check it and you'll know. Robin Burton chuckled, waving his hand casually, like a father watching his child open a long-awaited gift. He kept his gaze fixed on his son until Theo finally reached forward, slowly lifting the plate and sending his soul sense into it. Only then did Robin look away, his attention shifting toward the distant corridor. He knew Theo would need time to comprehend. A serious expression began to settle across his face. The atmosphere over there was tense, heavy, crowded with anticipation. Every 5 years, a large contingent of the Imperial Guard gathered here under the command of Guardian Acer to open the passage and hunt whatever nascent space beasts they could. Once the surrounding area was cleared and new capacity was made available within the processing grounds, the passage would be opened again. But today was different. The passage would open, but not like before. The number of Imperial Guards present was far beyond the norm. No fewer than 10,000 stood below, arranged in disciplined clusters. Every 50 formed a unit, standing shoulder to shoulder, quietly discussing tactics and coordination. Robin's gaze swept across them. He could see Halak moving between the units, checking every formation, ensuring everything remained stable and ready. He could see all 5 division leaders present, their expressions tight, their posture tense, yet their eyes were locked onto the narrow passage like predatory birds, waiting for the signal. If anything, their tension seemed born from impatience, as though the delay itself was the true source of discomfort. Elsewhere, dozens of blacksmiths and rune masters moved with urgency and precision, inspecting every array, reinforcing connections, adjusting structures, pushing every formation toward absolute readiness. Not 99%, but 100. At the far edge of it all, Robin's eyes settled on a semicircle of figures standing before the gate itself. 30 of them, silent, unmoving. They formed the final line of defense. Royal soul masters of the Burton family. Any centennial empire would boast for generations over possessing even 1 or 2 such figures. Yet here, they stood in silence, like pillars capable of holding the sky itself should it fall. 30 of them, and not even the full extent of what the true beginning empire possessed. Soul masters forged through Arcalan's unique methods, sustained by an endless flow of emeralds drawn from a source only Morgana truly understood. They stood ready to act at a moment's notice. And just beyond them, Guardian Acer stood alone near the passage, his gaze fixed on the approaching nascent space beasts. They circled the entrance slowly, instinctively drawn toward it, waiting, gathering. He was preparing himself internally for what was about to unfold. And yet, even with such a formation, a force capable of crushing centennial empires, of striking into galaxies, a force that could face twice the usual number of nascent beasts without faltering, Robin showed no excitement, no satisfaction. To him, this formation was still incomplete. This is mine. Robin's lips curved into a faint smile when Theo's voice broke the silence, and he turned back toward him with calm assurance. Of course. Don't you like it? Don't like it. Theo stared at him, disbelief overtaking his expression. Is it even usable? Something with this level of power, won't the heavenly laws strike me down if I try to use it? What kind of nonsense is that? Robin raised an eyebrow, his tone almost amused, then followed with a line that blurred the line between arrogance and truth. The heavenly laws would strike my son? I'd strike them first if they tried. Theo's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression tightening, not because he doubted the words, but because, at this point, he wasn't entirely sure they were a joke. Without intending to, without even realizing it, his eyes slowly filled with tears, warmth gathering at their edges until it could no longer be held back. One tear slipped free, tracing a quiet path down his smiling left cheek. In a voice that almost failed to emerge, Theo spoke, Thank you. Then he continued, his tone unsteady, caught between emotion and resolve, I'll use it well. Of course you will. Robin Burton chuckled softly, as if the outcome had never been in doubt. Come on, wipe your eyes and pull yourself together, boy, he added with a gentle wave of his hand. The merged law of cosmic silence won't accept someone who cries. I don't think that law should accept anyone at all, in fact, it shouldn't even exist. Theo looked toward the plate again, a trace of fear flickering across his expression before he turned back to his father. How, he asked, then paused briefly, gathering his thoughts. How did you fuse darkness and space with time into a triple merged law like this? It was the best option. Robin shrugged lightly, as if discussing something straightforward. Darkness and space already give you unmatched concealment and ambush capabilities. I needed to strengthen the traits you're already familiar with, so you wouldn't struggle adapting to a completely different combat style, so I added time. Then he continued, his tone growing more deliberate, more assured. Theoretically, you'll become the most complete assassin in the recorded history of this universe, and I dare say even before history itself. Robin spoke with his head slightly raised, confidence evident in every word. No one will be able to detect you. No one will be able to strike you. You'll exist beyond the very limits of how humans are dealt with. Then he smiled faintly, the edge of challenge returning to his voice. But in practice, you'll first need to master it. You'll need to use it to break through to world cataclysm and beyond, my little friend, if you truly want to become the person I envision. His expression then shifted, becoming completely serious, the air around him subtly changing. When I secure my place as the greatest truth chosen in history, you must carve out your own position as the greatest assassin, someone capable of taking the heads of behemoths without breaking a sweat. Theo's tear-filled eyes trembled slightly, but something within them changed. The emotion did not disappear. It transformed. A strange light began to fill his gaze, a light that did not come from gratitude alone. It was the light of purpose. Until this moment, everything he had done had been for his father. Training, managing, enduring pressure, building, strengthening, expanding, all of it directed toward a single goal, creating a stronger empire. But now, for the first time, that path had direction for himself as well. Perhaps, just perhaps, pursuing a personal peak would not contradict his purpose, but complete it. I'll do as you say. Theo nodded firmly, his voice steady now, no hesitation remaining. Good. Robin nodded once, satisfied, then gestured toward the space gate with a casual motion. Take your things and go. Think carefully about everything. Don't rush decisions, but don't delay either. And don't forget to organize the other orders I gave you at the start of today's session. Understood. Theo nodded again, then rose to his feet. He paused for a moment, then looked more closely at his father's face. What about you? He asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. I couldn't help but notice, you seem a bit troubled today. Ah, something like that. Robin scratched his head casually, as if it were nothing important. This planet might get destroyed today. I'm a little worried about my glass house. What? Chapter 2182. Ha! The look of surprise returned to Theo, his brows knitting together slightly as confusion flickered across his face. What do you mean the planet might be destroyed today? Theo's mind began racing at a terrifying speed, thoughts colliding violently under immense pressure the moment he heard that sentence. Who in this entire sector would dare to destroy a planet? And beyond that, how many beings in the vast universe could even accomplish such a feat in the first place? Right now, his father was on that very planet, a man who, as far as Theo knew, could effortlessly overthrow a guardian without breaking a sweat. There was also a Sir standing firmly by the corridor, alongside 10,000 Imperial guards stationed across key locations, 20 rapid support vessels hovering in readiness, and 30 Royal Soulmasters whose mere presence was enough to deter most threats. And that wasn't even accounting for the planet itself, which had been reinforced with 10 nascent space beast crystals so far. Those enhancements had already made it vastly stronger than before, allowing it to absorb greater quantities of energy while forming an additional protective layer around its core, a layer that pulsed faintly with defensive power. This planet was anything but fragile. It was not something that could be casually destroyed. Even if an entire fleet launched a full-scale assault, its surface might suffer damage, scars might spread across its lands, but the planet itself would endure, its core remaining intact. So just who could possibly? Do you mean space beasts? Theo suddenly paused, realization dawning on him as he remembered that the gate was set to open today. Aren't you worrying unnecessarily? This isn't the first time the gate has opened, and we've never mobilized an army on this scale before. This only happened because of your request, otherwise there would have been no real reason for such a deployment. He frowned more deeply now, suspicion creeping into his voice. Could it be that the omen of truth warned you that something unusual would occur when the corridor opens today? Of course not. Robin casually waved his hand a few times, his tone relaxed and almost dismissive. If I had seen something like that, I would have cancelled the entire operation without hesitation. I wouldn't take the risk of summoning even more soldiers into a potentially dangerous situation. Theo's brows tightened further, his expression growing more serious, yet he chose to remain silent this time, waiting patiently for his father to continue speaking instead of interrupting again. Robin let out a faint sigh, clearly feeling the weight of his son's doubtful gaze. Look, I've discovered several very useful applications for space beast crystals, especially nascent space beasts. His eyes sharpened slightly as he looked directly into Theo's. Take their use as stabilizers, for example. How many third-row commanders do we currently have who are in need of one? How many members of the Shadow Swords? How many Imperial guards are waiting for such resources? A lot, Theo answered after a brief pause, his voice quieter now, his brows still drawn together. His heart had begun to beat faster as understanding slowly formed in his mind, the direction of his father's thoughts becoming clearer with each word. A lot indeed. Robin emphasized with a small wave of his hand. And how many nascent space beast crystals do we currently possess? 1,000? Perhaps 1,100 at most? That number is nowhere near enough to meet our needs. His gaze shifted back toward the gate, his expression turning slightly more focused. We need to increase these numbers quickly and steadily. This is no longer just a service we're providing to the Cosmic Elder, this has become a matter of life or death for us. He continued without pause, and even if we set the crystals aside, we've uncovered numerous uses for their bodies and flesh. What they can do to demon bodies alone is already more than enough justification. His brows furrowed faintly, as if recalling something more. And also what? Theo asked calmly, though the curiosity in his eyes was unmistakable. Don't worry about it, Robin replied with a light smile, deliberately brushing the matter aside. Just focus on what I asked you to do. Personally oversee the sales of the Cradle Empire and the Grave Empire in the coming period, just as we agreed. Their names need to be associated with something beyond wars, something that shifts perception. Theo stared at his father's face for a few silent moments, carefully studying his expression, before finally nodding. Understood. It was obvious to him now that his father was planning something immense, something that could easily consume all of his attention if he chose to involve himself. That was precisely why he was being pushed away, why he was being given responsibilities elsewhere, to prevent his focus from being scattered. As for the supposed danger to the planet, his father had only mentioned concern for the glass house, and realistically, that was the worst thing that could be affected even if the planet were somehow destroyed. At his current level, survival was not a concern. No matter what kind of catastrophe unfolded, he would remain alive, unharmed, and fully intact. I'll begin the procedures immediately. Theo rose to his feet, straightening his posture before offering a slight bow. Then he turned and walked forward with steady, composed, and respectful steps toward the edge of the cliff, his figure gradually moving away. Theo. The young man with long black hair paused mid-step, then turned his head slightly, casting one last glance back. That law, the cosmic silence. Robin spoke with calm seriousness, his tone steady yet heavy with intent. I don't want you to merely understand how it works and use it to adjust your foundations, that alone is not enough. I want you to dive deeper into it, to truly comprehend how every rune merges with every point, how each line interacts with the next, especially the segments between space and time, those fragile intersections that most never even perceive. Then he continued, his voice growing noticeably heavier, as if each word carried unseen weight. It is a good opportunity, a rare opportunity, one that not many are fortunate enough to obtain, even if they spend their entire lives searching for it. Theo frowned slightly, confusion flickering in his eyes as he failed to fully grasp the deeper meaning behind those words, yet he did not question further. Instead, he nodded firmly, his resolve clear. Understood. As long as he had orders, he would execute them without hesitation. Then, whoosh, his figure vanished the instant he reached the edge, his presence disappearing as he moved toward the space portal, already leaving the planet behind without a second glance. Robin remained standing there, his gaze fixed on the spot Theo had disappeared from, silent for a few seconds as if measuring something unseen. Then he exhaled slowly, a faint sigh escaping his lips. I wonder if he'll reach spacetime. Technically, I've already placed it within his grasp, handed it to him on a silver platter. He paused briefly, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Even the darkness. I left it there deliberately, to act as a filter. It separates time from space while exposing the exact points where they intersect, forcing clarity where there would otherwise be chaos. Then, as if nothing significant had just been said, he returned to his quiet activity. He began placing the cards on the table one after another, carefully and methodically, aligning them in neat rows, their backs facing upward in perfect order. Each movement was precise, unhurried, almost ritualistic. When the final card touched the table, he stopped and simply stared at the spread in silence, his expression unreadable. These playing cards had been purchased by one of the shadow swords from a nearby planet at Robin's request. Along with them came a small instruction booklet, a trivial guide explaining the basic rules of the game, something utterly mundane. Under ordinary circumstances, they were nothing more than simple playing cards, cheaply produced beneath someone's staircase in a lowly mortal dwelling, objects of no value whatsoever. Yet fate had twisted their path. These cards had been used upon the laws of balance, creation, causality, spacetime, and the eyes of truth. Although that usage had been nothing more than cheating at first glance, it had been repeated countless times, sustained over a long period, layering effect upon effect until something far beyond their original nature had been created. Playing cards? Even the most precious treasures locked away within the vaults of the behemoths could no longer compare to these cards now. They had been saturated with 5 of the fundamental laws upon which the universe itself stood, and despite that immeasurable value, Robin had never once considered selling them, not even as a passing thought. Robin continued to observe the cards for several silent seconds, his gaze steady and focused, before he slowly reached out and brushed his hand over them with deliberate gentleness. If Theo had been present, he would not have sensed anything unusual, not even the slightest fluctuation, but Robin himself had already entered a state of absolute concentration. At that moment, every card trembled faintly, as if touched by an invisible breath, a subtle ripple passing through them like a whisper carried by a distant wind. Then, Robin exhaled softly, extending his hand once more toward the spread, his fingers hovering briefly before settling. All right, let's see what you have to say. Without hesitation, he pulled a single card at random from the middle of the arrangement, his motion smooth and controlled, and flipped it over in one fluid movement. The moment the image was revealed, his brows drew together slightly, the faintest shift betraying his reaction. On the card, a crowned figure was depicted, fallen to one knee, his body barely supported by a massive sword planted into the ground to keep him from collapsing forward. His face was drained with exhaustion, streaked with blood that continued to drip, yet even in that state, there was a stubborn dignity about him, an unyielding pride that refused to break. The kneeling king, Robin murmured, his gaze lifting toward the corridor, his expression sharpening ever so slightly. That's not a very good sign. Chapter 2183. In front of the corridor. Halak let his gaze wander slowly across the surroundings for several seconds, carefully inspecting the combat formations, checking each squad, each position, making sure that nothing was out of place and that every unit stood exactly where it was supposed to be. A wide, almost greedy smile gradually spread across his face. The leader hadn't told them the reason behind doubling the army for today, but honestly, he didn't need to. Someone like Halak could already guess. Most likely, the intention was simple. They were expected to double their prey as well. And judging by what he was seeing now, with this scale, with this preparation, with this overwhelming presence, they might actually be able to capture 200 nascent space beasts today. Good. Halak clapped his hands loudly, the sound echoing with excitement, then turned toward the corridor with visible eagerness, stepping forward without hesitation. Hey, Mr. Asir, everything's been ready for over an hour now. The Rune Masters and the rest of the support squads have already withdrawn, the arrays are stable. We can begin at any moment. Guardian Asir glanced back over his shoulder, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression showing mild annoyance. Why are you telling me? I'm waiting just like you. Every single time, Robin would open the corridor the moment the support teams pulled back and the formations were aligned. That had always been the pattern. But this time, he had delayed far longer than usual. Still, there was no real reason to question it. Asir could clearly see Robin sitting at the edge of the cliff in the distance, casually playing cards as if nothing of importance was happening. For someone like him, it was impossible not to be aware of everything going on around the gate. If he wanted to open it would open instantly, no reminders needed. Why don't you remind the boss? Halak stepped closer again, leaning in until he was almost pressed against Asir's side, watching the space beasts alongside him. Maybe he's distracted or something. Then suddenly his eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, look at that one over there, that fat one. Oh my. I'm the one who should tell him. Asir raised his hand without hesitation and shoved Halak's face away from him. I'm just a delegate from the Cosmic Academies, while you're his personal guard. Which one of us is supposed to go? Halak retreated a few steps, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, his excitement dimming slightly. I don't want him to suddenly remember something and hang me up again. I barely got free after a whole month. After that incident, the leader had allowed him to release himself and leave. And what did Halak do immediately after? He went straight to Kristen and latched onto his neck so tightly that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. But the moment he heard about the benefits the Empire gained from the Sun Seal box, he let him go and didn't proceed with the countless tortures he had been imagining in his mind every single day. That's your problem, Asir waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested. It's only a matter of time anyway. In truth, Asir was among those who most wanted the hunt to finally begin. He practically had nothing to do here. His role was simple, almost trivial, to prevent space beasts from leaving the planet. That was it. But hunt after hunt, attempt after attempt, he had barely contributed anything of real significance. The rapid support vessels, combined with the overwhelming presence of the Soul Masters, made it nearly impossible for any beast to escape. And that was assuming any of them could even get past the so-called Imperial Guard beasts in the first place. His presence here, every time the corridor opened, had become nothing more than a formality, a symbolic role without real value. So naturally, he wanted this to end as soon as possible so he could leave. Thinking about it, Asir let out a quiet sigh and glanced toward Halak. Alright, listen, I'm going to. BZZZT. Before he could finish his sentence, a space portal abruptly opened right beside them, the air distorting violently for a brief moment. Step. The first figure to emerge from it was instantly recognizable to Asir. His eyes widened in shock, opening to their fullest extent. Academy Mistress. I am no longer a head of an academy, Asir, Eldera replied calmly as she continued walking forward toward the corridor, a faint, composed smile resting on her lips. You should update your information. That's fine, Asir's expression softened into a genuine smile upon seeing her. What brings you here, esteemed member of the Stellar Academy's Board of Directors? I came at someone's request. Eldera's gaze sharpened as she looked through the opening of the corridor, her eyes filled with a fierce intensity that contrasted her calm demeanor, or rather, under a direct order, if I'm not going to sugarcoat it. A direct order. Asir repeated, clearly surprised, his brows knitting together slightly. BZZZT. The gate opened once more, its edges distorting space as a mature woman stepped out with calm, measured steps. She wore a long black gown that flowed behind her with quiet elegance. Her skin was pale, almost porcelain-like, yet her eyes and lips were as dark as ink, creating a sharp contrast that made her presence impossible to ignore. Lady Morgana. Asir's surprise surfaced once again, his brows lifting as he instinctively turned toward Eldera. What exactly is going on here? Eldera and Morgana, they were not just important figures. They were the twin pillars of the newly restructured Cosmic Academy's system. Under normal circumstances, they didn't even have the luxury of rest. Any issue that arose in any Cosmic Academy, no matter the location, no matter the scale, no matter the cause, the responsibility ultimately reached them. And they handled everything personally. Their schedules were relentless, their roles critical, their presence irreplaceable. Some whispered that they hadn't truly filled Karan's place, that the fear and reverence once commanded by the Council of Thrones had yet to be matched. People said it was due to their current level of power, and their lack of experience compared to the ancient figures of the past. But those people overlooked something far more important. Eldera was already a monarch who controlled a major fundamental law, and there were growing rumors that she was preparing to ascend further, to become a mid-level monarch. Morgana, meanwhile, had shattered records, becoming the fastest soulmaster in history to reach 7 stars. And both of them were still considered young when compared to the veterans of the Council of Thrones. Their potential was not just great, it was limitless. And now, both of these pillars stood here together. Did the Cosmic Academies no longer need them elsewhere? Had something happened that forced both of them to move at once? BZZZT. The sound of a third arrival cut through the air again, sharper this time, more abrupt. Asir turned immediately, only to freeze in place, his surprise escalating into genuine shock. The one who had just stepped out was a man unlike the others. His skin was smooth and gleaming, tinted in a deep shade of blue that reflected light faintly. 2 flesh-like whiskers extended downward along the sides of his face, swaying slightly with his movement. He was unmistakable. A member of the Stellar Academy's Board of Directors. A mid-level monarch. Blukan. Asir's shock deepened even further, his thoughts racing uncontrollably. Eldera had been present since the first opening of the gate. Morgana was known to be one of Lord Robin's closest followers. But Blukin? What was he doing here? Was this planet no longer a secret, or had something changed at a level beyond his understanding? Amazing. Blukin stepped forward slowly, almost reverently, like a starving man who had suddenly stumbled upon a grand feast. His eyes were wide, his breathing uneven, his entire attention fixed on what lay beyond. Is this what exists beyond the wall of World's End? Asir instinctively stepped aside, allowing Blukin to take position at the very front of the corridor. Then, without hesitation, he moved toward Morgana, his voice lowering slightly. Hey, what's happening here? But Morgana did not respond. She didn't even acknowledge him. Her gaze remained fixed toward the peak of the mountain in the distance, her expression soft, almost serene, a faint, dreamy smile resting on her lips, as if she was watching something only she could truly understand. Asir frowned more deeply now, unease settling in his chest. He turned toward Eldera instead, seeking an answer. What happened here? I want the answer to the same question as you, Eldera replied without looking at him, her arms crossing as her sharp gaze remained locked onto the peak of the nearby mountain. Lord Robin, everyone is here now. What comes next? There was a brief moment of silence. Then all eyes, whether consciously or not, shifted toward the same direction. Far in the distance, near the edge of the mountain, Robin sat calmly beside a small table. Without any sign of urgency, without any concern for the gathering of such powerful figures, he gently placed a single card onto the surface, aligning it perfectly with the others. Only then did he turn his head slightly toward the corridor. You will begin the hunt. His voice carried effortlessly across the distance, calm, certain, absolute. Of course. Chapter 2184. You will begin the hunt, of course. Robin leaned his back slightly, settling deeper into his seat as if the entire situation required no urgency from him at all. I expect a bountiful yield tonight, something far beyond the usual. Eldera's brows furrowed sharply, her expression tightening as unease crept in despite her composure. There's no need to worry, I'll hunt everything. Morgana replied immediately, her tone bright and eager. Do you even know what he intends to hunt? Eldera raised her voice slightly at her colleague, her patience thinning for a brief moment, before turning back toward Robin with a serious and probing gaze. Is there something here related to the work of the Cosmic Academies, or is this something entirely separate? Blukin finally forced himself to tear his eyes away from the vast, almost mesmerizing sea of space beasts on the other side of the corridor. Slowly, he lifted his head toward the mountain peak, his gaze locking onto the lone figure seated there. So that is Lord Robin? The shock and astonishment that filled Blukin's expression when he finally saw the figure sitting at the edge of the cliff were no less than what he had felt when he first witnessed the space beast shifting and surging beyond the gate. There sat a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, his features sharp yet relaxed, with short golden hair that seemed barely tameable, even along the sides. A faint golden beard traced his jaw, and he wore a pristine white and gold robe, so clean and well fitted it seemed as though it had just been crafted moments ago. That young man, whose physical age clearly had not yet crossed a single millennium, looked down at them, at two monarchs, a guardian, and a 7-star royal soulmaster. He looked at them with an unnerving calmness and an almost casual confidence, a confidence that quietly pressed down on those who met his gaze, sending a subtle chill through their bodies. There was no one left in the midsector who did not know the name of Lord Robin or what that name represented. His influence, his actions, his rise. All of it was known, but that knowledge was limited to his name alone. Very few had ever truly seen him. Yes, that's him, Eldera said, her brows still slightly drawn together. And it seems he has something significant prepared for us today. Haha, Lord Robin. Blukin stepped forward 2 slow steps toward the mountain, a genuine smile forming on his face as he straightened his posture. To stand before the great truth chosen of this generation is truly an honor of the highest order. His laughter softened into a restrained smile. An honor that cost me something I did not expect, but one I do not regret in the slightest. Heh. Robin let out a quiet chuckle, his tone light, almost amused. You mean the small soul oath Eldera had you take earlier today? He paused briefly, letting the words settle, before continuing. That oath exists to protect the secrets of this place, the corridor, and everything that happens behind it. It has nothing to do with meeting me. A faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. Seeing me is not that valuable. Blukin's expression shifted ever so slightly as he raised a single eyebrow. The words sounded modest, almost dismissive, but the tone, the expression, the quiet confidence behind them, they carried unmistakable arrogance. Regardless of how it was framed, he had been compelled to take a specialized oath before even knowing what he was stepping into. It was true that Morgana and Eldera had not forced him through power, but they had cornered him with curiosity. Talk of hidden truths, of a location Lord Robin never abandoned, of the first line of cosmic defense, of things that were never spoken openly. He had no real choice. He had to accept. And yet, Blukin's gaze lingered on Robin's face for a full second. When he took that oath, he had felt it. Chains. Cold, heavy chains wrapping tightly around his heart and spreading through his soul domain. Chains that were not symbolic, but real. Binding. Threatening. Chains that could act. Chains strong enough to make him, a mid-level monarch of a fundamental law, feel genuine danger. That young man sitting there so casually, almost lazily. Just how far had his soul power reached? What kind of level had this researcher, who had not even completed his first millennium, attained to produce such pressure? In truth, Robin continued, his voice lowering slightly, becoming softer, more contained, a tone meant only for the 4 of them, completely inaudible to anyone else in the area. I require your assistance today. His gaze remained steady as he spoke. I need the region surrounding the corridor from the other side to be thoroughly cleared of young space beasts. There was a brief pause. Then his tone sharpened ever so slightly. And I mean eliminated. Not scattered. Not driven away. But killed. All right. Morgana responded immediately, her voice brimming with excitement. In contrast, Aldera and Bluken both frowned slightly, their expressions tightening with visible hesitation, while Asir's eyes widened in unmistakable shock. A young space beast, under normal circumstances, was comparable in size to a small planet, and the raw strength of a single one was enough to match a guardian in direct confrontation. But if one wished to truly kill such a creature, it would require multiple dominators working in perfect coordination, or the presence of a behemoth. And the other side of the corridor. It wasn't just populated by them, it was a breeding ground, a gathering point, a place where those creatures thrived. Lord Robin, you will need more than a simple request. Bluken spoke slowly, a faint, controlled smile forming on his face, one that carried politeness on the surface but caution beneath. Naturally, I will keep silent about everything I've witnessed here, but if you expect me to engage young space beasts in combat. His gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with Robin. Then I will need additional details, clear ones. Aldera remained silent, her posture composed yet firm, her expression neutral but subtly leaning toward refusal. Why should she fight young space beasts? That memory alone was enough. That day, when the Cosmic Elder had thrown her to the other side along with Asir, simply to disperse the beasts that had been chasing him. Ugh! Aldera's body trembled involuntarily at the recollection, her shoulders tightening ever so slightly despite her control. The pressure, the suffocating presence, the overwhelming scale. And that had only been about dispersing them, not killing them. Gladly, Robin responded without hesitation, opening his arms slightly as if welcoming their doubts, his tone calm, almost relaxed, as though the situation carried no weight for him at all. As you all know, this gate opens frequently enough to allow space beasts to pass through, and it remains slightly open day and night, just enough for them to glimpse our world from afar. He paused briefly, letting the image settle in their minds, the faint smile never leaving his lips. That, it seems, has stirred something within them. Curiosity, perhaps, or instinct. The information spread among them somehow. Or maybe the scent of Halak and his companions drifted to the other side. A soft chuckle followed. Either way, the result is the same. Many space beasts have begun gathering here. And I mean many. Young ones, mature ones. They arrive almost daily now, drawn here for a single purpose. He leaned back slightly again, to observe this new thing that appeared in their world. And then, he added calmly, they begin to fight each other. They fight each other. Bluken's surprise deepened further, his brows lifting sharply, his understanding faltering. Everything related to space beasts was still largely unknown territory to him, and what he was hearing now only made it more incomprehensible. Yes, Robin nodded once, unhurried. It appears they possess a hierarchical social structure. They are strongly bound to their nests, and when an outsider from another nest approaches, they first issue warnings, attempt to intimidate it, and if that fails, they attack until it retreats or dies. He paused briefly, then continued in the same measured tone. And even if such a system didn't exist before, it may have developed after the corridor opened. They do not want their passage to fall into the control of other beasts. Then, his smile returned, slightly wider this time. However, that hasn't stopped nearby nests from reacting. Once they sensed the presence of the corridor, some of them followed their leaders and advanced together toward its vicinity. A quiet laugh escaped him, and that has led to large-scale battles on the other side. Not small skirmishes, but full clashes between space beasts. Conflicts where hundreds have already fallen. His gaze swept across them once more. And that number continued to rise. Chapter 2185. Space Beasts, Killing Each Other. Aldera frowned deeply, a clear sense of unease surfacing in her expression as she tried to process what she had just heard, something that clashed violently with everything she knew. This kind of scene is not something you would normally witness, you could even say it goes against the very nature of space beasts. Bluken added, his tone carrying both disbelief and curiosity. Space beasts rarely interact with one another in the first place, let alone engage in conflicts that escalate into battles with casualties. But it has happened. Asir nodded slowly, letting out a heavy sigh as if recalling something unpleasant. Not just once. There have been multiple massacres among space beasts over the past years. Repeated incidents, not isolated ones. Aldera and Bluken both turned toward him, their surprise intensifying, the weight of his confirmation making the situation feel far more real. Your perspective is far too limited. Robin shook his head lightly, his voice calm but carrying a sharp edge. I have a corridor leading beyond the wall of World's End. I observe them daily, continuously. And yet you think you can deny what I say and correct my understanding of them. He let out a faint breath. How foolish. He continued, his tone steady, do not forget that all our knowledge regarding space beasts comes from the first and second waves. In both instances, we were attacked by a single nest. He raised his shoulder slightly in a casual gesture. It is safe to assume there are unwritten rules governing those creatures within the same nest. But from what I have observed, those rules do not extend to other nests, especially when it comes to food. A faint smile appeared. If one nest attempts to take from another, conflict becomes inevitable. Anyway, Robin waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in the reactions he had provoked by calling them ignorant. The other side is no longer a suitable hunting ground in its current state. His tone grew slightly more focused. We need to reduce the number of the stronger individuals among them. At the same time, we need to clear away the remains of dead space beasts, Their corpses are piling up, obstructing movement and preventing others from approaching the corridor. Why do we want space beasts to enter in the first place? Blukin asked, his confusion evident, his gaze narrowing slightly as he tried to grasp the broader intention. Orders from the Cosmic Elder. Aldera answered before Robin could, her gaze lowering slightly as if weighed down by the responsibility behind those words. We are to make use of this corridor and turn it into a means of reducing the population of space beasts as much as possible. It may be the key to preventing a future catastrophe. There was a pause. The conflict within her was clear. Well said. Robin snapped his fingers lightly and pointed toward her, a faint approving smile forming. And let me add something further. He leaned back slightly, his voice calm yet carrying a quiet authority. We have already killed more than 1,000 nascent space beasts in less than half a century. And based on current estimates, our actions have indirectly led to the deaths of over 20,000 space beasts on the other side, both nascent and young. His gaze swept across them. Now consider this. How many space beasts exist across the entire universe right now? Those remnants of the second wave? The very same ones the academies use as justification to collect taxes. He waved his hand slightly. Estimates place them at around 1 to 2,000. That alone should make it clear how significant what we are doing here truly is. Do we really need to go beyond the corridor for this? Aldera asked, gesturing toward the Imperial Guard station nearby, her voice measured. Can't you simply widen the corridor more and allow young space beasts to pass through as well? Blukin's eyes widened in shock. Had she already agreed to the task, but was just questioning the battlefield itself? Widen it slightly. Robin laughed, a short, almost incredulous sound. Donera is a massive planet, yes, but it still cannot withstand a battle involving a young space beast. His gaze sharpened. A young space beast can reach nearly a quarter of the planet's size. Even a simple uncontrolled descent would be enough to alter the planet's trajectory, and potentially wipe out entire continents in the process. He held her gaze firmly. Do you intend to risk destroying the very planet that sustains the gate? Aldera fell silent, her eyes lowering as she weighed the consequences, the responsibility pressing down on her. Then, slowly, she steadied herself. She lifted her head again, her expression resolute. Fine, she said firmly. I will fight. Heh, Asir let out a quiet sigh, raising a hand lazily as if resigning himself to the inevitable. Then I'll go as well. Morgana didn't need to say anything at all. The sharp, eager gleam in her eyes spoke louder than any words she could have uttered, a clear reflection of anticipation and readiness that left no room for doubt. And what about you? Robin turned his head toward Blukin, a strange, almost playful smile forming on his lips. Are you going to evade your responsibility toward protecting the universe? Or is there something else on your mind? Blukin's brows drew together slightly, his expression tightening as he chose not to respond immediately. This was his very first encounter with Robin, yet the man was already attempting to corner him, to push him into a position where refusal would carry weight. Then, slowly, Blukin raised one of his flesh-like brows, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto Robin. What about the spoils of the battle? They're all mine, of course. Robin answered without hesitation, his smile widening just a fraction more, as if he had been expecting that exact question. Then he casually gestured toward the forces surrounding Blukin. Maintaining a force of this scale, one that stands at the front line of protecting the universe, is not something that comes cheap. You understand that much, don't you? Blukin's eyes moved briefly, scanning the area, lingering for a moment on the 30 Royal Soulmasters standing at a distance, each radiating a heavy and oppressive presence. He nodded slowly, acknowledging the point. It is indeed an exceptional force. Then his gaze returned to Robin, steady and probing. But that alone is not enough. You'll need a better justification than that. His tone became slightly firmer. If your concern were truly limited to maintaining military expenses, then 1 corpse and 1 crystal would already suffice for your needs. Then I'll think of another one for you. Robin let out a light chuckle, completely unfazed. I require those materials for my research, to develop more efficient methods to eliminate those creatures. He tilted his head slightly, his smile carrying a quiet confidence. After all, there is no hand in this universe more capable than mine when it comes to research and innovation. Or do you disagree? That is, admittedly, a better explanation. Blukin nodded faintly, though his expression remained cautious. But even then, what you need are samples. Not everything. His smile grew slightly, carrying a hint of challenge. So, do you have another? Ah, so that's how it is. Robin clapped his hands once, as if amused by the exchange. Then what do you think of this justification? He extended his hand toward the gate. Do you see that corridor over there? That pleasant little passage. His voice remained calm, almost casual, yet there was a sharpness beneath it. It belongs to me. Everything within it belongs to me, and I intend to claim all of it. His smile lingered. What do you think of that justification? Blukin's expression darkened instantly, the casual atmosphere dissolving as tension crept in. That is not how things work, Lord Robin. Morgana's expression also shifted, her features hardening subtly, though her gaze remained locked on Blukin, her posture tightening just enough to suggest that she was ready to act at a moment's notice. All right, that's enough. Aldera stepped forward, positioning herself between them, her voice steady but firm. There is no need for this to escalate. Everyone here is working for the sake of the universe. No, not everyone. Robin raised his head slightly, his eyes settling on Blukin once more, the faint smile still present but colder now, more deliberate. Everything related to space beasts belongs to me. He spoke calmly, yet each word carried weight. Even the corpses scattered throughout the other side. I want their cores. I want samples from the liver and the head of every single one of them. And if those parts are inside the stomach of another space beast. His gaze sharpened. Then cut it open and bring them to me. Before Blukin could respond, before the tension could snap into open conflict, Robin continued, his tone easing just slightly. And there is no need for concern. He lifted his chin faintly, confidence radiating from him without restraint. When it comes to wealth, there are very few in this universe who can claim to surpass me. He let that settle. In return for every genuine contribution, points will be assigned. Those points can then be exchanged for rewards. Rewards chosen by the contributor themselves. His smile deepened just a fraction. Not ordinary rewards. Significant ones. Rewards worthy of being called significant by me, Robin Burton. A brief silence followed. Then, almost lightly, as if none of what he had just said carried any real weight, is that fair? Chapter 2186. Fair. Asir replied instantly, his voice rising with barely concealed excitement. More than fair. In truth, Asir had once gathered his courage and approached Robin with a proposal of his own, suggesting that he personally enter the corridor to collect the scattered crystals and remains that lay beyond. But Robin had rejected the idea without hesitation, explaining that sending a single guardian into an environment filled with unknown dangers was an unacceptable risk. Even if that guardian wielded the path of time, no one truly understood the laws governing the other side. No one could predict what might happen once they stepped through. And because Asir knew those words were not an exaggeration but a simple fact, he had never asked again, nor had he dared to enter on his own without proper coordination. But now, the situation had changed. With 3 others accompanying him, each of them powerful in their own right, entering would no longer be a reckless gamble. It would be an opportunity. Lord Robin wouldn't give them space beast parts? That didn't matter. If someone like him described the rewards as significant, then it could only mean one thing. In a matter of hours, perhaps even less, the gains they would obtain could surpass the wealth of a millennial empire. Very well. Aldera allowed a faint, controlled smile to form, her tone calm yet resolute. Additional financial resources will greatly assist in expanding the network of cosmic academies. Morgana's smile widened slightly as she glanced toward Robin, her thoughts drifting in a far less practical direction, wondering whether those points could be exchanged for something far more personal, like a dinner date. We'll proceed as you say, then. Blukin nodded, a short laugh escaping him. You should have led with that from the beginning, haha. Ha. Robin's response was far more subdued, his expression barely shifting. There are a few matters I need to clarify before you enter. He paused briefly, ensuring their attention was fully on him. First, do not waste your time attempting to conceal any crystals or body parts from space beasts in any manner whatsoever. Not in your hands, not in your storage, not even inside your rings. His gaze sharpened slightly. I have arrays in place that can detect all of it. Anyone who tries will only humiliate themselves. Then he continued in the same calm tone, as if discussing something trivial. If you encounter mature space beasts, ignore them or draw them away. You are not required to engage them directly. That is not your objective. His voice lowered slightly, gaining a sharper edge. As for the young ones, pull them away from the vicinity of the gate and eliminate them all at a distance. He let that sink in before adding, both tasks can be accomplished simultaneously. The moment you step through, create as much disturbance as possible. The nascent beasts will panic and scatter, while the rest will instinctively follow you. Robin's brows drew together just slightly. This nest has already suffered significant losses for various reasons. It has become an obstacle to our operations. We should aim to clear it entirely today. Even if only mature beasts remain afterward, they will likely withdraw and attempt to rebuild elsewhere. They will not be able to maintain control over the gate on their own. Understood. Aldera nodded, drawing her short sword in one smooth motion, her posture shifting instantly into one of readiness. Is there anything else we should know before entering? Robin smiled faintly. Be careful of ancestor-class beasts. Blukin, Aldera, and Asir all reacted in the same way, their expressions tightening. There was nothing humorous about that warning. Hee. Morgana, however, laughed lightly, clearly unbothered. Then we should hurry before one actually appears. Without waiting for anyone else, she stepped forward with unwavering confidence toward the corridor. Whoosh, she passed through without the slightest hesitation. Hum, bang, bang, boom. The moment she crossed to the other side, the scene visible through the gate shifted dramatically. Enhanced soul creatures manifested around her almost instantly, surrounding her like a living extension of her will, and without pause, they began attacking everything within range. Asir raised an eyebrow slightly, watching the unfolding chaos. Fighting alongside a royal soulmaster is always reassuring, at least until they exhaust their reserves. Then, without further hesitation, he stepped forward and followed her through, with Aldera taking a deep breath behind him before leaping through as well, her earlier hesitation replaced by focused determination. Blukin remained behind for a few seconds longer, his gaze fixed on the battle beyond. The intensity escalated rapidly. If even one of those creatures appeared near a civilized world, entire fleets would mobilize, elders would intervene, and a whole star field could be thrown into turmoil. And yet now, they stood there in numbers beyond counting, clashing violently right before his eyes. Then he turned his head, looking back toward the army stationed behind him, a silent question forming in his mind. After a moment, he spoke, directing his words toward Robin. Aren't your forces going to intervene? But Robin showed no intention of explaining anything. Instead, he simply offered a faint, casual smile. Your colleagues will earn far more rewards if you keep standing there. Blukin felt the response strike him like a direct slap, the meaning behind it unmistakable, yet he forced his expression to remain composed. A faint, artificial smile formed on his lips, one meant to preserve dignity rather than reflect any genuine feeling. Oh, we shouldn't allow that to happen, should we? His tone was light, but the tension beneath it was clear. Without another word, he stepped forward toward the gate, his posture straightening, his expression hardening into something far more serious, and unmistakably irritated. When was the last time he had been spoken to in such a manner? He was not just anyone. He was a monarch who wielded a major fundamental law, someone who had already reached a mid-level understanding of the dominator domain, a level that very few could claim to stand upon. And yet, Lord Robin, a name that carried immense weight across the entire mid-sector. A researcher and innovator without equal in this era. A man whose techniques alone could bend the rules others took for granted. A person whose oath had, for a brief moment, placed pressure even on him, someone rumored to stand among the wealthiest beings alive. But his personal combat strength? Who had truly witnessed it? Who could confirm it? Then why? Why did he speak with such overwhelming confidence? Why did he carry himself with such undeniable arrogance in front of someone like him? Woof. Lord Blukin stepped through the gate, his presence cutting cleanly across the threshold, his irritation no longer hidden, but worn openly. Oh dear. Halak rushed forward immediately after the four entered, practically throwing himself toward the corridor, pushing his face into the shimmering boundary as he tried to observe what was happening on the other side. For a moment, his expression froze. Then it shifted, rapidly, into pure astonishment. Slowly, almost instinctively, he began pulling his head back, inch by inch, until he was completely out of the gate again. Lord Blukin was taking this far more seriously than expected. The moment he entered, he attacked. Not cautiously, not with restraint, directly. Three young space beasts were struck head-on, their massive forms reacting violently under the impact, while at the same time dozens of nascent space beasts were caught in the sweeping edges of his attacks, crushed, scattered, or driven back without even being his primary targets. His range, his output, his dominance, it exceeded that of the other three combined. Halak's brows tightened deeply, frustration rising as he turned toward Robin. That guy is scaring away all the nascent space beasts to death. At this rate, there won't be anything left for us to do. Heh. Robin let out a quiet chuckle, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched the scene unfold. Blukin's actions were not random, they carried intent. A message. But what message exactly? I am stronger than everyone here. I can act as I please. Do not place me in the same standing as the rest. Or perhaps, I could deal with you just as easily as I'm dealing with these beasts, but I am choosing not to. Robin's gaze lingered for a brief moment. Then he dismissed it. It didn't matter. Blukin was strong, extremely strong, a figure who, under the right circumstances, could sit among the Council of Thrones without discomfort, especially if he had stood as a disciple under Karan himself. But strength alone did not define position, and he still needed to understand who stood at the top here. Robin reached for his playing cards once more, his movements calm, unhurried, as if the chaos unfolding beyond the gate had no bearing on him whatsoever. He began dealing them again across the surface, one after another, each card placed with precise, effortless control. His voice followed shortly after, directed clearly toward Halak. Just sit down, and prepare yourselves. There was no urgency in his tone. No doubt, Lord Blukin and the others will, sooner or later, clear the field for you. A faint smile returned to his face. That same strange smile, the kind that never quite revealed its full meaning. That is, he added softly, almost as an afterthought, if they wish to claim their reward. Chapter 2187. On the other side of planet Donera. Inhale, foo. Inhale, foo. Richard slowly alternated his breaths, drawing them in and releasing them with extreme care, as if he were relearning the very act of breathing from the beginning, reacquainting himself with a body that no longer felt entirely his own. Compared to the day the corridor first opened, when he stood among the others and fought alongside them without hesitation, Richard had changed far more than anyone would have expected. He had grown noticeably thinner, to a frightening degree, his skin clinging tightly to his bones as though it had no strength left to maintain its form, to the point that even his facial features had subtly warped. His lips were dry, cracked, and pale, as though deprived of moisture for far too long, while his eyes were filled with ruptured blood vessels, giving them a strained and almost feral appearance. Even his clothes had not escaped this deterioration, no longer whole or intact, but torn and riddled with holes, resembling the attire of a seasoned beggar who had wandered through countless hardships. Whoa! In the very next moment, another figure appeared within the room, emerging with such unsettling silence that even the surrounding air failed to ripple or react, as though his presence did not belong to the physical world at all. The stillness was so complete that Richard himself did not notice that someone now stood merely 2 steps away from him. It was Theo standing there quietly, his gaze fixed upon his younger brother, his eyes carrying a deep and unmistakable trace of pity as he took in the miserable state before him. Truly, their father never granted anyone an easy path. Not once. Not even the one who had been specifically assigned to dedicate himself entirely to training had been spared from hardship. If anything, his situation seemed no better than the rest. "Little brother, are you all right?" Theo finally asked, breaking the silence that had settled over the room. Richard slowly opened one eye, his movement controlled and deliberate, catching sight of the newcomer before closing it once again, as though even that small effort demanded too much from him. "Welcome, second brother. Please, have a seat," he murmured weakly, then attempted to rise from his position, intending to receive him properly despite his condition. "Please, stay where you are." Theo immediately pressed him back down with a firm yet careful hand. I am afraid you will break your leg just trying to stand. He then pulled a nearby chair and sat down beside him, his expression tightening slightly. What happened to you? You do not look well at all, not even close. Richard remained silent for several seconds, as though gathering the strength required just to speak. Then he exhaled heavily, the sound strained, before lifting his gaze to meet Theo's. I have reached the 21st level of the merged antimatter law, he said slowly, each word carrying effort. He raised his hand faintly, as if inviting Theo to examine the result himself. Trying to use it is not pleasant most of the time, as you can see. Theo gave a slow nod, understanding more than enough from those few words. Antimatter was no ordinary law. It was a miraculous fourfold law, one that contained within it the law of fundamental fission, a principle that rivaled the law of fundamental destruction in how demanding it was regarding specialized affinity. Even with such extreme difficulty, the Swords of Shadow had cooperated with the City of Sky Opening to develop and provide an elixir capable of temporarily boosting the user's affinity to a usable level. And that alone was not enough. There were also additional elixirs required, ones that enhanced affinity toward the law of life, the law of fire, and the law of energy, each of them placing further strain upon the body and mind. After consuming all of these in preparation to wield the antimatter law, the body would inevitably enter a violent state of shock. This shock, by itself, was more than enough to kill the vast majority of people outright, leaving no chance of survival. But Robin had made his judgment based on something else. He had relied on the fact that Richard's body had long been tempered by the fire of life, that it had endured continuous strengthening and had stored vast amounts of life force within itself over time, reinforcing his foundation beyond that of an ordinary individual. And in that regard, he had been right. Richard had indeed survived the effects of the fourfold elixir. Yet even so, survival did not mean stability. From the looks of it, things were far from proceeding as they should. As this thought crossed his mind, a brief moment of hesitation surfaced within Theo regarding the law of cosmic silence. Would he truly be able to endure its elixir, withstand its burden, and ultimately wield it without suffering a similar fate? Or worse, does the merged law go out of control? Theo finally asked, his eyes drifting toward the torn and shredded patches covering Richard's newly worn clothes. Frequently, Richard replied after a pause, slowly rubbing the space between his brows as if trying to suppress a lingering pain. Maintaining precise ratios between 4 different laws at all times is incredibly difficult. Even the slightest fluctuation turns against me. His voice weakened slightly as he continued, especially since I have no natural affinity toward fission. Then, after a brief silence, he formed a faint, almost bitter smile. Do you know the ironic part? Theo remained silent, allowing him to continue. Antimatter has already cost me my limbs and several internal organs more than once every time it surges out of control, Richard said slowly, his tone disturbingly calm despite the severity of his words. Each time, I had to reconstruct my body piece by piece. He exhaled again, his breath uneven. My only fear now is that one day it might reach my head itself. His smile faded completely. If that happens, I will not have any chance left to rebuild anything at all. This is not funny. Theo opened his mouth, his voice laced with unmistakable concern as his expression tightened. Did you tell father what is going on? If their father were to learn that Richard had been living under the constant threat of death every single day since reaching level 21, there was no doubt he would intervene immediately and refuse to leave him in such a state. You know him, he does not hand over anything unless it is perfect. Richard slowly shook his head, his tone calm yet weighed down by exhaustion. The merged antimatter law is perfect as it is, so any shortcomings, any problems that appear, are most likely my fault. Then he formed a faint, self-deprecating smile. What am I supposed to tell him? That I am a failure and cannot use the law properly, so he should go and invent something else just to save me? No, I do not have the face for that. Their father had already done more than enough, far beyond what anyone could have expected. When Richard had asked for strength, he was given a fourfold merged law unlike anything that had ever existed in the universe. Compared to that, how could he possibly ask for even more without feeling ashamed? As your brother, I want to pressure you into asking him for something that could help you, Theo said, his gaze steady as he looked directly into Richard's eyes. But as another son of our father, I understand exactly how you feel. Even if my insides were torn apart piece by piece while using the merged law of cosmic silence, I still would not go back and ask for help. The law of cosmic silence. Richard raised his brows slightly, a spark of curiosity breaking through his fatigue before a faint smile appeared. He added a law for you as well? What did you get? Time, Theo replied, a quiet satisfaction showing on his face as his lips curved into a small, confident smile. Ha, Richard let out a strained laugh, one that carried both genuine happiness and lingering pain. Congratulations, big brother. That definitely calls for a celebration. Sit down. Theo waved his hand lightly, letting out a soft chuckle. After seeing you in this condition, my enthusiasm to begin has dropped quite a bit. Heh. Richard leaned his back more firmly against the wall behind him, allowing his body to sink into it as if even holding himself upright was a burden. I know this is not real. You are probably even more eager than before on the inside. Maybe. Theo smiled faintly, his expression softening for a brief moment. I brought you something from father, he added, though his expression quickly shifted into something awkward and slightly uneasy as he extended a metallic plate toward him. What is this? Richard reached out slowly, his movements lacking strength as he pulled the plate toward himself and began examining it with narrowed focus. It is good news, Theo said, attempting to inject excitement into his tone. It is a customized method to achieve the sixth path. Once you complete these simple adjustments, you will not need the elixir anymore, and your body will not have to endure those repeated shocks that pushed you into this condition in the first place. do you know what else? Theo continued quickly when he noticed Richard's reaction remained underwhelming. With this method, your affinity toward all those laws will increase by around 30%, including fundamental fission itself. That means the problem of the law turning against you will disappear entirely. Richard slowly lifted his gaze toward Theo after scanning something within the plate using his soul, his expression gradually stiffening as he processed what he had just read. Then, in a low and almost disbelieving voice, he asked, "These instructions, they are only for level 11. Yes, you will only need to reconstruct level 11. Is that not great?" Theo nodded, trying to maintain an upbeat tone while emphasizing the positives as much as possible, fully aware of the suffering Richard endured with every foundation he painstakingly built. But the levels above 11 will adjust automatically, and any well-constructed level will reshape itself into its most optimal form without additional effort. Richard stared deeply into Theo's eyes, as if hoping he had misunderstood something. I have to rebuild level 11 from scratch. Theo hesitated for a brief moment before giving a small, reluctant nod. Thud. In the very next instant, Richard's body went limp as he collapsed to the side, completely unconscious, his face carrying faint signs of a mild stroke. Chapter 2188. On a certain planet within the mid-sector 100. Rattle. The entire planet burned beneath the flames of war. The skies trembled endlessly beneath the roar of artillery and exploding fleets, while the earth itself had long since cracked apart from the pressure of countless battles. Its original inhabitants were all gone, either evacuated in time before the conflict escalated beyond salvation, or slaughtered alongside their collapsing cities and shattered homes. Nothing remained of civilian life anymore. Only soldiers remained. An immeasurable number of soldiers. A few years earlier, the war between the multiple Centennial Cradle Empire and the Seven Thrones Empire had reached a terrifying peak. Entire galaxies had been dragged into the conflict, countless planets destroyed or conquered, until eventually the endless frontlines were reduced to two decisive worlds, two planets upon which the fate of the war itself would be determined. One of those planets had already fallen completely into the hands of Peon and his special forces. Their assault had been merciless, swift, and absolute, wiping away every trace of enemy ground presence until the world became nothing more than another banner planted beneath the authority of the multiple Centennial Cradle Empire. But the second planet. The second was different. The Seven Thrones Empire had thrown themselves at it with madness bordering on desperation. They sought to reclaim something far more valuable than territory. Their dignity. Their prestige. The shattered remnants of the fear they once inspired throughout the sector. Yet before they could complete their conquest, something strange happened. A soul shard of Lord Human appeared. Merely a fragment of soul carrying his will. And with calm authority, it issued a single order. Evacuate the planet. What shocked everyone even more was what followed afterward. The soldiers of the Seven Thrones Empire obeyed. They truly obeyed. Entire fleets withdrew. Armies retreated. Officers abandoned their hard-earned positions without resistance, as though the mere presence of Lord Human's soul fragment carried a pressure too overwhelming to oppose. That event became one of the greatest humiliations the Seven Thrones Empire had suffered since the war began. And Emperor Meilam, guardian of the major wind law and ruler of the Seven Thrones Empire, did not accept that humiliation quietly. On that very same day, he issued a series of furious commands across every battlefield under his authority. Every retreating force from that planet was recalled. Every army engaged in side conflicts across lesser worlds was withdrawn. Entire fleets were redirected, and all of them were sent toward a single destination, Arcothian. The colossal war that had consumed the mid-sector for years had nearly ended with the overwhelming victory of the multiple Centennial Cradle Empire. The moment enemy armies withdrew from countless battlefronts, those planets collapsed into the Empire's hands almost effortlessly. Some worlds surrendered immediately, others fell within days, and many more were simply abandoned by defenders too terrified to continue resisting. The Empire did not stop there. Like an unstoppable tide, they advanced deeper and deeper into the territory of the Seven Thrones Empire, swallowing planet after planet without facing meaningful resistance. In truth, only two major strongholds remained. The imperial capital itself, where the mysterious ruler of the Seven Thrones Empire still hid without revealing himself to the public even now. And here, planet Arcothian, the greatest battlefield the sector had witnessed in generations. Disturbance. The atmosphere twisted violently. Shockwaves continuously rolled across the heavens as massive clashes erupted in every direction. Caesar stood atop a platform neither particularly high nor low, silently observing the battlefield spread before him. An endless war. A ground battle between combat emperors like himself. Millions of them. The horizon was completely buried beneath armies. Explosions erupted without pause, flames devoured entire battalions, and streams of energy crossed the battlefield like storms of destruction. The deafening sound of weapons, screams, collapsing fortresses, and erupting laws fused into one continuous roar capable of shaking the soul itself. Far above them, enormous warships floated across the skies while bombarding one another relentlessly. Cannons large enough to flatten cities fired repeatedly, ripping apart shields and tearing through armored hulls as burning debris rained downward onto the battlefield below. World cataclysms and Nexus states fought with terrifying brutality. Every clash between them distorted the surrounding air and shattered portions of the sky itself. Some moved like divine disasters sweeping across the battlefield, while others unleashed laws capable of erasing entire armies with a single attack. Nobody wanted to retreat. Nobody dared retreat. Meanwhile, the mysterious royal soulmasters serving under the multiple centennial cradle empire occasionally emerged from hiding like silent specters. They would suddenly appear near a vulnerable enemy powerhouse, strike with horrifying precision, harvest lives in moments, then withdraw once more into silence to preserve their precious soul units. Their existence alone forced countless enemies to remain tense every second of the battle. The Seven Thrones Empire still possessed horrifying reserves of strength. Although their armies and fleets had suffered catastrophic losses across the broader war, forcing them to condense the conflict into a single decisive battlefield, their higher-level combatants had not diminished nearly as much. Their nexus states and world cataclysms still existed in terrifying numbers. Hundreds of them tore through the heavens like living natural disasters. Dozens of nexus states wielding 7 minor wind laws descended upon the battlefield today without the slightest intention of restraint. The skies themselves seemed to howl alongside them. Their speed was monstrous. Their attacks shredded battlefields apart. Their weapons carried enough force to devastate entire fortresses with ease. Again and again, they slammed against the advancing forces of the multiple centennial cradle empire, exhausting the empire's own nexus states and world cataclysms through sheer pressure and relentless assaults. And yet, even that was not enough to force the empire backward completely. Not while royal soulmasters still stood behind them. Not while monsters like Peon continued tearing through the battlefield. And amidst all of this chaos, Caesar stood there, impossible to ignore. His golden armor lined with black patterns reflected the surrounding flames like molten sunlight, while the black cloak hanging behind him billowed heavily beneath the violent winds of war. Upon that cloak rested the golden symbol of fire, burning brilliantly amidst the darkness surrounding him. His eyes remained half open, bored, almost tired, as though this war capable of terrifying countless people meant little to him. The dark aura radiating from his body was thick and oppressive, so heavy that soldiers from both sides instinctively avoided approaching too closely. Even allies unconsciously left space around him, as though standing near him for too long would suffocate them. Everything about him made him appear perfectly suited for this battlefield. A commander. Yet at the same time, a commander who looked as though he had absolutely no desire to remain here. Caesar slowly lifted his head. From afar, he could see Peon beginning to massacre the right flank. Entire formations collapsed before him. Explosions erupted endlessly wherever he advanced. But Caesar showed no excitement, no satisfaction, no urgency. He merely continued standing there silently, staring toward the distant battlefield with rigid, unreadable expressions. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. But instead of darkness, something else awaited him. The battlefield still lingered within his mind. He could still see everything unfolding before him, but no longer through ordinary sight. The world he perceived now had transformed into something utterly different, something stripped of color, warmth, and life itself. A moving image of black and white. The battlefield had become a sea of darkness ruled entirely by shadow, while every living being within it appeared as moving white threads drifting across that endless black world. Countless threads. Millions of them. Some large and blazing brightly. Others dim and fragile, flickering weakly as they struggled to survive amidst the chaos. Within the chest of every thread burned a flame, and inside every head shone a lamp of light. The flame pulsed rhythmically, sometimes roaring violently during moments of fury or desperation, sometimes shrinking during fear, exhaustion, or approaching death. The lamp above, meanwhile, radiated with varying intensity, illuminating the darkness around each individual like a tiny beacon struggling against an infinite abyss. Caesar watched silently. Every movement, every clash, every scream. He saw them all differently now. When blades collided, threads trembled violently. When bodies suffered injuries, portions of the threads frayed apart or snapped entirely. Some lost arms. Some lost half their form. Some dimmed so rapidly that their flames began collapsing inward. And yet, the most horrifying moment always came afterward. The instant a chest flame extinguished, or the lamp within the head faded away, everything else disappeared with it. The thread dissolved completely. No body, no remains, no identity, nothing, only black smoke. Endless black smoke rising upward from the dead. The smoke drifted slowly into the skies, gathering together until it formed monstrous clouds darker than the surrounding darkness itself. And within those clouds, faces, tens of thousands of twisted, screaming faces, faces frozen in terror, faces distorted in agony, faces endlessly opening their mouths in silent cries that somehow still echoed throughout Caesar's mind. The battlefield was producing too many of them, far too many. Every second, more flames died. Every second, more smoke rose. More faces joined the clouds. The result was horrifying. The battlefield itself had become buried beneath an endless black fog, a suffocating mist of death thick enough to obscure nearly everything. It spread across the world slowly and heavily, pressing against the surviving threads from every direction. The fog affected them. It weakened them. The closer death approached, the more the fog wrapped itself around them like invisible hands. Threads dimmed faster within it. Flames weakened. Lamps flickered unstably. It was as though the battlefield itself had become a living grave trying to drag everyone into its depths. And before that terrifying sight, before that endless sea of death and despair, a smile finally appeared on Caesar's face. Then, he began doing something that no one around him noticed. Not his soldiers, not the commanders, not even the enemies watching him cautiously from afar. To everyone else, Caesar merely stood there silently atop the platform, his expression unchanged, his eyes closed as though detached from the war entirely. But he saw it clearly. A strand of black cloud slowly seeped outward from beneath his leg. It moved quietly beneath the platform like flowing smoke before descending toward the battlefield itself. No aura erupted. No terrifying pressure spread. No one noticed a thing. The cloud simply continued forward silently, weaving through the battlefield beneath countless feet, slipping between corpses and shattered earth until it finally reached the hottest point of combat. There, where Raiden and Martin fought side by side within the front lines, the battlefield around them was absolute chaos. Explosions continuously erupted nearby while marshals and generals of the ground army fought desperately to halt the advance of the multiple centennial Cradle Empire. Orders were being shouted constantly. Formations shifted. Attacks collided. Blood filled the air. And beneath all of it, the black cloud arrived. Then Caesar thought quietly within his mind, the last breath. Whoa! The cloud suddenly rose upward from beneath the soldiers' feet, like a warm summer breeze brushing gently against skin. For the briefest moment, some soldiers even appeared confused, as though they had merely felt a passing wind amidst the chaos of battle. Then, bam, 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 the marshals and generals of the ground army collapsed instantly. No resistance, no additional heartbeat. Those issuing commands from the rear suddenly fell lifeless. Those leading assaults with roaring momentum collapsed mid-charge. Those defending against enemy attacks froze before crumpling dead onto the blood-soaked earth. One after another. Dozens. All at once. The scene was so sudden and unnatural that the battlefield itself momentarily descended into confusion. What is happening? Be careful. Enemy attack. Raiden and the other commanders of the Cradle Empire army immediately retreated several steps in alarm, their eyes widening with disbelief as they scanned the surroundings frantically. They had never witnessed anything like this before. What happened was just death. Instantaneous death. And according to everything they knew, their side possessed neither a person nor an artifact capable of producing such a terrifying phenomenon. But then Raiden noticed something. The dead were not random. Not a single ordinary soldier had fallen. Not one accidental target existed among them. Every victim had been carefully selected. Marshals, generals, commanders, key figures maintaining the battlefield itself. The realization sent chills down his spine. Raiden's pupils contracted slightly before he immediately turned toward Marshal Caesar. The flame of death was terrifying, yes, but it was not supposed to create something like this. And yet, among everyone present, Caesar was still the most likely person to understand what had just happened, because he was the Marshal. Raiden suddenly shouted in horror the instant his gaze landed upon Caesar's appearance. Chapter 2189. Silence. A profound, unsettling silence. With extraordinary calmness, Caesar continued observing the scene unfolding before him like a living painting woven from death itself. The gentle gust of air that had risen quietly across the battlefield drifted upward before brushing against the marshal of the ground forces, the generals, and the officers gathered within that area. The moment it touched them, the flames burning within their chests dimmed rapidly before vanishing entirely, while the radiant lamps inside their heads flickered weakly and faded one after another. Soon afterward, their faces began surfacing within the black cloud, faces darkened by terror. Twisted expressions filled with pain, confusion, and desperate panic. They struggled violently inside the cloud as though trying to break free from some invisible prison, their mouths stretched wide in endless screams while the darkness swallowed them deeper and deeper. Then heavy shackles suddenly emerged from within the black mist itself. Dark chains lined with blade-like protrusions wrapped around their necks and foreheads, tightening mercilessly and causing their suffering to intensify further. Caesar instinctively understood what those chains represented without needing anyone to explain it. Negative karma. Their sins. The accumulated weight of everything they had done throughout their lives. The strangest part was that those faces did not join the battlefield fog surrounding the countless ordinary dead soldiers. The cloud treated them differently, dragging them downward beneath the earth once more before slowly returning toward Caesar's leg, as though it had marked them specifically and refused to release them afterward. The sight was horrifying enough to shatter the sanity of experienced veterans if they witnessed it directly. Any ordinary soldier would likely collapse mentally after seeing those screaming faces struggling hopelessly against the black cloud and the restraining chains surrounding them. Yet to Caesar, the scene felt strangely comforting, peaceful, warm, even, like a girl receiving flowers from her loved one, like a father quietly watching his children laugh and play nearby. From beginning to end, Caesar remained entirely relaxed, his eyes closed while observing everything through that strange perception. He never realized his state had already begun affecting the outside world, nor did he notice the horrifying changes surrounding him as his experiment continued deepening further and further. Or at least, that was what he believed. Marshal. Raiden's terrified shout suddenly echoed across the battlefield as he looked toward the command platform. A horrifying dark aura had erupted around Caesar. The blackness surrounding him twisted violently like a living abyss, expanding outward in unstable waves that caused everyone nearby to flee in terror the moment they sensed it. Those too slow to escape collapsed instantly without even understanding what had killed them. Caesar's eyes were open now, entirely white, not glowing faintly, but radiating an unnatural pale brilliance that made him seem less like a living being and more like something wearing human skin temporarily. Thin strands of black mist escaped continuously from his nose and mouth, while thick dark veins spread beneath his skin, pulsing violently as though they were moments away from tearing his body apart from within. That aura. It absolutely did not belong to a martial emperor. Far above the battlefield, the world cataclysms and Nexus states quickly noticed the disturbance below. Several of them immediately launched attacks downward, hoping to erase Caesar before whatever was happening around him could worsen further, but the forces of the multiple Centennial Cradle Empire intercepted the incoming attacks almost instantly, causing explosions to erupt across the skies once more. Marshal Raiden rushed toward him at full speed until he reached the borders of the expanding black fog surrounding the platform. Marshal, can you hear me? No response came. Caesar remained completely immersed within the strange world only he could perceive, his entire focus fixed upon the black cloud, the endless battlefield fog, and the terrifying success of his experiment. Meanwhile, the dark radius around him continued expanding gradually. General, the field is growing larger, one of the surviving officers shouted anxiously while retreating several more steps backward. If this continued much longer, the black fog would begin disrupting army formations completely and tear apart the battlefield itself from the inside. Damn it! Lightning flickered violently within Raiden's eyes as he stared toward Caesar with frustration and worry mixing across his face. A few moments later, he exhaled heavily before muttering, "Oh, forgive me." Catch-ah! A final lightning strike suddenly descended from above. The one who launched it was Raiden himself. Boom! The attack did not strike Caesar directly. Instead, the lightning curved sharply before crashing into the command platform beneath him, completely destroying it in a violent explosion that shattered the surrounding structure apart and disrupted the unstable black field surrounding him. Caesar's eyelid twitched slightly before his eyes slowly opened. At first, his thoughts remained clouded and unfocused. The battlefield, the screams, and the endless black fog had all vanished, replaced instead by stillness and a familiar ceiling painted with grand animated murals depicting ancient wars and legendary figures. A ceiling he recognized immediately. Slowly supporting himself with his arms, Caesar pushed his body upright before glancing around in confusion. Indeed, he was inside his personal chamber on planet Originus, the capital world of the Cradle Empire. "Good morning, Marshal." The only girl inside the room spoke with a composed smile. "I am glad to see you safe, Your Highness." She was a golden-haired young woman wearing elegant glasses, lipstick, and tight office attire. As one of the Burton family descendants, she served as Caesar's personal assistant, handling his office affairs and organizing visitors on his behalf. "How long have I been here?" Caesar finally asked while straightening his posture and resting his head against one hand. "The last thing I remember was..." His voice stopped midway. Then Caesar's eyes widened slightly as fragments of memory resurfaced within his mind once more. The last thing Caesar remembered was the cloud. That endless black cloud filled with twisted, screaming faces. He remembered watching it draw closer and closer until it finally reached him, slipping into the sole of his foot as though his body itself had become its destination from the very beginning. Afterward, he had attempted to understand the sensation spreading through him, trying to examine what exactly happened when the cloud returned to him instead of dispersing naturally like the surrounding battlefield fog. Its touch had not felt painful, nor cold. If anything, it had felt disturbingly natural. Comfortable, even. He remembered himself focusing entirely on that strange sensation, trying to grasp the laws hidden behind it, trying to understand why those faces were drawn toward him specifically and what the black cloud truly represented. Then, nothing. The next thing he knew, he had opened his eyes here. "General Raiden brought you back yesterday alongside several attendants," the assistant explained calmly from nearby. "According to the general, you were struck indirectly by a lightning attack and suffered several bruises because you had not raised any defensive measures whatsoever. After ensuring your condition stabilized, he returned to the battlefield shortly afterward." A lightning strike. Caesar slowly raised an eyebrow before an irritated smile appeared on his face. "Where is that little bastard?" "What I am about to say is not intended as a defense of General Raiden," the assistant replied seriously, "but everyone present during the battle whom I questioned, including the Swords of Shadow responsible for observation and battlefield point calculations, described the same thing. They said you entered an extremely strange state and began attacking several of your own aides unintentionally. Some of them were killed before the situation was brought under control." Then she reached into her ring and retrieved a small glowing disc before handing it toward him. Caesar hesitated briefly. Eventually, he accepted it and activated the recording. The moment the projection appeared before him, his expression changed slightly. He saw the horrifying scene exactly as everyone else had witnessed it. The black aura, the expanding fog, the distorted appearance of his body, and most importantly, his eyes, pure white, emotionless, inhuman. For a brief moment, Caesar was reminded of the undead generals described throughout the ancient records and forbidden books he had spent years studying in secret. Creatures standing somewhere between life and death. Immediately, his heart began pounding heavily inside his chest. Without another word, he lowered the disc and set it aside before supporting his forehead with both hands once more. Now that he thought about it carefully, the cloud had never been aimed toward his subordinates. He himself never perceived anything dangerous occurring around him during the entire process, even until the moment he lost consciousness. From his perspective, he had merely been observing and experimenting quietly while standing still atop the platform. Meanwhile, from everyone else's perspective, he had become a terrifying anomaly releasing deadly black fog capable of killing allies indiscriminately. No wonder Raiden attacked him. No wonder the others panicked. Several long seconds passed in silence before Caesar finally spoke again, his voice noticeably heavier than before. "They were good men." The words came out slowly. "Heavy." Then, after another brief silence, he continued with visible difficulty, "Whatever compensation is usually granted to the family of a fallen martyr, increase it tenfold for every person who died because of this incident." "Understood." The assistant nodded immediately. We already prepared an honorable story regarding the circumstances of their deaths, and we ensured every witness was silenced appropriately. General Ryden, General Martin, and the Shadow Swords personally oversaw the matter. Although it was technically deception, Caesar did not object. In truth, there was no better alternative. If rumors spread that he had lost control and killed his own people, trust in him would collapse immediately. The soldiers fighting beneath his command might hesitate beside him during future battles, and the officers who once stood fearlessly at his side could begin fearing him more than the enemy itself. A commander feared by his own army was already halfway ruined. Caesar slowly rubbed his face several times with both hands, exhaustion and irritation mixing within his expression. What happened on that battlefield had exceeded his expectations completely. No, that was putting it lightly. Something had clearly gone wrong, or perhaps, something had gone too right. The thought alone caused his eyes to narrow slightly. That black cloud, those screaming faces, the feeling of familiarity, the strange comfort he experienced while observing them, and the fact that negative karma itself appeared visibly before him. None of it resembled ordinary manifestations of the death law anymore. It was becoming something else, something dangerous, something he did not yet understand. Finally, Caesar exhaled quietly before speaking in a tired voice, "Leave me alone for a while." Understood. The assistant bowed her head respectfully before turning toward the door. However, just as her hand grasped the handle, she suddenly paused as though remembering something important. Then she glanced back toward him. "By the way, the Shadow Swords brought a rather unusual coffin a short while ago and requested permission to store it inside one of the secured vaults. I informed them to wait until you regained consciousness, Marshal, so you could make the decision personally." Caesar frowned slightly. A strange coffin? For several moments, he remained silent. Then suddenly, he pushed the blanket aside and rose from the bed before beginning to wear his usual clothes without further hesitation. "Take me to them." The assistant blinked briefly in surprise. "You wish to go immediately?" "Yes." His response came without hesitation. Returning to work immediately felt far preferable to remaining alone with his thoughts. Because the moment silence returned, so did the memory of those men collapsing around him. Chapter 2190. Somewhere within the vast imperial palace's garden. "What do you mean I cannot see him today?" Seraphina's voice rose sharply through the corridor, unable to suppress her anger any longer. "Today is the designated visitation day, and I have more than enough points to spend." The people passing nearby instinctively glanced toward her before quickly looking away again. At this moment, Seraphina's face was nearly red from frustration and the sheer length of the argument. She had already spent a considerable amount of time trying to reason with the guards and officials responsible for regulating access, yet every response she received remained cold, repetitive, and completely unmoved. It had been a very long time since Seraphina first noticed the silent emperor wandering throughout the palace halls. At the time, she paid him no real attention. He merely drifted aimlessly through the corridors like a ghost with no destination, no purpose, and no awareness of the world surrounding him. Sometimes he would simply stop beside a random wall before sitting or lying there for hours without movement, as though even standing had become meaningless to him. To most people within the palace, he was little more than a curiosity, a broken madman, a living symbol the multiple centennial cradle empire occasionally used as a facade for political purposes. Nothing more. But everything changed on a particular day. The very same day Caesar humiliated her mistress. That day, while overwhelmed by rage, shame, and helplessness, Seraphina happened to look carefully toward the silent emperor for the first time in years, and she felt something deeply wrong. That mysterious man, that silent wanderer used as little more than decorative cover by the empire. Why did he feel so familiar? Why did his presence resemble the members of the Distra family so much? The realization terrified her enough that she fled immediately afterward. Not because she hated him, and not because she feared him, but because the possibility itself was unbearable. The thought that one of the Distra descendants could be reduced to such a pitiful state, wandering mindlessly through foreign palace halls while being treated like a tool or symbol, it disgusted her. Yet despite trying to ignore it afterward, the thought continued haunting her relentlessly. His appearance refused to leave her mind. His face, his aura, and the strange familiarity surrounding him. Eventually, she returned. That time, she deliberately accepted a mission serving as an excuse to visit him directly. And once she stood before him again, she became completely certain. Without question, he belonged to the Distra bloodline. Those facial features, that natural aura, and that indescribable feeling unique to the family. Seraphina had personally visited the Distra home planet alongside her mistress before. She had seen nearly every living member of the family with her own eyes. There was no possibility she could mistake one of them. But then another question appeared immediately afterward. Which one was he? That was the part she still could not answer. Fortunately, the number of missing Distra descendants throughout the years was actually very small. Someone like him could not remain unidentified forever. He was definitely one of the individuals publicly declared dead. There was simply no other explanation. And regardless of the circumstances, he should return home. His family deserved to know what had become of him. Without fully realizing it herself, Seraphina gradually began taking care of the silent emperor. Perhaps it was guilt, perhaps loneliness, or perhaps she simply needed someone to devote herself to after losing her mistress. That emptiness inside her chest had become unbearable ever since that day. Caring for another person, even someone who never reacted at all, somehow eased the pain slightly. So she continued returning to planet Originus again and again under every excuse she could invent. She combed his tangled hair carefully, She trimmed the beard that had once grown all the way down to his knees. She brought him different foods from across various planets. She opened his mouth herself and helped him chew when he remained motionless. Sometimes she sat beside him while talking endlessly about meaningless things such as the weather, recent palace rumors, or small events happening within the empire. Other times, she deliberately mentioned the history of the Distra family, watching him carefully for even the slightest reaction. But every attempt failed. He never answered, never reacted, and never even focused his eyes properly. Even now, Seraphina still did not know who he truly was. Yet the more time passed, the more convinced she became that he absolutely had to return to the Distra galaxy eventually. More than once, she pleaded with Caesar and Peon to let her take the silent emperor away, arguing that he no longer served any purpose as the empire's facade since practically everyone already understood he was merely symbolic cover at this point. But every single request was rejected immediately. In fact, the opposite happened. The security surrounding him only became tighter over time. Sometimes it genuinely felt as though they feared she might attempt kidnapping him. Of course, what she failed to accomplish before was even more impossible now. Many times, Seraphina considered informing the Distra galaxy directly about the Silent Emperor's existence here. But every possibility carried terrifying consequences. Lord Hedrick was Lord Human's ally and partner. What if informing them triggered enormous political complications? And another possibility disturbed her even more. What if the Silent Emperor was actually one of the individuals Father Helmer himself once attempted to kill? That possibility alone was enough to make her hesitate repeatedly. Conflicted, anxious, and lost between fear and responsibility. In the end, Seraphina limited herself to ordinary visitations only. Specific appointments were eventually assigned to her after she exhausted nearly every excuse possible for requesting access. Worse still, mandatory monthly points had to be paid if she wished to continue seeing him, points earned through fighting the enemies of the Empire. And today was visitation day. She had prepared for it carefully. She even brought several things with her. Yet now she stood here being refused once again. No means no. The man standing before Seraphina answered coldly, his half-open eyes carrying obvious annoyance from repeating himself multiple times already. A massive battle is currently taking place on planet Arcothian. Any points not earned there have been temporarily frozen until the battle concludes. What nonsense is that? Seraphina stepped forward angrily. Those points are mine. I earned them already. And the order still stands, the man replied indifferently. Battle-related regulations override ordinary visitation privileges. Seraphina clenched her teeth hard enough that her jaw trembled slightly. Faced with Seraphina's furious aura, the man standing before her did not retreat even half a step. The pressure pouring from Seraphina was more than enough to make ordinary soldiers lose their breath, yet the Royal Soulmaster remained standing calmly in place as though the storm of anger directed toward him did not exist at all. He wore a long black and gold robe marked with subtle Burton family patterns, while a black scarf wrapped neatly around his head and concealed portions of his face. One hand rested behind his back with disciplined elegance, while the other remained lowered beside his thigh in a strangely natural position that nevertheless made it obvious he was ready to react instantly if necessary. He was not merely a guard. He was one of the Royal Soulmasters of the Burton family. And judging from the terrifying density hidden within his aura, he clearly possessed far more than a single star. Ever since the conflict with the Syndicate erupted openly, the Empire's internal structure had changed dramatically. Every hired Nexus state previously contracted through the Syndicate had their agreements terminated almost immediately. Entire groups were expelled from Imperial territory without negotiation or warning. Naturally, the Syndicate never returned the astronomical advance payments originally spent securing those experts beforehand, but Caesar had apparently not cared enough to even argue about it. No ruler with functioning instincts would willingly continue housing potential spies or assassins after open conflict began. At first, those removed forces were replaced by Nexus states directly affiliated with the Empire's various wings. But as the war intensified further, even that changed. Now many critical locations inside the palace itself were guarded by Royal Soulmasters instead. This is irrational and completely unacceptable. Seraphina shouted furiously, her voice echoing through the nearby corridors. Just because another war started, you are freezing all my previous contributions? You are practically forcing me into the Arcothian War without even pretending otherwise. The Royal Soulmaster nodded without embarrassment. That is correct. His tone remained calm, almost annoyingly casual. Every available force must be gathered at Arcothian. There is no reason to hide that fact anymore. Then he casually gestured behind himself. If we did not already know you would come here every other day because of him, I would have been sent to the battlefield as well. Seraphina's expression darkened further. Behind the Royal Soulmaster stretched the massive palace garden directly adjacent to the Imperial residence itself. The area was quiet and beautiful, filled with carefully maintained grasslands, elegant trees, and spiritual flowers cultivated using arrays beneath the soil. A faint breeze occasionally passed through the garden, causing the grass to sway softly beneath the sunlight. And within all that peaceful scenery, the silent emperor remained seated quietly upon the grass, motionless and detached from everything around him. Only a short distance separated him from the argument, yet from beginning to end he never once lifted his head to observe what was happening nearby. Instead, he simply stared at the grass before him absent-mindedly, quietly watching it grow as though that insignificant sight held more importance than the entire world surrounding him. After months of Seraphina personally caring for him, his appearance had changed greatly compared to before. He no longer resembled the miserable wandering madman drifting through palace halls without purpose. His white hair was shorter now and no longer covered his forehead and eyes entirely. Meanwhile, the beard that once extended all the way to his knees had been carefully trimmed over time until only faint traces remained, barely beginning to regrow after nearly an entire month without maintenance. His appearance now carried a frightening kind of beauty, especially those crimson eyes, that smooth white hair, and the sharp structure of his jaw and cheekbones. Combined with the detached stillness surrounding him, his appearance possessed an almost unreal charm. If someone like him walked openly through ordinary streets, countless people would likely freeze or faint from simply witnessing that face directly. Yet when Serafina looked toward him, she did not see beauty, nor danger, nor mystery. She saw someone broken, someone abandoned, someone needing care. That feeling only made her more unwilling to leave. Her gaze softened for a brief moment while looking at him before anger surged through her chest once more. So she turned back toward the royal soulmaster and prepared to continue shouting, "Hey!" But before she could continue, another voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. A familiar voice. What exactly is happening here? The moment Serafina heard it, her expression changed slightly. She turned quickly toward the source of the voice. There, walking calmly along the palace corridor overlooking the garden, was Caesar himself. Serafina's eyes immediately widened slightly, because regardless of her anger right now, the appearance of Caesar here could either solve everything instantly, or make things infinitely worse. Chapter 2191. Marshal Caesar. Serafina furrowed her brows the moment she recognized the owner of the voice, hostility immediately surfacing within her expression. The marshal was unquestionably one of the most influential figures in the entire sector. Despite being merely a martial emperor, his authority, achievements, and terrifying reputation had elevated him far beyond the limits of his cultivation realm long ago. For many years, Serafina herself had accepted missions and instructions from him repeatedly without issue. She received rewards he personally approved, carried out assignments tied to the Cradle Empire, and interacted with his forces constantly without harboring any resentment toward him whatsoever. At one point, she even respected him greatly. But all of that changed after his confrontation with her mistress, Helen. The moment Caesar openly admitted that he had deliberately continued feeding Helen missions partially for the sake of humiliating her, something inside Serafina changed permanently. From that day onward, she could no longer look at him normally. Worse still, she gradually began blaming herself as well. After all, she had been the one constantly encouraging Helen to continue working with the multiple centennial Cradle Empire. She had been the one helping organize missions, helping maintain relations, and helping preserve that connection, and now Helen had ended up in such a tragic state. Ever since then, Serafina avoided Caesar whenever possible. If circumstances forced them to interact, she deliberately kept conversations painfully short. One sentence, one reply, then immediate departure. Yet now, seeing him appear here unexpectedly while she was already furious, something inside her finally snapped. After several moments of hesitation, Serafina hardened her resolve and strode directly toward him. "I ask that you stand beside what is right here." Her voice carried restrained anger while she pointed toward the royal soulmaster behind herself. "Does it truly satisfy you that this person prevents me from attending my monthly visitation without any legitimate reason?" Caesar looked at her silently through half-open eyes. For a brief moment, Serafina almost thought he would genuinely address the issue. Instead, he casually shifted his gaze toward the royal soulmaster. "Hello, Ziegler. How are you and your father doing?" "We are doing well, Marshal." The royal soulmaster immediately straightened his posture and bowed respectfully, a broad smile appearing beneath his scarf. "I am relieved to see you return safely." Caesar nodded once before simply continuing forward along the corridor as though the argument behind him barely interested him at all. Serafina stared blankly for a second. Ziegler Burton, meanwhile, remained perfectly calm. And truthfully, it made sense. Ziegler was far from an ordinary royal soulmaster. He was considered one of the highest-ranked and most powerful royal soulmasters within the Burton family itself. His great-grandfather had once fought side by side alongside Caesar during the ancient war against the Flame Empire, while his father currently served among the senior military advisors of headquarters. Without Caesar, Peon, or another figure of similar status personally appearing, very few people possessed the authority necessary to order this young man around directly. Serafina finally reacted after watching Caesar casually continue walking away. What was that supposed to mean? Then she hurried after him immediately. "Is that really all you can say? Are you not going to give me justice here?" "I have no involvement in such trivial matters," Caesar answered without even slowing his pace. "Whatever the guard said, I support it." "That is not fair." Serafina closed the distance between them again, genuine anger beginning to overwhelm her restraint. "How can you freeze all my points simply because a war is happening right now?" Then her voice rose even higher. "Since when has the Cradle Empire not been involved in war?" "Heh." Caesar laughed quietly. The sound carried neither mockery nor warmth, merely mild amusement. "Did Ziegler tell you that?" He glanced backward briefly toward the royal soulmaster before continuing calmly. "He is right. Go earn some new points." In truth, Serafina was not wrong. Caesar simply had no intention of admitting that openly. The war currently taking place on planet Arcothian was certainly massive, but it was hardly the first catastrophic conflict experienced by the multiple centennial Cradle Empire. Throughout its long history, the Empire had participated in countless brutal wars, several of which were no less grand or decisive than Arcothian itself. Some situations had been significantly worse. At the very least, on Arcothian they currently maintained superiority regarding ground armies and warships. Even against the enemy world cataclysms and Nexus states, the situation had stabilized considerably ever since Royal Soulmasters began arriving as reinforcements. The Empire was no longer retreating constantly like before. The true problem was morale. Not because the Empire lacked morale. Far from it. The multiple Centennial Cradle Empire remained highly motivated, especially after their recent string of victories throughout the sector. But their enemies had become terrifying. The soldiers of the Seven Thrones Empire now fought with the desperation of people cornered against a cliff. Their fighting spirit burned hotter and fiercer than before, especially after retreating from countless planets and condensing nearly everything into the battle surrounding Arcothian. To them, this was no longer merely another war. It was survival itself. And people fighting for survival were always the most dangerous opponents. They had already lost far too much. Their honor had been trampled into the mud. And if they lost Arcothian as well, their empire would cease to exist forever. Because of that, their soldiers had begun fighting like cornered beasts. Even those who lost arms or legs continued clawing forward with bloody teeth, desperately trying to buy one more day for the empire where their children, families, and descendants still lived. It was admirable, tragic, and completely meaningless. Because such determination alone could not erase the overwhelming difference separating the two sides. Not anymore. Even those willing to fight with their teeth until the very end would eventually have those teeth shattered beneath absolute power. In truth, Caesar himself normally would never have gone to the battlefield. Too much time had passed since the days he personally led wars from the front lines. Decades, perhaps centuries. At some point, he simply stopped. Not because he feared battle, and certainly not because he had grown weaker. Rather, because of what the flame of death did to battlefields, because of what happened to people standing around him whenever he unleashed his true power. At first, his enemies were the ones terrified by him. Then eventually, even his own soldiers began fearing him. The battlefield atmosphere changed whenever Caesar appeared personally. Men who previously fought fearlessly beside him became tense unconsciously, watching him with hidden unease. Officers stopped approaching him naturally, while ordinary soldiers avoided even making eye contact whenever possible. No one dared say it openly, but Caesar understood. He was not welcome beside them anymore. Not truly. The flame of death was not a power people wanted standing nearby while they fought for survival. Eventually, Caesar accepted reality and withdrew himself from frontline warfare almost entirely, redirecting his attention toward command, administration, strategy, and politics instead. And surprisingly, he excelled there too. The empire flourished rapidly beneath his management. Wars were organized efficiently, resources flowed smoothly, and internal problems were crushed before growing dangerous. He became terrifyingly effective as a leader. But after abandoning direct warfare, Caesar found himself with something unfamiliar: time. And so, he developed a new hobby: studying the fundamental death law. If people would fear him regardless, if standing beside him already made allies uncomfortable, then why should he continue limiting himself? Why not pursue the very path his father personally handed him? Back then, after his father emerged from seclusion following the coronation ceremony, he summoned his sons and commanders individually before presenting each of them with a new path toward strength tailored specifically for them. Some received new techniques, others received modified cultivation paths. And Caesar received something entirely different: the complete inheritance of the fundamental death law up to the fourth stage. Even now, Caesar still remembered the strange expression his father wore while handing him the record, saying that he suffered greatly while recording this. At the time, Caesar did not fully understand what he meant. But the moment he attempted reading the first line, he understood immediately. Even someone already deeply familiar with the death law could barely tolerate it. The information itself felt wrong, heavy, and corrupted, like trying to force his mind to stare directly into something human consciousness was never meant to comprehend fully. After reading only a small portion, Caesar immediately closed the record and abandoned it for a long time. Years passed afterward, then decades, eventually centuries, until finally, he returned to it again. This time, however, circumstances were different. He possessed more time than before, more patience, and more motivation. The feeling of isolation growing between himself and everyone around him had quietly become one of the greatest driving forces pushing him forward. If he was destined to become something feared regardless, then he would at least become overwhelmingly powerful while doing so. So Caesar began studying the fundamental death law seriously. And the results shocked him. The amount of knowledge he obtained merely from forcing himself through portions of the first degree was immense beyond imagination. His understanding of death itself evolved explosively, while his mastery over the flame of death increased in bizarre ways even he struggled to explain properly. Things he once considered impossible suddenly became natural. His perception changed, his instincts sharpened, and even the way he observed living beings gradually began shifting. Of course, the deeper he progressed, the stranger things became. At first, the abnormalities were small enough to ignore. Minor discomforts, occasional headaches, a strange sensation crawling beneath his skin. But over time, the changes worsened. Many times, Caesar would wake from sleep only to discover symbols carved across nearby surfaces without remembering creating them himself. Sometimes they resembled incomprehensible inscriptions. Other times they were merely twisted phrases written repeatedly in uneven handwriting. Phrases such as, "beautiful death." At first, he dismissed everything as exhaustion caused by managing the empire continuously. After all, pressure, stress, and overwork could affect anyone eventually, even him. So he ignored the warning signs, again and again and again, until eventually, ignoring them became impossible. There were moments now where Caesar genuinely no longer felt entirely inside his own body. At times, his movements would feel delayed and foreign, as though something else briefly occupied the same space as him. Whenever he closed his eyes, the world transformed into something unfamiliar. Darkness no longer looked like darkness, and living beings no longer resembled living beings. And then came the voices. Whispers. Soft at first, almost impossible to distinguish clearly, but over time they grew more frequent and more understandable. Voices whispering ideas into his ears, encouraging things, suggesting things, sometimes comforting him, sometimes terrifying him. And after what happened recently on the battlefield, after seeing the black fog, the screaming faces, and the chains formed from negative karma, Caesar finally reached a conclusion. Whatever was happening to him, the answer likely existed within the only known force in the universe that truly walked the path of death. So he began searching through ancient cosmic records regarding them. The Necrofortress Galaxy. Chapter 2192. The records concerning the Necrofortress Galaxy became Caesar's greatest hope for understanding what was happening to him. Yet despite the countless restricted archives he opened and the ancient cosmic testimonies he searched through personally, the information he managed to gather remained frustratingly scarce, fragmented, and filled with contradictions, as though even history itself wished to avoid remembering that place properly. In truth, the Necrofortress Galaxy was neither an artificial galaxy nor a behemoth galaxy in the commonly understood sense. It had originally been a completely natural galaxy, one containing millions of stars and tens of millions of planets spread chaotically across space without any special order or structure, its sheer scale rivaling entire stellar fields by itself before its name became synonymous with death throughout the universe. According to the oldest surviving records, everything began because of a single individual who delved far too deeply into the path of death until he reached a level no living being was ever supposed to touch. That person was known as Mortix, though countless civilizations throughout history referred to him by another title instead, the Angel of Death. Mortix was described repeatedly as a strange mutant unlike anything the universe had ever produced before or afterward, a being whose affinity toward death itself bordered on absurdity. No one fully understood what race he belonged to originally, nor how he managed to push a minor law from the path of death to such horrifying heights. Yet the records unanimously agreed on one thing: he was the only being in recorded history who successfully cultivated a minor law all the way to the peak of the Nexus state and completely stabilized himself there. And perhaps that impossible achievement itself was what eventually destroyed both him and everything around him. The records discussing Mortix's behavior were disturbingly consistent despite originating from sectors separated by unimaginable distances. Mortix did not merely kill, nor did he pursue destruction for conquest or revenge like ordinary tyrants. Rather, he possessed an abnormal fascination with death itself, with the process, the sensation, and the transformations surrounding it, causing him to continuously experiment upon living creatures in ways that became increasingly horrifying as his understanding of the path of death deepened. The stronger he became, the crueler and larger his experiments grew, until entire planets began disappearing after his visits, while civilizations collapsed into silence overnight without anyone understanding precisely what had happened there. Some worlds were left behind as endless graveyards, while others became worse than graveyards, because what remained upon them could still move, still wander, and still spread corruption to neighboring systems. Yet despite the escalating horror surrounding his name, almost nobody truly managed to stop him. Many lacked the strength entirely, while others who possessed enough power simply refused to approach him because the path of death itself inspired instinctive dread even among the strongest beings in existence, and very few people were willing to gamble their souls, minds, or futures merely to confront a monster wandering the distant sectors. Thus Mortix continued descending deeper into corruption unchecked until eventually he crossed another terrifying boundary and became a monarch of that minor law. Even after reaching such heights, however, he still showed no interest in establishing kingdoms, gathering followers for political gain, or constructing empires like ordinary rulers. He sought neither wealth nor glory, nor did he possess any ideology or ambition capable of justifying his actions in the eyes of the universe, because everything he did seemed driven purely by personal amusement and fascination. Instead of ruling territories, Mortix wandered endlessly from sector to sector like a living plague, leaving death behind wherever he traveled while gradually planting the seeds of what later became known as the undead, the only existence he genuinely appeared to love and the only creatures that responded to him with loyalty rather than fear. Those undead eventually became his army. At first they merely followed him silently, but over time they began spreading independently across planets, exterminating living populations or transforming them into undead as well, causing entire regions of the universe to slowly fall into terror as his influence expanded farther and farther outward. Mortix himself eventually stopped being viewed as a dangerous cultivator and instead became recognized as a catastrophe capable of threatening entire cosmic regions, especially because all of this unfolded during an era where the great powers of the universe were flourishing peacefully and had not yet experienced the devastating large-scale wars that later generations became accustomed to. Compared to civilizations born in bloodier eras, the people of that time viewed Mortix as something monstrously unnatural, a corruption capable of ruining the perfect order they believed the universe possessed. Eventually, the endless complaints and reports regarding his atrocities reached Athena, the supreme ruler of the universe during that age, and the woman said to step upon the heads of behemoths themselves. At first, her subordinates attempted handling the situation, but even approaching Mortix safely proved difficult, because some died before reaching him while others fled after witnessing what his powers were capable of doing. And so Athena personally descended to confront him. The surviving records described the battle itself as absurdly brief, almost anticlimactic compared to the terror surrounding Mortix's name, because Athena simply located him within some random distant sector and struck him down with a single slap, ending the existence of the Angel of Death before most of the universe even realized the confrontation had begun. Or at least, that was what everyone believed afterward. Because the location where Mortix died, if the concept of death could truly apply to a creature like him, transformed almost immediately into something resembling a colossal cosmic graveyard, as an overwhelming aura of death erupted outward and consumed the surrounding regions so violently that many records described the phenomenon as though the path of death itself was mourning Mortix in its own twisted manner. Others disagreed with that interpretation entirely and instead believed the expanding corruption was not mourning but rather a final technique, curse, or contingency deliberately prepared by Mortix before his death so that even destruction itself would fail to erase his influence completely. Whatever the truth was, the surrounding planets immediately began withering. Oceans darkened, forests died, civilizations collapsed, and countless living beings transformed into undead after exposure to the spreading death aura, while ordinary mortals touched by that corruption occasionally mutated into world cataclysms overnight through grotesque changes no one understood properly. The corruption continued expanding outward for years, then decades, then centuries, swallowing system after system until it eventually consumed the entire natural galaxy within whose borders Mortix had been killed. Only after engulfing the whole galaxy did the expansion finally come to a halt, leaving behind what the universe would forever remember as the Necrofortress Galaxy. After thousands of years of slow expansion, every creature within that galaxy transformed into something that belonged neither to life nor death, becoming existences suspended unnaturally between the two states, creatures far more horrifying than specters themselves, especially among the weaker populations whose minds and bodies gradually collapsed until all that remained were distorted instincts and fragmented remnants of memory wandering endlessly across dead worlds. The stronger inhabitants of the galaxy experienced a different fate entirely. Those possessing sufficient cultivation, stronger souls, or extraordinary willpower managed to preserve portions of their awareness after the transformation, and over time they gradually adapted to their new existence while beginning to discover an entirely different cultivation system together, because after all, the centers through which they once gathered energy as living beings had already died completely. Everything they relied upon before became meaningless there. Natural energy no longer circulated through them properly, life force itself became irrelevant, and even soul force behaved differently inside bodies that technically no longer belonged among the living. Yet despite all of this, they still continued growing stronger through methods the outside universe neither understood nor wished to understand. Slowly, through countless experiments and failures spread across generations of undead existence, they began building an entirely new structure for themselves. Bloodlines, noble origins, ancient authority, and former empires lost their meaning inside that galaxy, because none of those things could determine one's place among the undead anymore. Instead, status became dependent entirely upon current strength and the amount of awareness an individual managed to preserve after the transformation, causing new hierarchies, new titles, and new roles to emerge naturally among them. Thus the dead galaxy everyone once viewed as a mindless disaster gradually evolved into something disturbingly organized. Borders formed between territories, armies appeared, generals began leading enormous groups of undead, and powerful leaders took control of entire regions until the galaxy itself resembled a complete civilization rather than a spreading curse. The wider universe only fully realized how stable and dangerous the Necrofortress Galaxy had become when the first great wave of space beasts attacked it by coincidence. In the end, space beasts desired planets themselves and cared little whether the creatures living upon them were alive or dead, so the dead galaxy became nothing more than another feeding ground in their eyes. Yet instead of collapsing beneath the invasion, the leaders, generals, and Death Eaters of the galaxy emerged personally to confront the attacking space beasts across every category imaginable. Surviving records repeatedly described the battles as terrifyingly savage, with some witnesses even claiming the undead fought more fiercely than living civilizations because fear, exhaustion, despair, and hesitation meant little to creatures that had already crossed beyond ordinary life. That event forced the surrounding powers to look toward the Necrofortress Galaxy once again, though not all of them reacted the same way. Some viewed the galaxy with growing fear, disturbed by the existence of such an unnatural civilization yet unwilling to move openly against it because of the overwhelming number of undead inhabiting it and because, despite everything, the undead displayed almost no expansionist intentions toward the surrounding sectors. Others looked toward the galaxy with entirely different emotions. Hope. For many cultivators approaching the 100,000-year limit imposed upon living beings, the existence of intelligent undead represented a possible escape from inevitable death itself. Those creatures clearly retained awareness, individuality, strength, and even the ability to continue cultivating, causing many desperate individuals to question why they themselves should accept death if another path existed. And so certain cultivators willingly traveled toward the Necrofortress Galaxy, hoping to transform themselves into undead as well in exchange for extending their existence indefinitely. Some sought survival, others sought power, while a few simply feared death more than corruption itself. But regardless of their reasons, their arrival only increased the number of undead within the galaxy further, especially among the stronger ranks. No official ruler ever unified that galaxy, nor did anyone truly speak in its name. It possessed no emperor, no supreme monarch, and no central authority governing everything within it. Instead, it remained a massive black scar within the universe formed entirely because of the madness and whims of one terrifying individual named Mortix. Yet despite the absence of proper leadership, everyone eventually came to know that place by the same title, the Necrofortress Galaxy. The name suited it perfectly, because it truly resembled a colossal fortress standing against both the living and their enemies alike, a region where ordinary cosmic laws seemed twisted beyond recognition and where fugitives, exiles, and desperate cultivators could theoretically hide from the rest of the universe forever. Of course, there was always a condition attached to that safety. One had to become dead first. That was ultimately all Caesar managed to obtain from the cosmic records. Everything consisted of fragmented history observed from a distance by civilizations too frightened to investigate further, because almost nobody willingly descended onto the planets of the Necrofortress galaxy directly to study what truly occurred there. The only detail repeatedly mentioned within restricted records concerned the stronger generals and leaders of the galaxy. According to scattered testimonies, those undead beings absorbed a certain form of energy that continuously strengthened them, yet it was neither natural energy, nor life force, nor soul force, but something entirely different that no living civilization properly understood. And regardless of whatever that strange energy truly was, there appeared to be an enormous amount of it within that galaxy, causing the strength of its undead inhabitants to increase at frightening rates until the surrounding powers eventually abandoned any desire to study the phenomenon too deeply and instead settled on a far simpler hope: that the undead would remain hidden within the Necrofortress galaxy forever and never emerge to remind the universe why death itself once feared Mortix. Chapter 2193. After reading everything available regarding the history of the Necrofortress galaxy, Caesar gradually came to understand a disappointing truth resting beneath all the fragmented records and terrifying legends surrounding that dead region of the universe. It was ultimately a dead end. The records contained no cultivation techniques capable of guiding him further, no carefully documented experiments, no inheritances preserved by previous users of the path of death, nor even fragmented personal experiences capable of helping him understand what was happening to his own body and soul as he continued sinking deeper into that terrifying path. There was simply nothing, and the more Caesar reflected upon the matter carefully, the more natural that absence began to feel. After all, what exactly was the Necrofortress galaxy in the first place? A dead galaxy. A galaxy without a ruler, without proper civilization in the ordinary sense, and without a single genuinely living and rational individual capable of intentionally organizing knowledge or preserving it for future generations. Who among the undead would emerge to write manuals explaining their cultivation methods? Who would sit calmly recording discoveries and theories? Who would willingly explain their path to outsiders? And even if someone somehow managed entering those dead worlds safely enough to question the undead directly, who among them still retained enough humanity to answer coherently? For the undead, time itself had effectively stopped. Even if millions of years passed around them, they would barely perceive the difference because every sensation allowing living beings to truly feel the passage of time no longer existed inside them. Fatigue, aging, urgency, ambition, fear of death, attachment to tomorrow, longing for descendants, dreams for the future, all of those emotions depended fundamentally upon life itself. And life was precisely what the undead abandoned. A being incapable of sensing time and incapable of dying would naturally never feel the need to preserve experiences for successors or descendants, because what future truly existed for creatures already standing beyond death itself? Even concepts such as greed, ambition, planning, fear, and desire gradually lost meaning there. The undead of the Necrofortress galaxy did not seek conquest, expansion, prosperity, or glory the way ordinary civilizations did. Most of them wanted only silence, stillness, and uninterrupted peace within their dead worlds, causing anything that disturbed that peace to become an enemy automatically regardless of whether it was human, beast, or something else entirely. As long as a creature remained alive, as long as its life vein remained full and its soul properly preserved within its body, then from the perspective of the undead, it was prey. Thus, after exhausting everything the cosmic records could offer him, Caesar eventually found himself returning once more toward the original path, the tablet left behind by his father, the only true clue he possessed regarding the path of death. Yet unsurprisingly, the same obstacle remained waiting for him there exactly as always. The tablet itself was filled with strange inscriptions and fragmented symbols similar to the ones Lord Human apparently witnessed personally while studying the path of death, accompanied only by several brief explanatory lines clarifying the most dangerous sections. But beyond that, there was almost nothing else. No polished cultivation methods, no elaborate explanations, no carefully crafted techniques, and nothing resembling the terrifyingly detailed inheritances Lord Human normally created for other laws, even combined ones capable of shaking sectors. And Caesar understood exactly why. It was painfully obvious that his father suffered greatly while writing every single word upon that tablet. Even Lord Human, a man capable of creating impossible cultivation systems and monstrous combined laws beyond ordinary understanding, clearly avoided remaining connected to the path of death any longer than absolutely necessary, writing only the minimum required before stopping completely. Truthfully, Caesar could not even blame him for that. Because even now, after developing an affinity toward the path of death so unnatural it bordered on absurdity, he still failed to feel comfortable around it. More accurately, he still instinctively feared it, or perhaps feared what it was slowly turning him into. Yet avoidance had already become impossible. The path of death was now the only road leading toward the level of power Caesar desired, and if he truly wished to understand what was happening to him, then depending upon others would accomplish absolutely nothing. He would have to experiment personally. He would have to continue pushing himself deeper. And naturally, what better place existed for experimentation than a battlefield overflowing with death, fear, hatred, suffering, collapsing souls, and endless killing? Such an environment suited the path of death infinitely more than isolated cultivation chambers ever could. That realization alone was what ultimately convinced Caesar to return to frontline warfare after such a long absence. He wanted to test practically the things he learned from the tablet, hoping perhaps to create one or two techniques capable of strengthening the flame of death while simultaneously deepening his understanding of the major death law itself. But then, Arcothian happened. Everything spiraled beyond his expectations. He lost control, killed his own subordinates, and forced Raiden to strike him down personally simply to stop the situation from worsening further. Thinking back upon the entire incident now while continuing down the palace corridor, Caesar released a long sigh. If Point Zero possessed a voice, it would probably be insulting him endlessly by now. Still, despite everything, a faint smile eventually appeared upon his face because his experiments had not been entirely useless. In fact, the progress itself frightened him slightly. The percentage of the major death law contained within his techniques increased enormously after studying the tablet, while his mastery became deeper, denser, and significantly more dangerous to the point where he now genuinely feared using those techniques openly during battle lest he attract unwanted attention or accidentally injure both himself and everyone nearby. Especially after what happened today. It had become painfully obvious things could not continue this way much longer. Sooner or later, he would either understand the path of death properly, or lose himself inside it completely. Hey! Seraphina suddenly extended her hand before Caesar's face and began waving repeatedly in an attempt to regain his attention. Would you stop daydreaming already? Caesar halted briefly before turning toward her with visible irritation. Move your hand away from my face if you still wish to keep it attached to your arm! Exclamation point. Seraphina immediately furrowed her brows while lowering her bottom lip slightly, feeling deeply insulted despite forcing herself not to answer back. Caesar was weak compared to truly monstrous entities within the universe, that much was undeniable. Yet his position placed him above emperors ruling thousands of planets. A single order from him could cause several royal soulmasters to tear her apart instantly, and even the young Ziegler she left behind moments ago would already prove an extremely troublesome opponent for her to face directly. In truth, Caesar would not even need to issue the command personally. If Seraphina attempted something as simple as slapping him, the hidden formation spread throughout the palace would activate automatically before she could even complete the motion, restraining her instantly before subjecting her to a horrifying fate. And this was not merely speculation. Something nearly identical had already happened before. One of the current wings belonging to the multiple centennial Cradle Empire, an emperor ruling a double empire containing 90 planets, once attempted assassinating Caesar personally after losing control during political negotiations. The result became famous throughout surrounding sectors because the palace formations restrained the man instantly before he was publicly crucified for all to witness, only for his own nephew to step forward calmly afterward, inherit the empire without resistance, and officially join the Cradle Empire as a loyal wing. The story spread everywhere not merely because of the execution itself, but because everyone understood the meaning behind it clearly. Within the Cradle Empire, touching Caesar meant declaring war against the entire imperial structure itself. The moment clear dissatisfaction appeared across Seraphina's face, Caesar released a quiet sigh before forcing a faint smile onto his own expression, though the exhaustion hidden beneath it remained obvious enough that even Seraphina noticed it immediately. Things are not going well on the battlefield right now, and we need every bit of help available. Even I was there personally. His voice remained calm while he continued walking through the palace corridor without slowing his pace. Go kill a few world cataclysms and come back afterward, alright. And before Seraphina could properly answer him, he simply continued forward as though the discussion had already ended. Naturally, that only irritated her further. Because despite the strange and inconsistent way the Empire treated her at times, Seraphina was not some insignificant outsider begging for scraps of recognition or attention. She was one of the greatest contributors within the Empire by far, to the point where many commanders privately acknowledged her importance despite her uncertain allegiance. In fact, among all unofficial members and external allies connected to the multiple centennial Cradle Empire, one could easily argue she ranked second only to Rhaenyra herself regarding confirmed kill counts during wars and campaigns. For years she participated in battles across multiple sectors, hunted dangerous targets personally, and accepted missions most people would refuse even hearing about, while the amount of enemies she slaughtered for the Empire steadily increased year after year. And after Rhaenyra entered several consecutive secluded cultivations for extended periods, Seraphina nearly surpassed even her. Yet despite all of that effort and contribution, she still did not officially belong to the Empire. No oath bound her formally, no contract guaranteed where her loyalty truly rested, and no one could confidently claim understanding what she would ultimately choose if forced between the Empire and something else important to her. Technically speaking, she remained little more than an extraordinarily dangerous mercenary orbiting continuously around the multiple centennial Cradle Empire without ever fully becoming part of it. Because of that, interactions with her always carried a strange atmosphere. The Empire trusted her enough to assign missions, grant authority, and reward her contributions generously, but never enough to lower its guard around her completely. What exactly is your problem? Seraphina hurried after him once again, genuine frustration filling her voice now instead of simple annoyance. I wait month after month just to speak with him for a little while, and if my presence bothers all of you this much, then why do you not simply sell him to me already? No problem, I will sell him, Caesar answered immediately while taking one final turn toward his destination, his tone so calm that for a moment Seraphina almost thought he was serious. But only under one condition. Only then did he finally glance back toward her properly. You tell me the real reason you are so obsessed with him. Seraphina's steps slowed slightly. For a brief moment, hesitation and uncertainty actually appeared on her face before she resumed following him again, though this time her pace became noticeably quieter. Can't. She hesitated awkwardly before lowering her voice. Can't you see it yourself? He is. Her words became softer. Handsome. No one lies, Seraphina. A small smile finally appeared upon Caesar's face, though it carried obvious disbelief. Then he stopped moving altogether. They had already arrived before a massive door located deep within one of the palace sections, a place isolated enough that even the surrounding corridors felt unnaturally quiet. The entrance itself looked ancient and heavy, its dark metallic surface covered in layered defensive inscriptions glowing faintly beneath the palace lights while enormous locking formations rested across its edges. With a simple gesture of his hand, Caesar instructed his assistant to open the door before turning back towards Seraphina again. "So suddenly you care about handsome men now?" His tone carried open amusement. "To the point where you are invading enemy empires and collecting dozens of heads just to earn enough points to style his hair." Then he tilted his head upward slightly. "Tisk, at least tell a believable lie." Krrr. The enormous door behind him slowly began opening with a deep metallic sound echoing throughout the corridor. "That is the truth." Seraphina immediately raised her voice defensively, her entire face turning noticeably red. "My mistress used to forbid me from interacting with the opposite gender, and now I finally have my chance." Caesar raised an eyebrow slowly. "That was good. For a moment there, I almost believed you. But I am telling the truth." Seraphina protested again, embarrassed and irritated simultaneously. "I really did fall in love with the silent Emperor Anne." Her voice stopped abruptly. Completely. The interruption happened so suddenly that even Caesar noticed it immediately. Seraphina's widened eyes were no longer focused on him, nor on the opening door itself. They were staring toward something beyond him, toward whatever existed inside that room. Then slowly, almost unconsciously, she took 2 hesitant steps forward. Her breathing became uneven, while the redness on her face disappeared completely beneath growing shock. And when she finally spoke again, her voice no longer carried embarrassment, irritation, or stubbornness. Only fear, confusion, disbelief. "My lady." Chapter 2194. "My lady." Seraphina muttered in disbelief before slowly moving past Caesar and stepping into the hall herself, her movements stiff and hesitant as though her body had not fully accepted what her eyes were seeing yet. Caesar furrowed his brows at her sudden reaction and turned to follow her with his gaze, only for his own expression to gradually change as well once his eyes settled upon the object resting at the center of the room. Inside the hall stood exactly what she had been told about earlier, a crystal coffin large enough for a person to rest comfortably within it, its transparent surface polished so perfectly that everything inside could be seen with absolute clarity from the outside. And within that coffin rested Helen. For a brief moment, even Caesar himself simply stared silently. The woman lying there possessed a beauty so overwhelming and unreal that the observer instinctively hesitated before deciding whether she could truly be considered human at all. She looked no older than someone in her early 20s, with delicate flawless features, blood-red lips, crimson nails resting atop her folded hands before her chest, and long pitch-black eyelashes contrasting sharply against her pale skin, while the elegant black dress covering her body only made the unnatural perfection of her appearance even more striking. Anyone seeing her for the first time would inevitably question whether they were looking at a person sleeping peacefully, or at a masterpiece crafted by divine hands. She resembled something painted rather than born, something too refined and unreal to belong naturally among ordinary living beings, and with her face now completely exposed without the hostility, killing intent, coldness, or arrogance she usually carried around herself, the difference became almost shocking. "What is happening here?" Caesar recognized her immediately despite the unfamiliar sight before him. "Why is Helen inside a coffin?" Even he hesitated while speaking, his voice emerging thinner than usual. In the past, the portions of Helen's face occasionally visible beneath her mask had already been enough to leave strong impressions on people around her, but now, with her entire face revealed peacefully beneath the crystal surface, absent of any aggression or murderous pressure, the effect became completely different. Her appearance alone forced a ridiculous thought into the minds of everyone looking at her. What exactly had Helmer eaten on the night he conceived that girl? Even Caesar himself, one of the people who disliked her most openly, failed to stop that absurd question from crossing his mind. Meanwhile, beside him, Seraphina's breathing had already become uneven. "You murderers!" Her aura began surging violently while she slowly pulled out her sword. "You murderers!" Rumble, rumble. The eruption of Seraphina's energy cracked the palace floor beneath her feet instantly while several nearby formations activated at once in response to the hostility appearing within the hall. "Drop that sword immediately." Caesar's beautiful assistant reacted without hesitation, summoning a scepter in one smooth motion as the dense aura of a royal soulmaster burst outward from her body with overwhelming pressure. At almost the same moment, several additional royal soulmaster auras exploded into existence nearby before rapidly converging toward Caesar's location from every direction, wrapping around him protectively while immense pressure descended upon the surrounding corridors. "Enough!" Caesar suddenly waved his hand firmly. The bracelet worn upon his left arm glowed faintly before he turned toward his assistant directly, his eyes calm despite the dangerous atmosphere filling the room. "Enough, Lily." And just like that, it felt as though the world itself had returned to silence once more. The formations previously locking onto Seraphina calmed immediately, Lily lowered her scepter without protest, and even the approaching soulmasters suppressed the threatening pressure they had intentionally released moments earlier. Of course, anyone paying close attention would still notice that the royal soulmasters of Originus continued gathering around the building from every direction at terrifying speed, but after Caesar spoke they restrained their auras entirely, leaving behind only a silent message. "We stopped because he ordered us to stop." "Enough, Seraphina." Caesar spoke again, this time in a calmer voice. "I did not order your mistress killed, and I had no idea she was here." "Then what do you call this?" Seraphina shouted while pointing toward the coffin, tears already gathering within her eyes. Never, not even once since meeting Helen, had Serafina ever seen her injured badly enough to genuinely fear for her life, let alone lying unconscious inside a crystal coffin. To Serafina, Helen had always resembled an existence impossible to truly harm, someone standing far above ordinary danger no matter how severe the situation became, and seeing her now in such a silent and defenseless state shook her far more deeply than she expected. We will find out together right now. Caesar stepped calmly past her until reaching the crystal coffin itself, then began examining it carefully with furrowed brows while traces of seriousness gradually replaced the earlier amusement on his face. His fingers brushed lightly against the crystal surface as his eyes inspected the inscriptions surrounding the coffin one by one before he finally spoke again without lifting his gaze away from Helen. What happened? His voice had already become colder. I want a brief report, because I know my father did not order this. And that last sentence carried genuine certainty. His father might oppose Helen politically, threaten her, manipulate her, or even crush her ambitions entirely if necessary. But placing her inside a coffin like this without explanation? No, that did not resemble him at all. Which meant only one possibility remained. Something had happened outside their expectations. And if whatever happened to Helen truly connected back to them somehow, then this situation was about to become a disaster far larger than anyone inside this room currently realized. His father was an important ally to Hedrick, a relationship that was supposed to become their key toward Mid-Sector 101 and their doorway into manipulating both the cursed behemoth and the savage behemoth simultaneously without exposing themselves openly. And even setting all of that aside, the Shadow Swords were already engaged in severe hostility with Helmer, the behemoth of destruction himself, a terrifying existence who openly described them as nothing more than a destructive underground organization poisoning the balance of the sectors. No one within the Empire desired a clearer or more direct conflict with that man than the one they already possessed, especially considering Helmer's personality and the absurd level of destruction associated with him whenever his anger truly erupted. She was subjected to a brutal pursuit by the scions of the cursed behemoth. The Shadow Sword standing beside the coffin spoke calmly, completely unaffected by the violent scene that had unfolded moments earlier, his confidence in the defenses of Origenis seemingly absolute. We received direct orders from the First Sword to rescue her, but by the time we reached her location, we found her already in this condition. Serafina's eyes widened instantly, then the tears finally broke free. She took several unsteady steps forward before collapsing weakly to her knees beside the crystal coffin, her trembling hands pressing against its transparent surface as though she feared Helen might disappear if she looked away for even a moment. My lady. Of course she had heard about those pursuits. The entire sector knew about them. For years, the scions of the cursed behemoth had hunted Helen relentlessly across Mid-Sector 101, forcing her into constant movement while battles and ambushes erupted around her endlessly, yet despite all of that, Serafina never once truly believed her mistress could lose. Helen always appeared untouchable in her eyes, too overwhelming, too proud, too terrifying to ever end up lying helplessly inside a coffin. After successfully retrieving the body, several of our people examined it alongside the Big Six personally. The Shadow Sword continued steadily while keeping his posture straight. That was when everyone realized something strange was happening with her, and that she was not merely a corpse, so the decision was made to protect her immediately. His expression darkened slightly afterward. There was no safe location remaining within Mid-Sector 101 because of the random assaults carried out by the scions of the Behemoth of Curse, and there was not a single planet powerful enough to shelter her properly, especially if they truly placed a tracking seal upon her as we suspect. You suspect she carries a tracking seal, and that the scions of the cursed behemoth would eventually follow her. Caesar slowly raised his head upward while furrowing his brows heavily. So your solution was bringing her here. His voice became colder with every word. What exactly were all of you thinking? There were not many choices available, Marshal, the Shadow Sword answered quickly without hesitation. Sector 101 is no longer safe. We had no option except bringing her here temporarily while searching for another location capable of hiding her properly. Give the order and we will take her away immediately. No. Serafina stood abruptly and raised her sword once more, the instability in her aura making it obvious she was already emotionally overwhelmed. No one is taking her anywhere. Caesar ignored Serafina entirely and returned his gaze toward the angelic face resting silently beneath the crystal surface before releasing a strange sigh through clenched teeth. You said Theo was the one who ordered her rescue. It was an uncomfortable feeling looking at Helen in such a state. So weak, so silent. The sight created a bizarre contradiction inside him because Helen had always appeared like a creature born specifically to glare at others arrogantly while radiating killing intent from behind her mask, yet now she looked almost fragile beneath the crystal coffin, causing his irritation to lose direction entirely. It felt strangely similar to staring at a vicious cat moments after it clawed him, only to discover it collapsed bleeding afterward, leaving him uncertain whether he still wanted to be angry at it or not. Yes, Marshal. The Shadow Sword visibly relaxed slightly after hearing the question. He stated it was a direct order from His Majesty himself. We were forced to pay additional compensation to the Big Six to convince them to move, and we used a rapid support vessel to extract her from there safely. Fine, she can remain on Origenis for now. Caesar nodded slowly after several seconds of silence. I can already sense something strange occurring inside this body. This is not merely a corpse. Then he turned toward the Shadow Sword again. What exactly did the six dominators conclude after examining her? Caesar's sole perception and understanding of laws were monstrous compared to ordinary martial emperors, but no matter how abnormal he was, he still remained far beneath actual dominators regarding perception and understanding. The Shadow Sword furrowed his brows slightly before answering carefully. They said, He hesitated briefly as though still uncertain how to phrase the conclusion properly. Her body is dead, but she remains alive inside her soul domain. Caesar's eyes opened violently. For the first time since entering the room, genuine shock appeared clearly across his face. Say that again. Chapter 2195. According to the quick examination performed by the Big Six on the corpse, they concluded that she is physically dead, but there appears to be a certain force surrounding her soul domain and preventing it from collapsing completely. They believe it originates from the ashification law itself. The Shadow Sword explained calmly while maintaining his composed posture beside the coffin. The six of them requested keeping the corpse with them for further examination, and they even pledged to protect it personally, but they are still not official subordinates of the Empire and have not sworn any oath binding them to our authority, so according to the laws we operate under, we were forced to retrieve her and bring her here instead. By now, the anger inside Seraphina's eyes had almost completely disappeared. What remained instead was exhaustion and denial. Although she did send a glance toward the Shadow Sword after hearing him use the word corpse twice in succession, she ultimately said nothing. This was not the time for stubborn arguments or correcting terminology. Not when her mistress's fate was literally resting in the hands of the people standing within this room. Interesting. Caesar stepped closer until his thighs nearly touched the crystal coffin itself before lowering his gaze and examining Helen from an even closer distance than before. Very interesting. His expression gradually became more serious the longer he observed her. What exactly was an undead being? The answer itself sounded deceptively simple. A dead creature that still moved. But the true question was never what they were. The true question was always, how? What fundamentally made someone alive boiled down to two core elements: the presence of life force, and the integrity of the soul domain. As long as both remained healthy and intact, then the individual would still be considered alive beneath the heavenly laws, meaning the law of 100,000 years continued applying to them fully. Once a person reached that age, the heavenly laws themselves would begin opposing them relentlessly until death became inevitable, unless they became refiners of a planetary soul. And becoming a planetary soul refiner meant stepping directly into the endless game of wars, powers, factions, alliances, and cosmic struggles, because from that point onward simple isolation or escape was no longer truly possible. But what happened if life force vanished completely? Or if the soul domain collapsed entirely? At that moment, the being would effectively leave the classification of living creature altogether, causing the heavenly laws themselves to gradually ignore it completely and treat it no differently than ordinary stones scattered across the universe. And therein existed the loophole. The undead were creatures that lost one of the two keys of life, whether intentionally or accidentally, while desperately preserving the other. The overwhelming majority of undead belonged to the first category, namely those who existed during Mordix's death and the transformation of the galaxy itself. Their soul domains withered entirely while their primal souls escaped or dispersed, yet their life veins became sealed while still preserving what remained inside them. That type existed far closer to death than life, because everything truly making a person unique vanished alongside the primal soul, leaving behind only fragments carved deeply into the dried soul domain itself, such as law inscriptions studied previously or exceptionally powerful memories impossible to erase completely. But the ability for rational thought was gone. The life vein itself remained responsible for the half-life they still possessed, releasing microscopic traces of life force, perhaps 1/1,000,000th of what they once contained, just enough to allow movement while preventing their bodies from becoming entirely rigid. Yet that amount was simultaneously far too small to preserve them properly, causing all of them to rot eventually, though the process itself became so unbelievably slow that millions of years might pass before visible decay truly appeared. Those undead formed the overwhelming majority of the Necrofortress galaxy's population and acted as its primary army. The second type, meanwhile, could control them rather easily because the first category neither argued nor feared anything anymore. They simply obeyed. And eventually, once every final trace of life force inside their bodies disappeared entirely, they would reach complete death as well, though nobody truly knew how long that process required. The second category. That was what Helen reminded Caesar of now. Those were the individuals who voluntarily chose transformation into undead existence, either to escape the 100,000-year limit, punish themselves for horrific sins committed during life, cling desperately to existence after suffering fatal injuries, or for countless other personal reasons unique to each individual. Unlike the first category, these undead preserved their soul domains almost entirely intact. Their minds remained functional. Their personalities survived. Their memories, intelligence, emotions, ambitions, and awareness all continued existing normally because their primal souls never truly vanished. Instead, they sacrificed the other half of life, their life force. Those individuals intentionally extinguished or sealed away their own life veins while preserving the soul domain itself through special methods, causing them to become something horrifyingly unnatural, beings mentally alive but physically dead. And because their soul domains still functioned properly, they retained the ability to think, learn, cultivate, command armies, hold conversations, and even continue researching laws. In some cases, they became even more terrifying after death than they ever were during life. Of course, such a transformation carried unbearable consequences. The overwhelming majority of people attempting it failed instantly and collapsed into complete death before stabilizing properly, while even successful transformations usually left behind severe mental distortions over time because the soul domain itself was never truly designed to exist independently from life force forever. Still, many continued choosing that path willingly. Some feared death. Some feared the heavenly laws as they grew older. Some wished to continue protecting their families or empires beyond the 100,000-year limit, having the delusion that they would still care after they turned. And some simply lost the will to remain properly alive after experiencing enough pain. They performed forbidden secret rituals upon the life vein itself, causing it to sever while leaking everything contained within it toward the bones, whereas a tiny remaining portion was redirected and used to seal the soul domain in place. By the end of the ritual, the new undead being's bones became hard, living, and absurdly durable, capable of enduring millions of years without cracking or collapsing, while the remainder of the body immediately began rotting and falling apart rapidly. As for the soul domain, it remained stable for a period of time before eventually beginning its own slow decay as well, causing the person to gradually lose pieces of themselves little by little until, over the passing ages, they ultimately forgot even their own identity and became nothing more than moving skeletons wandering endlessly through the dead worlds of the Necrofortress galaxy. But despite that horrifying fate, they became powerful moving skeletons. Those were the commanders and generals of the Necrofortress galaxy, the terrifying undead capable of preserving fragments of intelligence and combat ability long after abandoning ordinary life itself. Rumors claimed that this category of undead possessed a special cultivation method allowing them to continue growing stronger while simultaneously extending the amount of time they retained their memories, personalities, and awareness, but nobody truly knew what that method was, and frankly, nobody wished to know as long as the undead continued remaining isolated within their dead galaxy far away from the rest of civilization. Most powers preferred pretending the Necrofortress galaxy simply did not exist at all. Her life vein has completely dried up. Caesar muttered while continuing to examine Helen through the crystal surface carefully, his eyes gradually narrowing with deeper thought. Most likely because of the cursed demir placed upon her years ago. Naturally, Caesar already possessed a rough understanding of what had happened there. She made a mistake going after the person known as the Son of Curse immediately after becoming a monarch. Seraphina's lips trembled slightly before another tear escaped her eyes. That was simply the kind of person her mistress had always been. The moment Marshal Caesar injured her pride publicly that day, Seraphina already knew Helen would eventually attempt something reckless in response. Honestly, it was already a miracle that she managed restraining herself until reaching the power of a monarch before acting upon her hatred. Thinking about it now, Seraphina slowly turned and shot Caesar an angry glare. He was the reason behind all of this. If he had not humiliated Helen that day, if he had not crushed her dignity so mercilessly, then perhaps none of this would have happened. Caesar immediately noticed the look and turned toward her with furrowed brows. If you want someone to blame, then blame your foolish mistress and your own inability to advise her properly. What exactly does this have to do with me? His voice became colder afterward. Do you think I killed her simply because I used to give her money? Seraphina lowered her gaze again without saying anything, because despite the anger burning inside her, part of her knew he was not entirely wrong. Helen truly had chosen this path herself. No one forced her to chase the Son of Curse immediately after her breakthrough, especially someone infamous even among the scions of the cursed behemoth for carrying horrifying curses and strange death-related abilities. Regardless, Caesar waved dismissively before returning his attention toward the coffin once more. A depleted life vein combined with a protected soul domain means she now possesses every requirement necessary to become a second-type undead. The room itself gradually fell quieter afterward. Even the shadow sword remained silent while Seraphina stared at Helen helplessly through the transparent crystal. "What are your orders, your highness?" Lily finally asked softly in her gentle angelic voice. Caesar continued staring silently at the crystal coffin for several more moments before finally speaking again. "Bring a formation capable of continuously supplying life force, similar to the ones we use for medical treatment. A small formation will suffice. It should be enough to preserve the condition of her body and prevent decay from setting in." The moment those words left his mouth, Seraphina's expression changed completely. "Thank you, Marshal." The relief inside her voice sounded almost desperate, as though she had just received heavenly forgiveness itself after standing upon the edge of despair moments earlier. "No need." Caesar shook his head calmly without even looking toward her. "If my father personally ordered her rescue, then he obviously still has some use for her, and I have no intention of allowing her body to rot while it is under my supervision. That is all." His words remained cold and practical without the slightest attempt at comfort. Yet Seraphina did not care. As long as Helen was protected, as long as she would not be discarded or abandoned, then nothing else mattered right now. Caesar neither softened his words nor waited for a response afterward, instead turning immediately as though preparing to leave the hall entirely. But while walking away, his thoughts continued circling around Helen's condition repeatedly, because her state was far from ordinary. If anything, it could be described as completely unique within the domains of life and death themselves. A dead body, a preserved soul domain, and the ashification law somehow acting as the bridge preventing total collapse. Even Caesar, someone already walking dangerously close to the path of death himself, failed to recall reading about anything exactly like this before. And perhaps studying Helen's condition carefully for some time might help him finally break through the barrier blocking his own understanding for so long. The thought alone caused his expression to shift subtly. Then suddenly, Caesar stopped walking altogether. His brows furrowed for a brief moment before his eyes narrowed slightly as though a strange connection had just surfaced inside his mind unexpectedly. Helen, death, the preserved soul domain, and then the silent emperor. That abnormal existence wandering silently around the palace without aging, without speaking, and without truly resembling an ordinary living person no matter how much time passed. Then Caesar slowly snapped his fingers. "Bring me the silent one." His voice became quieter afterward, carrying a trace of seriousness absent moments earlier. I want to examine something. Chapter 2196. My lady. Serafina, kneeling beside the coffin, slowly extended her trembling hand and gently brushed Helen's hair back with shaking fingers, tears continuously falling from her face onto the edge of the crystal coffin. She had followed her mistress for more than 10,000 years. Through prosperity and hardship, poverty and wealth, humiliation and glory, bloodshed and fleeting moments of peace, she had remained beside her through everything without once leaving. Truthfully, most of those years had been filled with hardship, poverty, and endless bloodshed. They had wandered from one battlefield to another, hidden from enemies stronger than them, slept in ruined worlds and dying planets, starved together, bled together, and survived disasters that should have erased them countless times over. Yet despite all of that, they had still been beautiful years to her. Because Helen had been there. That alone had made everything worthwhile. Seeing her in this state now, lying motionless inside a coffin like a dying ember waiting for the last gust of wind to extinguish it. Just creak. At that moment, the hall's massive door was pushed open, and Shadow Sword stepped inside alongside the royal soul master Ziegler Burton, who was dragging the silent emperor behind him by the arm with complete indifference. Ziegler Burton casually swept his eyes across the hall, first toward the crystal coffin, then toward the silent emperor beside him, before suddenly letting out an amused chuckle. Hee, now we have two. What are you trying to do with him? Serafina immediately stood up in alarm, instinctively moving protectively closer to the coffin, fear and hostility filling her face. The silent emperor himself remained completely calm. His sister was lying half dead before him, her life hanging by a thread, yet he still stood there silently staring toward the floor with unfocused eyes and a blank expression, detached from reality as though his soul had long since drifted away from the world. He did not react, did not speak, did not even blink properly. Relax. Caesar waved his hand lazily before walking closer toward the silent emperor. Do you really think I protected him for all those centuries just to harm him now? Then his expression shifted slightly. What Shadow Sword said about the Big Six noticing something within Helen that even I failed to see caught my interest. That still doesn't explain what he has to do with this. Serafina's voice became colder, more cautious. Caesar narrowed his eyes slightly. What if we have something here that I've never seen before as well? His father had never personally met the silent emperor. At most, he had simply been informed that they possessed an individual suspected to be Hydras, the son of Helmer, who had supposedly died long ago. However, the reports also stated that his mental condition was severely unstable, so his father merely told them to deal with him however they wished and never showed any interest afterward. Compared to the countless matters occupying his attention, Hydras and his strange illness were insignificant beyond measure. Every doctor and royal soul master who had examined him reached the same conclusion. His soul domain was completely intact. His life vein was healthy. Even the Syndicate had once forced him to refine one of their dwarf planets, forcing the planet's soul itself to acknowledge and accept him. There was no visible flaw anywhere. Thus everyone settled on the easiest answer. Psychological trauma. And after enough people repeated that answer, everyone simply accepted it as truth. But what if it wasn't the truth at all? Caesar continued staring at the silent emperor from head to toe before finally speaking again. Lily. Ziegler. His tone became serious. I'm going to attempt something now. Step back and prepare yourselves. If anything feels even remotely out of control. His eyes narrowed faintly. Strike me hard enough to knock me unconscious immediately. Ziegler frowned deeply. You're planning to use what happened on the battlefield again. Lily immediately understood, and her expression visibly tightened with tension. That's incredibly dangerous. What if you suffer permanent damage this time? There's no need to panic. Caesar calmly began loosening his gloves. It won't be the same as before. I'll only use the Eye of Crossing. Lily and Ziegler exchanged suspicious glances. Neither of them actually knew what the Eye of Crossing truly was, but they could clearly tell from Caesar's attitude that this was not something ordinary. Without wasting more time, they immediately obeyed. Lily gently pulled Serafina farther away from the coffin despite her reluctance, while Ziegler rapidly constructed a small emergency array capable of activating within a fraction of a second if something went wrong. Only after finishing did he retreat as well. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Caesar slowly began changing. The air itself became heavier, denser, as though invisible pressure was descending upon the hall. His eye gradually grew heavier too, while dark veins began surfacing beneath the skin around his face and neck like black cracks spreading through marble. Then, he closed his eye. And the world transformed. The first thing he saw was Helen. She lay inside the crystal coffin motionless, her chest devoid of any flame whatsoever. Yet within her head, the lamp still remained lit. Barely. Its dim radiance flickered weakly inside the darkness, surrounded by countless strange markings resembling ancient seals wrapped around it layer after layer. Then Caesar slowly shifted his gaze away from her. The handsome silent emperor instantly changed within his vision. His flesh vanished. His skin disappeared. What remained was merely a humanoid shape woven from countless threads forming the outline of his body, while a faint flame burned sluggishly between his ribs. And within his head, a complete lamp blazed brilliantly. Caesar exhaled slowly. Once again, he found nothing obviously wrong. No damage. No corruption. No wounds upon the conditions of life themselves. Everything appeared completely normal. Perhaps it truly was only psychological trauma after all. Suddenly, Caesar's pupils contracted slightly. Something was wrong. The lamp's light was unstable. No, it was moving. Violently. The light inside the lamp twisted and surged repeatedly as though something trapped within was desperately trying to break free. Trying to escape. Trying to shatter the lamp from the inside. Caesar's expression slowly changed. He had activated the Eye of Crossing multiple times before. The most recent occasion had been upon a battlefield containing millions of soldiers, endless laws, and catastrophic energies colliding from every direction. Yet never, not even once, had he seen a lamp behave like this. What exactly is happening to you? Caesar leaned slightly closer, his gaze sharpening intensely. The power of death law circulating through his body suddenly increased. Disturbance. Black smoke suddenly began leaking from Caesar's body. Thin strands at first, then thicker streams. The smoke rose from beneath his skin, from the corners of his eyes, from the dark veins spreading across his neck and face, carrying with it a suffocating and deeply unpleasant aura that immediately caused the temperature within the hall to plummet. Something's happening. Outside the immediate area, Ziegler Burton abruptly frowned and tightened his grip over the erase control mechanism before violently striking the ground beneath him. Bang! Several ropes formed entirely from concentrated soul force erupted upward and instantly wrapped around Caesar's body, binding his arms, torso, and legs in place before he could even react properly. At the same time, a small dark hammer materialized above his head, rotating slowly while radiating a strange sleepy aura capable of dragging consciousness straight into forced unconsciousness. The emergency array had activated, and it had activated without hesitation. Wait! Caesar's eyes snapped open immediately, his voice exploding through the hall. I'm still conscious, stop. Whoosh! The black aura rapidly dispersed. The dark smoke faded. Even the soul array itself disassembled immediately after recognizing Caesar's condition had stabilized. The soul ropes loosened and scattered into particles of light, while the floating hammer dissolved into nothingness before descending. Caesar stood there silently for a brief moment, taking a deep breath before glaring toward the approaching Ziegler. Do you want to hit me that badly? Caesar shouted irritably while fixing his disheveled clothes. You activated the hammer ridiculously fast. I was simply following orders, Marshal. Ziegler raised both hands calmly in surrender, though he did not look remotely apologetic. You specifically instructed us to knock you unconscious the instant something appeared out of control. Then he tilted his head slightly. Do you want to attempt it again? This time I'll delay the hammer a little before activating it, perhaps by a few seconds. There's no need. Caesar exhaled slowly while straightening the wrinkles left behind by the soul restraints. I already saw enough. Those brief fractions of a second had been more than sufficient. By increasing the output of Deathlaw at the last instant, he had managed to pierce deeper into the Silent Emperor's state than before. Far deeper. What did you see? Seraphina stepped forward almost immediately, descending beside him with visibly unstable breathing. What's wrong with him? Her voice trembled heavily. Fear, hope, panic, all mixed together. Caesar remained silent for a moment while organizing the information in his mind. Then he finally spoke. His initial soul still exists within his soul domain. Caesar slowly narrowed his eyes, but it's no longer connected to it. The hall fell silent. It's desperately trying to escape, he continued calmly, but the soul domain surrounding it has been preserved too perfectly. Instead of nurturing and protecting the soul, it's functioning like a sealed prison now, trapping it inside. Seraphina's eyes widened violently. His initial soul is disconnected? Does that mean that he's dead by natural standards? Caesar nodded without hesitation. His body is technically functional. His soul domain remains stable. His life vein is intact. Then his expression darkened slightly, but none of those things matter anymore. He slowly crossed his arms. The person himself is gone. Silence spread once more. He's essentially a corpse whose systems continue functioning independently. Caesar glanced toward the Silent Emperor, who still stood there staring downward absent-mindedly, which means whoever fought him during his final battle was a terrifyingly powerful soul master to produce a result like this. Then he suddenly seemed to think of something amusing. Actually, he let out a faint chuckle. Perhaps the syndicate realized his condition long ago. Seraphina immediately looked toward him sharply. They probably tried to exploit the fact he was technically still alive for negotiations or blackmail purposes, Caesar continued casually, but eventually failed to gain anything useful from him, so they decided to get rid of the problem by selling him off to us for an absurd amount instead. Then his gaze shifted between Helen and Hydra's, and his smile deepened faintly. Don't you find it amusing? He asked softly. The brother and sister are both dead, yet in completely opposite ways. He pointed lightly toward Helen. Her body is dead, yet her soul stubbornly refuses to disappear. Then toward Hydra's. Meanwhile his soul is dead, yet his body continues standing here like an abandoned shell. Caesar shook his head slowly in disbelief. They are both dead, and despite all that, his eyes narrowed slightly, both of them still cling to our world through entirely different methods. Then he laughed quietly. What persistence! This isn't funny. Seraphina's voice cracked sharply as she looked toward the two siblings with overwhelming grief and helplessness in her eyes. Caesar observed her for a moment before nodding lightly. Perhaps. Then he turned his entire body toward her. I'll give you an offer. His tone became calm and deliberate. And an opportunity. Seraphina immediately focused completely on him. Give me the Pit of Destruction Empire, Caesar said directly, and I'll allow you to remain here beside Helen and Hydra's permanently. Then he continued evenly. You'll protect them. And no one within this place will interfere with how you do it. What do you think? Agreed. Seraphina answered instantly without even the slightest pause. No hesitation. No negotiation. Nothing. The empire of the Pit of Destruction belonged to her mistress originally. She had merely maintained it until Helen's eventual return. Even if the Empire had already expanded to nearly 30 planets under her management, it still meant absolutely nothing compared to remaining beside her mistress here. Caesar stared at her silently for a brief moment, then he nodded slowly. Good. His eyes drifted once more toward Helen and Hydra's, toward the dead sister whose soul refused to leave, and the dead brother whose body refused to collapse. Perhaps I'll come visit from time to time as well, Caesar murmured quietly. Then a nearly invisible smile appeared upon his face as he muttered under his breath. They are extraordinarily important guests. Chapter 2197. Dawn Era Planet. At this moment, the evacuated half of Dawn Era Planet was anything but empty. Halak stood atop a shattered mountain ridge while staring at more than 100 nascent space beasts blotting out the horizon itself. The sight alone was enough to suffocate weaker minds. Pitch-black creatures floated across the skies like living fragments of an endless abyss. No matter whether the beast possessed wings, tentacles, fins, claws, or stranger organs impossible to classify, every single one of them carried the same terrifying trait: absolute darkness. Not merely dark-colored flesh. No, their bodies seemed to devour light itself. And with so many gathered together within such a relatively confined area, Donera's daytime had become nearly indistinguishable from midnight. Even the winds felt heavier. The planet itself appeared frightened. Each one of those creatures alone was enough to create a planetary-level disaster for a world the size of Dawn Era. Each one possessed enough destructive power to devastate continents, shatter civilizations, and eventually dig straight toward the planet's heart to devour its core if left unchecked for several hours. 100 nascent space beasts. That number alone was horrifying by every standard imaginable. Entire sectors lived in constant terror because of one or two of these creatures appearing nearby. According to public estimations across the universe, the total number of known nascent space beasts barely exceeded 200, with most being relentlessly hunted by the stellar academies due to the catastrophic danger they represented. Yet now, half that number was gathered above a single planet. A scene that should have driven every living being into despair. But strangely enough, if an ordinary citizen witnessed this battlefield, they would likely end up feeling pity for the beasts instead. 1-2, 1-2, hopa hopa. Halak stood beside the fully open corridor gate clapping enthusiastically as though directing a festival rather than overseeing a massacre. Then he pointed toward a distant formation. Third Legion, your turn is almost here, prepare for the rotation. Yes sir. The thunderous response echoed behind him instantly. The space beasts that believed they had discovered freedom and an endless feast were instead welcomed by 10,000 Imperial guards calmly waiting for them. And because Halak had been granted permission to bring such overwhelming numbers, while also receiving direct orders from the boss himself that at least 5,000 nascent space beast crystals had to be delivered this time, he came up with a brutally simple solution: a farming strategy. Halak reorganized the Imperial Guard divisions entirely. Instead of massive formations, every squad now consisted of only 25 Imperial Guards. Each squad was assigned responsibility for one nascent space beast. Then every 100 squads were grouped together into a legion, which meant the 100 beasts currently before Halak were only fighting against 2,500 Imperial Guards. What about the remaining 3 legions? They were resting comfortably in the rear. Some sat around consuming elixirs. Others roasted chunks of meat sliced from fallen beasts. A few squads even gathered around discussing battle strategies and ways to bring down targets faster in order to earn more contribution points. Some laughed. Some gambled. Some meditated. They were completely detached from the battlefield itself. None of them cared what happened to the legion currently fighting. They merely waited patiently for their turn to enter the slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, the Royal Soulmasters remained stationed much farther back, silently observing the battlefield like supervisors overseeing routine labor. They almost never interfered directly. Their role was simple: prevent escape. Whenever a beast attempted fleeing toward space, the massive arrays prepared beforehand would activate immediately to block its movement. And if one of the arrays weakened or failed, the Royal Soulmasters would personally interfere with overwhelming force, crushing the escape attempt before the beast could even breach the planet's atmospheric shell. Afterward, the battlefield would pause temporarily while the Imperial Guards repaired the damaged arrays before combat resumed again as though nothing had happened. Everything moved automatically. Everyone knew their exact role. The killing machine operated with terrifying smoothness. Cold, efficient, merciless. And what happened if another nascent beast attempted entering after the number had already reached 100? 1-2, 1-2, 1TW. Halak continued clapping energetically until suddenly he felt something breathing against the back of his neck. Warm, wet, disgusting. His cheerful expression immediately vanished. He turned around slowly with visible irritation. Behind him stood a revolting creature. A thing with an excessively wrinkled face lacking any visible features whatsoever, its skin twitching constantly while thick streams of a substance resembling black tar poured endlessly from its body like sweat. The smell alone was nauseating. You filthy creature. Halak's face twisted in anger after noticing the tar dripping onto the back of his neck. There isn't an open spot for you yet. Then his expression became colder. Get lost. Boom. Halak pulled his arm backward before throwing a punch. A punch. Yet the terrifying force behind it caused the surrounding air to implode. Massive waves of tremors exploded outward simultaneously, leaving the beast absolutely nowhere to evade. The creature's grotesque face instantly collapsed inward before its entire body was blasted backward like a broken meteor, violently hurled back through the corridor gate. K-A-A-A-A. The beast released an agonized and furious scream from beyond the gate. Even after suffering such a strike, the monster still had not abandoned its instincts. Its enraged roar echoed from the darkness behind the portal as it prepared to charge through once more. But instead, it found Halak standing directly in the middle of the entrance, casually pointing toward it with one finger as though blocking monstrous cosmic abominations was the most natural thing in existence. Go play with your brothers until your turn comes. If you come back again, I'll bite your face off. The beast did not understand a single word from Halak's loud shouting. Not one. But it understood the pressure radiating from him perfectly well. That tiny creature standing before the gate could absolutely kill it. The instinctive fear engraved deep within the beast's primal soul immediately surged. So the creature halted its charge midway, twisted its grotesque body awkwardly, then slowly began retreating into the distance while continuing to glare warily toward Halak. Most likely, after wandering around for a while, it would completely forget what had just happened and eventually return again. That was what happened with nearly every beast unfortunate enough to encounter Halak before its appointed turn. Halak had personally taken that responsibility upon himself. Otherwise, he would need to constantly request the boss to repeatedly open and close the corridor gate every single hour. And according to him, that process was exhausting and expensive. Thus, Halak merely struck hard enough to blast the beasts backward and inflict enough pain for them to retreat temporarily, but not enough to actually kill them. After all, if he fought seriously every single time, his own reserves would drain far too quickly. In a strange sense, he had assigned himself the role of the guard's guard. Halak narrowed his eyes slightly while returning his attention toward the battlefield below. The number of active space beasts had already dropped to around 90 after several finally fell beneath the Imperial Guard's relentless assault. And once a beast died, the squads assigned to it immediately became free. Those liberated squads would then join nearby teams to overwhelm additional targets faster, which created a terrifying chain reaction. Every fallen beast accelerated the deaths of the remaining ones. At this pace, the remaining nascent space beasts would likely all be wiped out within 20 or 30 minutes at most. Then the next legion would rotate in, and the same rhythm would begin again, over and over and over. Halak glanced toward the boss sitting near the edge of the cliff. The man remained seated calmly while writing something with complete concentration, utterly unbothered by the apocalyptic slaughter unfolding directly beneath him. Explosions, roars, collapsing mountains, the cries of dying monsters. None of it seemed capable of disturbing him even slightly. Halak sighed, then turned toward another direction and shouted loudly, "Hey, boss's relative." The Royal Soul Master responsible for the current division smiled helplessly at the nickname before answering, "What do you want?" "I'm opening the gate for more nascent space beasts," Halak casually announced. "Starting now, 2 legions will operate simultaneously." Then he pointed toward the battlefield. "I'll need you people to widen the perimeter slightly and stay more alert, that's all." 2 legions. The Royal Soul Master's expression immediately worsened. "You're reducing rest time to a quarter, doubling the pressure on the arrays, and increasing our workload tenfold because we'll have to constantly push the beasts away from the mountain where His Majesty resides. On top of that, we, 3rd Legion, move out." Halak suddenly shouted before casually stepping aside from the gate entrance. Roar! The instant Halak moved away, horrifying soul-shaking roars immediately surged from beyond the corridor. The atmosphere itself trembled. "Hey!" The Royal Soul Master shouted angrily, veins nearly bulging from his forehead, but ultimately restrained himself and began issuing commands toward his subordinates instead. Trying to argue with the first guard was completely pointless. The man's brain simply operated differently from normal people. At the very least, this time Halak had shown him some respect and called him the boss's relative instead of some stranger nonsense. All right, 1 2, 1 2, 1. Halak resumed clapping enthusiastically beside the gate while watching the newly arriving nascent space beasts flood onto the planet, only to be intercepted almost immediately by the advancing 3rd Legion. The battlefield below had already transformed into a gigantic rotating grinder of flesh and blood. Fresh Imperial guards entered. Exhausted ones withdrew. Beasts died. New beasts arrived. The cycle repeated endlessly with terrifying efficiency. And while watching it all, Halak had already begun constructing even more primitive new ideas inside his head. Perhaps 3 legions simultaneously next time. Perhaps increasing the beast count to 150. Perhaps splitting squads differently. The primitive strategist inside him was evolving rapidly. But suddenly, whoosh! Something entered through the gate. Not a massive beast. Not a gigantic shadow capable of darkening the sky. Something small. Chapter 2198. Abyssal Darkness. What was the darkest place imaginable? Most people who lived ordinary, uneventful lives would probably answer without hesitation that the darkest places were the deepest parts of the oceans, where sunlight never reached no matter how long it traveled downward. Others might say the underground depths beneath worlds, places where the concept of light itself seemed non-existent. But in truth, even those places still possessed traces of illumination. Deep beneath the oceans, strange creatures emitted faint glows to lure prey toward death. And within the underground depths, magma rivers flowed with burning radiance of their own. The true answer was here. This place. This endless true void beyond existence. Kriaak. Bloken slowly turned his head while maintaining his usual caution, despite the fact he could not even see the tip of his own nose. There was no light whatsoever. Not dim light. Not distant light. Nothing. An absolute darkness so complete it felt almost physical. Yet despite his blindness, he could still feel something. Something massive. Something moving around him. A beast. and around him here did not refer to a distance of meters or even kilometers. Bloken extended his soul sense toward the moving creature, tracing its motion carefully until it had already crossed a distance comparable to the gap separating a sun from its planets. Yet even after such distance, he still did not feel remotely safe. Because that thing was the size of a planet. More accurately, it looked large enough to devour one whole. Alvara. Bloken raised his voice while reinforcing it with soul force so it could travel properly through the unnatural void. This adult space beast is not simple. Bang, bam. Not far from him, at what could only be considered a short distance in this realm, roughly equivalent to a light hour away, the sounds of battle continued endlessly. Do you want me to break the loop? You need to stall it longer. Alvara swung her short sword violently, her voice barely escaping her mouth. She sounded like someone trying desperately to speak underwater. Believe me, you will not enjoy facing what I have over here either. Then she thrust her sword toward a certain direction. She was currently surrounded by 14 young space beasts. 14. The monsters moved with terrifying speed through the darkness, alternating attacks and defenses continuously, never allowing her even the slightest opportunity to recover. They attacked from every direction. Claws, teeth, tails, condensed energy blasts. Every single opening became another assault. But even if they actually gave her a chance to breathe, what exactly could she even do? Catch her breath? There was no air here. Not even the faint atmospheric traces normally drifting through ordinary cosmic space existed in this place. The leaking particles escaping planetary atmospheres, the tiny remnants Nexus states and law dominators could usually exploit to survive, none of it existed here. What else could she do? Eat? Restore the flow of blood within her body? Absorb energy from pearls since there was absolutely no ambient energy around her? None of that would be easy. Because in truth, every one of those functions relied upon heavenly laws to regulate them, and those laws were absent here as well. The fact they could move at all, fight, speak, even think clearly, all of it was being forcibly sustained using the energy reserves they carried into this realm through the gate 18 hours ago. And those reserves were already nearing depletion little by little. The moment their energy approached exhaustion, yes, merely approached it, not even fully depleted, their hearts would stop beating, their blood would freeze inside their veins, their bodies would collapse completely. Because the laws regulating those biological processes simply did not exist here to maintain them automatically. At this very moment, every heartbeat they experienced was being forced manually through sheer power and will. Oh no, Alvara suddenly sensed something before sharply pointing in a particular direction. One of them escaped the repetition loop. Understood. Azur instantly forgot he was supposed to conserve energy. The moment he sensed a young space beast slipping past him while charging directly toward Bloken, he roared furiously into the darkness. Get back here! Swoosh! Azur summoned a planetary bow into his hands. The massive weapon unfolded with radiant force as he instantly pulled the string backward. Blazing power condensed around the arrow. Even within this endless darkness, the arrow had glowed like a miniature star. Then he released it. Ray-a-a-a-a. An agonized roar exploded from the darkness ahead. Then nothing. No shockwaves spread outward. No blood scattered. No corpse appeared. It looked as though Azur had fired directly into the darkness itself. As though the abyss had simply swallowed the attack whole. But that silence did not last long. Whoosh! Azur shot through the abyssal darkness toward that direction at terrifying speed, the surrounding void twisting around his body as though trying to swallow him whole. The planetary bow in his hands disappeared back into his spatial ring while he immediately pulled out a serrated metallic disc covered in soul inscriptions before throwing it downward beneath himself. The spinning disc released faint waves that spread through the darkness like ripples through black water. The moment Azur sensed the thick blood spreading across his body and drifting around him, he finally began seeing something. A crystal. Gah! Azur instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes from the overwhelming brightness. At this moment, Azur resembled an ant standing before a moon. The crystal was unbelievably massive. Its size perfectly matched that of a young space beast, a gigantic structure floating silently in the darkness while radiating terrifying pressure in every direction. Even after the creature had been exhausted inside the repetition loop, even after endless cycles of battle had worn it down, the energy contained within the crystal still felt absolutely monstrous. Pure, violent, ancient. Just standing near it made Azur feel as though his body was being crushed beneath invisible pressure. These were the responsibilities the four of them had divided among themselves after the first catastrophic battle beside the gate, once they succeeded in dragging the greater beasts deeper into this realm. Bloken's task was the most dangerous. He continuously attacked the three adult space beasts while leading them farther away from the others, or at the very least forcing them to remain separated using the complementary law of reflection. He could not truly defeat them, but he could redirect them, delay them, confuse them, and in this battlefield, that alone was priceless. Alvara, meanwhile, focused entirely on controlling the young space beasts. Her personal domain, the repetition loop, continuously trapped the monsters inside recurring chains of events and repeated combat sequences that gradually exhausted both their minds and bodies. Every cycle weakened them further. Every repeated injury eroded their defenses slightly more. Every moment spent inside the loop consumed precious energy they could never replenish in this lawless void. Meanwhile, Azur remained free. His task was mobility, collection, interception. He gathered crystals from slain beasts, collected samples of flesh, blood, organs, and anything remotely valuable. Whenever a young space beast escaped Alvara's loop, he intercepted it personally, and if a new juvenile beast appeared, he dragged it directly toward the loop. There, the creature would become trapped within a repeating vortex of battle and exhaustion until its defenses weakened enough for execution. After that, killing them became dramatically easier. As for the most difficult position of all, that unquestionably belonged to Morgana. Because among the four of them, she was technically the weakest, merely a 7-star soul mistress. Because she possessed dozens of soul creatures capable of fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. And because her soul sense possessed the greatest range among them all, a range that expanded even farther within this pure void due to the complete absence of interfering laws and spatial resistance, Morgana had been assigned responsibility over the corridor's defensive line itself. She constantly pushed the majority of nascent space beasts away from the gate so they would not recklessly pile through it and devour Halak in a single bite. At the same time, she intentionally allowed only a limited number to approach at controlled intervals. A flow. A manageable rhythm. And whenever a young space beast approached her position, she immediately warned Azur so he could arrive and guide the creature toward Eldara's repetition loop. That was their 4-person formation. Simple, brutal, efficient. And thanks to those perfectly divided roles, they managed to survive for a full 18 hours inside this impossible realm. 18 hours without natural laws. 18 hours without rest. 18 hours of forcing their own hearts to continue beating through sheer willpower and stored energy. During that time, Azur alone had already filled thousands of spatial rings with flesh and blood. Massive spatial sealing containers had also been packed with enormous crystals harvested from the fallen beasts. The amount of resources collected here in less than a single day could shake entire sectors if revealed publicly. And thanks to this near-perfect formation, they should have been capable of remaining here for an entire full day. Right now, they were capable of. Far away, Morgana suddenly narrowed her eyes. She had been observing her soul creatures as they forced dozens of cowardly nascent space beasts backward, preventing them from recklessly rushing the corridor gate. But then she sensed something approaching from the depths of the abyss. At first, it merely felt distant, a vague pressure. Then her expression slowly changed. Her soul sense immediately focused entirely in that direction, probing deeper and deeper into the darkness. Her brows furrowed tightly, and instantly, her already pale face became even whiter. A nest, she whispered quietly. Not a wandering group, not scattered beasts, a nest. Then her soul force exploded outward as she screamed across the endless darkness. A massive nest. Millions of space beasts are approaching, and there are at least 20 adult space beasts among them. Chapter 2199. There are at least 20 adult space beasts among them. Morgana's scream froze the blood within the other three almost instantly, the sheer terror carried in her voice far more convincing than any explanation could ever be. The first to react was Bloken. Boof. Without even a single moment of hesitation, without granting himself the luxury of thought, he violently struck the surrounding space and shot toward the corridor gate like a desperate beam of light. There was nothing left to think about in the first place. He was already using his power at the absolute limit merely to keep the three adult space beasts occupied. From the very beginning of the battle, every second near those creatures felt like balancing atop a blade hanging over an endless abyss. Despite all his attempts to raise the level of his fundamental reflection against them, despite exhausting techniques capable of crippling lesser beings instantly, he had not even managed to truly injure them. If anything, the three beasts merely appeared amused, as though they were examining a strange insect that unexpectedly resisted them for longer than anticipated. But 20 more? No, absolutely not. He had never agreed to something this insane. Bang! A colossal strike descended directly before him and blasted him backward like a cannon shell. Arg! Bloken barely stabilized himself in place as space trembled around him, veins bulging along his neck while he shouted furiously, "You are in greater danger than I am, you idiot! Let me leave and escape yourself too!" Bang! Another strike came from the side and hurled him away once more before he could recover. The moment the three adult beasts realized their amusing little toy was attempting to flee, they immediately began surrounding him through scattered casual blows, preventing him from escaping while never truly exerting themselves. And for creatures whose bodies surpassed planets themselves, Bloken barely qualified as actual prey to begin with, yet he remained a living being originating from another dimension, one displaying strange power and unfamiliar laws, like a glowing firefly suspended within endless darkness, naturally attracting attention without realizing it. Of course, those strikes were unimaginably light from their perspective. To those monsters, the matter resembled a human lazily flicking a glowing insect to prevent it from escaping the group, something so insignificant that no effort was required whatsoever. But for Bloken, every single strike represented the boundary between life and death. Bloken finally abandoned all thoughts of conserving power or carefully controlling his output, and with a furious roar, he allowed energy to erupt from every cell in his body before charging toward the corridor once more with desperate madness. Bang! Again, one of the black beasts collided directly into him, but this time, something changed. Bloken continued forcing himself forward despite the impact and, boom! The full force of the collision violently reflected backward and slammed directly into the adult space beast itself. Crike! Piffed! Bloken coughed violently before wiping a thin line of blood from the corner of his mouth. Returning the full force of such a strike was nowhere near simple for him. In truth, the backlash alone had nearly shredded his internal organs apart, and the pain spreading through his body felt as though countless blades were tearing through his veins simultaneously. But if that was the price required to survive, then so be it. The real problem was the corridor itself. It was far too distant. Bloken's body trembled violently as he struggled against an overwhelming urge to break down entirely. From the beginning, they had intentionally positioned the corridor far away from the gathering regions of the nascent space beasts so those creatures would not become frightened and stop entering the gate, and because of the spatial pressure in this region, he also lacked the ability to tear through space directly and teleport toward it, which meant their path of escape would be horrifyingly long. And in a single instant, Bloken's morale crashed into the abyss. Bam! Another strike slammed into him and threw him backward once again. The other fronts were no calmer. Damn it! Aldera completely dismissed the repetition ring domain and burst forward with all her remaining strength toward the corridor gate as well, her figure becoming a crimson streak tearing through the battlefield. At first, her path remained almost entirely unobstructed, but that fragile fortune did not last for more than moments. The young space beasts she had imprisoned within the ring instantly turned toward her the moment they regained freedom, their accumulated rage exploding all at once as they charged from every direction. Aldera gritted her teeth fiercely and raised her voice while violently swinging her short sword in a frenzy of flashing crimson arcs, desperately carving a path of survival through the overwhelming chaos around her. And indeed, the first wave collapsed beneath her assault immediately. Two beasts were split apart instantly, their gigantic bodies torn open as she pierced directly through them and emerged from the other side drenched in blood, flesh, and fragments of burning organs. But her attackers were never merely two. The pressure around her only intensified further. The surrounding void itself began collapsing under the sheer number of monstrous bodies rushing toward her. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Asir rapidly scanned his surroundings, thoughts racing wildly. The original plan had been simple. Maintain the current pace for 23 full hours, slowly weakening the beasts while preserving enough strength for retreat, then begin a gradual withdrawal lasting another hour where they protected one another's backs until safely returning through the corridor. A difficult plan, a dangerous plan, but still a possible one. Yet now, that entire plan had been thrown straight into hell. Asir cast a glance toward the corridor gate. Among all of them, he alone still retained relatively free movement. Unlike the others, he was not fully surrounded yet, and if he chose to abandon everything right now, he could likely escape safely without suffering serious injury. But Asir slowly looked toward one of the distant regions while his soul sense finally began detecting the incoming waves of space beasts in full detail, and with every passing second, the numbers multiplied further while drawing closer at terrifying speed. Overwhelming numbers. A monstrous tide. Even the void itself seemed to vibrate beneath their approach. After another long moment of hesitation, while the terrifying waves of approaching beasts continued drawing closer with every passing second, Asir finally clenched his teeth so hard that blood nearly seeped from between them before shouting at the top of his lungs. Damn it! The curse escaped him like a final surrender against reality itself. Then, without allowing himself another instant to think, he shot directly toward Aldera. Bang! Aldera split apart another exhausted space beast directly across the chest, consuming nearly a quarter of the tiny amount of energy she still possessed, and although the strike failed to kill the creature outright, the massive wound carved through its body was deep enough to stop it from immediately pursuing her. The moment her blade completed its arc, she abruptly turned toward the incoming streak of light rushing toward her position. Asir! She shouted in shock, her voice carrying genuine disbelief despite the chaos swallowing the battlefield around them. What are you doing? It was an honor fighting as your deputy for tens of thousands of years, Asir declared while pulling out his bow, his voice strangely calm despite the madness surrounding them, and today it will be an honor to die side by side with you. Even before finishing his sentence, he had already raised the bow and aimed toward the nearest beasts assaulting Aldera from every direction. Aldera's large eyes trembled faintly. For a brief moment, a dangerous thought crossed her mind. A part of her truly wanted to accept his decision, wanted to stop resisting reality and simply stand beside him while devising one final desperate plan together, one final impossible struggle against death before the universe swallowed them whole. After all, she was exhausted. They all were. And deep inside, she knew survival had already become nearly impossible. But the moment her gaze drifted toward Morgana's position, every selfish thought vanished completely from her mind. The cowardly nascent space beasts fighting Morgana had finally sensed the incoming nest, and once they realized something far more terrifying was approaching, they immediately stopped exchanging attacks and chaotically swimming through the battlefield. Instead, panic overtook them. Pure animalistic terror. They began fleeing desperately in the opposite direction of the approaching swarm, toward the corridor gate, toward salvation, toward the universe behind them, and Morgana. Morgana was now using power far beyond her natural limits just to stop the tidal wave of beasts from reaching the corridor. The corridor itself had intentionally been left wide open so Halak could continuously allow the desired numbers through without difficulty, meaning that if those terrified beasts managed to reach it all at once, then thousands would pour through before Lord Robin could properly close the passage. 2,000, perhaps 3,000, perhaps even more. And if that happened, the consequences would spread beyond this battlefield entirely. Morgana herself stood closest to the gate. Retreating would have been easy for her. Compared to the others, she still possessed enough freedom to preserve her own life and escape safely if she wished. But she had understood the danger immediately. Understood exactly what would happen if even a fraction of those beasts crossed over. And despite that, she remained where she was anyway, risking her entire life to stop them. A strange smile slowly appeared on Aldera's face. It was not a smile of happiness, nor despair. It was the smile of someone who had already accepted the direction fate was forcing her toward. Then she looked directly at Asir. It was an honor fighting alongside you. Before he could react, she suddenly pulled her left hand backward before violently thrusting it toward him. Do not resist. No, Asir abruptly froze after sensing the terrifying fluctuation gathering around her arm, realization instantly spreading across his face. What are you planning to do? Tell the Lord to close the gate and summon the Cosmic Elder's soul shard, Eldera said while pushing her hand forward even harder. The universe must not fall while we are here. Boom! The surrounding void exploded with waves of force. Asir instantly felt overwhelming currents crashing into him like endless tsunamis, one after another, violently launching him toward the corridor gate while his speed multiplied at a horrifying rate with every new impact. Eldera had activated the fundamental repetition law on him directly. Each burst repeated the previous acceleration, then repeated it again, and again, and again, until the force pushing Asir forward became monstrous. At the same time, Eldera herself began attacking every young space beast attempting to approach him during his forced flight, swinging her short sword wildly while intercepting the incoming monsters one after another. Damn it, Asir muttered while being pushed farther and farther away at terrifying speed. He could still stop this. He possessed the path of time. If he truly wished, he could forcibly halt his body or break free from the current dragging him away. But he did not. Because deep down, he understood exactly what Eldera was trying to do. And because a part of him knew she was right. Thus, with painful yet resolute eyes, Asir activated the path of time not to resist the momentum carrying him away, but to accelerate himself even further. His figure blurred violently, and in less than a blink, he appeared beside Morgana. Yet despite seeing the desperate state she had fallen into, he did not waste time looking at her with pity, and Morgana herself also did not attempt to stop him. No unnecessary words were exchanged. No hesitation remained between them anymore. Instead, Morgana directly tore open a path for him through the fleeing beasts, a path leading straight toward the glowing corridor gate. Whoosh! Asir shot through the other side like a projectile fleeing the end of the world itself. Chapter 2200. Whoosh! Asir tore through the gate with monstrous force, his body resembling a blood-soaked comet as he burst out from the suffocating darkness beyond the passage and returned once again to the realm of life. For a fleeting instant, the familiar aura of living energy surrounding the world caused his mind to blank out completely. His body instinctively slowed for half a heartbeat as he inhaled sharply, greedily, almost desperately, as though every cell inside him had been yearning for that single breath ever since entering the other side. The sensation of breathable life flooding back into his lungs nearly made him forget the terrifying momentum carrying his body forward. Bam, bam, bam. That tiny moment of distraction was enough for his body to smash directly through several nascent space beasts one after another like fragile debris. Bones shattered, dark blood exploded through space, and fragments of flesh scattered everywhere before his speed finally began to decrease little by little until he violently skidded to a stop across the distant battlefield. Ha! Halak's brows furrowed deeply as he stared toward Asir, who had crashed down near the Royal Soulmasters. His appearance was horrifying. Blood completely covered him from head to toe, mixed with strips of torn flesh and remnants of violently unstable energy still surging chaotically around his body. He looked less like a human and more like some savage creature that had clawed its way out of hell itself. Yet despite that horrific state, Halak recognized him almost instantly. He had spoken with Asir many times before and could never mistake that aura. Hey, Halak shouted while forcing a grin onto his face despite the tension covering the battlefield. Thanks for the help, but get back to your people now. Asir ignored Halak's foolishness entirely. Without wasting even a fraction of a second, he suddenly turned toward the mountain peak where Robin resided, veins bulging across his neck as he raised his voice with such force that the entire region trembled violently beneath the sound. Close the gate, close it immediately. The roar shook the air itself. Even nearby mountains rumbled faintly beneath the pressure carried within his voice. Robin slowly turned toward Asir. He merely raised one eyebrow while staring at him. On the other side. You're not going anywhere. Morgana screamed, her voice overflowing with panic, fear, desperation, and a nearly broken sense of helplessness. She had already summoned every powerful soul creature under her control. More than 30 terrifying entities now filled the battlefield around her, each radiating overwhelming pressure capable of crushing ordinary experts into dust. Every single one of them possessed enough power to slaughter a Nexus state without even needing assistance. And when it came specifically to soul creatures, very few individuals in the universe could stand before Morgana and claim they possessed superior quality or greater numbers. Because Morgana, the former shepherd of specters, had spent countless years building this terrifying army piece by piece. Every time she liberated a specter farm in the past, she would secretly select the strongest one or two specters inside it and absorb them into her collection, nurturing them personally until they became terrifying soul creatures completely loyal to her. That was the true foundation behind her terrifying soul domain. That was how she condensed her first star despite the catastrophic circumstances she had lived through. And not only that, each one of those creatures contained something abnormal within them. Deep inside every beast, every specter, every soul entity under her command, there burned a blazing ember resembling a private crystal embedded into their existence itself. That was Morgana's personal specialty, a method she had researched, invented, and perfected through endless experimentation. A forbidden enhancement technique capable of strengthening specters and soul creatures far beyond their natural limits, making them vastly more savage and allowing them to unleash power far exceeding what they should normally possess. If a soul creature could ordinarily kill a low Nexus state, then with the ember's support it could easily slaughter a mid-Nexus state or even something stronger. And nascent space beasts themselves generally ranged between high world cataclysm and mid-Nexus state depending on age and development. Usually, they were not overwhelmingly stronger than that. Which meant, by every possible measure, Morgana had unleashed an outright massacre. Dark blood flooded the void around her. Shredded flesh drifted endlessly through space. Explosions erupted from every direction as her soul creatures tore through the advancing beasts with merciless brutality. Deaths accumulated with every passing second, while chunks of ruined monsters floated everywhere like shattered planets after a cosmic war. Yet at the same time, her reserves of soul units were depleting at an absolutely horrifying speed. Morgana's eyes remained filled with unwavering determination as she watched one nascent space beast after another get ripped apart before her. But beneath that determination, her heart was beating faster and faster. Because she knew very well that her spiritual reserves could no longer sustain this battle much longer. Bang! Morgana abruptly turned toward a specific direction. There, one of her soul creatures suddenly exploded apart beneath overwhelming pressure. And this time, it did not regenerate again. That region had suffered terrifying pressure from the invading space beasts. A handful of them successfully forced their way through the defense line and began charging directly toward the passage. However, the soul creatures stationed beside the fallen one immediately shifted positions and closed the opening, desperately buying a few more moments of time. But, bang! Another soul creature exploded. Bang! Then another. Morgana's face rapidly turned pale. Only now did she realize it. Her reserve of soul units had completely dried up. She had exhausted everything without even noticing when it happened. Bang! Morgana quietly drew her sword. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Her breathing became calmer. Her heartbeat began slowing intentionally little by little, because she knew that within moments she would no longer possess enough strength to even force her exhausted body to continue moving. Even so, she could not allow those creatures to pass. No matter what. Even if she had to stand there alone and fight them personally using the sword gifted to her by Emily. And strangely enough, as death approached closer and closer, her thoughts became peaceful. The last few years of her life truly had not been so terrible. Even now, while replaying the memories of her life inside her mind, she found herself remembering almost nothing except those recent years. New friends, a place where she belonged, status, purpose, and someone gentle, handsome, considerate, someone whose authority carried weight everywhere, a true man, a man who had completely changed her life. Bang! Ignoring the distant sounds of her soul creatures exploding one after another, Morgana revealed a small dreamy smile. Let me fight. Morgana's brows immediately tightened together. You ruined my beautiful dream. You were probably dreaming about that yellow monkey again. Who else could it possibly be? Don't speak about the Lord that way. Morgana replied instantly, sounding completely detached from reality as she argued with the voice echoing inside her mind. Secondly, I don't want anyone seeing you, especially him. She hesitated slightly before muttering in embarrassment. He might think I'm insane, or strange. And how exactly would he see me? The voice inside her mind sounded full of mockery. That disgusting bastard is probably buried inside his books somewhere like the little worm he is. What would he even be doing here? Then the voice grew colder. I still don't understand why I even needed your permission anymore. You no longer possess the strength required to restrain me. All your remaining stars have withered away during this battle, and you're no longer capable of suppressing me. I warned you. Morgana screamed furiously, her voice trembling with genuine panic and rage at the same time. You cannot escape from me. If we survive this, I swear I'll punish you severely, and you know very well that I'm capable of doing it. Bang! Morgana's final and strongest soul creature suddenly exploded apart beneath the overwhelming assault of the surrounding space beasts. The pressure around the passage instantly intensified. Humph! Let us survive first, then I'll gladly accept whatever punishment you wish to give me. The voice inside her mind sounded almost amused. Then, the instant those words ended, something strange began happening. A terrifying white radiance abruptly erupted from Morgana's eyes and mouth. It was not ordinary light. The glow was formed entirely from densely compressed soul units, so concentrated that the surrounding space itself began trembling faintly beneath their pressure. At first, the radiance merely resembled streams of spiritual energy escaping her body uncontrollably. But then it intensified, and intensified further, until the light itself began looking tangible, almost physical, like liquid white fire pouring endlessly from within her. Then, it became solid. The enormous mass of light hovering above Morgana slowly started changing shape. Limbs formed. A torso appeared. Long flowing hair took shape from the spiritual radiance. Within moments, a gigantic female figure began materializing in the void above the battlefield. The luminous entity continued growing larger and larger. Soon, it became comparable in size to a nascent space beast. Then larger still. Its overwhelming spiritual pressure expanded violently in all directions as the construct continued swelling until it nearly reached the size of a young space beast itself. Only then did the radiance finally stabilize. The chaotic spiritual light gradually became clearer and more detailed until the figure's appearance fully revealed itself. It was Morgana. Not exactly identical, but unmistakably her. The same face, the same features, the same beauty. Yet everything about the giant soul version felt different from the original Morgana standing below like a tiny ant beneath her own manifestation. Its expression was colder, crueler, more arrogant. Its gaze carried a terrifying sense of superiority and disdain that Morgana herself almost never displayed. Then the gigantic spiritual construct slowly lowered its head and looked toward the endless swarm of nascent space beasts surrounding the passage. Thousands upon thousands of monsters filled its vision. Yet the giant Morgana merely stared at them with overwhelming contempt. Humph! I truly cannot believe that my first genuine appearance before the universe will happen in front of a filthy swarm of insects like you. Then she casually waved one hand. Boom! That simple movement transformed into a catastrophic spiritual shockwave. The front ranks of nascent space beasts exploded instantly. Entire bodies shattered apart before they could even react. Blood, flesh, shattered bones, and fragments of dark crystal-like organs erupted across space in a horrifying storm as dozens of beasts were erased by a single slap. The surrounding monsters immediately let out enraged roars, but before they could even reorganize themselves, whoosh! The gigantic soul construct suddenly stretched out one massive arm and grabbed a snake-like nascent space beast directly by the tail. The beast violently twisted and struggled in panic, but compared to the giant construct it looked like nothing more than a tiny worm. Then the construct swung it, like a whip. Boom! The snake beast smashed violently into 3 nearby nascent space beasts, instantly rupturing their bodies apart from the sheer force of the impact before the construct casually flung the mangled remains away into the distance. Far below, Morgana remained fully conscious of everything happening. The intense white light still continuously poured from her mouth and eyes, illuminating her pale face while enormous streams of spiritual energy flowed endlessly into the construct above. Yet despite everything, she remained awake, aware, in control. She could stop this at any moment if she wished. But she hesitated, because this was the final remaining method capable of protecting the passage. Nothing else remained anymore. Her soul creatures had all been destroyed. Her reserves were exhausted. Her body itself was nearly at its limit. This monstrous spiritual existence above her was the final weapon she possessed. Yet at the same time, if the Lord saw her in this shameful state, Morgana sighed inwardly. Truthfully, she felt so embarrassed she almost wanted to die on the spot. Most likely, however, she thought he was still occupied atop the mountain peak and would never come here anyway. Asir had only entered moments ago, so he was probably explaining the situation while everyone there desperately searched for a way to close the passage. There was absolutely no way the Lord would appear here now. No way he would witness this humiliating situation. No way he would see her talking to a terrifying spiritual monster inside her own mind like some insane woman. Everything would be fine as long as he stayed above. Oh, how interesting. Isn't that the thing which attempted to kill you before, the same one I purified previously? A calm voice suddenly came from beside her. A familiar voice. A terrifyingly familiar voice. Morgana's entire body instantly froze solid. Remind me to speak with you more about this phenomenon after this long day finally comes to an end. Alright. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.